The night was profoundly starry. A young boy sat alone in the quiet of a desolate alleyway. A blonde-haired person gazed up, their attention captured by the vast, starlit sky. Against the same cosmic backdrop, two figures shared a moment in a brightly lit area. An immense stillness settled over the world, a silence so complete it felt like the very dawn of creation. A young voice broke the quiet, sharing a secret meant to be engraved in the heart, that all the stars were shining for them. The voice faded with a parting wish, hoping they would meet again someday, stronger than before. The tranquil memory dissolved into the rhythmic, percussive sounds of intense training. A sharp, powerful impact echoed throughout the boxing gym. Onlookers buzzed with disbelief and excitement, realizing the man beside the coach was the legendary figure they'd only heard about. He was K, the trainer of legends who had personally raised 5 separate world champions. As K observed with a grunt, one of the boxers snapped at the others to stop staring and get back to their practice. A boxing glove swooshed through the air, carrying immense force. A punch landed with a startling crack, causing the white-haired fighter in the ring to pause. The local coach pointed out the newcomer who had only been there for 2 weeks, asking for the legend's opinion as the fighter taunted his opponent. Kay mused internally that he couldn't see the boy's true strength while he was so obviously toying with his sparring partner. Kay then stated his demand to the younger trainer. He wanted to see this kid fight the strongest person in the gym. The younger trainer immediately called out for Cheol, summoning him at the legendary coach's request. Other gym members murmured their doubts, noting that while Cheol was a top-ranked pro, the difference in weight class seemed too great for a fair match. Cheol, the current third-ranked super middleweight, arrived, his formidable presence impressing those who were seeing him in person for the first time. The bald man with tattoos silently took in the scene with a pensive hum. A fellow boxer warned Cheol to go easy, but the tattooed fighter simply smirked and mockingly agreed. In the ring, the white-haired boxer warmed up, completely unfazed as Kay and the other trainer watched from the sidelines. Cheol taunted him for not wearing headgear, but the white-haired fighter casually replied that the nervousness from foregoing it actually helped him stay sharp. As Cheol threatened to tidy up his insolent haircut, the young boxer simply replied with a polite request to be taken care of. The moment the match started, the white-haired fighter began a bizarre, rhythmic dance, utterly bewildering his corner. His body swayed back and forth, moving in a completely unorthodox and unpredictable rhythm. The crowd erupted in confusion, with some yelling at him to put his guard up and others grimly suggesting they call a hospital in advance. The narrator recalled the unforgettable shock he felt upon first witnessing this fighter's style. His movements were unlike anything seen before, existing on a whole other level of skill. The white-haired boxer confidently equated boxing with simply shaking to his own rhythm, demonstrating a nearly off-putting sense of freedom. In that single moment of observation, it became clear that the boy was an undeniable genius. A commentator's voice noted the amateur's excellent counter but warned that talent alone could not overcome the 4-weight class gap against a professional. As an explosive blow was thrown, a voice from the crowd demanded to see this so-called talent firsthand. The crowd watched in awe as the white-haired fighter bent like rubber, dodging the attack with an elastic, bouncing motion. The white-haired boxer feigned surprise, asking how his opponent was possibly still standing after taking his punch. The tattooed boxer, Cheol, begrudgingly admitted that the kid's skill seemed to match his profound arrogance. The white-haired fighter accepted the praise with a smile, while Cheol privately acknowledged that his opponent was far stronger than any amateur he'd ever seen. Aware of the legendary audience member watching, the boxer in gray shorts resolved to unleash his full power. He lunged forward in a blur of motion. The impact of the exchange resounded through the gym. Cheol dismissed the incoming attack as a punch with too much wind-up, a fatal miscalculation. An unexpected uppercut landed with brutal force, sending Cheol staggering back as the entire crowd watched in stunned silence. Cheol's mind reeled in disbelief, unable to process how he was hit and just how overwhelmingly strong his opponent truly was. The two fighters became a whirlwind of motion, trading fierce blows in the center of the ring. Cheol frantically realized his sight couldn't track the boy's movements, which were not just fast but also completely unpredictable in their timing and trajectory. Taking another clean hit, Cheol could only wonder what in the world he was fighting against. An expert analysis revealed the secret: the boy's extreme elasticity and flexibility allowed for impossible dodges and let him shift attacks mid-motion. While such a shift would normally sap a punch of its power, his unique physique enabled a natural and forceful transition between movements. This wasn't a simple feint but a true, fluid change in attack, a technique that even the most skilled boxer would inevitably be hit by. His entire style was built upon two pillars: free-flowing dodges and free-flowing attacks. The observer concluded that it had been an incredibly long time since he'd last seen such a talented genius. He let out a breath, realizing that such a thing he'd only theorized about actually existed. It was nothing less than a God-given talent. However, a firm stomp on the floor punctuated the thought that the boy's raw genius still suffered from a critical lack of experience. The sharp ding of a bell brought an end to the brutal sparring session. The man in the blue jacket angrily confronted Cheol, demanding to know why he hadn't gone easy as instructed. Cheol merely clicked his tongue in frustration, prompting his coach to sarcastically ask if he was going through a rebellious phase. Two onlookers lamented not getting the white-haired fighter's autograph, remarking they had never seen Cheol struggle so intensely before. A tall man approached the silver-haired K, asking for his professional opinion on the fighter named Baek-san. The silver-haired man stated with certainty that Baek-san undoubtedly had the potential to become a legendary boxer. He elaborated that the boy's natural gifts, athletic sense, and bold confidence had already formed a complete boxing style, like a masterpiece on a canvas. Though some moves were flashy, Kay noted that modern audiences loved it, assuring the boy's stardom and concluding that his long search for a successor was finally over. In a jarring shift, the scene cut to a violent beating, causing Kay to desperately shout for them to wait. A young boy with a pensive look on his face observed the bizarre, violent spectacle. The camera closed in on the boy, revealing his own face was already bruised and battered from a fight of his own. Amidst the crowd's bloodthirsty cheers, the silver-haired man K desperately shouted for them to wait as a fist made a sickening impact. A young, bruised boy simply watched the chaos unfold, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. The title card announced the subject of this brutal tale, the boxer. A violent memory surfaced, showing the boy's face absorbing a brutal sequence of punches to his head and jaw. The sharp, crackling sound of impact echoed the fracture of the moment. In the present, Ryu Baek-san's dark eye burned with an unreadable intensity. Baek-san stood grimly, a fist held close to his face as if expecting another blow. Kay's eyes widened in realization as he watched the scuffle, understanding that the students were being told to stop before they were the ones who got beaten up. Clearing his throat theatrically, Kay commanded the fallen students to properly get off the ground. At last, the legendary trainer Kay and the gifted prodigy Baek-san stood facing each other. Kay noted that Baek-san seemed perfectly capable of dodging the punches from what he called trashy kids, a term that visibly startled the young fighter. The trainer mused that if his assessment was correct, then perhaps even a professional's punch would fail to connect with this boy. Baek-san nonchalantly dismissed the praise, claiming that dodging the attacks was simply too bothersome. With a quiet nod, Baek-san offered the silver-haired man a slight, almost dismissive bow. A man in a black suit commented on Baek-san's infamous rudeness, only to be throttled by his own superior for his lack of respect. The scene shifted to two lone figures standing at opposite ends of a deserted street, poised for a confrontation. A powerful urge surfaced within Kay, a burning desire to test his own instincts against this raw talent. While one part of him worried this could be a mistake, another angry, impulsive voice declared that he always acted on his will, for that was the life he led. A man in a black suit called out to the kid, interrupting the moment. A disjointed memory flashed, showing a figure in red viscously attacking someone helpless on the ground. Another fragment of the past showed a man in a suit being forcefully grabbed by the shoulder. The man in the dark suit looked on in shock, calling out to his teacher, as a younger version of himself simply pointed at an opponent. A memory of an older man's voice surfaced, asking a simple question, "Do you want to learn boxing?" The kid in the suit had replied with a question of his own about the nature of hitting people, asking if it was fun. Back in a different memory, the bruised young boy echoed the very same inquiry, wondering aloud if violence was supposed to be enjoyable. It was explained that the boy was an anomaly, lacking the natural human drives for honor, control, and superiority. The young boy's mind drew a comparison, noting that this person was the complete opposite of a man he'd seen earlier, and must have grown up in either extreme wealth or poverty. The narration confirmed his theory, stating he was a product of either an incredibly affluent environment or the absolute worst conditions imaginable. An old man in a flashback called the boy's question stupid, retorting that the trash who hit him weren't doing it for charity. The old man then gave his direct answer, "Of course hitting people is fun." The young boy philosophized that humans are weak creatures craving validation, a need the narrator explained was most simply fulfilled with a fist. A dark-skinned boxer concluded the thought, explaining that because it is the easiest way to assert superiority, it can only be fun. The old man had agreed enthusiastically, shouting that people are fanatical about asserting their own individuality. The boy's voice rose in a powerful monologue, challenging one to test their own existence, to discover their humanity, and to see how high they could climb. A determined man finished the speech, declaring that to fly until your wings burn and to climb without hesitation to the very top is what it truly means to live. A dark-haired young man's voice cut through the memory, demanding that they look at him. The camera focused on the toned leg and muscular arm of a fighter, ready for instruction. The old man identified the fundamental technique he was demonstrating as a 1-2. The dark-haired young man offered to stay at the gym for a month, telling the boy to come to him anytime if he wanted to learn. A younger man, watching the exchange, respectfully addressed him as teacher. Years later, a dark-haired student laughed at the memory of that bastard before quickly correcting his disrespectful tone. In a different scene, a blond man was busy counting out his earnings. A bald man cheerfully praised a boy named Injay for bringing in 100,000 won. The blond man invited his friends to a karaoke bar, casually asking Baeksan if he wanted to come along as well. The white-haired Baeksan declined, reminding them he was attending a boxing gym, which prompted his friend to jokingly ask what he needed all that extra strength for. A man with glasses erupted in laughter at the question, exclaiming that any real man should obviously strive to be the world's strongest. Baeksan pointed out that his friend was talking about becoming the world champion, but then added with a small laugh that for Baeksan himself, it seemed entirely possible. The world is divided into two distinct categories, the weak. Their eyes reflect the harsh divide that separates them. And then, there are the strong. In a classroom filled with delinquents, this hierarchy was brutally clear. A man with gray hair demanded a proper greeting, only for a hooded figure to mockingly remind him of a past humiliation at their master's hands. The gray-haired man quickly changed his tune, feigning friendliness as he called out to Injay to join them for lunch. A white-haired man, slurping his noodles, loudly proclaimed the king top set as the ultimate meal. The blond man pressured Injay for agreement, to which the boy could only stammer out a nervous confirmation. The white-haired man then pointedly asked why Injay wasn't eating his food. With cruel theatrics, the blond man declared Injay's meal was missing toppings before spitting a glob of phlegm into the boy's bowl. The hooded man chimed in, flicking his own cigarette ash into the food as a final garnish. The blond man mockingly asked for a review, and Injay forced a smile, calling the desecrated meal delicious while the bullies howled with laughter. With a sneer, the white-haired man asked if he still didn't have enough toppings. As Injay choked down the repulsive meal, the blond man cheered him on while the white-haired man complained about how disgusting the scene was. Injay's body convulsed as he struggled to keep from vomiting, his breath coming in ragged gasps. When the boy finally tried to bolt, he was kicked, and the blond man shouted for his friend Baeksan to stop him. Baeksan grumbled that Injay got through again, but the blond man ordered him to chase the boy down and continue their cruel game. Meanwhile, on the school field, other students muttered amongst themselves during gym class. A blond-haired boy with glasses approached the solitary Yu, wondering why such an athletic person was sitting out. Yu replied with utter apathy, stating that he just didn't find it fun. His classmate then asked what he wanted to be in the future, a question that made Yu pause, realizing he'd never given it any thought. A powerful voice from a memory echoed, challenging one to test their own existence in the world. In a past moment, a friendly blonde boy had asked a quiet black-haired boy the same question about the future, shyly admitting he wanted to be like his dad. The blonde boy then excitedly invited the other to his house to play a new video game, his intentions open and kind. As the black-haired boy remained silent, a boy with spiky white hair glanced back, startled by the interaction. The blonde boy pressed on, confessing he had always wanted to get to know him, but the spiky-haired boy began to interrupt with his own plans. In a shocking instant, as a soccer ball flew towards the blonde boy, the black-haired boy viciously punched him in the face. The spiky white-haired boy stood defiantly before a crowd as a boy with glasses looked on with deep concern. The white-haired boy's eyes warped into furious spirals, his face contorted in pure rage. He stormed up to the black-haired boy, whose calm expression stood in stark contrast to his own boiling anger. A sharp slap echoed as the white-haired boy struck the black-haired boy across the face, a nearby student watching in horror. He snarled that the entire incident had just been a prank. The white-haired boy angrily insisted that he should have been able to take it as a joke. Leaning in close, he delivered a chilling ultimatum: if something like that ever happened again, he would kill him. The spectating boy with glasses trembled, utterly terrified by the raw violence he had just witnessed. When the school bell rang, he quickly made an excuse and fled the scene. The black-haired boy watched him go, silently resolving that this was his fight alone and he couldn't drag others into it. Back in the present, a memory surfaced in Injae's mind of his instructor teaching him the fundamentals of a jab. He panted, trying to psych himself up and find the courage he so desperately lacked. He lamented that even though he had tried to befriend someone, he could only tremble in fear when confronted. In his mind's eye, the white-haired bully loomed over him like a monstrous giant, reducing him to a tiny, cowering child. Overwhelmed by his own helplessness, Injae could only conclude that he was a moron. Injae's mind screamed at him to snap out of it, convinced he had to fight because he could not live this way any longer. But his resolve faltered as he pictured his tormentor's face, questioning if he could truly fight that guy. Injae tried to rationalize his terror, remembering how his years of watching boxing taught him to recognize who was truly strong. He knew with crushing certainty that the bully's strength wasn't normal, going far beyond a mere difference in weight class. Recalling the confrontation, Injae realized the bully had treated his opponent like a new toy he was having fun with. Elsewhere, a man in a suit recalled seeing the bully fight before, noting that the result was always the same. He concluded that an average person could do nothing in the face of such absolute, innate talent. That night, the creak of a door opening startled Injae, pulling him from his troubled thoughts. Injae greeted his father, who was surprised to see him still awake, and claimed he was just about to sleep. As his father sighed from exhaustion, Injae hesitantly brought up his dad's past career as a boxer. He asked his father how it felt to go up against an opponent who was much stronger than him. His father explained that as a professional, he simply did his best to win, regardless of the other fighter's strength. However, he then confessed that sometimes, when facing a ridiculously powerful opponent, even a professional gets scared. He described how fear paralyzes the body, rendering all training useless and causing punches to meet nothing but empty air before a knockdown. The father admitted that lying on the canvas can feel like a safe escape from the hell of the fight. But, he continued, to do nothing but lay still is when a boxer is truly finished. He passionately stated that a boxer must get up, even when beaten and ridiculed, as long as they can still move their knees. A narrator's voice affirmed that this relentless will to rise is the very definition of a boxer. Injae countered that this principle was only for boxers. His father then gave him different advice, saying that if he'd done nothing wrong, he should run as far as he could. He looked his son in the eye and declared that sometimes, running is courage. Injay processed his father's words, understanding that both a boxer's courage and an average person's courage were things that could not be looked down upon. He thanked his father and announced that he was going to sleep now. Under the vast night sky, another young man was in his bed, his own troubles just beginning. The black-haired man was confronted in his home, chided for not coming straight back after school. Ryu Baeksan stood over him, mockingly cooing that he had been waiting for him. The bully then smugly revealed that their homeroom teacher had kindly given him the boy's home address. Ryu Baeksan scoffed at the black-haired man's defiant silence, calling him a rude son of a bitch. He taunted him about his fighting ability, sarcastically suggesting they have a match right there. Growing angrier by the second, Ryu Baeksan furiously demanded some kind of reaction. An unwavering eye stared back at an eye boiling with rage. Ryu Baeksan finally gave up, threatening to ruin the boy's life and demanding 150,000 won by the next day. After the black-haired man cursed him under his breath, the bully stormed off, muttering that he had wasted his time. In the aftermath, the black-haired man was left kneeling alone on the cold, empty street at night. A fresh cut on his cheek served as a grim reminder of the encounter. Meanwhile, Ryu Baeksan walked alone through a dark alley, his face set in a serious expression. His features were suddenly cast in shadow as he was confronted, his eyes glowing with an intense, crimson rage. An unknown person from the darkness stepped forward and asked if he was the infamous Ryu Baeksan. A wide, predatory smile spread across Ryu Baeksan's face in response. He stepped forward with a menacing stride, stating he was curious to see if they were really as tough as people said. Ryu Baeksan then unleashed a devastating kick, sending one of the lackeys flying violently backward. He chirped a casual, "hello," as the remaining men trembled in terror. The alley filled with the sounds of pained panting and choked gasps from his fallen opponents. Staring down at a terrified lackey begging for his life, Ryu Baeksan relished the man's expression of pure fear. Under the light of the same moon, a green-eyed boy lay in bed, completely unaware of the brutal violence Ryu Baeksan had just committed. The black-haired young man sat alone on a mattress in his sparse, dark room. With his eyes downcast, he found a quiet moment of solace, gently holding a small sleeping cat in his lap. The scene faded to a heavily stylized, scratchy close-up of an eye, burning with dark and unresolved intensity. Over a bathroom sink, a blonde-haired young man leaned, his body racked with sobs. Amidst his despair, a new resolve formed as he quietly vowed to start eating more. In a decisive moment of preparation, he put away his boxing gloves and meticulously adjusted the tie on his formal shirt. A fierce thought ignited within him, he was going to change, starting from today. As his tormentors walked past, the blonde young man heard one gloat about someone getting beaten up, his mind immediately recognizing their arrival. He desperately repeated a mantra in his head, trying to quell the rising tide of panic. The orange-haired bully rambled on about a video he'd sent, but to the young man's surprise, the group walked right past his desk without a word. The blonde-haired student sat in stunned silence, wondering why they had simply ignored him. Later, alone in the quiet classroom, he found himself unsettled by the strange peace, noting that his friend Yu was late. Outside the school, the bullies made their own plans, but the blonde-haired student's nervous question was met with irritation. A chilling realization dawned on him as he processed the day: he hadn't been bullied at all, and something felt terribly wrong. The bald bully's words about someone getting beaten up echoed in his ears, and a horrifying possibility bloomed in his mind. In a grim scene, the bullies loomed over a fallen figure, taunting him for not bringing the money. The bald bully sneered, telling the person on the ground to wake up for their so-called after-school activity. The hooded bully cheered as the bald one began shadowboxing, practicing his posture for the violence to come. With a laugh, the bald bully demonstrated his moves, even attempting a Dempsey roll before asking for a critique of his form. A spiky blonde-haired bully corrected his technique, telling him to put more power into his waist. A single, desperate voice cut through the air as the boy with glasses yelled for them to stop, catching the bullies completely off guard. The hooded figure scoffed at the boy's audacity, while the boy himself couldn't believe he had actually spoken up. His heart hammered against his ribs as a storm of fear, regret, and the overwhelming urge to flee warred against a singular, unyielding thought: he could not turn back now. He steeled his nerves, remembering the countless times he had mentally rehearsed this very confrontation. The buzzcut man laughed mockingly, pointing out that the fool actually looked like he was going to fight. A wide, almost unhinged grin spread across the boy's face, a sign that something within him had finally snapped. He tried to calm his racing thoughts, even as the buzzcut man taunted that he must have gone crazy from the lack of beatings. His mind went into overdrive, beginning a mental checklist for the perfect punch, starting with relaxing his hands and setting his feet. As he stepped forward, he followed the next instruction, letting out a sharp jab with his left hand. He shifted his weight, turned his waist, and unleashed his right arm, leaving the bully with a look of pure shock. The final command echoed in his mind as his fist connected in a perfect straight punch. The man with orange hair cried out as the blonde-haired boy stood his ground, a silent observer watching the scene unfold. The blonde-haired man yelled in triumph, his success met only by the bald man's disbelieving laughter. A single, electrifying thought coursed through him: his punch had actually landed. He dodged backward with a slide, making the once feared bully flinch away from him. A newfound courage solidified within him, he was not scared of them anymore. The bald man's laughter died, replaced by a simmering fury as he stared at the defiant boy. The blonde-haired man coolly told another boy to move if he didn't want to die, and the hooded figure fearfully complied. The bald man stepped forward, a sneer on his face as he addressed the boy by name, sarcastically asking if NJ had come back after learning to box. As the orange-haired bully remarked that the final boss had appeared, the bald man cursed under his breath, the situation escalating rapidly. A new player entered the field as a white-haired man calmly asked if they should test the boy's newfound skills. NJ's determined expression was matched by the serious gaze of the mysterious white-haired man. The air grew heavy with tension, signaling that the real fight was only just beginning. NJ, the blonde-haired boy with glasses, and Ryu, the white-haired man, both wore serious expressions. A rapid thumping sound accompanied NJ's urgent thoughts, reminding himself to stick to the plan and knowing he couldn't win by fighting honestly. Ryu challenged NJ, asking what he was doing and pointing out his presence directly in front of him. Ryu then provoked NJ, asking if he was even going to try to hit him. NJ desperately clung to the thought that if even a small chance presented itself, he would need to make his move short and quick, overwhelm Ryu with punches, and hoped that catching him off guard would give him a chance to win. His thoughts narrowed to a single, desperate goal: just one hit, one decisive blow. A gasp escaped him, his breath catching in his throat. NJ remembered Ryu's harsh critique, who declared NJ would only tire himself with lame punches and insisted any strike should be short and certain. The memory continued as Ryu demonstrated his technique. The narrator explained that the initial impact often shattered illusions, revealing the vast disparity between oneself and the opponent. Any glimmer of hope vanished as Ryu taunted him, and fear once again gripped NJ. Ryu's words from the memory were searing, urging NJ to show the results of his training and questioning if he didn't want to kill him for past grievances. NJ cried out in agony, his battered face in close-up, as mocking laughter filled the air. A powerful impact was heard as NJ's eyes widened in shock, blood streaming from his nose. Ryu stood over the defeated NJ, who, in his dazed state, whispered, "He's a monster." NJ realized the vast chasm between their skill levels, as Ryu casually remarked that it was only a light punch. NJ panicked, wondering what his next move was if his attacks failed, recognizing the dire situation he was in. A man with a shaved head chuckled, commenting that the fight seemed to be ending quickly after someone took a bad beating, while the man with orange hair told him to shut up, and Ryu provocatively asked NJ if he was already giving up. NJ's bruised face was starkly visible, his fist clenching tightly on the bloody ground beneath him. A shirtless man with a buzz cut, likely Ryu, stood illuminated by a spotlight, his back to the unseen audience. An observer exclaimed in surprise that In-jae was getting back up, which prompted Ryu to declare that he preferred the fight not end so quickly. Heavy breaths escaped In-jae, indicating his struggle. In-jae resolved to prioritize his defense, knowing he had to keep his guard up and endure Ryu's relentless attacks. He believed this was his sole chance, thinking that Ryu would eventually tire if he continued blocking every blow. Ryu noticed In-jae's changed demeanor and expressed his approval. He then declared the commencement of their second round. The fight officially resumed. In-jae mentally noted that Ryu was only using one hand but warned himself not to drop his guard, thinking it would be easier to block. Meanwhile, Ryu hummed thoughtfully, questioning why In-jae wasn't making a move. A sharp sound accompanied In-jae's desperate thoughts. He couldn't let Ryu break through, and his sole focus had to be maintaining his guard. A flurry of impacts rained down as In-jae gasped, feeling Ryu's fists pierce through his defenses. He urged himself to endure the pain, knowing he had to take the beating, as another heavy thud landed. In-jae choked and coughed from the blows, while Ryu smirked, declaring his happiness. In-jae realized Ryu's strategy, feigning attacks to his face to lower his guard, then striking his stomach. He determined he needed to block him completely. In-jae, the blonde-haired boy, adopted a wide defensive stance while Ryu, the white-haired boy, unexpectedly looked up from the ground. Ryu mentally observed In-jae's attempt to cover all his sides, then mused whether he should prolong their play for a bit longer. A rapid series of whack, wake, and wham sounds punctuated the air, interspersed with In-jae's grunts of pain. In-jae, the blonde student, desperately raised his arms, attempting to block the powerful punches delivered by Ryu, the white-haired student. In-jae's mind screamed for him to endure, even as a hooded man observed, remarking that In-jae was getting beaten up like a dog. The blonde student desperately clung to the belief that if he could just hold his guard against Ryu, then a chance to counterattack would surely present itself. On the grounds outside a school building, a foot took a determined step forward. In-jae, the blonde student, noticed that Ryu's foot had stopped moving. He deduced that Ryu was concentrating all his strength into one arm for a large, decisive movement. In-jae then defiantly cried out, "Get hit!" With a surge of power, In-jae landed a fierce uppercut, sending Ryu, the white-haired student, flying off his feet. The memory began with a boxer in a ring, bracing against an opponent's incoming punch. A narrator's voice explained that while his father was never remembered as a strong player, he was also never remembered as a weak one. He had been a courageous boxer, a man the narrator grew up respecting. The memory faded with the sound of a relieved sigh. In the flashback, a man in a hard hat sighed in relief before his gaze fell upon a child. A disembodied voice seemed to wish someone good luck, its meaning hanging in the air. Back in the present, a man in a suit marveled at the previous hit, while another in a hood grimly stated he thought the boy was dead. The dizzy young man's consciousness swam, his world spinning as he questioned what had just happened and desperately willed himself to get up. He was shown lying on the hard ground, completely disoriented from the blow. The boy's simple strategy replayed in his mind: endure the hits until his opponent tired, then counter with all his strength in a single punch. The man in the hood mocked him from the sidelines, calling out his transparent plan. The white-haired man smirked, calling his foe obvious, which earned him a vicious curse from the blonde-haired man on the ground. An inner voice roared at him to snap out of it, insisting that the fight was not yet over. A fire reignited within the blonde-haired man as he realized he could still move. Just as he began to rise, the white-haired man lunged forward, landing another brutal punch. The blonde-haired man's head snapped back in shock as blood erupted from his nose. A flurry of strikes followed, whooshing through the air before slapping against his body. Yet another heavy punch found its mark with a sickening impact. The two boys then exploded into a desperate, rapid exchange of blows. Panting for breath, the white-haired man observed that his opponent must have learned boxing from somewhere. An old lesson echoed in his mind: a boxer is only finished when he stays down, and he must always get up as long as his knees can bend. The spiky white-haired man dismissed him, saying it was fun for a fight with a loser and that he should live quietly from now on. As the victor turned to leave, the blonde-haired boy weakly called out for him to wait. The blonde-haired boy's mind cleared with a single, sharp realization: his opponent was a true boxer. Gasping for air, he defiantly yelled that it was not over yet. The spiky white-haired man paused and turned his head back, an annoyed look on his face. An orange-haired onlooker called him a crazy fool, while the man in the hoodie noted he would actually die if this continued. A close-up on the spiky white-haired man's eye showed a cold, red-pupiled fury. He unleashed a devastating punch, sending the blonde-haired boy reeling backwards once again. Grabbing his bloodied opponent by the collar, the spiky-haired man continued to relentlessly punch him. The orange-haired man asked if he might die, but the hooded man coldly retorted to let the bastard die. While being held and beaten, the blonde boy taunted his attacker, asking if he hadn't been told not to get on his nerves. He spat that fools only get the message when beaten up, prompting the spiky-haired boy to snarl that he would die for acting smart. The spiky-haired boy ridiculed him, asking if he really thought learning boxing meant he could win, and swore that he would never be defeated. To his foe's astonishment, the blonde boy coughed and admitted that he never even thought he could win in the first place. The blonde boy's thoughts clarified his true purpose, a goal that had nothing to do with winning fights or becoming the strongest, a concept the spiky-haired boy dismissed as tedious. With blood in his mouth and conviction in his heart, the blonde boy made his declaration: "I will become a boxer." Enraged by this display, the spiky-haired boy hammered him with punches, screaming to ask if his dream was still just tedious nonsense. He continued his assault, demanding to know if the beating was still tedious to him. Leaning in close to the battered face, he venomously spat out the question: "Is it fun?" The question, "Is it fun?" was echoed by the blonde boy as visions of stern men in suits flashed before his eyes. The scene shifted to a man with dark hair, who calmly finished the thought, asking if hitting people was really fun. The man with orange hair's mocking question echoed through the alley: "Is it fun?" In another place, a man with dark hair calmly finished the thought, wondering if hitting people was truly fun at all. From the suffocating darkness, a pair of intense, glowing eyes stared out with unnerving focus. A muscular man stammered as he addressed his teacher, desperately asking about the student they had just witnessed. The muscular man then posed a question about instincts, a query that was met with confusion by a nearby young man. He explained that the first time he met any athlete he would train, he would always get a specific gut feeling from them. It was a powerful sensation, a feeling that they were somehow destined to conquer the world. The muscular man admitted he had felt that very same potential from the infamous fighter named Beksan. However, regarding the boy they saw earlier, the dark-haired teacher confessed that the feeling he got was entirely unfamiliar. A student in glasses repeated the word "unfamiliar," while another with white hair pressed their teacher to explain what he meant. In a separate, violent encounter, a furious buzz-cut man confronted someone, warning them that he was already incredibly pissed off. The memory of that moment surfaced for a white-haired man, who questioned what it was he had truly felt. As the memory of a 1-2 punch combination began to form, a devastating strike landed. With a sickening slam, the white-haired man's thought became terrifyingly clear: what he felt was nothing less than blood-curdling fear. The black-haired boy clenched his fist with cold determination as an orange-haired accomplice looked on in absolute disbelief. On the grimy floor, the buzz-cut man lay completely unconscious, leaving a hooded man staring in stunned silence. The black-haired boy stood impassively over his fallen opponent as his two remaining adversaries watched from a distance. The hooded man could only grit his teeth and curse the bastard who had so effortlessly defeated his friend. In a flash, the hooded man also lunged forward, only to be swiftly blocked and left on the ground with a bleeding nose. As the final bully hit the ground with a heavy thud, the man with orange hair let out a terrified scream. Back in the present, the spiky white-haired man stuttered at the mere concept of fear, while a man with short black hair confirmed that it was true. A silver-haired man recalled first seeing the boy, while the man with red eyes laughed, admitting he still couldn't stop trembling from the encounter. The story continued, describing the boy's expression as if he were bored just waiting for the punch to arrive. A man in a blue jacket could only utter a disbelieving, "What?" upon hearing such an impossible claim. The scene replayed in their minds, one man standing tall, the other collapsed on the ground. The man with short black hair questioned the very possibility of someone being bored while waiting for an attack. The man with white hair and red eyes laughed, agreeing that it should have been completely impossible. He then declared that its impossibility was the very reason he felt compelled to test the boy himself. The test was a single, deadly punch, a blow that would kill if it wasn't perfectly avoided. The white-haired boxer, Ryu, then asked his audience if they already knew what happened next. The dark-haired man stammered, the horrifying implication of the story finally dawning on him. Ryu calmly confirmed their fears, stating that the boy had indeed managed to easily avoid his full power punch. It was explained that boxers read rhythms and habits to dodge, yet this boy simply looked directly at the fist and moved away. This wasn't some animalistic instinct, his movement was soft and quick, almost as if he had planned the dodge far in advance. The white-haired boxer asked if they understood what this meant, thinking to himself that he had seen many geniuses, but never one like this. A clear image of the black-haired man's stoic, bruised face flashed in his memory. Back in the moment of the fight, Ryu Baeksan's heart pounded as he questioned the suffocating tension in the air. He wondered why the boy was looking at him with such an unnerving gaze, a furious vow to kill him forming in his mind. The black-haired man slid his foot into position, a simple, fluid movement that caused the seasoned fighter Ryu to flinch back. Their eyes met in a moment of intense conflict, the red iris of the spiky-haired man glaring into the shadows covering his opponent's face. With a powerful lunge, Ryu threw himself forward, his attack culminating in a world-shaking impact. But in the next instant, the spiky white-haired man's eyes went wide with pure, unadulterated shock. A man in a suit observed that what had occurred was not a simple matter of reaction speed. As a scream of agony tore through the air, the black-haired man shouted his target, face. While it was explained that his ability to dodge meant he lived in a different dimension of time. The white-haired man, panting heavily, could only wonder in disbelief if the phantom pain was still there. Unfazed, the black-haired man stood tall and emotionless as the defeated Ryu collapsed at his feet, clutching his face in agony. With a pained groan, the white-haired man stumbled backward as his opponent calmly and relentlessly approached him. This boy could not be called a genius, for he was something that exceeded the very capabilities of a human being. A lone, silhouetted figure stood victorious over a body crumpled on the unforgiving ground. He was, without any doubt, a monster. A new story began, one titled, The Weak. For Ryu Baeksan, it all started with a simple sense of curiosity long ago. Watching a fight, a student with dark hair wondered why one fighter wasn't avoiding obvious hits or attacking from the right distance. He questioned why the man's punches were so incredibly soft. It did not take long for his curiosity to be satisfied. With a single, dismissive tap, the confrontation ended. The dark-haired student could only stare, utterly bewildered from the floor. The man with white hair looked down, his gaze fixed upon his defeated foe. The answer to the student's questions had been painfully simple. It wasn't that the others were weak, it was simply that he, Ryu Baeksan, was strong. He continued to fight, leaving opponents to collapse at his feet while shadowy figures watched his ascent. The pale-faced man reveled in the good feeling that victory brought. From that moment on, he continued to fight, demanding that the fallen idolize him more. He commanded them to fear him, to feed his insatiable need to feel superior. Soon, he became famous among the country's most formidable fighters. And whenever fools came willingly to prove their own superiority against him, the pale-faced man's heart fluttered with the pleasure of crushing those who dared to challenge him. It was in this pleasure that he truly understood their weakness and his own overwhelming strength. This realization enabled him to see everything with a new, terrifying clarity. He knew then that he was truly special. But in the present, he was the one left panting heavily, struggling for breath. The blond-haired man questioned what could have possibly hit him, as a mere jab felt like his face was being ripped apart. He refused to accept it, remembering how even an old geezer had acknowledged him as a genius, the special one. He dismissed the blow as an absurd coincidence or an embarrassing mistake on his part. But his rationalization quickly curdled into raw fury as he vowed to kill the son of a bitch before him. He resolved to finally unleash 100% of his effort. He began to sadistically contemplate just how he would beat his opponent down. The blond-haired man decided against a slow torture, instead resolving to put all his strength into one punch to beat his foe to a bloody pulp. As he screamed, "Die!" the blond-haired man saw his opponent duck and mocked him for faking a proper dodge, demanding he look at him. The spiky-haired man roared that what he was about to show was real talent. He bent low, launching a punch with all his might. A look of pure, murderous determination was etched onto his face. A thunderous impact echoed through the ring. But it was he who was thrown backward, his eyes wide with unadulterated shock. Two figures were seen falling through the air from the sheer force of the counter. His world became a blur of his own injuries as the ground rushed up to meet him. The lone figure drifted in an endless void, questioning where he was as he couldn't see a thing. Lost in the darkness, the spiky-haired man frantically wondered where his opponent had gone. He found himself sitting alone on a desolate, circular platform. A heavy thump resonated through the empty space. He was but a tiny, insignificant figure perched on a rock formation against a vast, swirling backdrop of nothingness. The perspective warped, emphasizing the dark, cosmic shapes that swirled around his small form. A relentless thumping grew louder, like a heartbeat counting down his final moments. Back in reality, Ryu Baeksan let out a pained, guttural scream. Gasping for air, several minutes had to pass after he regained consciousness. Only then could Ryu Baeksan finally begin to confront his dire situation. His whole body was battered to the point that he couldn't even lift a single finger with ease. And in that moment of agony, Ryu Baeksan felt an emotion that he had never once experienced before. As a faint gasp escaped his lips, he finally understood what it was. It was the first time he had ever felt this crushing sense of loss, fear, guilt, and helplessness. A lone silhouette in the darkness, he was finally tasting true defeat. The feeling triggered a memory from when he was 17 years old, a young boy crying out in anguish. He remembered that unhappy and weak person, sobbing alone in the dark. In the gym, two boxers observed that the mysterious fighter had been standing motionless for days, long after they assumed he'd be done scouting Ryu Baeksan. Believing it to be a rare opportunity, they decided to approach him for advice. They introduced themselves as aspiring professionals, but the muscular man coldly shut them down, declaring he had no interest in trash. As the dejected boxers walked away, the muscular man remained with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed with an unnerving intensity. Elsewhere, an unseen man spoke with manic desire, vowing to kidnap the fighter if he didn't show up within the time limit. The muscular man grew annoyed, wondering why Baeksan had yet to arrive at the gym like he was supposed to. At that moment, a man in a blue jacket appeared in the doorway, angrily calling out for Ryu Baeksan. The scene shifted to a memory of a young man in a suit, standing in a doorway with a somber expression. Back in the present, the man in the blue jacket looked down in frustration, the empty boxing ring a silent testament to Baeksan's absence. In the flashback, a white-haired man asked the young man if he had truly considered becoming a professional boxer. The young man agreed on one condition: he would try, if the man would provide money to pay for some hospital bills. The white-haired man's expression softened as he finally understood the young man's desperate situation. He then changed the subject, asking the young man for his assessment of Baeksan's strength. The young man flatly replied that Baeksan wasn't much, causing the man in the blue jacket to erupt in laughter over the mention of hospital fees. The white-haired man dismissed the financial concerns with a wave of his hand, boldly claiming he could buy an entire hospital. Unimpressed by the boast, the young man simply repeated his request to be taken to the hospital. The white-haired man readily agreed, feeling indebted as he led the young man away from the gym. Sometime later, the young man lay unconscious in a hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages and his hair now a stark white. The white-haired man watched over him, reflecting that his judgment had been correct. The boy had beaten Baeksan soundly. He cynically wondered if someone so drunk on talent could recover from such a state, before dismissing the thought as none of his business. The now-recovered young man, dressed again in his suit, stood at the foot of the empty bed with a grim look on his face. The reflection in his eye triggered a traumatic memory of a screaming, bloodied person from his past. The white-haired man's voice broke the silence, asking if he was ready to go. The patient, his white hair a permanent mark of his ordeal, quietly confirmed that he was. After leaving the hospital, the older man was brought to a sparse apartment and asked if this was where the young man lived. He surveyed the empty room, its silence broken only by the faint meow of a cat. The silver-haired man then asked if his parents were home, to which the young man simply answered no. The man paused, his expression thoughtful as he processed this new piece of information. A disembodied voice from a memory asked a child their name, questioning if both of their parents were named Yu. As the young man stood silently, a small black cat brushed up against his leg. The young man finally spoke his name, stating plainly that it was just Yu. The silver-haired man's face lit up as he declared that from this day forward, Yu would have a new life, promising to show him a whole new world. A solemn narration began, explaining that life itself decides the path a person walks upon. It continued that a person's fate can be easily determined by the whims of destiny. However, the voice lamented, the act of abandoning a person is accomplished just as easily. The narration reflected on the inherent irrationality of both life and destiny. A stark contrast was shown between a blond man with glasses and the white-haired Yu, both clad in hospital gowns. Yu stood dejectedly beside his stand, his head bowed in a posture of utter defeat. The final narration concluded that amidst such trials, only those with true courage will find the strength to raise their heads again. The older man in the suit turned to his young ward, asking if he was ready to leave. As a small cat meowed from its carrier, Yu quietly confirmed that he was. The older man paused, his expression turning thoughtful as he muttered that something did not look quite right. A fine mist settled over Yu's hair as the older man used a spray bottle on him. With a nod of satisfaction, the man declared that it was now perfect. An airplane soared through the clouds, carrying the pair toward a new chapter of their lives. A title card flashed across the screen, announcing their arrival. The silver-haired man spotted their greeter and pointed them out as Yu's cat let out another soft meow. He asked about the flight, and Yu confirmed that it had been uneventful. The older man offered to help with the luggage, but Yu curtly refused the assistance. A woman approached them, her gaze locking onto Yu as she introduced herself as Carmen, the gym manager. Carmen announced that the car was ready and led the way, with Yu following in silent contemplation. A close-up on Yu's face revealed the stoic and unreadable expression harbored within his dark eyes. Arriving at a residence, Carmen announced that this would be Yu's new home. She explained her choice of a moderately sized house, but the silver-haired man impatiently stated they would head straight to the gym. They soon arrived at their destination, which Carmen introduced as the Lions Boxing Club, conveniently close to Yu's new house. Inside, Carmen boasted that the gym was a sacred place for boxers, having produced 5 Hall of Fame champions and possessing world-class facilities. A spiky-haired man noted Yu's youth, identifying him as the one the master personally brought, while a blonde woman nearby checked a monitor. From across the room, a fighter with smoldering red eyes stared intently at the newcomer. The blonde woman informed Yu that being personally chosen by the master was a great honor, urging him to take pride in himself. Yu's vague reply caused the blonde woman to mutter in frustration about the nonchalant attitude of geniuses. The silver-haired man began introductions, pointing out the top trainer, Arnold, before suggesting Yu take some time to look around. He then gestured to framed photos on the wall, proudly declaring that he had raised those men to become world champions. The old man fondly recalled that they were all enjoyable to train, their names now forever recorded in boxing history. Pointing to one photo in particular, he identified Aaron Tide as the current heavyweight champion and his greatest masterpiece to date. The old man then promised to show you something impressive, as a woman with glasses instructed Carmen to reserve 2 seats for the heavyweight title match. A narrator's voice instructed the observer to look carefully and realize a crucial truth. The voice continued, ominously warning that there was another monster in this world besides you. The scene shifted to a packed stadium, filled with the thunderous roar of an immense crowd. Watching from his seat, the older man muttered about the amazing yet despicable nature of the people around them. The deafening cheers of the audience continued to swell, creating an electric atmosphere. Down in the ring, the boxer in blue gloves was sent crashing hard onto the canvas. The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers, shouting that the champion was on a continuous, brutal offensive. A sickening crunch punctuated the announcer's question of whether the challenger could possibly endure the savage assault. The match was abruptly called as the champion sent his opponent out on a stretcher, leaving the crowd roaring at his splendor of strength. Amidst the chaos, the older man leaned in and made a bold prediction, promising you that this very crowd would soon go wild for him. The silver-haired man's inner monologue revealed his true goal: he would forge you into the king of this world. A sense of finality washed over him as he prepared for the next stage of his plan. He knew that the moment to fulfill his long-held grudge was finally drawing near. The thought of his coming vengeance filled him with a dark, eager anticipation. An ancient scripture opened the chapter, lamenting the tears of the oppressed who had no comforter against the power of their oppressors. The text continued its somber reflection, declaring the dead happier than the living, but viewing the unborn as most fortunate for never having to witness the world's evil. In a vision of a starry sky, the silhouette of a glowing person stood as a solitary beacon in the cosmos. A powerful voice from a memory echoed a farewell, hoping to one day meet a certain young man again when they were both stronger. The haunting memory then faded away into the present moment. The scene settled upon the exterior of the famed Lions Boxing Club. Inside, the silver-haired man dryly repeated a young boxer's proposition, to be taken as an apprentice if he managed to win. The coach then laid out a seemingly impossible challenge, promising the red-haired fighter a path to a world championship if he could land just a single hit. Elsewhere in the gym, a red-haired boxer and a dark-skinned man gossiped about the upcoming match, noting that while Josh was strong, the coach only ever brought in geniuses. In a flashback to his conversation with the coach, Josh had furiously demanded to know if he was being mocked. He desperately listed his achievements, questioning what he could possibly be lacking, only for the coach to begin his all-too-familiar lecture. The old man stated a harsh truth: in the grand scheme of things, Josh's level of talent was nothing special. He revealed that on a recent trip, he had already found 2 other fighters whose potential dwarfed Josh's own. The coach had then delivered a crushing blow, questioning the fun in training a fighter whose limits were so blatantly obvious. Returning to his thoughts before the match, Josh fixated on the simple, infuriating condition: hit him once. He had vowed to crush the newcomer and prove the old man wrong, to which the coach merely replied that he would look forward to it. Now in the ring, Josh's face was a mask of pure, burning intensity as he prepared for the fight. Across from him, the coach patiently showed the new black-haired fighter how to wrap his hands, a remedial lesson that caused Josh to grit his teeth in contempt. The crowd began to stir, cheering for Josh while simultaneously whispering doubts about the new kid's unimpressive physique. While some spectators dismissed the newcomer's condition, a wise, bearded man warned everyone to never underestimate a fighter personally brought in by the coach. The bearded man was reminded of the very first time the current champion, Aaron, had been brought to the gym. He recalled that Aaron's talent was on a completely different level, and a feeling of dread for Josh's chances began to sink in. A bald coach watching from the sidelines posed a grim philosophical question about the choice a fighter makes when faced with an insurmountable opponent. The coach confirmed the black-haired fighter was ready, who calmly noted the large crowd while thinking he wasn't particularly nervous. With that, the coach delivered his first, shocking instruction: from that day forward, until the day he quit, he was not to get hit even a single time. Declaring that was the goal for the first round, the coach took his place between the two fighters in the center of the ring. He then called for the bell, fighting the internal urge to unleash this monstrous talent onto the world stage that very instant. As the match began, a spectator stammered to his friend, both noticing something was terribly wrong with what they were witnessing. In the ring, Josh quickly altered his game plan, deciding to overwhelm his opponent with speed rather than power. But to his mounting horror, his flurry of attacks was effortlessly dodged with minimal movement, making Josh wonder if his opponent was seeing the world in slow motion. The black-haired fighter stood almost perfectly still, a calm statue as a storm of leather whizzed past his face, never connecting. In a display of utter nonchalance, he lazily parried a single punch that strayed too close, his expression unchanged. The name of the gym itself seemed to blur as the impossible spectacle unfolded within its walls. As Josh gasped for air, his mind broke, hysterically denying that what was happening could possibly be real. The dreadful realization crashed down upon him that he couldn't even scratch his opponent, let alone land a solid hit. The coach's words suddenly echoed in his mind, and he began to understand that the condition to land a single punch wasn't a provocation. With a terrifying thud of his heart, Josh realized the coach had been completely and utterly serious. The young man with spiky orange hair stood with his back to the ring, his gloves hanging limp at his sides. In his own mind, he was no longer a promising boxer, but a tiny, solitary figure lost on a vast, empty plain. In the boxing ring, Josh's mind screamed in denial, refusing to accept the impossible reality unfolding before him. His opponent's own thoughts echoed this disbelief, wondering how it was even possible that he couldn't be grazed. The promising young boxer with spiky orange hair stood with his back to the world, a monument to shattered confidence. The coach's promise to make him a world champion if he could just land a scratch echoed mockingly in his memory. Josh frantically tried to regain his composure, telling himself his moves were too simple and resolving to mix in feints and increase his speed. He lunged forward with his new strategy, but his punch only met empty air as the black-haired fighter dodged with impossible ease. A light, almost dismissive tap was the only response to his desperate flurry of attacks. Josh let out a cry of pure frustration, while the black-haired boxer himself questioned just how this was happening. A memory surfaced of a late night at the gym, where his trainer, the bald coach, told him it was almost time to close, but Josh insisted he was nearly done. Back then, he had been confident that his relentless effort, pushing himself long after others had gone home, made him second to none. The sound of his own labored breathing had once been a testament to his dedication. In that quiet gym, his eyes would often land on the glimmering championship belts on display. Now, a disembodied voice seemed to ask what all that hard work had truly been for. The voice continued, acknowledging the raw unfairness of the situation. It conceded that Josh was indeed a very good boxer. The spectral narrator listed his merits, footwork, power, and perception, all honed through exhaustive hours and natural aptitude. But the praise was a prelude to a crushing verdict, that was as far as his excellence would ever take him. The voice stated that no matter how much he denied it, he must have realized his mediocre excellence could never overcome an opponent blessed with God-given talent. As the bell dinged to signal the end of the first round, the voice offered a sliver of cold comfort, noting that Josh had knocked down many others to get this far. In the opposite corner, the silver-haired man began his second lesson, lightly tapping his student's chin to demonstrate the knockout point. The coach then simplified the entirety of boxing down to just dodging and punching, asking if it seemed easy, to which the black-haired man could only offer a hesitant agreement. The coach reflected on how all boxers pour their entire lives into mastering those two simple actions. He mused that geniuses are different, born with an innate ability to optimize their movements, making simple goals more effective than rigid instruction. Yet even among geniuses, this kid was something else. The coach knew he had never witnessed such a profound level of talent before. He concluded that the boy's very existence was the living incarnation of everything boxing was meant to be. Across the ring, a defeated Josh could only curse his fate. As the bald coach called for the second round, Josh finally forced himself to admit the truth. His opponent possessed reflexes that were simply unreal, as if he were fighting a ghost. The orange-haired boxer conceded that he had never encountered such talent in his entire life. Yet, as he took a deep breath, he clung to a final, desperate strategy. He reasoned that there was one thing talent alone could not grant: endurance. In his mind, Josh declared that endurance was something that could only be forged through effort. He remembered noticing that his opponent seemed surprisingly exhausted at the end of the first round. While he had wasted energy in his agitated state, he now had a new plan. In the second round, he would slow his pace, conserve his energy, and apply relentless, non-stop pressure. His new goal was to see if the prodigy could maintain his perfect evasion once he was completely worn out. As the referee yelled for them to box, Josh moved in to test his theory. A split second later, a sharp impact sent a shockwave of pain and disbelief across Josh's face. The world swam back into focus as he heard the bald coach desperately calling his name. His coach's voice grounded him, confirming that he had regained consciousness. The bald coach commended his attempt, but as Josh's vision cleared, he could only see the silhouette of a white-haired figure, a specter of insurmountable odds. With a sinking heart, Josh finally understood that his opponent was truly on an entirely different level. The memory of a champion figure from his past sneered at him, mocking the clear visibility of his limits. Josh sat slumped in the corner, his gaze fixed on the canvas, his spirit completely broken. He weakly questioned if there was even a point to another round. Looking up at the black-haired boxer standing over him, Josh cursed him under his breath, declaring that any more would be humiliating in telling the gifted asshole to get lost. The black-haired boxer's face remained a mask of indifference, yet behind his eyes flashed a violent memory of a bloodied blonde man screaming in agony. Unaware of the storm in his opponent's mind, Josh simply told him to suit himself. The scene shifted to another memory, a conversation where Josh asked a man with spiky black hair about a fighter his coach claimed was even stronger. The man with spiky black hair confirmed that he knew of such a person. Josh then asked the question that haunted him: was that fighter truly stronger than he was? His companion's gaze shifted away, his expression clouded with a heavy, unreadable emotion. After a tense pause, the man, now seen in a suit, admitted that it was probable. A younger Josh had absorbed the devastating answer with quiet resignation. Back in the present, he sat dejectedly in the corner of the ring, a man defeated not just by one prodigy, but by the very concept of them. The man with the mustache remarked that the shock surrounding K's last fighter had yet to subside. He predicted that this year's lightweight championship was destined to be a complete mess. A man with glasses hurried over with a drink for the blonde-haired man, asking if he had managed to get a good story. A man in a black jacket noted that K's new player would be debuting soon, but lamented that the old man's security made it impossible to get any real information. For 2 years, the legendary trainer known as K had been preparing his new generation of boxers. Within the gym, an elderly boxer sparred with a younger fighter, their breaths misting in the air. Elsewhere, a determined blonde-haired boxer traded blows with a scarred opponent as another pair of fighters drilled relentlessly. A lone, hooded figure stood beneath the trees, gazing up at the quiet sky. The scene shifted to a large, modern house, where the gentle rustle of leaves filled the air. Inside, a shirtless young man, gaunt and with dark circles under his spiky black hair, stared forward with a hauntingly blank expression. A woman with glasses presented the details of Yu's upcoming debut against John Taker, a lightweight infighter notorious as the Rookie Killer. The white-haired man listened as she explained Taker earned his nickname by systematically destroying every promising professional debutant he faced. She continued, detailing how Taker actively uses foul play in close-quarters combat to break inexperienced players. A woman with a blonde ponytail and glasses argued that without a special feature, a boxer could never become a true threat. A man with a blue eye countered, expressing his unwavering belief in their mentor's vision and guidance, despite the excessive weight loss. The blonde woman remained skeptical, questioning if 2 years of simply building a body and watching champion fight videos would be enough for you. The elderly man with white spiky hair conceded that her point was indeed a worry. A vicious sequence of impacts flashed across the screen, demonstrating a brutal fighting style. An elderly man with white hair commentated on the tremendous left and right hits, which the man with the mustache identified as John's main weapon. This weapon was a headlock shaft, a foul attack disguised as a mistake, executed by grabbing the back of an opponent's head during a rapid exchange. The move, so similar to a professional wrestling headlock, was derisively nicknamed the headlock hook by audiences. This considerable bias confirmed it was no coincidence that he had been so successful at catching rookies. A man with tribal tattoos was suddenly addressed by the name John. His silver-haired manager directed him toward a reporter, introducing Peter Kent from Everyday Sports and telling him to give an interview. The tattooed boxer, John Taker, let out a laugh, surprised that even the newspapers were covering a fight against a nobody. Taker mockingly wondered what kind of monster K had brought this time, but Peter Kent stated he was more interested in Taker's role as the rookie killer. A sly grin spread across Taker's face as he realized the reporter knew how to make things interesting. Internally, John Taker scoffed, thinking to himself that idiots always make a fuss. He believed that no matter how much talent or elite training a boxer had, their future depended on the skills they developed for themselves. Taker fondly recalled the refreshing feeling of knocking down so-called great men. He savored the memories of their empty faces, their desolate looks, and their absolute desperation. The mere thought of their despair was enough to make him feel utterly ecstatic. Peter Kent suggested his boxing style was born from rebellion, but Taker corrected him, stating he was simply teaching them that life is real. Peter Kent mused that breaking the rules in moderation was the smart play, as it was foolish to lose while sticking to the rules. The bald man with tribal markings scoffed, calling that kind of talk the logic of a weak idiot. He declared that all people who play inside the safe fence set by the rules are weak. Taker claimed that such fighters get flustered and swing their fists wildly like children the moment they face something out of the ordinary. With a deranged laugh, he proclaimed that the only true rule in the world is to kill or die. Peter Kent observed that facing a player like Taker, especially in a debut match, would undoubtedly rattle any rookie. He noted that Taker's style and feel reminded him of a particular player, and asked if he was a fan of middleweight champion Santorino Fabrizio. John Taker's entire demeanor shifted as he sternly addressed the reporter. He passionately declared that the Santorino brothers were warriors on an entirely different level. Taker insisted they understood what a real fight was and deserved far greater respect from everyone, hailing Santorino as the best. The mustached man, Peter Kent, reflected internally that the association had certainly picked an interesting opponent for this debut. The tall bald fighter, John Taker, growled a list of his targets, ending with the old man's new cutie. He vowed that he was going to chew them up from head to toe. Taker then turned to a blonde-haired boy, asking if his own interview went well, to which the boy replied that he had provoked their opponents moderately. Seeking reassurance, Taker asked if he could really beat this one, admitting he needed inspiration. The blonde-haired boy told him to have confidence, reminding him that he had already proven himself to be strong enough. He added that, as always in boxing, one never knows what's going to happen. Fired up by the encouragement, a determined John Taker declared he was ready to go again. Reporters swarmed the entrance, demanding a statement and asking if the rumors about a 50 called-out boxer were true. The press continued to shout questions, wanting to know where he was found and what weight class he was being put in. A blonde woman blocked their path, firmly stating that no interviews would be held until the match was over. In a nearby waiting room, John Taker noted the commotion, prompting his coach to ask if he felt nervous. Taker let out a dismissive laugh, declaring that beating up rookies was his specialty and he had no reason to be nervous. His coach approved of the confident mindset just as an announcer called for Taker to get ready. Taker swaggered towards the brightly lit entrance, laughing off the crowd's cheers as they hailed him as the rookie killer. The screen announced the 15th chapter of their story, the debut. Announcer Peter Cullen welcomed the viewers, introducing former champion Bob Norris and highlighting the unprecedented attention on this lightweight match due to K's final player. A palpable sense of anticipation settled over the entire stadium. Taker observed the packed arena, commenting on K's box office draw before grinning at the thought of seeing all their disappointed faces. The announcer finally began the introduction for the 180cm fighter from the Lions Boxing Club, while Peter Cullen wondered what K's hidden player would show them. In the ring, the silver-haired man named Yu sat casually on the ropes, smirking down at his opponent below. Yu then coolly invited his opponent to come up. The two boxers finally stood together in the ring, establishing a tense standoff between them. Facing the roaring crowd and the brilliant lights, Yu stood with his back to the camera, ready for his debut. A question lingered in the air, wondering what a fighter with only 2 years of training could possibly accomplish. A man with long black hair, clearly a person of great importance, watched the scene unfold with a grave expression. In a pre-fight huddle, the silver-haired Yu had given his final order, to do no more and no less, but only as much as was required. The commentators began their analysis, debating whether John Taker would live up to his nickname or if he would prove worthy of K's reputation. The referee noted the rookie's calm eyes, but Taker shot back that they would see who stayed calm by the end of the game. A quick montage flashed by, showing the intense faces of several determined men from the world of boxing. With a loud pong from the bell, the announcer declared that the match had officially begun. Taker confidently moved forward, intending to start the fight with a simple touch of the gloves. In the next instant, his eyes flew wide with utter shock. A wave of pure fear crashed over him as his opponent's presence loomed like a monstrous giant. For Yu, this particular mix of excitement and fear was a feeling he knew well. A memory surfaced of him gulping in terror as a heavy boot came down. For Taker, however, the sensation was something he had never before witnessed in his life. Another fleeting image cut through Yu's mind, the barrel of a gun pointed down at him in the pouring rain. In the audience, spectators discussed Yu's impressive 180cm frame, remarking that he was exceptionally tall for the lightweight class. The standoff in the ring continued until one of the boxers finally broke the silence with a vicious taunt. A sharp, high-pitched sound suddenly cut through the arena's tense atmosphere. In a startling close-up, blood splattered across Taker's cheek as his eye went wide in disbelief. In a flashback, a blonde-haired man had voiced his concerns about the fighter's potential. A woman with glasses beside him had simply asked him what he meant. Their mentor, a white-haired man, had then wondered aloud how he was supposed to properly train him. Back in the present, one of the commentators observed that the rookie would shock the audience as the sounds of lightning-fast strikes filled the air. The white-haired man's past instructions echoed, to never end a fight when given the chance, but to slice off all sides instead. He had explained that the goal was to define who you are for the audience and your rivals, a lesson Yu was now demonstrating with strikes so fast they seemed invisible. The older man who had trained him erupted in shock, demanding to know what kind of monster that crazy old man had brought this time. Taker's consciousness reeled, his mind had gone completely blank for a second. A horrific close-up revealed a perfectly circular, bloody gash on Taker's face. The referee immediately shouted, "Stop," and jumped between the fighters to shield the bloodied Taker. The commentators were in an uproar, describing how continuous left and right hits at an unbelievable speed had instantly covered Taker in blood as the ring doctor stepped in. With 21 years of experience, the ring doctor had never seen such a sight, yet he calmly asked if there was a problem. In his mind, however, the doctor thought that something was incredibly strange. He knew that the thin skin of the face usually tears or explodes from a direct blow or friction. But this wound was different, it was unbelievably neat, as if made by a scalpel. The doctor's face was a mask of intense concentration as he tried to comprehend the impossible injury. He turned to Yu and asked incredulously if he had truly managed to inflict such wounds with his boxing gloves. The doctor swallowed hard, the terrifying implications of his own question making his blood run cold. An imposing shot showed Yu standing shirtless and powerful, a crimson aura surrounding him. A rapid-fire montage displayed a fist striking a surface, a cluster of sharp thorns, and a horrifically damaged eye as the battered Taker cursed his situation. A heavy heartbeat echoed through the arena as John Taker's blood-soaked face was seen staring up from the canvas. A spectator shouted in disbelief, questioning if such wounds could truly be inflicted with boxing gloves. A nervous gulp was heard as the shocking reality began to sink in. Through a blood-soaked eye patch, one spectator stared in stunned silence, his mind unable to process the scene. The ring doctor announced that while the bleeding was profuse, Taker's bones and eyes were undamaged, allowing the fight to continue for now. Taker's coach, a bald man, turned to his fighter, asking if he could go on. John Taker roared back with defiance, scoffing at the idea of quitting over a few wounds. The bald man remained uncertain, stating that they would have to wait and see. As the referee signaled the fight to begin again, the commentators noted that the injury was thankfully less severe than the amount of blood suggested. John Taker realized his opponent was unlike any he had ever faced, possessing a skill that felt fundamentally different. He recalled that boxing was meant to be a sport of technique, not violence, yet facing you brought back memories of fighting for his life in dangerous back alleys. For Taker, it felt exactly like those life-or-death moments from his past. The chilling thought that this man was dangerous echoed in his mind as he dodged, realizing he never expected to face such an opponent. The sharp, methodical sounds of Yu's strikes echoed through the ring. John Taker groaned in pain, already battered from the renewed assault. He cursed under his breath, wondering if his opponent was even real. The two boxers locked eyes across the ring, an intense stillness before the next brutal exchange. A sharp cry of pain escaped Taker's lips. A rapid 1-2 combination slammed into John Taker with punishing force. With another powerful blow, more blood sprayed from Taker's face. An observer noted that the match had already been decided the moment Yu landed his first left-handed hit. The narrator mused that not only John Taker but perhaps even the great Takeda lacked the skills to break through Yu's impossibly sharp and elaborate strikes. The question hung in the air. Yu was simply playing with his food, waiting until he was satisfied before ending it. John Taker grunted in agony, wondering what kind of monster he was fighting. Even through his guard, Taker felt every blow land like a shockwave. Unbeknownst to Taker, Yu wasn't hitting him with malicious intent, he was simply experiencing the depths of his own power. Another punch landed with sickening impact. The relentless rhythm of Yu's assault continued, a brutal and percussive beatdown. The air thickened with the raw display of brutal force, as the narrator observed that nothing excites the public more than blood and violence. An onlooker watched with a cold, emotionless expression, whispering that Yu was a devil. Another man laughed maniacally, declaring that K had brought a devil this time, and the audience was eating it up. The word spread through the crowd like a fever. K had unleashed a freaking devil into the ring. John Taker believed his opponent was the kind of person who wouldn't feel a thing if he killed someone, realizing he had to stop his movement at any cost. In a moment of desperation, Taker decided to stomp on Yu's feet. The heavy sound of a foot stamping down missed its mark entirely. A fist met Taker's already bloodied face in a violent counter. Taker reeled in shock, accusing Yu of reading his movements and calling him a cheating scumbag. He descended into a rage-fueled tirade, laughing maniacally as he screamed for the trash before him to die for his perceived foul play. The camera zoomed in on John Taker's shocked and freshly bloodied face after taking another direct hit. From the corner, the coach's mind raced. He knew there was still a possibility. He observed that whether through carelessness or relaxation, Yu was fighting within the reach of John's arms, right where his special technique could be used. The coach believed that no matter how good Yu's reflexes were, he couldn't escape a blow at that range. It was the one attack that could knock him down. The same thought occurred to John Taker, who hoped he could land it, if only he got the chance. Laughter erupted from the crowd as they reveled in Taker's demise, calling him trash and a cheater who was finally getting justice. John Taker panted heavily, broken and defeated, while his coach watched on, his thoughts screaming his fighter's name. The coach's final thought was a desperate plea, asking John if he was truly okay with ending the fight like this. He was a boxer defined by his low-grade record, a fighter no one would ever notice, with a character that offered no advantages in life. That boxer's name was John Taker. In the past, a bald man greeted Taker's old coach, noting his hard work. The old man brushed it off, mentioning it had been a long time since they'd last spoken. The bald man's gaze then shifted, his focus captured by something to the side. Growing impatient, he demanded the old man get to the point, who then revealed he had secured the next match. A look of stunned disbelief washed over the bald man's face. He initially thought it was good news, until the old man revealed the opponent was Isaac Dressner. Isaac Dressner was a super elite, a former youth games champion and an Olympic gold medalist. The bald man recalled hearing Dressner had moved up to his grade, as the old man looked away with a somber expression. The old man, John Taker, told his coach not to look so defeated. With grim acceptance, Taker admitted that he knew he was finished. In a memory, the young boxer, then known as Lee Young-gun, understood he was a sacrifice for Dressner's glamorous pro debut. His coach, dejected, apologized for his lack of power to change the situation. But Lee Young-gun questioned what his coach was even talking about. He passionately declared his love for boxing, grateful just to be in the ring again. He reminded his coach that without boxing, he'd still be causing trouble in some back alley. Lee Young-gun insisted his coach had taught him so many good things and had nothing to be sorry for. He then unleashed his frustration on a heavy bag, furiously training as his coach watched on. With a clang of the chains, Lee Young-gun asserted that in boxing, you never know what will happen until the very end. The coach acknowledged his fighter's spirit, musing that he was still just a lousy kid with a hook in his mouth. Back in the present, the coach desperately screamed for John to wake up, his mind replaying the failed plan to force a brawl since a technical fight was impossible. Years ago, in another ring, the bald man who was Taker faced his own seemingly impossible fight, certain he was done for. His opponent, a fighter in blue gloves, grunted that Taker was unbelievably strong, while a fighter in yellow gloves noted his eyes weren't on him. The elite boxer cared for nothing but his belt, completely dismissing his opponent. But Taker, the bald man, leaned in and admitted that he was very interested in his opponent. A brutal punch landed with a sickening thud. The bald fighter's glare was filled with an unyielding, ferocious intensity. He hissed that it was all because of him, ducking under a swing. Another crushing blow found its mark. The fighter in blue gloves could only gasp his opponent's name in shock. Through gritted teeth, Taker screamed that he just wanted to box. A man in a suit observed that if you don't betray, you will be betrayed yourself. Taker's bloodied face contorted in agony and determination, a reflection of a life lived the wrong way, where one must attack or be attacked. It was a lonely fight, punctuated by the splatter of blood from a fist slamming onto a fallen foe. He was fighting alone in a world that was fundamentally wrong. During his training, voices from the gym urged him on, telling him to break his fist and to be shorter and faster with his punches. An onlooker, a man in yellow, marveled at his raw power while another boxer joked that he was just a punching bag. For the first time, Taker's world seemed to shine with possibility. A man with wide eyes realized Taker had arrived, though whether his appearance was a miracle or a misfortune remained to be seen. The powerful blow connected, snapping his opponent's head back with vicious force. The boxer with blonde hair felt the crushing weight of the punch, crying out that he couldn't stop the onslaught. In a dynamic clash, the two fighters were locked in a gravity-defying struggle. An elderly man and a commentator stared in disbelief, with the man in the headset stammering that the performance was simply incredible. As the referee shouted, "Down," no one could deny the unexpected turn of events. The bald boxer, Taker, could only stammer in utter confusion. His eye widened in pure, unadulterated shock at what he had just accomplished. Dressner barely managed to rise, the game completely overturned, leaving him humiliated by an opponent he had dismissed. Taker's immense punching power had shattered his opponent's composure, and as the referee reached the end of his count, the winner was decided. The referee raised the bald boxer's arm in a stunning victory. It was a miracle win, and in that moment, the association discovered his potential not as a hero, but as a commodity. Later, the bald boxer asked what the association had said about his controversial performance. A bald man explained that they would turn a blind eye and arrange a contest to build his character and raise money. The blond man then asked him for his answer. Taker replied with a wry smile, concluding that every story needs its villains. Returned to the present, a bloodied John Taker laughed maniacally, screaming about justice and cheating as he vowed his opponent would die. The boxer in the blue shorts, braced himself, shielding his body from the crazed onslaught. From the corner, the old man could only cry out his fighter's name in despair. In the unforgiving world of the ring, it was a harsh truth that not everyone can live a hero's life. As John Taker descended into madness, his bloodied face twisted into a grotesque grin as he laughed and screamed about justice and betrayal. Across the ring, his opponent shielded himself, bracing for the berserker's onslaught. From the stands, a spectator remarked on the miserable sight, as the ring was now a sea of blood. The crowd roared with savage delight, demanding blood and urging Taker to finish his opponent. An unknown man in the audience noted the irony, remembering an interview where Taker claimed to respect a boxer he now treated like scum. A coach's mind drifted back, filled with overwhelming self-blame for how much his fighter had suffered after that first controversial contest. The grim man knew that no matter the reason, Taker's actions were a betrayal, a fact he couldn't ignore. He reasoned that no matter how plausible the excuse, treason was still treason and nothing could change that fundamental truth. Nevertheless, a deep-seated loyalty persisted, and if this was the path his fighter had chosen, he would have to accept it. He resolved that if Taker truly wanted to be a villain on this violent stage, then he would support him. The grim man silently vowed that even if the whole world hated and mocked his fighter, he alone would continue to cheer him on. In that moment of decision, the coach declared internally that he would acknowledge and accept Taker's choice completely. With fierce desperation, he mentally screamed for John to survive to the very end using everything he had left. The old man reaffirmed his loyalty, promising he was on his fighter's side until the end. The image of Taker's back, a canvas of deep wounds and raw muscle, was seared into his memory. A different thought surfaced from who honestly envied Taker, believing that with such talent, the world of boxing would never abandon him. Corrected his own thought, it wasn't just that Taker wouldn't be abandoned. He mused that for a man with Taker's raw power, even ruling the entire boxing system might have been possible. The pale fighter, felt a surge of purpose, realizing that by meeting Taker, he was finally able to use the trivial gifts he himself possessed. In Yu's corner, the old man's face was a mask of deep concern for his fighter. Taker roared with desperate defiance, proclaiming that he had no choice but to fight until his last breath. The bald fighter paused, looking up toward the heavens in a brief, fleeting moment of clarity or despair. The two boxers then erupted into a ferocious and violent exchange of devastating blows. Flashes of impact cut between the determined faces of the fighters and the horrified expressions of those watching the carnage unfold. Fists collided in a brutal symphony, a physical manifestation of two unyielding wills clashing for dominance. The heavily tattooed Taker exchanged furious blows with the lean, dark-haired Yu in the center of the ring. Taker let out a guttural scream of pure agony as a punishing punch found its mark. A close-up on Yu's eye showed his ice-cold focus remained completely unbroken amidst the storm of violence. With a final, decisive strike, Yu sent Taker hurtling backward to crash onto the canvas in a bloody, broken heap. The worried face of the old coach hung in the air, a stark contrast to the twisted, grinning visage of the defeated fighter on the floor. Blood pooled around Taker's motionless hands as the camera panned out to show his defeated form lying still on the mat. The referee authoritatively shouted, "Down," as the audience reacted with a mixture of shock and morbid amusement, some wondering aloud if Taker was truly finished. The announcer's voice boomed that the striker was explosive, confirming Taker was down and commanding him to stay there. From the corner, a man in a white shirt screamed John's name, desperately pleading for him to wake up. In Taker's corner, the bald man admitted to his colleague that he had, in fact, wanted to stop the fight. He explained he couldn't force the decision, because Taker's fight wasn't just a prop for the show, it was his own personal battle. The young man with blonde hair confessed his own failing, admitting he couldn't bring himself to stop Taker due to his own inadequacy. He felt powerless, unable to make his fighter stronger, and therefore could not bring himself to say a word. The young man then directed a question to you, wondering if you would have tried to stop him, as the man in the white shirt simply apologized for their failure. From the floor, Taker's dazed eyes looked up at his corner as he groggily asked why they were all staring at him with such expressions. The man in the blue glove, coolly stated that he had already warned him this would happen. The referee, a man in a bow tie, held up his hand and continued his count, his voice echoing, 6. Taker's mind began to drift, recalling a memory that had haunted him for all these years. He remembered a muscular man with white hair, who glared at him with an expression of pure annoyance. Taker reflected on the good things he had learned, just as the white-haired man's face in his memory contorted in wide-eyed shock. A faint smile from a blond man with a mustache was juxtaposed with a grim image of combat boots standing on a blood-splattered floor. Back in the present, the referee's count reached 7 as you stood impassively over his fallen foe. A close-up of Yu's face revealed a complete lack of emotion, a stark emptiness in the face of his decisive victory. The camera lingered on Taker's powerful, tattooed physique, now rendered helpless on the canvas. Taker stared up from the ground, his vision of the present intercut with the memory of the white-haired man's single, shocked eye. You turned to Taker's grieving corner and calmly told them that they had nothing to be sorry about. Taker's memories flashed to a time when a man in a hat had left him as a boy, only to return with a card that changed his life forever. As consciousness faded, Taker's last coherent thought was a wave of regret as he realized he had done something stupid once again. In Taker's corner, the blonde-haired man confessed with a heavy heart that he had once wanted to be a boxer just like him. With the final count of 10, the defeated Taker whispered a final, heartbreaking apology to everyone. The announcer's voice officially declared the match was over, bringing the brutal spectacle to its definitive conclusion. As the final bell rang out, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena, declaring the definitive end of the match. He breathlessly described the brutal conclusion as a horrific sight to behold. The announcer equated the victor's performance to the chilling mercilessness of the devil. In a dramatic flourish, he proclaimed that the devil himself had just made his debut in the world of boxing. Below a balcony where the crowd cheered wildly, a lone figure with long dark hair watched in silent contemplation from the shadows. Gene stood on the elevated walkway, his expression grave as he looked down upon the aftermath in the ring. A close-up of his eyes revealed an intense, analytical gaze, absorbing every detail of the shocking victory. In the center of the stadium, one fighter remained on his knees, a stark image of defeat before the unmoving victor. The way you had utterly demolished Taker's headlock hook sent shockwaves through those who understood the technicalities of the sport. The short hook he landed just before the final blow was deemed a feat of superhuman technique. It was already astonishing that you had chosen to counter a hook with another hook, a risky and rare maneuver. Yet, in that critical exchange, Taker was the only one who absorbed any damage whatsoever. Experts theorized that you must have precisely aimed the strongest part of his knuckle at the weakest point of Taker's, a display of impossible accuracy. A group of ringside observers stood clustered together, struggling to comprehend the unbelievable skill they had just witnessed. Yu's reaction speed and precision seemed to operate on a level that went far beyond the known limits of human ability. An enigmatic figure known only as K mused with great interest that the strongest monster of them all had finally been found. This was a mere rookie who was casually toying with the infamous rookie killer. The narrator could already sense the excitement stirring among the world's most powerful boxers. For in any walk of life, the sudden appearance of a true giant is destined to create waves, both great and small, affecting everyone around them. In a bar somewhere, a smiling red-haired man voiced his amazement at the incredible new talent. An older red-haired man noticed his companion's silence and asked Josh if he hadn't enjoyed the fight, but Josh replied that he was just thinking. Lost in his thoughts, Josh trailed off, and his uncle decided to let the matter drop. A strange sense of relief washed over Josh as the reality of Yu's power set in. He finally accepted that the dream of becoming a top-tier boxer was never one he had a real chance of achieving anyway. Josh then turned to his uncle, promising to dedicate himself fully to his bartending job, a decision the older man readily approved. The rise of this new prodigy meant that for some, their own ambitions would become disheartened. But in a boxing gym across town, the atmosphere was electrifyingly different. The man with the face tattoo cursed under his breath, admitting he had hoped the bald-headed fighter would win. He then turned to the blonde-haired man beside him and asked if this was the friend he'd been talking about, to which the young man confirmed with a resounding yes. The blonde-haired man shouted with excitement that he had told him so, exclaiming that his friend was ridiculously strong. Overwhelmed with pride and vicarious victory, he could only manage to say how cool it all was. He thought to himself that he always knew Yu was something else entirely. The man with the face tattoo tried to ground his friend, warning him not to get too excited, as Yu was clearly living in a different world. The blonde-haired man understood, but declared that if they ever met in the ring one day, he wanted to be strong enough to make Yu proud. Driven by a sudden surge of inspiration, he immediately launched into a frantic training session, his feet and fists a blur of motion. The man with the face tattoo could only watch in surprise at the explosive display of energy. As the blonde-haired man shouted that he could do it, his mentor thought to himself that the boy's form was actually not bad. The contagious energy spread, as another anxious person in the gym began screaming that he could do it too. Coaches all around the gym began pushing their fighters harder, their roars to go faster echoing through the room. A man in a blue jacket looked on in confusion, wondering what had gotten into everyone, as Yu's debut caused some to become impassioned. In a dark, undisclosed location, a single gloved fist was raised in silent acknowledgement of the fight's outcome. A heavily bandaged man observed the broadcast, quietly murmuring that it was a very nice performance. A silver-haired man sitting beside him turned to his young charge, pointedly asking if the boy thought he could actually win against a monster like that. Their intense conversation was cut short when a man in a suit burst in, announcing that Sumi's men were here. An off-panel voice replied with weary resignation, stating that they were coming. The silver-haired man stood, his sharp profile turned towards the door as he prepared to face his visitors. A close-up on his eye showed a cold, unwavering determination, hinting at a very different kind of fight. His face twisted into a grimace as a violent clip of a man wielding a knife played on a monitor, reflecting the brutal world he commanded. The recorded roar of a bloodthirsty crowd echoed from the screen, demanding violence. Two gangsters watched the same grim footage, with a bald one praising their boy as a wild one and his suited associate agreeing he was a born gangster. A close-up on a blood-splattered fist, clenched by a man in a dark suit, revealed the violent reality of their business. For others, the debut of such a powerful fighter would only inspire deep-seated jealousy. A man with a prominent mustache casually greeted the long-haired Gene, asking for his thoughts on K's new boxer. Gene stood perfectly still, his gaze fixed forward as he remained silent. His eyes were locked onto a screen replaying the fight, his mind consumed by the brutal display he had just witnessed. When the mustached man called his name again, Gene finally responded with a single, cryptic phrase, "By him." The light division world champion, Jean-Pierre Manuel, then clarified his stunning admission, stating, "I'm enamored by him." And so, there were those who, like the reigning champion, became filled with pure admiration, leaving his companion completely baffled. And some, utterly indifferent to the seismic shift in the boxing world, simply continued to eat their meal. One of them let out a dismissive laugh between mouthfuls. He then washed down his food with a heavy gulp of his drink. A loud, satisfied belch echoed in the quiet room. Having finished watching, the man grunted, "So that's the guy." His stern, black-haired face remained unimpressed by the supposed prodigy. Another red-haired man at the table scoffed, stating he thought it might be someone actually worthy of attention. He declared that fighters like that were a dime a dozen, just as a woman's voice called out from another room, asking if her husband was still watching television. Ignoring her completely, the red-haired man bellowed with unshakable confidence that the true rookie of the year in the lightweight division was, and always would be, him. In the world of boxing, the lightweight division was the center of attention. This year, the fans' interest had reached its absolute peak. K's final fighter had already made a name for himself, leaving a powerful first impression. But interestingly, another startling debutant had emerged in the lightweight class this year. His name was Qasim Hazard. He was known as the grandson of the world's largest global conglomerate, the Hazard Group. Boxing fans were initially shocked that a man of his stature would even enter the world of boxing. However, he then proceeded to shock them even more with his unbelievable performances in the ring. A man with a severe expression debated with a shadowy figure over who was superior, you or Qasim Hazard. Among boxing fans, the anticipation for a match between these two prodigies was unanimous. It was believed the winner of that bout would be recognized as the strongest contender to challenge the lightweight throne, which had remained undefeated for a decade. A blond man exclaimed that he couldn't stand the sheer excitement of it all. Suddenly, a glass door was kicked open with a thunderous crash. Two men in the gym turned their heads toward the sudden commotion. A large, imposing silhouette with crossed arms filled the empty doorway. The red-haired man let out a boisterous laugh, announcing that he had returned. This was the 20-year-old Qasim Al-Hazard. His next scheduled opponent was a fighter named Durak. He was moving up a weight class. Qasim greeted a brown-haired man with a cheerful, "Hello there," though his long-overdue return was met with stunned silence. The brown-haired man finally erupted, questioning if Qasim was insane for gaining so much weight in just 2 months and asking if he planned to fight at heavyweight. Qasim nonchalantly brushed off the nagging, prompting a bewildered response from the brown-haired man. He declared that after so much time off, his body was overflowing with an uncontrollable energy. A butler informed Qasim that his weight management fees were $10,000 per game and that they needed to address the issue immediately. Ignoring everyone, Qasim roared for a sparring partner, his enthusiasm met with cheers from the other gym members. The brown-haired man could only stare in silent disbelief. He then recalled the day Qasim first arrived at the gym, thinking him utterly ridiculous. The brown-haired man had tried to direct him to the manager for a hobbyist registration, but Qasim simply questioned the word hobby. He had arrogantly declared that he had lost all interest in things that could be bought with money. Qasim's true desire was the champion's belt and the title of the best in the world. As Qasim prepared for his first spar, the brown-haired man had privately dismissed him as a rich kid whose confidence was as inflated as his bank account. He thought the experience would be humbling for the newcomer, but he was wrong. The results had been utterly shocking. The so-called rich kid had systematically dismantled every single athlete in the gym. In the darkness of the memory, Qasim's shadowy form stared out with menacing, glowing red eyes. A rattling sound echoed as the flashback continued. The brown-haired man had to admit, even then, that despite his weight, the guy had his own unique style. After his first victory, Qasim had simply shouted for the next opponent. A boxer in headgear was sent reeling from a devastating blow delivered by the red-haired prodigy. The brown-haired man recalled his utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the power he was witnessing. Surprisingly, this chaotic, unrefined method was Qasim's actual fighting style. For Qasim, boxing was more than just a source of fun, it was a thrilling game. And yet, there was no denying the outcome. He was so overwhelmingly strong that no one in the gym could touch him as he called for his next opponent. The brown-haired man remembered feeling a deep sense of humiliation and anger, even though Qasim was technically on their side. Qasim's sharp-toothed, menacing smile flashed in his mind. Back in the ring, a focused boxer in a black helmet prepared to face him. The helmeted boxer lunged forward with a swift punch. But he was instantly knocked back by a powerful counter. It defied all logic. How could his raw, unpolished moves defeat techniques honed over a lifetime? A gray-haired fighter and another red-haired fighter questioned if such moves could even work, calling it a punch with no foundation. A man with a scarred face screamed at Qasim, telling him his knuckle-part strikes were cheating, but Qasim simply noted it had been a while since he'd been told that. Qasim casually asked his butler, Sebastian, if he should just buy the boxing association and change the rules, to which the old man encouraged him to try. The scarred man seethed at the infuriating and unacceptable reality of Qasim's power. Two mysterious entities observed that Qasim possessed something that other fighters clearly lacked. With another brutal punch, Qasim sent his opponent crashing to the mat. The fighter in the dark helmet looked down upon his defeated foe. An elderly man remarked that this was the 20th time this had happened, as another observer simply declared that Qasim was strong. One of the mysterious figures concluded that the world is simply an unfair place. Qasim was a man born with every advantage, possessing the raw physical power to shatter the established order of the sport. The scene then jumped forward 12 weeks. Qasim, now impossibly lean and muscular, asked Sebastian for the final count. Sebastian confirmed that, to date, he had defeated 1,000 opponents. With a satisfied sigh, Qasim declared that he finally felt better. The brown-haired man could only mutter that Qasim was completely crazy, unable to comprehend the feat. Qasim boasted that he had not only shed his obesity in mere weeks but had converted all that mass into pure, powerful muscle. The brown-haired man sarcastically remarked on how tiring boxing must be when treated as such a fun joke. Living the life of a beast king, Qasim ate, played, and slept as he pleased, now deciding it was time for a nap. The brown-haired man finally admitted to himself that with such a transcendent body and unique exercises, he couldn't imagine Qasim ever losing. Qasim was now considered the most powerful force capable of dethroning the Light Emperor, and his relentless journey was far from over. In a quiet home from long ago, a kettle sat simmering on a stovetop. On a shelf, two framed pictures held memories of a family. A young boy sat at a table, staring down at his bowl while his father prepared their humble meal. His dad gently asked if he was tired of potato soup, then promised to buy him something delicious, making the boy's eyes widen with excitement. The father's face was etched with concern as he looked downward, lost in thought. His mind tallied the rent, utilities, and heating costs, weighing them against his hope for a victory purse from his next fight that could afford them a proper steak. The man knew his victory pay was never guaranteed, acknowledging the unpredictable nature of boxing. Years later, a web page dedicated to The Boxer displayed images and posts related to a fighter named Hun. A man slammed his hand on a table in frustration, demanding to know where Qasim had vanished to on the eve of his match. He furiously shouted for the gate to be opened. A red-haired man watched in disbelief, exclaiming that Qasim had actually driven himself to the location. The red-haired man demanded to know where you was, defiantly stating that he was here and his body wouldn't rot away waiting. From the shadows, two figures observed, one expressing surprise that he was finally seeing the infamous Qasim al-Hazard in person. A man in a black shirt urgently alerted his chief to the commotion. The man in the red coat, identified as the funny guy, mockingly asked if he was addressing the famous fighter known as K. He declared with theatrical flair that he had come all this way just to see him in person. The gray-headed man simply grunted, unimpressed by the grand entrance. The man in the red coat suddenly gasped in admiration, sensing a perfect, firm balance in his unseen target, like the muscle of a wild horse. The man with blue eyes mused that while he himself was a worthless puppy by comparison, this fighter was fun material, possessing a wildness you don't often see. A chilling thought crossed his mind, it would be great fun to break that spirit. The man with the spiky red hair, Qasim, declared that he had indeed come to see you's face before he became a champion. The man with white hair dryly informed him that you was out for a road jog, suggesting Qasim could try to find him if he could even keep up. Miles away, a lone hooded figure looked up at the sky during his run. The scene was set at a place called Tari Land Ada. In a flash, two fists collided with a sharp, cutting sound. The man with spiky red hair let out a laugh, having found his target and confirming he was you. He then proudly introduced himself as the one and only Qasim al-Hazid. Qasim vowed that he would be the one to crush you and defeat him in the Light Clan, warning him to remember the name. The man with spiky black hair, Yu, coolly observed that Qasim was starting to look quite depressing. Yu then asked his rival if it was even fun to box with such a miserable look on his face. A heavy silence fell between the two fighters. The red-haired boxer, Qasim, finally broke the quiet with a hearty laugh, retorting that there was no way boxing could be fun for someone like you. He turned his head sharply, a cruel glint in his eye. Qasim sneered that Yu's kind could never hope to win. With a booming laugh, he proclaimed that the champion's belt was destined to be his. The scene flashed back to a past fight, where Qasim, the red-haired boxer, stood over a defeated blonde opponent. The exhausted blonde boxer cursed, saying that fighting Qasim was like dealing with a savage beast. Qasim merely laughed at the comparison. The blonde boxer's eyes widened in shock as he saw an uppercut coming from an impossible angle. A powerful blow connected, stunning the red-haired boxer for a brief moment. But Qasim only chuckled, completely unfazed by the solid hit. In another flashback, a bald man growled as his punch slashed across Qasim's face. The two combatants were locked in a furious exchange of brutal blows. The red-haired man, Qasim, admitted that his opponent's taunt held some truth. While the bald man fought with a deadly serious expression, Qasim dismissed the bout as nothing more than a game. He advised his opponent to simply try and enjoy it. Another slicing blow echoed through the ring. The bald man roared for Qasim to go down. The announcer screamed about the unbelievable luck, urging Qasim to press his advantage and force his opponent to his knees. An old man watching from the stands simply remarked that this Qasim was a funny guy. A red-haired observer noted that Qasim's simultaneous high-low attacks were nonsense that proper boxers were trained to avoid. It was explained that such poor posture breaks the flow of energy from the body, resulting in inaccurate and meaningless junk punches. A silhouetted figure clarified that Qasim's beast-like physical ability, however, empowered these flawed punches, compensating for any gaps in his technique or accuracy. Qasim's raw physical power wasn't just an attribute, it was a devastating skill all on its own. The bright lights of the arena blazed down on yet another fight. A bald man in the corner shouted encouragement to a fighter named James, praising the quality of the fight. The red-haired man, Qasim, announced that he was about to end it. The referee watched intently as the two fighters squared off for the final exchange. The bald man wondered what kind of attack Qasim would throw this time. He braced himself, expecting Qasim to leap across the ring with his full strength. Qasim was confident that his psychotic physical abilities were more than enough to win. The bald boxer, James, saw his one and only chance, a perfectly timed counter that would use Qasim's own forward momentum against him. He knew that the stronger the incoming opponent, the more powerful the counter would be in return. James prepared to pit his refined boxing skills against Qasim's raw, untamed wilderness. The red-haired fighter charged forward, initiating the final battle. The muscles of both men strained to their absolute limit in the collision. For a split second, it looked as if the red-haired fighter had been hit. But an instant later, it was the bald boxer who was sent hurtling to the mat. He collapsed in a heap with a heavy thud. The red-haired fighter stood over his fallen foe, his victory secured. As the count began, the red-haired fighter raised his fist in triumph, roaring for the crowd to cheer louder and proclaiming himself the strongest with a maniacal laugh. The image of the giant boxer towering over his much smaller opponent was a stark reminder of his overwhelming power. The red-haired fighter counted down the final seconds of his victory. The blonde boxer, Yu, watched the memory of this fight and thought grimly about the true meaning of boxing. A vision of a gentle hand patting his head as a child surfaced in his mind, and he silently swore, "Don't underestimate me." The announcer's voice from that past fight echoed, officially declaring the match was over. Qasim's final, heartless words from that day lingered, that there was nothing to give a loser who didn't even know how to enjoy the fight. The blonde boxer panted heavily, his mind reeling as he gasped, "What the hell is this?" Across the ring, a stoic boxer with dark hair stood with unwavering resolve, his fists raised. The bell rang out 3 times, as the referee raised the victor's arm. The sharp, intense features of the dark, spiky-haired winner filled the screen. As another opponent was smashed down, a bald man in the crowd screamed that he was no human, while his red-haired companion simply called him a beast. A final boom from the bell echoed, sealing another decisive victory. The red-haired man, Qasim, let out a triumphant and booming laugh. He bellowed to the roaring crowd that it was undeniable, he was almighty. The narration explained that Yu and Qasim had swiftly wreaked havoc on the lightweight division, climbing the ranks until the world title was within their grasp. Yu's style was described as terrifyingly simple and clean as he methodically went in for the kill. In stark contrast, Qasim dominated his opponents with unique, unconventional moves and raw, animal-like senses. The question hung in the air, in their inevitable clash, who would be the first to make a move? After a match, a blond man serving as an interviewer praised Qasim for his amazing performance and asked for his thoughts. Grinning manically, Qasim addressed the audience as his minions and asked how they enjoyed the show. He kept it brief, declaring his desire for the belt and proclaiming that it would soon be his. However, Qasim revealed that first, there was another minion he had to take care of. He then called out Yu by name, vowing to crush him before taking what he considered rightfully his, the world title. Qasim then bid farewell to the stuffy old ways of boxing, heralding his own new era with a booming, maniacal laugh. As expected, it was Qasim who had made the first, audacious move. Watching the broadcast, a man with blonde hair and a mustache erupted into hearty laughter. He was joined by a man in a black shirt and a woman with glasses, all watching the spectacle unfold. On the screen, Qasim's wild laughter continued to echo through the stadium. The mustached man's loud laughter slowly trailed off into a thoughtful, contemplative silence. Nearby, a silver-haired man thought to himself that he would have to gift Qasim the best fight of his life. Qasim's power and charisma were a force of nature, shaking up everyone and everything around him, just like his boxing style. That fiery declaration was a perfect reflection of his explosive personality. The red-haired fighter admitted that while he hadn't liked Qasim in the beginning, he now found himself completely singing his tune. He realized that Qasim had been leading him by the nose before he had even realized it. Qasim's infectious power and charisma were undeniable, shaking the very foundations of the boxing world. The narration noted how the fans were completely eating him up, mesmerized by his every move. Qasim's entrance had polarized the boxing community, creating a mesmerized group who cheered his new style and a skeptical group who rejected it. The skeptics booed him, dismissing him as an unsustainable circus act who would bite the dust once he met a true match. In the arena, the crowd's divided opinions were on full display as they jeered and pointed. A bald man with glasses argued that Qasim's style, while entertaining, would inevitably hit a brick wall against scientifically optimized modern techniques. An older man with glasses countered, arguing that such old paradigm thinking was exactly what Qasim, a genius ahead of his time, was here to reform. He passionately declared that Qasim's legion of fans proved that progress was happening, and no amount of protest could stop it. Flanked by these warring opinions, Qasim relentlessly marched forward, trampling orthodox boxers and proving his own overwhelming strength. Over time, the opposing voices gradually died down, becoming a wholly snubbed and disregarded minority. Qasim was unapologetically blazing a new, fiery trail in the sport of boxing. This new path belonged to one man, Qasim al-Jihad. He was a fighter who seemed born to ascend the throne and proclaim himself king. A powerful punch landed with a sharp, cracking sound. In a quiet gym, the dark-haired boxer was informed that his next challenger was a man he had met once before. The white-haired coach confirmed the opponent's name, Qasim al-Jihad. His coach then warned him that Qasim was going to be a completely different animal compared to the small fry he had been knocking out so far. The black-haired man, Yu, listened with dark circles under his eyes, looking off to the side in silent contemplation. Before long, the fated day of the match was upon them. The suit and afro commentators excitedly announced the main event, hyping the match between the two boxers who had turned the lightweight division upside down. Qasim's trainer noted that this was the pivotal fight to decide which of the two contenders would earn a shot at the lightweight throne. A long-haired man in a suit sat in the audience, his gaze fixed on the ring. The Red boxer's trainer pointed out to Qasim that even the reigning lightweight champion had come in person to watch, clearly concerned about the bout's result. He encouraged Qasim, telling him the championship belt he craved was right around the corner if he could just win this one fight. Qasim declared with absolute confidence that he would sweep all the titles across every division and conquer the entire boxing world. His sheer audacity and conviction made it seem like he truly was the real deal. A spectator in a gray jacket murmured that he was looking forward to seeing just how far this one could go. The long-haired man with intense eyes, the champion, stared forward with unwavering focus. In the moments before the fight, Yu recalled a training session with his weathered coach in the ring. The weathered man had asked if Yu remembered what he had told him, to which the young boxer simply nodded. Yu confirmed his readiness with a single, firm word, "Good." At last, the long-awaited match was about to begin, pitting Qasim, the fiercely intense freestyle boxer, against Yu, the genius boxer armed with quiet composure, in the most anticipated lightweight match of the year. A commentator with a headset roared into his microphone that it was finally showtime. His voice echoed as he repeated the declaration, feeding the crowd's energy. Qasim began to saunter around the ring with a predatory, deliberate pace. He prowled the canvas with his signature beast-like gait, his eyes locked on his opponent. A monstrous, teeth-baring grin stretched across Qasim's face as he suddenly lunged forward. His face became a mask of pure, unbridled rage. The suspense reached its peak as the world waited to see who would be the first to break the tension and make a move. It was then recalled that their first meeting was just a casual greeting, a mere taste of the fun and games that were about to truly begin. The coach's voice boomed, demanding another round as a fellow fighter offered words of encouragement. Grunts and groans of exertion echoed through the gym. The coach shouted instructions, telling the young boxer to use his backhand guard. The rapid-fire sound of gloves hitting pads punctuated the air, followed by a pained groan. A powerful punch connected with a man's face, while another fighter could be seen running in the background. A close-up revealed the wild, shocked eyes of a man with fiery red hair. The story of the boxer was about to take a dramatic turn. Immense force slammed into Qasim, his head snapping back from the impact. The red-haired fighter bared his teeth in a pained grimace, a stark contrast to a separate, smiling face depicted below. The white-haired man stood with his arms crossed, observing that the outcome was just as he had expected. He mused that only two types of people in the world could dodge a punch like that. One was someone for whom time flowed at an entirely different speed. The other was someone with animal-like instincts, as a fist hurtled toward the yelling red-haired man. Yet even with instincts that allowed a miraculous evasion, it was impossible to dodge such a blow completely. The body's instinct, therefore, was to focus all its efforts on minimizing the damage. But the price for avoiding a knockout was extreme pain, as the boxer had to surrender another part of their body to absorb the impact. And while they could avoid blows to vital points, repeated clean hits to the body would eventually knock them down. Qasim's impressive, stallion-like muscles were currently absorbing most of the damage. A commentator exclaimed that Qasim was hands down the best live sandbag he had ever witnessed. A long, agonized cry escaped from Qasim's lips. The white-haired man looked down, his fist clenched tightly at his side. A sickening smash reverberated as another blow landed. Qasim's face contorted in agony from the devastating hit. A final, heavy slam drove the air from his lungs. You had thrown two consecutive body blows, shockingly turning Qasim from the hunter into the hunted. The narrator confessed he had never imagined the gap in their abilities would be this vast. It became clear that you had been hiding his true potential merely to put on a show. The narrator cursed the young fighter for being such a sly old geezer. Qasim gasped for breath, his body heaving with exhaustion and pain. The red-haired man's mind began to unravel as he wondered what he was doing here. He desperately questioned his presence in the ring. He stood across from the impassive, spiky-haired fighter, you. A close-up captured the sharp, dark-eyed features of his opponent. Qasim's thoughts spiraled as he questioned why he was fighting against a man like him. His confused mind turned to the audience, wondering what they were all gleefully cheering about. He saw a sea of people with their arms raised in celebration. A distorted vision of a masked, distressed face flashed before his eyes. His own eye was wide with terror, a tiny red dot of focus in his pupil. The red-haired fighter's only thought was a frantic, primal urge, I must escape. You simply stared forward, his expression unreadable. A man in a blue vest, Qasim's coach, watched with growing concern. The red-haired fighter was now frozen in the ring, facing the calm black-haired fighter. A bearded man in the crowd erupted into thunderous, mocking laughter. Qasim's brown-haired coach screamed in frustration, demanding to know why he was running into the corner. Another cornerman desperately urged Qasim to raise his guard, but the panicked boxer could only ask what that even meant. He feebly raised his hands, pathetically asking if this was correct. A sharp punch landed squarely on his unprotected face. The impact violently threw the red-haired boxer's head backward. The man with brown hair looked up, his expression a mixture of horror and despair. His mind raced with a single, damning thought, shit. He lamented aloud that he hadn't taught the boy a single damn thing. Qasim, now completely lost, cried out, asking what he was supposed to do. He let out a grunt of pain as another blow found its mark. For a fleeting moment, a spark of determination flashed in the red-haired boxer's wide eye. A heavy slam connected, and the red-haired fighter screamed in pure agony. His coach was consumed by guilt, believing it was all his fault and that he had been a damn fool. He berated himself for naively buying into the fantasy of a new era, so blinded by Qasim's genius that he forgot to teach him the basics. He cursed, agonizing over whether he should throw in the towel. But he decided against it, reasoning that Qasim hadn't even been knocked down yet. The coach resolved that as long as Qasim was in the ring, he had to show them everything he had, no matter how mediocre it seemed. He yelled at his fighter to just hold out until the end of round 1, promising him a new strategy then. A fighter's determined eyes were shown in stark contrast to another boxer's defensive stance. Two spectators, one dapper in a tuxedo and the other casual in a t-shirt, stared forward with grave expressions. The chaotic scene unfolded within the boxing ring. The man in the blue jacket glared furiously at the terrified red-haired fighter. The commentators were utterly baffled, one asking if he was seeing correctly as the man with the beard confirmed Qasim was climbing the ropes to escape. The referee announced that the unprecedented situation had left both the audience and himself completely stunned as murmurs swept the crowd. The man in the blue jacket screamed at Qasim, demanding to know what he was doing and if he was truly trying to run away. Qasim wildly shouted for everyone to get out of his way. He justified his retreat, screaming that they didn't know what it was like and that he wasn't insane enough to fight you. He condemned them all as crazy before declaring he was done with it all. A close-up captured the sheer fury on the face of the man in the blue jacket. The coach began to speak, his voice trembling with rage. He finally erupted, asking Qasim if he seriously thought boxing was just a fucking game. A sharp slap echoed through the arena. The bald man stepped forward, agreeing that you was stronger, maybe even the strongest boxer in the world. The redhead, Qasim, looked on as the man fiercely roared, but so fucking what? The bald man challenged Qasim, asking if he only planned to fight weaker opponents and declaring that once in the ring, you must give it your all regardless of strength. He passionately reminded him that every boxer pours their blood, sweat, and tears into their training for that singular moment in the ring. Qasim was taken aback, stammering a confused question. He then scoffed, asking why he should take counsel from a loser, as his inner thoughts revealed he only ever wanted to have fun. A haunting image appeared, showing a lone figure surrounded by countless watching eyes. The thought echoed in his mind, he just wanted to have fun. The bald man's voice thundered, warning him not to take boxing so lightly. The red-haired fighter let out a final, soul-crushing scream of despair. His older coach cried out that it was his fault, that he should have never let Qasim step into that ring. The bell rang 3 times, signaling the definitive end of the round. The much-anticipated match between the two rookie geniuses, Qasim and Yu, had reached its conclusion. Yu stood in the ring, a look of pure confusion on his face. The fight came to an unbelievable end with Yu scoring a TKO victory at 1 minute and 32 seconds, all thanks to Qasim's bewildering retreat, which sent the white-haired man into a fit of laughter. And after that fateful match, no one ever saw Qasim al-Jihad enter the ring again. In a quiet home, a kettle began to whistle on a gas stove. A young blonde boy sat peacefully on a couch, engrossed in a book. A man, his face covered in bandages, offered a gentle smile. A different young boy, his hair light and eyes wide, smiled with uncontainable excitement. The heavy sound of exhausted breathing filled the air. An announcer's voice boomed that Yu was struggling in a bizarre bout against the mysterious boxing cat, whose meow echoed in the arena. The announcer declared that not even Yu stood a chance against the deadly hunter known as the Cat King. With impossible speed, the Cat King threw a powerful punch with its paw. The announcer shouted in excitement over the fierce battle between the two fleet-footed boxers. Yu and the feline contender exchanged a lightning-fast flurry of punches and dodges in a surreal display of skill. From the sidelines, a light-haired observer erupted into wild, unrestrained laughter at the absurd spectacle. The Cat King let out a simple, confident meow. A close-up showed Yu's face, drenched in sweat and etched with exhaustion as he looked down. The dream faded into the image of a real boxer, his face contorted with effort as he threw a powerful punch. The title card for The Boxer appeared on the screen. In a quiet room, the elderly man advised that even a pro boxer needs to know how to unwind. He then admitted that this advice didn't seem to apply to Yu, who looked perfectly fine even after his grueling match. Nevertheless, the elderly man insisted Yu's body might have accumulated stress and ordered him to rest, praising his good work against Qasim and forbidding him from visiting the gym for 2 days. The scene shifted to a large, pristine white house with blue trim. Inside, the steady tick-tock of a clock was the only sound. The camera focused on the dark hair of someone resting. A soft yawn echoed through the quiet space. On a television screen, a bald man argued with the elderly man, who confidently stated that you can't beat experience. The program was interrupted by a breaking news alert about a gigantic penguin discovered on a beach. The channel flipped to a cartoon where a red demon promised a sacrifice for survival, to which a small boy cheered for the pinky promise. On another channel, a girl with bunny ears greeted an earthling, asking what they desired. A fleeting image showed the profile of a man with dark hair and tired, heavy-lidded eyes. The clock on the wall showed the time was now a little past 9:45. In another show, a man with green eyes and glasses excitedly invited a friend over to try out a new game. Another deep yawn cut through the flickering images. The television now showed a documentary, introducing a 52-year-old man. The man recounted how, 30 years ago, he had founded the U.S. Air Hockey Association. He recalled how people had scoffed, saying he was wasting his time on something meaningless. But now, his voice filled with triumph, he had finally found what he was looking for. A bald man, his eyes wide with discovery, shouted that he had finally found him. The narrator explained that this was the genius destined to lead an air hockey revolution. The bald man passionately pleaded with a boy to join him and become the air hockey world champion. The black-haired man flatly refused, confusing the man by explaining he didn't have any hospital bills that needed to be paid off. With a simple, "See ya," the young man walked away, leaving the heartbroken Indiana Jackson, president of the U.S. Air Hockey Association, behind. The montage of strange events continued as a player stared at a screen, wondering how they were supposed to play the game. On a rhythm game, the score screen displayed a perfect 100% on a song by Wax. An astonished player exclaimed in disbelief that someone had gotten a perfect score on DJ Wax's Nightmare, wondering if they were a professional ranker. In an arcade, a bald man practiced his moves, shouting 1, 2. His opponent, a man with glasses, stared in utter confusion. The man with glasses couldn't believe his opponent's movements were so basic, relying on nothing more than the old 1-2 combo. He yelled in frustration, questioning how he was being completely blocked by such simple moves and wondering if his opponent was cheating. At 6:18 p.m., a boy in a black hoodie sat before the game, his mind drifting as he thought, "This is boring." The scene settled on a tranquil tree silhouetted against a vibrant sunset. A young boy sat alone on a bench, overlooking the vast cityscape as life moved on without him. A fleeting image of a smiling, happy family played in the background. The young person in the black hoodie stood alone, a solitary figure against the colorful sky. The focus narrowed to his feet planted on the grass, his eyes reflecting the quiet solitude of the evening. A young boy holding a sketchbook glanced up from his drawings. The young fan's face lit up with a wide, starstruck smile as he recognized the figure before him. After a moment of hesitation, the fan excitedly called out, asking if he was the boxer he'd seen on TV. You stood impassively, his stoic expression giving nothing away. The young fan repeated his question, his voice filled with awe as he asked for an autograph. You bluntly replied that he didn't have one, but the boy eagerly suggested he just make one up on the spot. Yu's hand moved deliberately, writing his name in bold letters in the offered sketchbook. The young fan gasped in delight, exclaiming how cool it was. He then began to excitedly reenact the fight, praising Yu's strength against the red-haired fighter with enthusiastic sound effects. Internally, Yu's thoughts were cold and dismissive, he found the child incredibly annoying. The fan asked if he would fight the champion next, and though Yu only gave a vague, maybe, the boy was certain he would win. The boy with the cap then asked with wide-eyed innocence if that meant he would become the strongest. The man in the hoodie, Yu, simply repeated his earlier answer, maybe. The boy gushed about how cool it was and how he wanted to be strong too, but Yu cut him off, stating there was nothing good about being strong. He began a dark and somber lesson, explaining that no matter how good at fighting you are, a bullet to the brain will still kill you. He continued his grim lecture, adding that getting hit by a car would also mean death. His voice remained flat as he described the grisly death that would come from an encounter with a lion or a tiger. The boy's face was a mask of confusion and shock at the sudden, bleak turn in the conversation. He tried to argue that he would become strong enough to beat a lion, but Yu relentlessly countered that disease would still kill you, because everyone dies when their time comes. Yu stared down at the boy, coldly listing the people who would die, his mom, his dad, and eventually, the boy himself. He delivered a final, chilling statement, explaining that people can always choose to die if they simply get tired of living. The man with tired eyes concluded his speech, asserting that there is nothing great about becoming strong. The camera focused on the tight, frowning mouth of an unseen man standing nearby. A silent question mark hung in the air, reflecting the boy's utter bewilderment. Overwhelmed by the crushing nihilism, the boy with the cap finally broke down and wailed. The moment was left hanging in unresolved confusion. His grim work done, the hooded man with tired eyes turned and walked away, his head hung low. An image flashed of a young, bruised boy, looking down at the ground with a similar expression of dejection. As night fell, Yu walked away down the path, leaving the small, crying boy behind him. The scene transitioned to the quiet exterior of a house at night. A door was pushed open just a crack. Inside, a black cat sat on the floor, looking up at the newcomer. The black-haired man looked down at the cat and whispered a quiet hope that it would live a long life. Later that night, a young person slept soundly beneath a dark blanket. The black cat was now curled up on the sleeping person's chest, a warm and peaceful presence. In the darkness, the person's eyes slowly began to open. The story was to be continued. In a quiet home, a man with long black hair named Jean sat eating his meal alone. Nearby, a blonde woman fumed in silence, her angry gaze fixed upon him. The blonde woman finally erupted, demanding to know why Jean wasn't eating the food she had cooked. The man's intense green eyes remained focused, seemingly lost in his own world. The blonde woman with glasses grew more annoyed, her frustration mounting at his silence. She shouted at him again, questioning if he was even listening to her. From the side, her expression was a mask of pure exasperation. The sharp clatter of utensils echoed as she abruptly stood from the table. With a frustrated sigh, the blonde woman with glasses glanced out the window and saw the dark-haired boxer training below. Her eyes narrowed as she recognized the familiar figure, thinking to herself that he was out there again. She mused that most other boxers would be resting at this time, though she conceded he probably didn't need it. Still, her thoughts lingered on the fact that he should at least take one day off to recover. She reflected on his unwavering routine, a grueling training regimen he followed day in and day out without fail. She supposed it was to be expected from a professional boxer. Yet, she sometimes wondered if he was a robot, his expressionless face unchanged for over 2 years, a solitary figure without a single friend. He was always practicing alone, simply following his coach's instructions. The woman considered that he didn't even look particularly interested in boxing. She then questioned if he liked anything at all, before a single thought surfaced: perhaps he liked his cat. Her mind drifted to his next likely opponent, the lightweight division champion, noting they gave off surprisingly similar vibes. She took a slow sip from her glass, lost in thought. She considered the comparison again, deciding that Yu was somehow a bit more intense. A thought crossed her mind that even if he won the title, it might not change anything. A shirtless man stood with his back to the world, a silent testament to grueling effort. The story of the boxer was ready to unfold. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, Jean meditated silently in the center of a boxing ring. His name, Jean, echoed in the silent thoughts of an observer. He had been spending more and more time meditating lately. It was likely because of that one particular boxer on the rise. A man with a mustache approached him, asking Jean about his condition for the next day's match. Jean responded with a single word, stating his condition was excellent. But a voice in the shadows knew that for what was coming, excellent was not good enough. A desperate need for something beyond excellence pulsed in the air. At the Lion's gym, a television flickered to life. A man in a white shirt on the screen instructed someone to watch yesterday's game closely. An announcer's voice boomed, welcoming everyone back to the main event. The announcer declared the upcoming title match between the number 1 ranked lightweight, Till Schneider, and the world champion, Jean-Pierre Manuel. The announcer explained that there were currently 5 top pound-for-pound boxers in the world. The first was junior welterweight Yuto Takeda. The second was middleweight Fabrizio Santorino. The third was cruiserweight Viktor Grigorievich. The fourth was the formidable heavyweight, Aaron Tide. And the last on the list was Yu's next opponent. The announcer detailed the genius of lightweight Jean-Pierre Manuel, a champion with a perfect 37-win record over a 10-year career, lauding him as the best in terms of technical perfection. He directed the audience to first look at how the champion's outstretched fist moves. The commentary explained how Jean swayed his fist at his opponent's eye level, blocking their vision and sense of distance. From his position, Jean-Pierre could see his opponent perfectly. But his opponent could not, as Jean's long reach and hefty glove created huge obstacles. It was noted that with his incredible 79-inch reach, all he had to do was position his fist to gain control over the fight. The man with spiky black hair, Yu, listened with a determined expression. The old boxer pointed out that Jean's reach was 6 inches longer than Yu's, a devastating advantage. He then emphatically stated that technically, Jean's reach wasn't just 79 inches. The sharp sound of jabs striking a heavy bag punctuated the coach's words. The old boxer urged him to look at the speed of those jabs and the great distance from which Jean moved. This meant the perceived reach of his jabs exceeded a staggering 118 inches. Yu turned to his sparring partner, asking if he could comprehend what that truly meant. The elderly man with white hair answered for him, stating it meant no boxer could escape Jean's reach for the entire match. He continued, explaining the kinetic energy of Jean's jabs gave them the power of straights, and instructed the fighter to imagine the match from his opponent's viewpoint. The bald boxer set his jaw, his face a mask of determination in his fighting stance. In his mind's eye, his opponent, the long-haired boxer, transformed into a fencer, his glove and épée poised to strike. The bald boxer grunted, realizing the power of the jabs was even more overwhelming than he'd imagined, but his resolve did not waver. He steeled himself, thinking he hadn't been sitting around doing nothing either. The image of the long-haired boxer remained cool and serious, a perfect predator. With a sudden leap, the simulation began. The bald boxer lunged forward with a powerful punch, only for the long-haired boxer to lean back and dodge it with fluid grace. The bald man watching shouted that he knew he'd used the crab guard to block his blows. The two simulated boxers faced off again in the center of the ring. The bald man, K, explained that Jean wouldn't be champion if his reach was all he had, and told you to watch closely. Jean slipped the next punch with impossible ease. A heavy smash echoed as a counter was thrown. The bald man's face in the simulation contorted in shock. With a slide and a final kapow, the exchange was over. The on-screen analysis detailed the perfect sequence, a shoulder roll into a body blow, a switch to a southpaw stance, and a final cross to the opponent's open head. The name Jean-Pierre Manuel echoed in K's mind. He then thought of the challenger who would face him, Yu. The silver-haired man stated that Jean had another weapon besides his reach, while the boxer in red shorts pointed out what Jean's opponent was now seeing. The long-haired boxer on screen had switched stances, his right fist now outstretched, completely changing the timing and location of his attacks. His complete switch to a southpaw stance had utterly bewildered his opponent, who could no longer work out the timing or distance. The boxer in red shorts wondered if it was a straight. Then he questioned if it was a right jab instead, completely unable to read the attack. The boxer with long hair explained that once his opponent seemed to be adjusting, Jean would switch back to an orthodox stance. It was revealed that Jean-Pierre is a perfectly ambidextrous boxer, freely using both southpaw and orthodox stances. The boxer in red shorts admitted he was totally lost, unable to gauge distance or timing. The silver-haired man explained that Jean's true goal was to plant feelings of despair in his opponent by keeping them in the dark. He elaborated that Jean's opponent could only stand in blind despair, knowing they were being annihilated by a technique so brilliant it commanded time and space itself. In the ring, a gloved fist was raised in victory. As always, his performance had been perfect from start to finish. The older man's voice asked if the meaning of technical perfection was now clear, as Jean himself listed how his performance was nearly flawless in every aspect of boxing. An announcer praised Jean as the undisputed champion, asking him how he felt about his overwhelming victory. Jean, however, replied that he was not satisfied, pointing out that his footwork and weight distribution had been off several times. He continued, speaking of his next match. The champion stated that if he were to make the same mistakes again, it would cost him his belt. When the stunned announcer asked if he meant his next match, Jean coldly questioned why he would ask something so obvious. Jean then looked directly into the camera, formally challenging Yu, the number 3 ranked lightweight, and stating he was looking forward to their match. Back in the gym, the older man, K, let out a hearty laugh. K told you that his last opponent, Qasim, was a dime a dozen, but Jean-Pierre Manuel was different. He praised Jean as the real deal, a true boxer who ceaselessly strove to reach the pinnacle of boxing technique. K declared that you must surely understand Jean's flawless talent, admitting even he was in awe of the champion's obsession with perfection, and promised that this match would finally give you a run for his money. Every muscle in the boxer's leg tensed with formidable power. His back muscles coiled like powerful springs, ready to unleash. The fighter's arm drew taut, a vessel of kinetic energy. A red-haired boxer unleashed a devastating punch, the force of it sending a shockwave through the ring. The long-haired man observed the intricate mechanics of the perfect human form in combat. The bell rang out 3 sharp times, signaling the end of the match. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena, filled with disbelief. He declared that Qasim had been disqualified for fleeing the ring entirely. The announcer proclaimed you the winner by TKO at a stunning 1 minute and 32 seconds. The victorious boxer, you, found the display simply beautiful. A piercing blue eye watched from beneath a fringe of long, dark hair. In a quiet room, a long-haired man in a white robe poured a cup of coffee. A woman's voice called out his name, Jean. Again she called for Jean, her tone growing more insistent. Jean sat with the coffee carafe, his gaze distant and unresponsive. A past lover asked him what was wrong, noting he was always in a daze lately. The woman realized with frustration that he was lost in thought about boxing once again. A montage of past relationships echoed the same complaint, he always seemed to be somewhere else, even when they were together. They all asked the same heartbreaking questions, wondering if he cared for them or loved them at all. Jean's only response, then and now, was that it was all simply annoying. He clarified that their incessant chatter was what he found annoying. The story of the boxer continued. During an interview about Jean-Pierre, a man with a mustache considered the question of what kind of boxer the champion truly was. The man with the mustache concluded that artist was the most fitting way to describe him. He elaborated that Jean-Pierre had devoted his entire existence to pursuing the beauty that comes from the perfection of technique. The mustached man sat with a laptop, part of an interview crew filming the champion's gym. He mulled over the phrase, perfection of technique. The interviewer then inquired about the champion's famously unique training style, asking for a peek. The film crew watched from outside the ring as the long-haired boxer sat motionless. The blond man in a suit noted that the rumors of Jean meditating before training were indeed true. The interviewer recalled a conversation with another boxer who trained at the same gym. A boxer with a red mohawk had admitted that he thought Grigorievich was crazy, but Jean was on another level entirely, his mind an enigma. The red mohawk boxer explained it wasn't just for a few minutes, Jean would meditate for at least an hour, sometimes the entire day. He continued, stating that after Jean awoke from his meditation, his training method was bizarre. The man recounted how Jean would get into a fighting stance and stand as still as a rock. At first, he confessed he had no idea what Jean was doing. He only noticed that Jean's position had slightly changed after he returned from a long session on the sandbag. A sparring partner with a black headguard remembered his own shock at witnessing the spectacle. The red-haired man recalled that he would go spar for a round and return to see that Jean had moved just a little bit more. After a full hour had passed, the red-haired man finally understood what Jean had been doing all along. The red mohawk boxer asked the interviewer if he wanted to know what crazy thing Jean was up to. He revealed with a roaring laugh that Jean had been breaking down the single motion of a jab, piece by piece, over the course of an entire hour. The boxer could only call Jean fucking crazy before breaking down into laughter once more. The mustached man in the suit now wondered in shock if the boxer's wild story was all true. He struggled to comprehend the logic, questioning the point of such training. The mustached man in the suit asked if the meditation was simply to relax his mind and body. A man in a bow tie, Jean's associate, corrected him, stating it was quite the opposite of relaxation. He explained Jean meditates to awaken all of his senses and sharpen them to a razor's edge before battle. The man with the mustache posed a question, confident they all knew the feeling of intense concentration. The blond man quickly agreed, of course he did. The coach described how all surrounding stimuli disappear until only the object of focus remains vivid. He revealed that Jean's meditation was a technique to draw that feeling forth, multiplied several times over. The man with the mustache suggested that experiencing it was better than any explanation, though the blond man hesitated, not wanting to disturb the champion. With a hearty laugh, the man with the mustache assured him it would take much more than that to break Gene's focus. The blond man, intrigued, agreed to give it a try. The man with the mustache told him the process was simple. The blond man repeated the instructions to himself: sit in a comfortable position and focus on the present. He considered Gene, seeing for himself the unique aura that surrounded the meditating champion. A unique aura was certainly palpable around him. The blond man's expression grew thoughtful as he began his own attempt at meditation. With his eyes closed, he settled into the practice, a slight smile on his face. He focused his mind on a single concept, the present. As he concentrated, a soft thumping sound entered his awareness, making him wonder if he was doing it right. He refocused on the present, the thumping sound growing more distinct. The rhythmic thumping continued in the darkness of his closed eyes, a tiny glimmer of light appearing with each beat. The blond man identified the sound as his own heartbeat. The sound grew louder and clearer in his mind. Now referred to as the green-eyed man, he affirmed that it was indeed his heartbeat. The green-eyed man realized that the more he concentrated, the more clearly he could feel it pulsing through him. The shadowed coach declared that this small taste was enough. He was certain the interviewer had felt something distinct, even in that short amount of time. The coach then posed a question: if an untrained person could clearly hear their heartbeat just by focusing, then one could only imagine what a true master of meditation would feel. The sensation was like a low thrumming that electrified the master's entire being. Gene's nervous system glowed with power, every pathway illuminated by his sheer force of will. The coach explained Gene's ultimate desire, to obtain full control of every muscle, from the thickest and mightiest down to the most minute fiber. He concluded that Gene seeks to reach the absolute pinnacle of technique. Later that night, the city lights twinkled below. Gene's intense blue eyes stared out into the darkness. The blond man informed Gene that his meditation was finally over and the reporter had left, promising to return since Gene wouldn't wake up. Gene's mind was elsewhere as he asked if his anxiety was because of that boxer. He spoke of the boxer's movements, how his time ran differently, and how all the techniques Gene had polished seemed worthless. In a moment of rare vulnerability, Gene confessed that all his skills were useless against him. The blond man could only say his name in a worried tone. Elsewhere, a boxer in a helmet reacted with disbelief, asking if the news was serious. A blond man confirmed it, admitting he had tried to talk Gene out of it but to no avail. 3 sparring partners in protective headgear faced the lone figure of their coach. The 3 fighters stood together, their faces obscured by their gear. One of the young men in headgear cursed, resigning himself to trust in Gene's ability. He shouted that he couldn't take responsibility for what was about to happen. The name Gene hung in the air, a plea and a warning. But Gene knew this wouldn't work. His sparring partners lacked the genuine murderous intent he needed to truly prepare. In a memory or an interview, Gene was asked what boxing meant to him. He answered simply, it was the pursuit of beauty. He elaborated that every heartbeat, every breath, and every movement, down to the smallest muscle fiber, must be perfect. To him, the champion's belt was merely a confirmation that its wielder was the one closest to achieving that perfection. Gene declared that he pursued perfection, a perfection that is alone sublime in its beauty. It all came back to that first jab. In his mind's eye, Gene saw a man with blonde hair and a mustache standing among shadows. Every detail was replayed with intense, razor-sharp focus. He recalled the face of the white-haired fighter, a vision of effortless mastery. Gene stood in stark contrast, a man still bound by the rigid lines of his own training. He had realized then that the perfection he had chased his entire life was embodied in that single opponent. A new chapter began for the boxer. On a rainy night, the flashing lights of a police car painted an alley in red and blue. One officer told his partner about a strange rumor spreading among the local thugs. The rumor was of a hooded figure who hunted criminals in the rain-soaked alleys. The hooded figure himself wondered aloud if the thugs thought he was some kind of superhero wannabe. Nearby, a dark and imposing house stood against the downpour. Inside, a quiet brush of movement broke the silence. The sound of a heavy object crashing echoed through the training room. Jean, the man with long black hair, cried out that his efforts were still not enough. He continued his frantic shadowboxing, his fists cutting through the air. The swishing sounds of his movements filled the otherwise empty room. A man with a mustache entered, asking what had happened to cause such a commotion. He observed that in just a few days, Jean's shadowboxing technique had been completely transformed. Jean's movements were now urgent and desperate, a stark departure from his usual precision. As a fist flew through the air, the man with the mustache thought that despite the desperation, Jean's strikes were still extremely sharp. He watched as Jean practiced, his fist striking at an imaginary foe. The concerned man recalled thinking Jean had already come close to achieving perfection. Yet recently, the fighter had been improving at a truly astonishing pace. He was left to wonder how this was possible in such a short time, fearing what Jean might have done. High above the city, Jean prepared to leave for the night. He offered a curt goodbye, attempting to brush past his concerned observer. The man with the mustache stopped him, calling out his name. He relayed his and Stella's worries, noting how tired and dazed Jean seemed when he returned home late at night. Jean paused, asking if that was truly how he looked to them. The tall fighter insisted that he was in the best condition he had ever been in. He stood with his back turned, a wall between himself and the other man's concern. The man with the mustache gently said Jean's name again, trying to reach him. He warned Jean not to get himself in too deep and pleaded with him to take it easy. The two men stood in opposition, one fraught with worry, the other with a chilling new resolve. Later that night, Jean arrived at a location far from his home. A man with a goatee was startled mid-sentence by an unexpected presence. Jean's white shoes moved silently through the dark alley. He came to a stop against a cold blue wall, facing his quarry. The man with the goatee looked up in shock, demanding to know who was there. For street thugs found themselves facing a single, hooded figure in the oppressive darkness of the alleyway. Jean's heart pounded in his chest as his eyes scanned the men before him. One of the thugs, a man with a beard and bandana, recognized him as the mysterious figure from the rumors. Jean's mind calculated every threat, one man 3 yards ahead with a pistol, another at 11 o'clock possibly armed, and 2 more with knives at 9 and 1 o'clock. A final threat registered, a 5th man, 11 yards away at his 5 o'clock, also carrying a knife. With his analysis complete, his heart beat a steady, powerful rhythm. The hooded fighter looked upon the thugs and delivered his verdict, "You are not beautiful." The man with the bandana scoffed, warning the fool that he was about to get himself killed. A powerful jab erupted, as Jean began his assault by momentarily stunning the first thug. The second thug, the one potentially armed, was knocked out by a powerful blow, and Jean quietly acknowledged his own perfect flow. After a quick breath, he leaped towards the next opponent, easily ducking a predictable and obvious knife attack. Jean followed the dodge with a clean uppercut and immediately switched his stance for the next target. Using the full rotation of his body, he unleashed a powerful swing at another thug. The blow put the pistol wielder to sleep, and after dispatching the panicking 4th man, Jean turned his attention to the last guy. A sharp cracking sound suddenly echoed through the alley. Jean's mind reeled as he realized the last man at 11 yards also had a pistol, the worst-case scenario. A gunshot exploded in the confined space. Jean stood poised, his body coiled like a spring. 4 more gunshots rang out in rapid succession. A finger squeezed the trigger, determined to end the fight. Jean moved in a blur of motion, his body reacting faster than thought. Time seemed to distort and sizzle around him as he pushed his senses to their absolute limit. His world became a chaotic burst of red and white as his perception accelerated. With wide, intense eyes, he processed the trajectory of the bullet. Despite his impossible speed, a powerful kick sent Jean flying through the air. The fight in the alley had concluded. Jean gasped for air, his body trembling with exhaustion and adrenaline. He stammered to himself that he had actually done it. In that brutal moment, he believed he had finally touched the realm of perfection he'd been desperately chasing. His hand, wrapped in blue bandages, was a testament to his grueling, self-destructive training. Far away, a dark mansion loomed under the night sky. A metallic, blood-stained object glinted in the dim light. A masked man, who had been waiting, finally exclaimed in triumph. His visible eye burned with manic excitement as he declared that it was at long last time. He announced his intention to go and meet the one he had been observing for so long. A powerful gust of wind swept through the gym's entrance. The mustached man called out to Jean, surprised to see him arrive earlier than usual. The man's eyes widened in alarm as he saw the look on Jean's face. Jean quietly affirmed his presence, his voice low and intense. He focused inward, desperately trying to preserve the new, sharp sensation coursing through him. The man in the waistcoat urgently directed Jean towards the punching bag. He whispered Jean's name, a sense of awe and fear in his tone. The man in the waistcoat reeled, realizing Jean's eyes had fundamentally changed, and wondered what could have happened overnight. In the quiet gym, 2 heavy punching bags hung, waiting. A stunning thought struck the man in the waistcoat, perhaps Jean had finally reached that coveted realm. Jean's tightly clenched fist, wrapped in worn bandages, trembled with contained power. He turned his head, the muscles in his back coiled like a predator's. The rhythmic thumping of a powerful heartbeat echoed in the silence. The question of what it means to be human hung in the air, as a younger Jean stood alone in a vast white space. The young man contemplated the nature of humanity, concluding that humans are inherently imperfect beings. A fist struck a bag, a physical manifestation of the desire to overcome countless errors in judgment. Another powerful blow landed, representing a battle against clumsiness and folly. With a final, resonant impact, he expressed his deep yearning to transcend all mistakes and imperfections. The relentless, percussive sounds of his training filled the air. The chains of the punching bag creaked under the strain as Jean panted, pushing himself to the brink. The mustached man watched in awe, believing Jean was finally on the verge of a breakthrough. As steam rose from Jean's body, the man in black gasped that perhaps he had finally reached it. The man in black, sweat-drenched and exhausted, looked up with a mixture of hope and fatigue. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit bar, a crying woman wailed that Jean was a fool. Both the blonde man slouched at the bar and the man with orange hair drunkenly lamented how someone could say such things to them. The orange-haired bartender watched the woman, confused by her intense emotions over a non-alcoholic cocktail. He politely informed the woman that they were closing for the night. The blonde woman shot back accusingly, asking if he also found her annoying. She burst into tears again, declaring that all men were fools. The woman sobbed about how pretty and cute she was, questioning why men still found her annoying, while the bartender silently wished he could just go home. Elsewhere, a voice from off-panel barked out an order for another set. A brief silence was broken by the command to move faster. The muscular man known as Yu pushed himself, gritting his teeth to get just a little bit more. With the title match approaching, Yu's training had intensified, and his coach urged him to keep up the pace. The coach emphasized the need for a strong body, prepared to execute any move in any situation. He advised Yu not to imitate anyone, but to trust his instincts and do what his body told him. A woman with glasses observed the intense training session from the sidelines. She mused that Yu would likely win, as his coach would never have brought him otherwise. She knew the coach's life revolved around victory and power, and he pushed Yu relentlessly for another set. The woman was certain that nothing existed in the coach's mind besides the binary of winning and losing. The trainer finally called for a short break before they moved on to the next drill. The woman with glasses' thoughts turned to Yu, admitting to herself that she couldn't tell what he was thinking. She found herself wondering why he had become a boxer in the first place. After his training, she approached Yu, asking if he was done for the day. Yu's pale, sharp profile turned towards her. The woman with glasses stated that she wanted to ask him something. She looked him in the eye and directly questioned why he had chosen to become a boxer. The young man with spiky black hair gazed out into the vast night sky, searching for an answer. He paused, his expression thoughtful and distant. Yu admitted that he wasn't sure how to describe his reason. He recalled a moment from his past, his face bloodied, where he thought he saw a flash of light. He explained that he became a boxer because he wanted to confirm what that light truly was. The woman with glasses repeated his words, her curiosity piqued by his mention of a light. Yu turned his back to her, continuing to stare into the distance. He confessed that even now, he still wasn't sure what he was chasing. The blonde woman with glasses considered his cryptic answer, her expression serious. She thoughtfully murmured his words back to herself, a light, huh? She wondered if a sentimental thing like that could truly be found in the brutal world of boxing. As Yu walked away, a hoodie over his head and a bag slung over his shoulder, she watched him go. The blonde woman with glasses admitted her surprise at this revelation. She had never expected the stoic fighter to be such a sentimental type. Every fighter had their own reason for stepping into the ring, whether it was for honor or for money. Some fought to find themselves, while countless others fought for reasons entirely their own. Now, the top two contenders had come together to decide the victor of the lightweight division title. In a crowded press conference, reporters urged the fighters to step in closer. Jean-Pierre's heart pounded in his chest as he declared he couldn't wait any longer. He burned with the desire to finally face his opponent in the ring. The city lights gleamed, unaware of the storm brewing between two titans. Jean-Pierre's intense eyes stared forward, a universe of focus contained within them. When his mustached manager questioned his seriousness, Jean-Pierre explained that to turn your back on your ideals was to rob your life of its use. He gave his corner a grim order, even if it meant he died in the match, they were never to throw in the towel. A heavy silence filled the room, his team stunned by the weight of his conviction. In what felt like no time at all, the day of the match was upon them. Jean-Pierre brushed his teeth, his senses preternaturally sharp. Standing in his luxurious bathroom, he experienced the world in a completely new way. He found the new sensations incredibly interesting. He could feel the individual shape of each tooth, a sensation that traveled from the brush's bristles all the way to his fingertips. As he put on his clothes, a new awareness dawned on him. His mind registered every single strand of fiber as it touched his skin. Even the simple act of walking became a symphony of sensation. He vividly felt the entire mechanism of muscle contraction with every step, from his toes all the way up to his thighs. Jean-Pierre had entered a world where every moment felt sharp and everything was crystal clear. He smiled faintly, a profound realization washing over him. He understood that this was the world his opponent, Yu, had spent all his days in. Jean-Pierre stared forward, his eyes burning with an intensity that matched his newfound perception. The boxing ring waited, suspended like an altar in the vast, dark arena. An announcer enthusiastically welcomed the audience, declaring that D-Day had finally arrived for the lightweight division championship. In Yu's corner, his coach reminded him that he was facing the best all-around boxer and the strongest contender yet. The woman in the suit watched from the stands, her face a mask of quiet concentration. The blonde woman with glasses focused intently on the ring, her thoughts unreadable. A spiky-haired blonde man sat with his arms crossed, a silent observer in the electric atmosphere. The golden championship belt glittered under the arena lights, a symbol of ultimate victory. Yu's coach pointed towards the prize gleaming in the distance. He promised you that the belt would be his soon. The coach guaranteed that this was just the beginning, foreseeing a future where you would be the pound-for-pound best with all the belts in his hands. Other supporters yelled their encouragement, telling you that everything was his for the taking. In the opposite corner, a blond man reminded Jean-Pierre that he knew better than anyone about his opponent's strength. His manager added that Jean had also surpassed his own limits, making this the perfect opportunity to achieve his ideal. The main event was announced, Jean-Pierre versus you. The question hung in the air, would the undefeated champion of 10 years defend his title, or would a new era begin? A commentator noted that the attention of boxing fans around the world was focused on this single, highly awaited match. A dark-haired spectator leaned forward in his seat, exclaiming that it had finally begun. The opening bell was answered by the explosive sound of a punch connecting. A rapid-fire combination of blows echoed through the arena. The commentators were stunned by the champion's amazing reach and punch speed, acknowledging he had come prepared. A white-haired man in the audience smirked, impressed by the opening exchange. He spoke the champion's name, Jean-Pierre, with a note of newfound respect. The white-haired man settled in, realizing this match was going to be more fun than he had ever thought. The following story recounted the creator's unusual personal experience, an event that unfolded about 16 years prior when he was a middle schooler captivated by basketball. 3 young men played basketball on a court. He still remembered that moment vividly. A small panel depicted 3 figures gazing upwards. Confusion crossed the young basketball player's mind. That was the moment he jumped so high, it felt as though he was flying, experiencing for the first time a sensation where the laws of gravity seemed not to apply. An extreme close-up revealed a surprised eye. That jump proved to be the first and last perfect jump of the creator's life, starting from a flawless running start, continuing to the precise bend in his knees, through the fold in his hips and the swing of his arms, culminating in the final outstretched leap. Every movement flowed smoothly and with an inexplicable ease, as if another person had been jumping in his stead. After that fleeting moment, the creator attempted to reenact that same jump countless times, hopping repeatedly, yet he was unsuccessful in all his attempts and never again experienced such flight. Another story followed, perhaps one that was already familiar to some. Watching interviews with batters at the height of their prime, one might have heard some of them declare. The batter recounted a moment where he could see every single stitch of the ball flying toward him. He added that he would then move reflexively. Countless other legendary moments were similarly etched into sports history. A close-up revealed a bald man's face, etched with weariness. A soccer player powerfully kicked the ball towards the goal, with other players strategically formed, accompanied by a sharp thwack. A soccer ball sailed through the air, while 2 figures stood behind a net as a man turned away, and a bald man's face showed deep concern. A tennis player stood poised on a court, racket in hand. A hand reached upward to expertly catch a tennis ball. With a powerful smash, a tennis racket struck the ball, creating a visible burst of energy. A man in a green shirt stood, his gaze cast downward. A close-up showed a person's legs clad in black boots with blue laces, followed by another close-up of their dark, wild hair. A boxer unleashed a punch within the confines of the boxing ring. A sharp pow echoed. Another pow resounded through the air. A close-up revealed the profile of the long-haired boxer's face, a glowing blue eye intensely focused. The angle of his foot, the tightening of his calf, his unwavering gaze, and the tension in his waist were all meticulously observed. The long-haired boxer inwardly predicted that his opponent would soon come in from that precise angle. He realized the optimal timing for his counterattack was now. The long-haired boxer declared, "Now." A resounding pow followed. The announcer reported that the contender, despite dominating all previous matches, struggled to close in on the champion. The announcer exclaimed that the champion was, as expected, demonstrating to his challenger that he was in a completely different league. The old man expressed his astonishment, what a surprise. Although he had been known as a remarkable boxer, at best he could only be called a genius before. But now, his abilities were borderline monstrous. One wondered if he had entered that realm purely through his own efforts. A close-up showed a subtly smiling mouth. Most soldiers who had spent a prolonged time on the battlefield had likely encountered that particular experience. An intense, sweating eye was shown in close-up. The narrator recalled his own similar experience from his past days in the Special Forces. A sharp pop sounded. Soldier 1 volunteered, stating he would go first. In the intense chaos of battle, where tension was extreme and life-or-death situations unrelenting, a single beam of light pierced through the enveloping darkness. The narrator also experienced that moment, accompanied by a sharp crack. A thump echoed as the soldier ran through a desolate landscape strewn with skulls. It lasted only for a split second, but in that single moment, it was as if all time had come to a standstill. Humans were inherently born with potential. This potential allowed them to reach the extremes of their cognitive ability. And with this potential, they were destined to surpass the very limits of human ability. It was a grave error to simply assume that this transcendental cognitive ability merely imparted tremendous dodging skills. Instead, this ability bestowed complete and utter control over the body. Tens of hundreds of muscle fibers and joints would all contract and relax at precise points, with perfect timing, preventing the escape of even the tiniest flow of energy. This was the ability that set world records which remained unbroken for extended periods, and the ability that created legendary moments forever memorialized in the world of sports. It was this very ability that made the unrestricted perfection of technique truly possible. The man with the scarred eyebrow revealed he had been waiting for an opponent like the one before him to appear. Boxing was not a sport of breaking records but rather a measure of abilities, pitting two individuals against each other. Thus, regardless of a boxer's strength, it was impossible for them to demonstrate their true power against a weak opponent. The man with the scarred eyebrow stated, "But if it's you, perhaps I can see it." A man with blonde hair and a mustache observed intently from outside the boxing ring. The blonde man with shades uttered, "Gene." The unseen narrator challenged, "Go ahead, show me." He urged the fighter to show how far he had managed to go in his attempt to surpass the limits of his ability. He demanded to witness the sheer scale of the fighter's true power. Two fighters rapidly exchanged punches within the boxing ring. The two fighters continued their intense and relentless exchange of blows. Off-panel spectators exclaimed about the match's intensity, questioning how the fighters dodged such fast blows and how they even saw the punches. Other spectators voiced disbelief at the incredible speed and fierce battle, noting the palpable tension in the ring and wondering who would break the equilibrium. The narrator then wondered, "Now, what would you do?" Given the current trajectory, the opponent was set to dominate with his long reach. Before, a memory surfaced concerning a conversation about an upcoming debut match. The white-haired coach asked if the fighter had watched the title matches of the most famous champions every day as instructed. The black-haired fighter replied somewhat casually that he would imitate their moves according to the situation. The white-haired coach reacted with a questioning, "Hmm." The white-haired coach burst into laughter. The white-haired coach mused about imitating, unsure what led to that thought. He then asked if the fighter hadn't noticed anything strange while watching those videos. The coach questioned the fighter, asking why opponents didn't dodge, why they moved a certain way, and why they punched so lightly. The white-haired coach emphasized that the fighter needed to remember their movements but not imitate them. He concluded that this was all the fighter needed to understand. Back in the present, the brown-haired man questioned Yu's change in posture, while the man with headset and eye patch noted Yu had shifted his weight precariously forward. The man with headset and eye patch commented on the extreme weight shift, comparing it to a crouch start in track and field. He observed that Yu's face was entirely exposed, appearing as if a slight touch would tip him over, yet he paused. Yu internally acknowledged he would die if he attacked now, and decided to concentrate exclusively on defense. A fighter was depicted falling, surrounded by intense motion lines. Various characters, including the blonde woman with glasses, reacted with visible shock. The man with headset and eye patch stammered in disbelief, "He's down." He had revealed his true self, and the story was to be continued. In the stunned silence of the crowd, a lone blonde woman with red eyes stood fixated on the ring. She screamed Jean's name, her voice filled with anguish and disbelief. A nearby spectator shouted in shock, confirming that the champion was down. The brutal story of the boxer was far from over. On the canvas, a bloody Jean, the man with long black hair, stared forward with a chillingly vacant expression. Confusion rippled through the audience as they frantically asked each other if anyone had seen what just happened. The announcers were in an uproar, one admitting he couldn't believe his own eyes while the other declared the stadium had descended into pure chaos. The opponent watched intently, his eye narrowed as he processed the shocking turn of events. From behind the ropes, a man with gray hair observed the scene with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. The fighter with the distinctive eye wondered aloud just how far his fallen opponent would go to get what he wanted. As the referee's count reached 4, Jean's bloodied eyes burned with an unwavering intensity. The announcer noted that he had fallen at a terribly awkward angle, a testament to the blow's power. Jean's own past words echoed, a grim order he had given his corner to never throw in the towel, even if it meant his death. While the referee counted to 5, a white-haired man in the crowd desperately called out Jean's name. A memory surfaced of Jean standing with arms outstretched, an image of pure, dominating power. The opponent's mind raced, replaying the moment he failed to see anything at all. A sudden, terrifying clarity dawned on him as he finally began to understand. He had believed himself to be at the peak of perfection, but now realized Jean was fighting in a completely different dimension from the start. A new desire ignited within the opponent, he wanted to see more of this unbelievable display. The referee's count continued past 7 and towards 8, punctuated by a soft, knowing laugh from the opponent's white-haired coach. Jean's body, a sculpture of defined muscle, began to stir on the mat. The white-haired man let out a sound of intrigued surprise. An eye, full of life, snapped open. The champion was listening, reacting, and preparing to rise. The referee, a man with a sharp bow tie, watched with grave anticipation. In a stunning display of will, the champion staggered back to his feet, visibly damaged but not yet broken. The bald referee murmured to himself that this was a truly dangerous match. The memory of that first devastating punch lingered in everyone's minds. Jean, the long-haired fighter, kneeled in the center of the ring, catching his breath under the spotlight. The referee openly questioned whether he should even allow the fight to continue. Jean found it strange, for the first time, he could not read the eyes of the man standing before him. The bald referee cursed under his breath, torn by his responsibility. He leaned in and formally asked Jean if he was okay to continue the match. Jean calmly repeated the question back to him, his tone unsettling. He then answered with a chillingly confident, "Of course." A shiver went down the referee's spine at the champion's unnerving certainty. The bald referee sternly reminded Jean that he would stop the fight if he appeared to be in danger, regardless of his champion status. Jean cut the lecture short, impatiently demanding they get on with it. Swallowing hard, the official stepped back. The referee gave the signal, and with a shout of "Box," the fight was on again. The opponent's profile was sharp and focused, his determination renewed. He crouched low, a coil of pure power with glowing eyes, ready to spring. Every nerve in the opponent's body was focused, honed to a razor's edge. Jean vowed to himself that he would not miss the opening this time. The challenger's stance was a marvel of physics, his center of gravity balanced precariously on a single big toe. His leg was a loaded spring, storing immense potential energy. His eye was a lens, calculating the infinitesimal moment to strike. Jean planned his counter, determined to be not just 1, but 2 moments faster. A flash of energy erupted as the two fighters prepared to collide. The spiky-haired fighter invited the attack, challenging Jean to show him everything. With an explosive sound, the opponent launched himself across the canvas. He demanded to witness the absolute peak of technique that a human body could possibly achieve. A deafening boom rocked the arena as their attacks met. Within the challenger, a hunger grew. He needed to see a little more. He desperately wanted to see more of this impossible fighter's true extent. Jean braced himself, muscles tensed against the incoming storm of blows. He turned his head at the last possible second in a desperate, instinctual effort to minimize the damage. An old man watching from the stands remarked that it was not a bad effort. A scarred man nearby scoffed, telling Jean to do his damnedest while they waited to see how long he'd last. Another powerful punch landed with a concussive crack. Through the pain, Jean's eye glinted with an unbreakable will. He crouched low, covering his head as he weathered the assault. He looked up from his defensive shell, his gaze burning with raw determination. The mustached man in Jean's corner watched with a pained expression, his anxiety palpable. It was a known fact that Jean was not a boxer who could endure many hits. That first knockdown blow was something else entirely. It should have been physically impossible for him to stand up again after such a punch. But it was his obsession, a sheer madness, that had willed him back to his feet. Using his very life as collateral, he had forcibly shattered the limits of his own body. A voice seemed to cry out his name, a lament for the beautiful, terrifying display. Jean's arm blurred as he moved, each motion a violent act of defiance. The opponent began to wonder about the fundamental nature of his rival's boxing style. He watched, mesmerized and horrified, through a single focused eye. An imposing spectator shouted from the stands, questioning how anyone could find such a skin-crawling style of boxing beautiful. The opponent's glove flashed in a perfect, practiced motion. As the challenger threw blow after blow, his punches somehow became faster and harder. He was a machine of kinetic energy, actually increasing his power with each perfectly linked motion. It became clear that within him, there was no nervousness, no desire, no fear, only the cold, perfect execution of technique as a means to an end. The battered boxer, Jean, looked upon this perfection and thought to himself, beautiful. And then, Jean was on the ground once more, a bloodied and broken form on the canvas. The announcer screamed that the champion was down for a second time in the very first round, his voice nearly lost in the roar of the crowd. Having recovered from their initial shock, the audience was now cheering for the rise of a new champion. The scene prompted a deeper question: what does it truly mean to be human? The answer began with the acknowledgement that humans are, by their very nature, imperfect beings. They are clumsy, foolish organisms, fundamentally full of errors. A memory fractured like broken glass, reflecting a painful domestic scene. In the past, Jean's mother, a woman with long dark hair, declared that it was over between her and his father. His father, a man with silver hair, angrily ordered her to get out of his house immediately. This, the narrator explained, is the essence of being human. Jean's story, as he recalled it, was unremarkable and riddled with clichés. It was a simple, sad history. It was a story about a cheating mother and an incompetent father. His childhood home was filled with non-stop arguments between a woman faithful only to her desires and a man clumsy in everything he did. This constant turmoil led a young Jean to wonder why they had even bothered to have him in the first place. Back in the present, the referee's count reached 6 over Jean's fallen body. The man with the mustache, his coach, begged him through tears to just stay down. Jean's internal monologue continued. The answer to his childhood question had always been painfully clear. He was simply a mistake, birthed from the union of a stupid man and a foolish woman. The referee's hand came down, counting 7. Across the ring, the opponent's white-haired coach smiled and whispered, "Yes." The man with the mustache could only scream Jean's name in his thoughts, his heart breaking. That was the truth Jean had accepted as his identity. And as he gasped for air on the mat, he knew that this truth was precisely why he sought something more. He sought a state of being that utterly transcends the pathetic limitations of humanity. His tragic and violent quest was destined to continue. In a quiet memory, a young boy stood before a man slumped on the couch, the weight of the world on his small shoulders. The boy asked with trembling innocence if his mother was truly never coming back. The man with gray hair could only wonder in despair how his life had fallen into such disarray. A heavy silence filled the space between them. The narrator recalled pitying his father, a man clumsy in all aspects of his life. He remembered how his father, unable to handle any problem calmly, would invariably make the wrong choice time and time again. A hand reached toward the fractured reflection of an adult in a broken picture frame. The sad-eyed young boy with dark hair clutched an intact photo, a remnant of a happier time. A turquoise eye, now belonging to a grown man, glinted with cold determination. He dropped the shattered remnants of his past into a trash can, discarding the memory. Unlike his father, he considered himself competent, always able to assess his situation and plan for what was to come. He knew, even then, what his father would likely do next. The boy in the blue hoodie turned his back, facing an uncertain future alone. Back in the electrifying present, an announcer roared that the champion was back on his feet after a second knockdown. The announcer screamed that Gene's tenacity was sheer madness as the champion gasped for air. He declared that the crowd was erupting, inspired by the champion's unyielding fighting spirit. A young woman in the stands watched with wide, terrified eyes, her heart frozen with fear. The referee's command to box echoed through the arena. Blood splattered across a fighter's face, his features obscured by a curtain of long, dark hair. Across the ring, the muscular fighter named Yu crouched, a predator waiting for the final blow. The narrator noted Gene's empty determination, seeing him as nothing more than a standing corpse in a match that was already over. Amidst a sea of shadows, a lone blonde woman sat with her hands clasped in desperate prayer. The blonde woman cried out Gene's name, her voice lost in the roaring crowd. Yu sprang forward with predatory speed. A bald referee lunged between the two fighters just as the bell mercifully rang. The announcer declared the miserable first round over for the champion, Gene. He continued, stating that Yu had once again proven his dominance over even an undefeated champion. However, he noted that Gene was the only opponent to have survived the first round against Yu, while the white-haired man in Yu's corner scoffed, knowing he was only saved by the bell. In his corner, a bloodied Gene wiped his mouth, his face a mask of pain and exhaustion. His coach, the blond man with a mustache, thought about what a wreck his fighter was, never imagining Gene could take such a brutal beating. He realized with dawning horror that this was no longer a title defense but a fight that could very well kill Gene. The blond man with the mustache begged Gene to give up the match. He pleaded with the champion, reminding him that even though he was told not to, he had to treasure his life. Gene coldly questioned the very meaning of life, seeing it as a meaningless cycle of birth and death. He believed that dying in the pursuit of a goal was the only meaning a human could create for themselves. As his coach cried his name, Gene insisted that he must not be stopped, for he had to confirm his own existence. The bruised boxer then threatened his coach, Peter, warning him never to throw in the towel, or he would never be forgiven. With a defeated, "Damn it," Peter yelled for the seconds to get out of the ring. A man in a suit gave the formal command for the cornermen to leave the ring. The bell chimed, signaling the start of the next round. The man in the suit initiated the fight with a sharp command to box. Announcers recapped the shocking first round, wondering aloud if the champion could possibly recover. Blood splattered near the bruised boxer's eye, a testament to the damage he had sustained. Another memory surfaced, a man in a suit walking away, leading a child by the hand, leaving another behind. The narrator's voice was grim, he knew it. He knew this abandonment was coming. The dark-haired person, young Gene, resolved to remain calm. He told himself he would not be swept up by emotion or sadness. A single thought echoed, the apple would fall far from the tree. The man's shoes stopped on the pavement. The dark-haired boy knew his father had stopped, bracing himself for the words he was about to say. The light-haired man finally spoke his son's name, Gene. He stammered a weak excuse about having something to do, promising he would be back soon. Gene's mind cut through the lie, noting how tragic his father's acting was, even as the man offered him money for snacks. It was just as he had expected. The boy thought with cold clarity that his father was clumsy even when abandoning his own child. The boy replied obediently, telling his dad to hurry back. The man with gray hair could only manage a choked agreement before leaving. Alone now, the boy repeated his mantra, vowing to remain calm. His small feet, clad in white shoes, stood alone on the gray ground. The memory of his father's shoes next to his own was already fading. He took a single step forward, leaving his past behind. He promised himself he wouldn't be swept up by emotions or sadness. In that moment, he decided to pursue perfection, a sublime beauty that stood alone. Back in the ring, Jean pointed a trembling finger at his opponent. He saw before him the ideal he had been pursuing, a perfect being that transcended humanity itself. The long-haired fighter screamed for you to show him one last time. Jean roared, demanding that his opponent show him what meaning there was to his life and his impossible ideal. The white-haired man in Yu's corner watched with mild, detached interest. Peter's mind screamed, asking if Jean truly planned to die in this ring. He knew only a monster could pull off such an extreme all-or-nothing attack, a fact Jean must also know. Peter recalled the destructive power of Yu's punches even when Jean was fully on the defensive. He realized with terror that Jean was now preparing to take a counter with the full, unprotected force of that power. Peter begged for forgiveness, thinking of his own daughter who would become a widow if he let Jean die. He deeply regretted discovering Jean's talent but failing to teach him something more important than boxing. His heart broke as he wished he had told Jean not to long to be a monster, but to live the life of a human. Peter's silent plea was for Jean to learn that there are more meaningful things in life. The blonde girl, Stella, felt a sudden, inexplicable dread, asking herself why this was happening. A figure stood with its back turned, cloaked in shadow. Stella felt a gut-wrenching certainty that Jean was about to leave her side forever. The shadowy figure's head was bowed, hidden from view. Her voice cried out in Jean's mind, asking if he was really going to leave like this. A flash of Jean's bloodied face was juxtaposed with a serene, almost death-like profile. The memory rumbled as Stella's voice apologized to him. A man's voice cried out, "No." Stella's voice begged Jean not to leave her. The desperate pleas of a woman echoed, crying that she couldn't live without him, begging not to be left alone. Another voice, a man with long hair, joined the chorus, pleading not to be left behind. The image of the young boy in the blue hoodie, standing alone, returned to his mind. He saw himself facing a crowd of accusing figures, all begging him not to leave. A profound realization began to dawn on him. He admitted to himself that, all those years ago, those were the words he had desperately wanted to say too. The young man wanted to scream, "Don't go. Don't abandon me." A voice in the crowd, the blonde woman's, pierced through his reverie, reminding him he would be a dad soon. Jean's head snapped to the side, his bloodied face a mask of shock. Through strands of his own dark hair, his eye widened in disbelief. The shadowy figure of his own convictions began to ask, "What? What have I been doing?" he wondered, his entire philosophy crumbling in an instant. A glint of light reflected off a sharp, broken memory. The blonde woman's red, tear-filled eye showed a flicker of understanding amidst her distress. A kind voice from his distant past asked a small, crying child why he was crying. He remembered himself as a dark-haired boy, tears streaking down his face. The memory was vivid, the tears falling from his younger self's eye. The woman's red eye, now filled with a deep, knowing sorrow, watched him from the stands. The tall blonde man from his memory had gently asked if he had lost his way. Jean finally understood that he, too, had been a clumsy person all along. The announcers scrambled as an interruption from the audience brought the match to a halt. Suddenly, the man with the headset shouted in shock, questioning what was happening in the ring. An intense eye filled the screen, burning with a newfound purpose. The focus remained on that eye, a window into a soul that had just been completely transformed. The announcer screamed that the champion had exited the ring, disqualified as the bell frantically signaled the end of the match. The bloody fighter, Gene, simply told the officials to move. He declared that the title belonged to the one who was qualified. The crowd erupted in confusion, wondering if Gene was running away and if the match was truly over. The announcer confessed he couldn't understand what was happening amidst the intense clamor from the audience. A close-up showed an eye wide with utter surprise. An off-panel voice cried out Gene's name. The blonde woman, Stella, stared with red, teary eyes, unable to comprehend the scene. Gene stood over his defeated opponent, Yu, placing the championship belt between them on the canvas. The champion simply told him to take it, for it was his now. Yu's bald coach trembled with fury at the unexpected turn of events. The coach roared, accusing Gene of daring to spoil Yu's glorious victory. The commentator with the goatee breathlessly described how the champion was handing his belt over to Yu. A green-eyed man watching from afar smirked, thinking that his acquaintance, Kay, had been thoroughly played. The blonde commentator announced that after 10 years, the lightweight championship belt was being passed to a new owner, Yu. The ominous, faceless crowd watched the historic moment unfold. In a storm of cheers, the broadcast declared a new legend was born as the first new champion in 10 years was crowned. The official announcement declared Yu, with a perfect record of 7 wins and 7 knockouts, the new lightweight division world champion. Later, a closed door stood between the world and the former champion's recovery room. The blonde man, Peter, advised Gene to forget boxing for a while and focus on healing from his extensive injuries. Gene remained silent, lost in thought. The blonde man, Gene, broke the silence, asking Peter if he thought he would be a good father. The door to the room creaked open. Peter could only let out a thoughtful hum in response to the profound question. Stella stood in the doorway, tears of relief and sorrow streaming down her face. Sobbing Gene's name, she rushed to his side while Peter tried to gently hold her back, reminding her that Gene was in a fragile state. The story of Jean-Pierre Manuel, with 38 wins and his first, most significant loss, was far from over. The broadcast roared with the announcement of the first new champion in a decade, questioning the limits of his overwhelming strength as a new legend was born. The official declaration confirmed it: Yu, from the Lions Boxing Club, was the new lightweight division world champion with a perfect record of 7 knockouts. The thunderous cheers of the crowd echoed through the arena, sealing the historic moment. Amidst the celebration, a single, detached thought cut through the noise: it was loud. A solitary man stood with his bare back to the world, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. A woman in a blue hoodie broke the silence, asking for his opinion on the fight. The young boxer with spiky hair admitted that the new champion was unbelievably strong. He analyzed that Yu's speed, technique, discernment, and athletic ability were all far beyond the levels of a normal human. His coach sternly told him to prepare himself, for Yu would be the strongest competitor he'd ever face, a command he readily accepted. This was the junior welterweight world champion, Yuto Takeda, already sizing up his future competition. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a man frantically demanded to know the whereabouts of someone named Ryu. His subordinate stammered that Ryu had gone alone to confront the butcher, earning a curse for his foolishness. An order was given to gather everyone, as they prepared to go and eliminate the butcher themselves. But they were too late. The Sumi gang's feared number 2, known as the Butcher, stared in disbelief at the figure who had appeared before him. The white-haired man, Ryu, dazedly questioned what he was even doing there, just before the butcher lunged, screaming for him to die. Ryu's men arrived to a scene of utter devastation, wondering if their boss had taken care of all the goons by himself. 2 of them cautiously approached a lone defeated figure slumped against a door. One of them called out to his boss, desperately asking if he was okay. In the center of the room, Ryu stood silently in his white suit, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen enemies. His white hair was a stark contrast to the darkness of the room, just as another spiky-haired man stood alone in the shadows elsewhere. An aide hesitantly tried to get his attention, simply calling out to his boss. Ryu's face twisted into a mask of pure rage, his eyes burning red beneath a bloody cut on his cheek. With a furious curse, the man in the white suit slammed his fist into a nearby wall, shattering it. The sickening sound of his relentless blows echoed through the ruined space. He continued his assault, panting heavily from the exertion of his unchecked fury. His subordinate could only watch in terror, whispering his boss's title. A horrifying thought finally pierced through Ryu's rage as he screamed aloud, questioning what in the hell he had been doing. Elsewhere, a television screen showed two figures in a boxing ring, their arms raised in celebration. A young man watching the broadcast muttered in awe that the champion had really done it. The booming voice from the television officially declared him the new world champion. Yet, a quiet question lingered in the young man's mind. He wondered why the new champion didn't seem happy about his victory at all. In that moment, the new champion, Yu, seemed to ask himself why he had become a boxer in the first place. In a memory, the man with tattoos tried to lighten the mood, reminding Yu that his win was still a cause for celebration. But the young champion, the blonde boy Yu, could only ask if he had seen it. The tattooed man cheered that Yu was the world champion, privately finding it ironic that the normally talkative boy had fallen so silent. Another dark-haired man watching the same broadcast noted that it was no wonder Ryu was so devastated by this outcome. A coach, however, warned the blonde boy beside him not to get too excited and to focus on being well prepared for his own debut match. The coach added that the trainee's long training period was for a good reason, and he shouldn't worry about catching up to his friend, whom he considered unreachable. The young trainee, Yu, enthusiastically promised his coach that he would get better slowly but surely, always giving it his all. The coach mused internally on the boy's innocent face, so unfitting for a boxer, as Yu vowed to put on a good show. He couldn't quite believe that this gentle boy was his son. Recalling the hard time the boy's father once gave him, the coach suspected this kid would be just as challenging, and forbade him from watching the champion's matches. He explained that the champion's boxing style was in another dimension and impossible for an average person to copy, especially since he was an in-fighter. Instead, the coach instructed him to watch Yuto Takeda's fights. Yu recognized the name of the junior welterweight world champion, and his coach confirmed Takeda was the best in-fighter to learn from. The coach, however, kept a private thought to himself, that Yu and his father resembled a completely different boxer far more than Yuto Takeda. He inwardly compared the kid to a mere candle flame next to the brilliant inferno of that legendary fighter. In a memory, the coach recalled telling the young man that he and his father always reminded him of a certain boxer. The young man had simply asked who he was talking about. The man in black, his coach, struggled for a moment to find the right words to describe the legend. He was an icon, respected by boxers of their generation all over the world. He was like the sun. Back in the gym, the coach brushed the thought off, telling the young man to just focus on Takeda, much to the tattooed man's confusion. With renewed focus, the coach announced it was time to step up the training for the young man's fast-approaching debut match. The world is full of many different stories, such as the tale of a hero overcoming adversity and growing ever stronger. There is also the tragic story of a protagonist who falls from greatness into a disastrous downward spiral. Sometimes, a story even reveals that its protagonist was the final boss all along, a challenge for other heroes to defeat. Everyone has their own story to tell, and on very rare occasions. A quiet moment was interrupted by a woman calling for the children to come and eat. The kids were glued to the TV, one marveling at the news while another couldn't believe Jean-Pierre had lost. An old man called out a greeting as a blonde man gently chided the children, telling them to stop watching TV and eat their food. A quiet determination settled over the blonde man's face. There are stories where it is not until the very last moment. Images flashed, a lean, muscular man with spiky hair, and the piercing gaze of an intense yellow eye. That the real protagonist finally appears. More fragmented visions surfaced, a young boy, another intense eye, and a prominent mustache. In a different gym, a bald man with tattoos coached a fighter, instructing him to relax his fist and throw short, quick punches. A blond man suddenly appeared at the gym entrance, casually greeting everyone. The bald coach looked up from his training, his face a mask of complete surprise. A heavy question hung in the air, marking the arrival of this unexpected figure. The blond-haired man explained that he had suddenly remembered a promise he'd made, as the narrator announced this story would be revisited later. In a powerful flashback, the man declared his intention to go pro, his figure seen running with purpose across a barren landscape. He shouted to the heavens that he was finally going to become a real boxer. For now, the narrative would shift to the tale of this new protagonist, the one whose story is about to begin. A few months after the fight, a defeated man lay on the canvas while another stood victorious. This was Coach Typhoon Kim, the 42-year-old owner of a small, unassuming boxing gym. He stared out the window, lost in a deep melancholy that might be mistaken for an early midlife crisis. Coach Kim wryly admitted to himself that the assumption wouldn't be entirely wrong, just before something outside startled him. There was, however, a very good reason for his gloomy disposition. It was as if a jeweler had chanced upon a huge, rough diamond. A greedy man would have cut the gem and hoarded the riches for himself, laughing with avarice. But Typhoon was a good person, and that was not the path he chose to walk. More important to him than riches and honor was allowing the gemstone's true beauty to shine, so he entrusted it to the best jeweler he knew. He recalled the praise he'd received, lauded as a real man with a name as cool as his spirit. Full of resolve and self-sacrifice, he had made his decision, but a heavy sigh escaped his lips as he remembered that fate had other plans. His face was a mask of distress as he dwelled on the painful memory. An entirely different diamond, one the size of a boulder, had suddenly appeared and utterly crushed the precious stone he'd discovered. In the face of this crushing defeat, he wondered what all his resolve and spirit of self-sacrifice had truly been for. The middle-aged man felt life was as pointless as his fight against a receding hairline, muttering that Ryu had ended up quitting boxing. A bald man watched him from afar, wondering if the coach was going through a second puberty as another long sigh filled the gym. But then, as the gym door creaked open, fate took another completely unexpected turn. A familiar voice called out a friendly greeting, asking Coach Kim how he had been. Following the voice was a blond, spiky-haired man who offered a cheerful hello to the room. The memory of their first meeting flashed in the coach's mind, seeing the blond man with glasses smiling warmly. In that memory, the blond man was encouraging his son, telling him to be a little faster. Coach Kim recalled giving the boy his first piece of advice: to survive in the world of pros, he would have to run until he couldn't anymore. The father had then revealed the core of the issue, confessing that while he never wanted his son to box, he could see the boy was serious about it. Coach Kim had snorted at the time, remarking that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. When Kim had asked why he was chosen to train the boy, the spiky-haired man insisted that the coach was the greatest boxer he knew. The coach had grumbled, reflecting on how they had been arch-rivals since their amateur boxing days. While he had the better professional career, his rival held a 3-2 head-to-head record against him. He reminisced that though he was a bit rounded now, he used to be a slick-looking amateur with an elite background. The boy's father, in stark contrast, had always been a hungry and desperate boxer. Kim was a technical boxer who made every punch count, but his rival was a reckless aggressor who bulldozed through everything, making him a truly tough opponent. The blond man had then admitted to teaching his son the basics, despite his initial reservations. Finally, the father revealed the most critical problem: his son's eyesight. At this revelation, the coach's expression had turned deadly serious. The father explained that his son, Jay, had injured one of his eyes as a child and was now almost completely blind in it. As the coach began to grasp the devastating implications, the father confirmed his fears. Because of the injury, Jay had extreme difficulty gauging distance. The coach, wearing his blue jacket, had finally nodded, now fully understanding the monumental challenge before them. Back in the present, the coach yelled at his student, reminding him to keep running until he couldn't anymore. The blonde runner, Jay, shouted back his obedient affirmation. The coach's orders continued, telling Jay to work his neck and back after running, followed by his abs. Jay responded with another powerful, unwavering, "Yes, coach." The coach mused to himself, finally seeing the method to the sly old fox's madness. He understood that Jay's father believed he, having fought that aggressive style firsthand, would be the only one who knew its strengths. The father's harsh philosophy echoed in his training. Jay couldn't even think about using his reach as a weapon. The coach, now fully adopting this strategy, told Jay that he only had one choice. The brutal logic of Jay's father dictated the path forward. He had to take all the hits and force his way in, no matter the cost. A skeptical voice in the training montage questioned if simply closing the distance would give him an advantage. The immediate answer was a definitive no. The voice of the trainer explained that without knockout power, getting close only put him in range of his opponent's hooks and uppercuts. The coach decreed that Jay would have to learn to stick to his opponent and train harder than anyone else just to reach equal footing. A brief, but of protest was instantly cut off. The father's fierce fighting spirit roared through the training philosophy, declaring that from that range, a punch would deliver even if you were blind in both eyes. The trainer hammered home the new mantra: if the opponent hits you once, you hit him twice; if he hits you twice, you hit him 4 times. He forbade Jay from wearing glasses in the gym, forcing him to learn to feel the distance between himself and his opponent. What Jay needed above all else, the coach drilled into him, was the stamina and dogged determination to endlessly rush and cling to his opponent. This required building incredibly strong neck muscles to withstand the punishment. It also demanded forging a body of steel to gain the upper hand and survive the brutal brawl of infighting. The coach constantly reminded him that infighting was his only option and that slow and steady wins the race. He was adamant that Jay shouldn't even think about debuting early. Starting with a huge disadvantage meant Jay had to get all his ducks in a row before ever stepping into a professional ring. Jay dutifully acknowledged his coach's every command. In a moment of unusual pedagogy, the coach asked Jay if he had ever seen a popular restaurant rescue show on TV. He then quizzed the boy on the show's core mantra. Jay immediately answered, "Choose and focus." The coach roared for him to keep running, channeling the TV chef's advice to simplify the menu and perfect 1 or 2 dishes. He ordered Jay to ignore the pretty styles of other boxers and focus on one thing, showing the world how scary an infighting turtle could be. The coach privately reflected on his responsibility, feeling a connection to the boy's reason for becoming a boxer. He told Jay that while other boxers may be gemstones, he was a tree. He acknowledged that a tree may seem less valuable than a gem. However, a gemstone's value is set at birth, and once it breaks, it can never be recovered. A tree, on the other hand, was entirely different. Even if a tree breaks, it grows new life, always striving to become big and tall once again. The coach passionately urged his student to grow into a giant tree, rooted firmly in place and capable of withstanding any adversity. Time, the narrator explained, is a resource given equally to everyone. Some people use it to achieve great things in the blink of an eye. Others spend their time in vain, fruitlessly chasing after the wind. And some, with the steady swish of a jump rope, thoughtfully make every single moment count, patiently waiting for their time to come. One day, the coach approached Jay with momentous news: his debut opponent had been decided. Jay swallowed hard, his heart pounding in his chest as he realized the moment had finally arrived. But the coach hesitated, admitting that he wasn't sure how to break the news. Jay looked at his coach with concern and asked him what the matter was. The coach explained that Jay's first opponent, a veteran named Rock Kong with 40 bouts, was far too strong for a debut. He grimly noted the profound irony of the situation. He had told Jay to be a scary infighting turtle, but his opponent was the very best at that style. Rock Kong was a living example of a pure infighter, who also possessed the knockout power and practical experience that Jay sorely lacked. In other words, the coach concluded with a nervous gulp, Jay's first opponent was the best possible version of himself. The coach laid out the grim details of Jay's opponent, a veteran named Rock Kong, reminding him that this man was the very best example of the infighting turtle he was supposed to become. He explained that Rock Kong was a living legend of pure infighting, possessing the knockout power and practical experience that Jay sorely lacked. With a nervous gulp, the coach concluded that Jay's first opponent was, in other words, the best possible version of himself. The words echoed in Jay's mind as he processed the dreadful realization, the best version of me. His coach clarified that a rookie would never normally get such a match, but a series of cancellations had unfortunately paired him with The Rock. Elsewhere in the venue, men were already placing their bets, with one cynically declaring that the rookie was definitely going to lose. His friend shot back angrily, telling him not to jinx the fight, but the man simply retorted that he was just answering the question he'd been asked. Back in the prep room, the coach tried to ease Jay's worries, reminding him that their gym had its own national champion infighter. The super middleweight champion, Steele, stepped forward with a smirk, telling Jay he'd go easy on him since he didn't have a cocky attitude. Steele simply repeated the word, easy, his confidence absolute. Jay's expression hardened, his eyes filled with an intense focus as he braced himself for the sparring session. The massive, muscular frame of Steele loomed over Jay, a physical representation of the monumental task ahead. As the narration explained, a match between infighters is a brutal affair of hooks and uppercuts at near-touching distance. It was a contest where victory and defeat were decided by who had more strength and spirit. The coach's voice instructed Jay to use his powerful legs and torso to stand his ground while unleashing his punches. While another trainer urged him to keep pushing forward, the coach bluntly admitted that in a contest of raw strength, Jay was no match for The Rock. Rock Kong, the narrator noted, was naturally endowed with a thick neck and a powerful torso built for punishment. Jay's physique, in stark contrast, was lean and more naturally suited to the style of an outboxer. The coach then posed the critical question, when facing a physically superior opponent, what should one do, and what does one need? As they sparred, the coach observed that Jay had indeed gotten somewhat heavier, his training showing results. Jay kept his guard tight, his green eyes peering with focus over his glove and through his blue headguard. He executed a quick hop, adjusting his footing with practiced speed. The coach mentally approved, acknowledging that the movement was not bad at all. The answer to his own question, he revealed, was sidestepping and speed. He elaborated that in the high-pressure clinch of an in-fight, a well-timed sidestep would unbalance the opponent, leaving him wide open. The coach drilled him to crouch and use footwork even at close range, constantly slipping out of his opponent's vision to attack from the side. In their minds, they pictured Rock Kong himself, his tattooed face turning to find his elusive target. The coach's voice cracked through the gym like a whip, yelling that Jay was too slow and needed to be faster. He then began a lesson on experience, explaining that unless you're a born genius, the gap between a veteran and a rookie is immense. A veteran, he continued, holds the upper hand in almost everything, from psychological warfare to the countless tricks learned through an endless number of fights. The coach leaned forward, a glint in his eye, revealing that rookies possessed one critical advantage over veterans. The team gathered around a television, intently watching footage of a boxing match. That single advantage, the coach announced, was information. There was no public data on Jay for his opponent to study. Conversely, there was a mountain of information and past matches available on Rock Kong. The coach laid out their core principle: The Rock couldn't predict their moves, but they could predict his. He declared that this asymmetry of information would be their winning strategy. Analyzing the footage, the coach pointed out that while Rock Kong threw many hooks and uppercuts, his knockout blows were overwhelmingly straight punches. It was an obsession for him. The moment he saw an opening, he would instinctively attempt to end the fight with a straight. Therefore, the coach commanded, Jay's most intensive practice would be to duck under that punch and counter to the right side with a liver shot. Steele added that no matter how brawny he was, even The Rock couldn't withstand a clean shot to the liver, a notoriously debilitating blow. The coach detailed the trap one more time, deliberately create an opening to bait the straight, then duck and slam him with a liver shot. Jay responded with a firm, "Yes, coach," his resolve solidified. The grueling training intensified, with his coach roaring at him to push harder. The commands were sharp and relentless, demanding shorter, quicker punches and perfect weight transfer. The voices of his trainers blended into a chorus of correction and encouragement, pushing him to unleash his full potential. As Jay finally executed the move perfectly, his coach offered a rare word of praise, "Good. Attaboy." Exhausted, Jay lay on the floor with a wet cloth over his eyes, trying to recover his strength. But the rest was brief, as his coach's voice urged him to do a little more. The command echoed again and again, pushing Jay beyond his known limits. Jay strained through another set of crunches, his face a mask of pure exertion. An instructor's voice rang out, demanding he go just a little faster. With a final, agonized scream, Jay pushed out the last rep, his energy completely spent. Panting heavily, he stared at his sweaty reflection in the mirror, a look of surprise on his face at the physique he had forged. Night fell over the city, and the bright lights of the metropolis shone through his window. Lying in bed, Jay felt his heart thump loudly in his chest as he realized his debut match was finally tomorrow. Sleep wouldn't come, his mind raced as he stared out the window at the endless starry sky. Overcome with a sudden thirst, Jay quietly got out of bed. The soft swish of his feet on the floor was the only sound in the dead of night. He found himself on the rooftop, instinctively practicing his shadowboxing under the moonlight, his movements sharper than ever before. Unseen from the doorway, a figure watched him train. The observer noted with satisfaction that his shadowboxing had truly shaped up. The man stepped into the light. It was Jay's father, his expression serious as he stood with his hands in his pockets. Jay stopped, surprised, and greeted his dad, noting that he was up late. His father simply asked if he couldn't sleep. Jay confessed his nerves, admitting his fear of facing such a strong opponent despite knowing he just needed to show how hard he trained. He then voiced his deepest anxiety, asking what would happen if he lost as soon as he debuted. He admitted his terror of helplessly disappearing into oblivion before his career even had a chance to start. Jay's father looked at him with kind, understanding eyes. He empathized completely, recalling the immense pressure he felt as a rookie himself. The older man affirmed Jay's fear, acknowledging that for a professional, winning or losing is the stark difference between making it or disappearing. But, his father insisted, there is definitely something more important than winning or losing on the professional stage. He spoke of a boxer he had admired since his own pro days, a fighter whose bouts always made him feel something more. A small reflection appeared in Jay's attentive green eye as he absorbed his father's words. His father explained that this legendary boxer's fights taught him that there was something out there that went far beyond winning or losing. Jay's mind replayed the profound idea, something more important than winning or losing. His father confirmed it, telling Jay that finding that something is what gives a boxer's life true meaning. The young man stared into the night, his expression one of dawning realization. His father wished him a good night, adding a simple, "Good luck in tomorrow's match." Jay looked down, his father's words weighing heavily and hopefully on his mind. He called out a final, "Thanks, Dad." "Good night," as the older man walked away. The phrase continued to echo in his thoughts, something that goes beyond winning or losing. Shaking his head, Jay decided to put the philosophy aside for now and focus solely on his opponent. He steeled his resolve, deciding that whether he won or lost, he would give this fight his absolute all. The day of the match had finally arrived. Backstage, an event staff member poked his head in, calling out that Jay was up in 5 minutes. One of his cornermen smiled and asked if he was nervous, to which Jay laughed and readily admitted he was. Steele, the tattooed coach, scoffed that nerves were understandable for someone weak, smugly adding that he'd never experienced it but was sure Jay would be fine. The smiling man then gleefully revealed that on Steele's debut day, he was so nervous he almost missed the fight due to a bad case of diarrhea. The camera zoomed in on Steele's unamused, stern face. A brief flashback showed a younger, terrified Steele on the day of his debut, trembling uncontrollably in the bathroom. Jay laughed, realizing the story was true, while a flustered Steele vehemently denied it. The head coach cut them off, announcing it was time to go, though Steele continued his protests as Jay followed with a determined, "Yes sir." The heavy thump of a single footstep marked the beginning of his walk toward the ring. A second thump echoed through the corridor, each step filled with purpose. In the audience, his father watched him emerge, silently wishing his son the best of luck. As his heart pounded, Jay took a deep breath, knowing this was the moment. He was finally, officially, entering the professional ring. With a steady gaze, Jay walked forward and stepped through the ropes. A close-up on his green eye revealed a burning, unshakable determination. He stood with his back to the entrance, facing the blinding array of spotlights and the roar of the arena. Across the ring, his opponent, Rock Kong, waited with his own corner team. From ringside, another boxer murmured that The Rock was even more overwhelming in person. Jay's cornerman offered final words of encouragement, telling him not to be scared and to just do as he practiced. The coach leaned in close, asking if he remembered the strategy for the first round, and Jay firmly confirmed that he did. Jay calmly recited the plan: start as an outboxer to maintain distance, then shock him by suddenly switching to infighting. The coach reminded him that the surprise would only work once, after that, it would be a brutal inside fight, just as he trained for. The boxing ring looked like a lonely stage from above, but Jay steeled his resolve, telling himself he could do this. He ran through the key points of his strategy one last time: tussle, speed, sidestep, and a powerful body shot when The Rock throws a straight. As his heart pounded in his ears, Jay bolstered his own courage, whispering, "I can do it." He repeated the mantra, his voice growing stronger. The referee brought them to the center and gave the final command: box. With a fierce cry, Jay committed himself to the fight, yelling, "Let's do this." In a flash, a red boxing glove shot through the air, aimed directly at his face. A thunderous impact echoed through the arena as the first punch landed. Jay cried out as the force of the blow rocked him to his core. The man in the track jacket watched from the corner, his eyes wide with disbelief. The referee immediately rushed in, shouting for a down. The muscular boxer, Rock Kong, stared from across the ring with cold intensity. From the corner, the man in the track jacket cursed, realizing their strategy had been seen through. The bald boxer mused that when you don't know an opponent's plan, it's best to knock them down right off the bat. As the referee's count reached 3, it was clear that a petrified rookie was ill-prepared for such a surprise attack in his debut. It became obvious that Rock Kang's team had also done everything in their power to prepare. But as the count hit 4, one critical thing they hadn't predicted came to light. The simple fact was that Jay was used to taking punches. His past experiences flashed before his eyes. From Bully's weak swings to the blows of a genius classmate and a national champion, Jay felt he was a veteran at being clobbered as the count reached 5. A strange calm washed over Jay. The opening hit wasn't as bad as he'd feared. By the time the referee counted 6, the familiar sensation of being hit had actually helped to calm his nerves. The man in the suit observed that Jay was calmly resting during the count, proving he hadn't taken a mental hit. His composure was remarkable for a rookie. The bald boxer noted that Jay had tucked his chin to minimize damage, realizing his sparring with Steele must have been like real matches as the count hit 7. The referee raised his hand for the 8 count, signaling Jay to lift his guard and continue. Rock Kong knew his opponent wasn't undamaged, but he felt no remorse. His boxing style was to go full power no matter who stood before him. With the mandatory count complete, the announcer roared for the match to resume. The story of the determined boxer was only just beginning. The man with short hair charged forward, declaring he would finish him off now. A swift flurry of punches forced Jay to grunt and desperately weave out of the way. A man in green gloves remarked on how incredibly aggressive Rock Kong was. The two boxers moved in a blur of motion across the mat. The bald boxer taunted Jay for being a slippery outboxer and questioned how long he thought he could keep running. Jay's mind raced, recognizing his opponent's footwork was specifically designed to trap an outboxer. The bald boxer proclaimed that outboxing was for sissies and that he would demonstrate the power of a true infighter. A heavy silence fell as the two fighters rumbled towards each other. The blonde boxer braced himself, sensing the incoming assault. In an instant, they were locked in a vicious, close-quarters exchange. A smashing blow from the bald boxer found its mark. But Jay immediately fired back with a rapid counterpunch. The announcer shouted his approval of the clean hit. The referee immediately called another down as Jay stood over his fallen opponent. Huffing for breath, the blonde boy realized with a surge of adrenaline that he had done it. As the count began, the man on the ground recognized the clean short uppercut, realizing Jay's infighting was far more polished than his outboxing. With blows exchanged and one knockdown apiece, the opening greetings were officially over. The count continued past 6 and then 7 as Rock Kong collected himself. The real fight was about to begin. The battle truly started now. A thunderous impact signaled the start of the next brutal phase. The blonde boy knew that the first victory had to be in the mental battle. Whoever gained the upper hand in this psychological war would have the advantage. The bald man in Jay's corner watched with a thoughtful expression, admitting to himself that the kid was pretty solid. Jay challenged his opponent, eager to test the limits of his training. The two fighters clashed again, trading heavy leather in the center of the ring. Gloves whistled through the air before slamming home with punishing force. A dizzying flurry of punches continued in a seamless, rapid exchange. A heavy smash connected, a testament not just to training, but to raw talent. The coach's words echoed in Jay's memory, reminding him that his own talent was just average. He had been told he was no match for geniuses like Yu or Ryu, nor for his current opponent. However, the coach had also seen something unusual in him. He couldn't describe it as simply working hard, because all professional boxers did that. The man speaking admitted to himself that his simple brain couldn't quite put a finger on what it was. The man in the hat once stared at a tree, lost in thought. He had concluded that Jay definitely possessed something that went beyond just effort. Rock Kang's coach conceded that the rookie had trained hard and had more spirit than average. The bald boxer, however, landed a crushing smash, intent on proving spirit wasn't enough. After another heavy blow landed, his coach coldly remarked that Jay was still weak. Jay cried out, acknowledging his opponent's immense strength and realizing his sparring with steel hadn't fully prepared him for this level of aggression. Pivoting his strategy, he decided to use his speed. He resolved to go all in on a fight based on pure speed. The bald boxer grunted in surprise at the sudden shift in tactics. A sharp 1-2 combination landed with 2 resounding thuds. The man with black hair yelled in approval that Jay had gotten in a clean combo. The bald fighter smirked, understanding that this was how the fight was going to be. A powerful hook whistled through the air. The blonde fighter calmly stated that the move was expected. He expertly ducked and weaved through a rapid succession of follow-up strikes. Instead of creating distance, Jay closed in and landed another hard smash. From his seat, the man with the goatee cheered that the kid was really coming through. The man with black hair shouted his encouragement, telling him to keep using his speed. Pushing himself faster and faster, Jay moved through a barrage of blows that slammed against his guard. A huge swing swooshed towards his head. Jay calmly told himself that he could dodge this. He knew he had already been hit by faster, sharper, heavier, and stronger punches than anything Rock could throw. A thunderous counter from Jay landed with explosive power. His coach realized with dawning amazement that this kid was strong. He was performing far better than anyone had ever expected. In his first professional match, Jay had shockingly taken the lead against the veteran known as The Rock. His coach knew there was something special about Jay, but he hadn't imagined he would get this far in a real fight. From the corner, the man in blue thought that if Jay could keep this up. Jay's own voice cut through the arena's roar as he realized he just might win. The man in blue shouted for him to keep up the pressure. A blond man in the crowd with intense green eyes stared at the ring in utter shock. The blond man stammered, unable to believe what he was seeing. As the bell dinged to end the round, he urgently shouted for someone to stop. In the corner, the coach praised Jay for fighting exactly as practiced, while his cornerman confirmed they were ahead on the scoreboard. Jay confidently replied to the coach, ready for round 2. The bald man, Rock Kong, told his corner it had been a while since he'd seen a rookie this worthy of his time. He admitted that Jay was especially good at dodging his punches and that it felt like more than just hard work. Rock voiced his hunch that someone else besides Steel had influenced the rookie's unique style. However, despite all of that, the bald man declared with unwavering certainty that the rookie was still no match for him. Across the ring, Jay panted heavily, the toll of the first round finally hitting him. The blond man in the crowd watched Jay with grave concern, whispering that this situation was dangerous. Across the ring, the veteran known as The Rock declared with chilling certainty that the rookie was still no match for him. Jay gasped for air, his body trembling from the exertion of the first round. Watching from the stands, the blonde-haired man realized with a jolt that this situation was incredibly dangerous. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena, signaling the start of the second round. The two fighters locked eyes from their corners, the air crackling with intensity. A thrill shot through Jay as he realized his dedicated training was finally paying off in a real match. His heart pounded in his chest as he felt his well-practiced moves connecting against the veteran. With a surge of confidence, Jay sprang forward to press his attack. The sharp impacts of his gloves landing echoed his apparent dominance. Jay believed he had gained the upper hand in the exchange. He noted that The Rock had switched to a defensive stance, confirming in his mind that he was ahead on points. The intoxicating thought flooded his mind: he was going to win, he could actually win. A shadow of movement flickered at the edge of his vision. A sudden, inexplicable shiver ran down Jay's spine. He reminded himself to stay on his toes and focus on increasing his precision. To win, he knew he also had to increase his speed. The man in the red jacket watched with mounting dread, confirming his fear that this was dangerous. He desperately willed Jay's coach, Typhoon, to figure out what was truly happening in the ring. The coach, however, was filled with pride, seeing Jay perform even better than in practice and dominating an opponent he thought was out of their league. A wave of excitement washed over him as he saw a clear path to victory for his fighter. The bells suddenly dinged, and a voice from the corner shouted for the fighters to stop. The coach praised Jay's performance but warned him not to get too excited and to pace himself. He explained that with the score difference now clear, The Rock would be hunting for a single decisive knockout blow. The coach's gaze was sharp and focused, yet missed a crucial detail. In the corner, Jay panted heavily, looking far more exhausted than he should be. The coach's mind reeled in confusion, as Jay's stamina was supposed to be sufficient, yet he was completely wiped out after only the second round. He then froze, a horrifying realization beginning to dawn on him. The Rock's cold, calculating glare seemed to pierce right through the rookie's defenses. From his vantage point, the silver-haired man knew Jay's outboxer coach had been slow to notice the true nature of the fight. He understood that explosive movements were not the only thing that drained a boxer's energy. There was also the invisible, crushing weight of pressure. Psychological factors could exhaust a fighter just as much as physical exertion. The relentless brawl of an in-fighter, with its non-stop hooks and uppercuts, was designed for this purpose. Every single punch, whether it landed or was blocked, served to chip away at a boxer's composure. Unconsciously, the fighter's body would stiffen, expending far more energy with each defensive movement. The immense pressure of a real match was worlds apart from a sparring session protected by headgear. For a rookie like Jay in his debut match, this kind of pressure was an insurmountable wall of inexperience. The veteran had masterfully used this to his advantage, landing strong punches just to keep Jay mentally on the back foot. Jay could only gasp for breath, his stamina draining away under the invisible assault. The coach finally understood that while it looked like Jay was winning the exchanges, it was his fighter who was being completely controlled and systematically broken down. His mind raced for a solution, wondering if he should tell Jay to play defensively and simply try to survive the round. He immediately dismissed the idea, knowing that The Rock's specialty was hunting down opponents who tried to run. With no other options, the coach knew he simply had to believe in his fighter. He had to place his faith in all the grueling hours of hard work Jay had put in. The coach shouted to Jay, reminding him that with only 2 rounds left, he had to stay focused and keep doing what he'd been doing. The bell rang, signaling the start of the 3rd round. The referee gave the command to box, and the fight resumed. The Rock immediately lunged forward with explosive force. Jay was stunned by the sheer weight behind his opponent's blows, which were completely different from the previous rounds. He realized with dawning horror that The Rock had been conserving his strength, and a head-to-head fight was now impossible. In that moment of desperation, Jay knew that his only remaining option was pure speed. But his body felt impossibly heavy, and The Rock relentlessly closed the distance, his punches smashing through Jay's guard. Jay had slowed down significantly, his movements becoming sluggish and predictable. He found himself trapped against the ropes, with absolutely no room to escape. A wave of panic seized him as his legs went stiff, refusing to obey his commands. The Rock's punches rained down hard and fast, and all Jay could do was try to stay focused and remain standing. A powerful hook whistled through the air, aimed directly at his head. Another devastating blow slammed into his guard with concussive force. Jay braced himself, his body screaming in protest against the relentless assault. It was clear that The Rock intended to end the fight in this round. The veteran's punching power was incredible, sending jolts of pain through Jay's entire body as he struggled to block a right hook, getting pushed further against the ropes. Suddenly, Jay recognized a feint and knew a left hook was coming, realizing The Rock had perfectly anticipated his attempt to weave away. A devastating punch connected with brutal accuracy. But miraculously, Jay dodged the finishing blow, earning a grudging nod of approval from The Rock. Yet even with that impressive dodge, the veteran knew the rookie was still no match for him. Jay was completely on the defensive, his eyes wide with strain as he weathered the storm. The Rock landed another thunderous body blow. And then another, driving the air from Jay's lungs. The blond man in the crowd watched with a pained, worried expression. Jay's cornerman shouted in desperation from the side of the ring. The coach screamed, his face contorted in a mask of anguish. In the center of the ring, one fighter's feet buckled. The referee moved in, shouting, "Down," as Jay's body finally gave out. As he fell, Jay's mind admitted the truth: The Rock was strong, so much stronger than he had ever imagined. The veteran had only needed to throw a few serious punches to completely take over the fight. The chasm in their experience was simply too vast to overcome. But even as the canvas rushed up to meet him, Jay knew he still had one last desperate gambit up his sleeve. The Rock noted how the rookie had reflexively minimized the damage by getting a hand up at the last second. As the referee continued the count, The Rock had to commend the rookie's reaction speed, recognizing the instincts of someone who had sparred with a powerful opponent. The referee's count reached 7, but Jay struggled back to his feet, and The Rock admitted to himself that he truly liked this rookie. The Rock decided he would unleash a technique he had been saving for the champion. Jay leaned forward, sweat and pain etched on his face, trying to find his footing. Out of pure respect for the rookie's spirit, The Rock declared he would use his special move now. From the corner, a supporter cried out Jay's name in alarm. A memory of a past training session flashed through Jay's mind. His coach had explained that The Rock was obsessed with knocking opponents out with straight punches, always looking for an opening. Because of this obsession, there was one specific counter they needed to practice intensively. The coach's voice echoed in his memory, instructing him to duck under the inevitable straight. And then to throw a crushing liver shot. Jay executed the plan, slamming his glove into the rock's side. The faces of the crowd and coaches contorted in shock. Jay's green glove was buried deep in his opponent's flank. A jolt of realization hit the rock. The rookie had thrown a light straight on purpose to bait him into this exact position. But the veteran had anticipated all of it. A thunderous counterpunch exploded from the rock, catching Jay completely off guard. The observers could only watch in stunned silence. The announcer's voice cut through the arena as Jay fell to the canvas a second time. Jay's mind went blank, acknowledging that he was overpowered in strength, skill, stamina, and experience. He had nothing left. As the referee's count began anew, a deeper question about the nature of a person's value echoed in the silence. The Rock stood over his fallen opponent, thanking the rookie for the best match he'd had in a long time. The veteran hoped that Jay would rise from the ashes of this defeat and become much stronger. The Rock knew he would be waiting for the day they would meet again in the ring. In the stark contrast of the bright lights, there stood a winner and a loser. The narrative questioned this world, built entirely on the foundation of winners and losers. People respect the strongest and lavish praise upon them, cheering for this distinction to validate their own existence, but the question remained, are they the only ones whose lives have value? The blond man in the crowd stared with wide, unblinking eyes, his world shaken. The coach stood frozen, his face hidden in shadow. The Rock looked down, his expression a mixture of respect and the grim reality of victory. But from the canvas, a thought sparked within Jay, defiantly asking what it mattered if he was talented or not, if he won or lost. As he struggled for breath, he furiously rejected the world's judgment. Jay's eyes, one a brilliant green, burned with an unyielding intensity that victory and defeat could not extinguish. And in that moment of absolute loss, the ultimate question was finally asked, what truly determines a person's worth? A distant, sun-drenched memory surfaced, a smiling father lifting a laughing baby into the air as a happy mother watched. But in the present, the blond-haired man, Jay, stared forward, his green eyes showing no emotion. Across the ring, his opponent, a man with a shaved head, looked on with a grim and hardened expression. A man in a suit at ringside declared that with 2 downs in a row, the match would become a one-sided beatdown if it continued. The dominant boxer, The Rock, felt he should have ended the fight with a TKO already. Yet, the referee hesitated as he looked at the rookie, asking him if he was able to continue. Noticing the rookie's eyes were still clear and focused, the referee listened as the boxer defiantly confirmed he could go on. It was clear Jay had taken significant damage, but his eyes burned with more focus than they had at the start of the match. The referee decided he would keep a close eye on the young fighter for just a little longer. He issued a final warning that one more knockdown or any sign of danger would result in an immediate stoppage, a term Jay quickly accepted. With a sharp command to box, the fight resumed. There has always been a fine line between obstinacy and tenacity. And in that moment, it was unclear which one Jay was displaying. The Rock was ruthless, immediately barreling the rookie against the ropes right from the start. A lone voice from the audience desperately cried out Jay's name. Jay, blood smearing his face, glared intensely back at his opponent. As he was slammed against the ropes, the blond boxer knew a difficult truth. He thought to himself that he might just be one of those boxers who lose their pro debut and quietly fade away. He might even be one of the countless fighters who fade away without ever winning a single match. But as he planted his foot, he silently rejected that fate. Jay's mind roared that he didn't start boxing just to find out if he was stronger or weaker than others. The sudden burst of resistance from the rookie caught everyone by surprise. He remembered the true reason he had stepped into the ring. Jay knew he started boxing to discover what true strength really was. He came to a powerful realization that whether he won or lost, if he simply gave it his absolute all, his eye widened with blood-soaked conviction, then that alone would be enough. A thunderous impact echoed as Jay launched a counterattack. His boxing shoe dug into the canvas, anchoring him for the push. For a brief moment, the two fighters stood opposed in the center of the ring. A question rippled through the crowd: how did he still have this much strength left? An older man in the audience shouted that this was the first time it had happened. Panting heavily, Jay realized he had actually pushed the Rock back. In that same moment, he knew he was at his absolute limit, his legs completely immobile. The bald man, the Rock, let out an audible sound of surprise. A large man observed that all that was left was a head-to-head clash, a sentiment the Rock silently agreed with. The Rock openly praised Jay, calling him the best rookie he had ever faced. A blond man in the crowd, likely Jay's father, quietly wished his son good luck. In a final, explosive burst, the fighters exchanged a flurry of desperate blows. From the corner, Jay's coach could only stand and watch the brutal exchange. The Rock spoke the rookie's name, Jay, with newfound respect. The coach reflected that this had been a match that defied all common sense. Such a matchup was typically reserved for Olympic medalists or underground legends, not a rookie in his debut. He knew it was a fight he should have rejected from the very beginning. However, he had seen a spark, a unique possibility within the young man. The man in the blue shirt wondered if his decision had been too rash. He had to admit, however, that his gut instinct had screamed at him to accept this impossible challenge. Now, he silently pleaded with his fighter to show him the reason for his faith. He willed Jay to show everyone in the arena why he had accepted this match. Jay, the man in green gloves, was in awe of his opponent's incredible power. He realized that although the Rock should also be exhausted, his punches were somehow even more powerful than before. Jay felt himself being steadily pushed back by the veteran's overwhelming force. A punishing blow landed, shaking Jay to his very core. He wondered if this was his opponent's trademark straight, a punch that made the champion's steel seem insignificant. The bald boxer confirmed it with his very presence: this was indeed his straight. It was a skill he had polished and perfected over an entire career of fighting. There were no fancy tricks to it, just a fully extended fist that was his single favorite technique. The blond boxer could only think about how truly incredible his opponent was. The extreme hard work that went into achieving this style of boxing was painfully obvious. Jay recognized that every movement from the Rock was a testament to the blood, sweat, and tears he had shed. This was the story of the life his opponent had led, written in every jab and hook. And as he panted for breath, Jay considered the story of the life he himself had lived. Two people were meeting for the first time, not with words, but with their fists. They were each sharing the intimate stories of their lives in the center of the ring. Through combat, they were revealing exactly who they were to each other and to the world. In this raw exchange, the concepts of winning and losing were merely an outcome. As the realization washed over him, Jay thought to himself how cool boxing truly was. He saw it coming with perfect clarity, the Rock's second straight. Jay knew instantly that this punch was not a feint, it was coming straight for his face. He screamed at his body to move, to dodge it, but his muscles refused to listen. He finally had to accept that he was at his absolute limit. Jay desperately willed himself to move just one more time. He just needed his body to respond for one final, crucial moment. The bald boxer's glove crashed into the blond boxer's face with brutal precision. Jay's mind flashed to the left body shot he'd hammered away at in training, but his body remained frozen. A wave of regret washed over him: if only he'd trained harder, he might have been able to land it. The buzzcut boxer, the Rock, continued his final, decisive assault. Jay resigned himself to the outcome, content that he had given his all in a good match. A sickening thud echoed as the final exchange began. The Rock's powerful swing connected, sending a tremor through the rookie's entire body. The punch landed squarely on the side of the blonde-haired boxer's head. In the crowd, the dark-haired coach's eye widened in pure shock. Nearby, the white-haired spectator stared on in stunned disbelief. Even the Rock's own eye was wide with surprise at the unexpected development. Jay's bloodied face was a mask of agony, his mouth open in a silent cry. A final, bone-rattling smash sealed the exchange. A deafening boom signaled the brutal conclusion of the fight. The referee's voice cut through the arena as he decisively shouted, "Down." The official, a stern bald man in a bow tie, watched the fall with grim finality. As he fell, Jay's hands reached instinctively towards the blinding lights above. The only sound that remained was the ragged, desperate panting from the canvas floor. The bell rang 3 times, signaling the end of the round as the story paused, to be continued. In the space between consciousness and memory, a single white-haired eye watched the unfolding chaos. A prosecutor's voice echoed from a time before, citing Article 258-2 of the Criminal Code. The prosecutor then named the defendant, Baeksun Ryu. The sharp cracks of a judge's gavel reverberated through a silent courtroom. But the sounds warped, morphing into the familiar ringing of the boxing bell. A firm hand gripped Jay's arm, pulling him back to the present. The referee hoisted the young boxer's arm into the air, declaring him the winner. Jay could only stare in disbelief, stammering out the question of whether he had truly won. The bald man rushed in, excitedly demanding to know how Jay pulled off that incredible final move. In the stands, an observer couldn't believe that was how the rookie had secured his victory. He felt a surge of vindication, realizing his gut feeling about the kid was right all along. A satisfied smirk crossed his face, he knew it from the start. Nearby, Fabrizio Santorino sat with his arms crossed, his expression a mask of stern analysis. His gaze remained fixed on the ring, processing the unbelievable upset he had just witnessed. In the loser's corner, Baeksun Ryu faced his bald coach, still reeling from the match. The veteran boxer lamented that he never expected his trump card to be shattered so completely. The bald man calmly noted the incredible speed of Jay's reactionary weaving and the perfect liver shot. He admitted that for a fleeting moment, he saw the moves of a fighter worthy of the world stage. The announcer cheekily advised Baeksun Ryu not to be a sore loser, but the fighter waved him off. Baeksun Ryu instead offered his respect, admitting it had been a while since he'd had that much fun and that he looked forward to watching Jay grow. Jay's face was a picture of shock as sweat beaded on his brow. Overwhelmed by the veteran's praise, the blonde-haired boxer could only manage a heartfelt thank you. Watching from the crowd, the bald fighter remarked that the kid was still a little green. Yet, he continued, the spirit and immense courage Jay displayed were undeniable. His physical strength was clearly built on a foundation of excruciatingly hard work and excellent reaction speed. And the flash of genius he showed at the very end hinted at a vast, untapped potential. The blonde fighter next to him concluded with certainty that this kid was destined to make it big. The dark-skinned fighter chimed in, speculating he might keep winning and challenge the champion in no time. But the bald fighter's expression turned serious as he warned that Jay would have to be careful. From the shadows, another figure added that the champion is a very dangerous man. The world of professional boxing was far more perilous than Jay could ever imagine. Later that night, Jay lay in bed, thinking he'd be knocked out from exhaustion but finding sleep impossible as his heart pounded. He explained to himself that it still felt like he was in the ring, the memory of the fight fresh in his mind. The frantic rhythm of his own heartbeat filled the silence of the room. His thoughts raced, feeling as if the Rock was still right there, forcing him to react to another one of his devastating punches. After the adrenaline and disbelief, the new reality was finally starting to feel real. A profound realization settled over the blonde boy, he had officially become a pro boxer. A fire of newfound purpose burned within his eye. His memory flashed back to the heat of the match, his coach's desperate shouts echoing alongside the grunt of effort from both fighters. He recalled the visceral impact of a punch and the spray of blood that followed. A single triumphant thought echoed in his mind, I beat the Rock. A soft, giddy laugh escaped his lips. Jay erupted in pure elation, kicking and punching the air as he rolled around, shouting that he really won. It was a moment of pure bliss, as he realized it was the first time he had ever felt this happy. He calmed down, his thoughts drifting back to the critical moment he thought it was all over. He knew the only reason he was able to dodge that final, decisive punch was something else entirely. A heavy silence fell as he contemplated that truth. Elsewhere, under the pale moonlight, a young man with silver hair stood poised on a rooftop. The silver-haired man's thoughts were focused as he vowed to replay that one moment and try it again. A fierce, obsessive determination glinted in his eyes. Unseen by him, a sinister, shadowy figure in a suit loomed from behind. Back on his own rooftop, Jay pushed himself harder, telling himself he needed to move faster. He clenched his fist, preparing for the phantom assault. The blond boy braced himself as he sensed the first attack coming. His green eyes were wide with concentration, his body locked in a fighting stance. He knew instinctively that the next punch was coming right after the first. Jay's mind screamed at him that he absolutely needed to dodge this. He threw his arms up in a defensive posture, his hair falling across his face. Again he raised his guard, his eyes tracking an opponent only he could see. After failing to replicate the move, the blond boy sighed, guessing his victory was just luck after all. He reflected that even if he dodged one punch, the next, and then the next would just keep flying at him. Unlike ordinary boxers, he thought, he simply couldn't read this other fighter's tempo or timing. Gritting his teeth with a thump of his heart, the blonde-haired kid resolved to try once more. The night was filled with the sounds of his relentless shadowboxing, swishing and slicing through the air. He finally stopped, panting heavily from the exertion. Jay admitted to himself that he had overdone it, especially right after a real match. Exhausted, he decided he was too tired and was finally going to hit the sack. But just before turning in, a new thought began to form. He considered that now that he was a pro boxer too. In another place, a dark-haired boxer seemed to complete the thought, whispering, maybe. A sudden, inexplicable shiver ran down Jay's spine. His heart began to pound with a new kind of fear as he heard a subtle sliding sound nearby. His eyes shot wide with alarm, his fists clenching instinctively as he stared into the darkness. The young boy stood frozen on the rooftop, suddenly feeling like prey. Jay stammered, trying to play it cool by saying he'll just go wash up and call it a day. But the night was interrupted by the sharp, percussive sounds of combat. The scene shifts to a dark street where two men with spiky black hair engaged in a dynamic, high-speed battle. One of the fighters narrowed his eye, his fist clenched with deadly intent. A menacing figure with glowing white eyes loomed over a kneeling man with spiky blue hair. Pushed back, the blue-haired fighter slid across the ground. He desperately threw a counterpunch, its arc tracing a path of faint light. The spiky black-haired man thought to himself, "You're too slow," as a shadowy blow sent his opponent flying. The defeated man slid helplessly across the asphalt. A close-up on a single, calm eye showed the victor's lack of emotion. Jin Woo let out a controlled breath, his heartbeat steadying as he confirmed his work was done. However, an unknown voice shattered the quiet, barking an order for 100 more sets as the story is left to be continued. A man with a mustache sat at his desk, drinking from a mug while analyzing the latest developments on his computer screen. The boxing world was still reeling in the aftermath of the shocking lightweight title match. Following K's victory, an old man from his camp expressed his deep satisfaction, not with how the match ended, but with how their grand plan was unfolding. The old man officially declared their next ambitious goal, conquering the junior welterweight division. Upon hearing the announcement, a blond man on the team exclaimed that he knew this was coming all along. The man with the scar voiced his impatience, wishing to challenge the champion directly, but he conceded they first needed to prove he was qualified. A silver-haired man from the camp laid out the first step, targeting the division's #1 ranker, Elliot von Heinberg, whom they planned to crush before taking the title. He then sent a chilling message to the current champion, telling him to enjoy the belt while he still could. With cold confidence, he instructed the champion to take good care of the belt for them in the meantime. As the credits rolled, the young boxer Yu calmly accepted the challenge, stating they would be looking forward to the match. In the wake of the bold press conference, the Boxing Association wasted no time, immediately approving the match between Yu and Elliot von Heinberg. The association would never turn down such a perfect box office showdown, a guaranteed clash of titans. The broadcast then highlighted the formidable opponent, the junior welterweight division's first-ranked boxer, Elliot von Heinberg. From his own training facility, Elliot von Heinberg watched the broadcast, his gaze fixed on the image of his new challenger, Yu. The program, in turn, showcased the new lightweight world champion, Yu, now poised to invade a new weight class. Yu's own words were broadcast, describing the junior welterweight division as a brutal landscape where only the fittest could possibly survive. Enraged by this attitude, Elliot declared himself the fittest and fumed at Yu for treating their match like a mere stepping stone. He spat that lucky upstarts like you, who get a taste of glory, always end up eating dirt in the end. Elliot then issued a direct warning, telling the kid not to get cocky just because he beat Jean-Pierre. He vowed to personally show you why the junior welterweight division was infamously known as a hellhole. The fighter declared he would finish you off first, and only then would he repay the one who had previously humiliated him. But with the sudden, sharp ringing of the bell, the announcer's voice cut through the tension, declaring that the match was already over. The scene flashed to Elliot von Heinberg, sitting defeated in his corner, his face covered in blood. The outcome was nothing short of a devastating, one-sided defeat. Onlookers struggled to even find the proper words to describe what they had just witnessed. In the eyes of many, what unfolded in the ring could not even be called a fight. A man with a prominent blonde mustache stared on from the audience, his expression intense and unreadable amidst the silhouetted crowd. As the final bell echoed, the consensus was clear, it had been less of a match and more of a merciless show. In a stunning display of dominance, Yu hadn't thrown a single punch throughout the entire first round. Not even once did he feel the need to attack. His performance was like watching a seasoned pro merely humoring a common person who had wandered into the ring. The champion simply refused to engage his opponent with a single offensive move. He effortlessly dodged every desperate attack, making his opponent swing at nothing but empty air. An observer could only guess at the profound humiliation Elliot must have been feeling. After all, von Heinberg was a celebrated boxer, famous for his exceptionally precise and sharp punches. He was also the proud heir to a family legacy, coming from a third generation of elite boxers. With such immense pride rooted in his heritage, the shame was surely unbearable. The crowd could only wonder at how deeply the calculated humiliation must have cut him. The two fighters returned to the center of the ring, facing off as the second round began. The referee shouted for them to stop as the bell signaled the break between rounds. In von Heinberg's corner, a man in a suit cursed in frustration but quickly tried to get his fighter to calm down. The silver-haired corner man admitted that his own pride was wounded, but stressed the importance of keeping a cool head in such a dire moment. He urged his fighter to accept Yu's overwhelming strength, insisting that the champion's showboating would create an opening if he just stayed calm and watched closely for his chance. The second round began with a sharp, concussive impact. A single, devastating blow echoed throughout the entire arena. The announcer declared the fight was over, with the official match time lasting just 2 rounds and 11 seconds. All it had taken was one solitary punch from Yu to send von Heinberg down and out for the count. It was the exact same amount of time Yu's previous title match against Jean-Pierre had taken to conclude. Two observers stood in stunned silence, one crossing his arms while the other clenched his fists in disbelief. A woman with short black hair finally broke the silence, calling Yu a fucking monster. A nervous gulp was the only sound that followed her raw declaration. The man with the mustache understood the chilling implication, realizing the identical match time was a deliberate message to Takeda. The message was a clear and brutal display of power. Yu was strong enough to end the fight whenever he chose. For Yu, it was no longer a matter of winning or losing, but a terrifying question of when and how to end it, the mark of an unparalleled talent. This monstrous, natural-born talent was now on a collision course with the very epitome of hard work. Unaware of the discussion, a young man in a blue and white jacket, Takeda, announced he was heading out for another grueling run. A woman with dark hair watched him go, simply wishing him well. She then turned her attention back to the television, continuing to watch the shocking match unfold. In her mind, she admitted that this fight was an even greater shock than Yu's last one. She confessed that after Yu's match against Jean-Pierre, she had still held on to a sliver of hope. She had rationalized that perhaps Jean-Pierre wasn't as formidable as his reputation suggested, but this match was undeniably different. She knew for a fact that von Heinberg had been Takeda's most demanding opponent to date. He was, after all, the former and formidable junior welterweight division champion. The nervous, rhythmic tapping of her fingers on the table was the only sound in the quiet room. Elsewhere, Takeda grimaced as he pushed his body to its limits, the weight of his next challenge etched onto his face. The woman's thoughts spiraled into doubt, wondering if Takeda could possibly win this time, as she could no longer see a clear path to his victory. But Takeda fought back against the pressure, telling himself that he wasn't worried and just needed to keep plugging away. He reaffirmed his simple, unyielding philosophy: hard work was all that mattered. Later, the exhausted young man with spiky blue-black hair walked through the doorway of his home, his gym bag slung over his shoulder. He quietly announced his return, his voice echoing in the empty space. An overhead light cast a cold, sterile glow over the silent room. Lying in his bed, the young man stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes wide open as sleep refused to come. The look in those eyes told a story of deep-seated unease and encroaching fear. The narrator noted that his eyes resembled those of Yu, whose cold, detached image flashed in the darkness of his thoughts. In the suffocating quiet of his bedroom, the young man whispered out to his absent mother and father. He posed a quiet, heartbreaking question to them, asking if they believed he could do it. The tale began with a rare and personal admission from its own storyteller, a confession of being scared. An interview began, centering on a single question: what kind of boxer is Yuto Takeda? A weighted silence filled the room before the first response was given. The interviewer leaned in, asking for an opinion on the phrase, hard worker. From behind, the camera captured the interviewer as he faced the shadowed silhouette of his subject. Privately, the interviewer mused that his own, unfiltered opinion would never make it into the final cut. Without mincing words, he thought, a hard worker is nothing more than a loser. The interviewee's voice cut through the silence with a sharp agreement, simply stating, exactly. The subject explained that if you listen to interviews with the world's top boxers, you will hear them speak with immense pride about their hard work. A dark-haired woman continued, mocking the notion that they achieved their status through sheer blood, sweat, and tears. She then bluntly declared that, frankly, it was a load of bullshit. As a blond man with a mustache listened intently, the woman posed a rhetorical question about whether the greatest boxer simply trained harder than anyone else. She passionately argued that this was false, exclaiming that every pro boxer trains until they physically break down. The true difference, she insisted, was talent. In the end, everything comes down to talent. She hammered her point home, stating that innate talent is what truly separates the best from the rest when everyone puts in the same amount of work. The blond man with the mustache conceded that this was precisely why he despised the term hard worker. The woman concluded that in the world of professional boxing, being called a hard worker just means you have nothing else to offer. An unidentified man's voice then shifted the conversation, bringing up the name Yuto Takeda. A boxer in a blue jacket chimed in, claiming Takeda was the sole exception to this harsh rule. A man with black spiky hair finished the thought, asserting that Takeda was the only one who could genuinely claim to have worked hard both physically and mentally. The dark-haired woman declared that Yuto Takeda was the very personification of hard work. The scene shifted to a different conversation, showing a well-dressed blond man speaking with a young athlete. The woman's voiceover began, stating she vividly remembered the first day Yuto ever came to the gym. She recalled with brutal honesty that he didn't have even a single speck of talent. The memory began with the door banging open as a man with spiky black hair cheerfully greeted Misaki. The large man boomed with laughter, joking that her gym was still as empty as it always was. His unrestrained laughter filled the otherwise quiet space. Misaki warmly greeted a young boy, who cheekily called her an old lady, earning a quick correction. The large man laughed again, noting how she still ignored him just like in the old days. After demanding to know why her visitor had appeared, the woman with short black hair abruptly changed the subject, stating that her 8-year-old son, Yuto, should start learning martial arts. The father insisted that his boy had to learn how to protect himself. But young Yuto had a different goal, proclaiming he wanted to protect other people just like his dad, who laughed and told his son he'd have to become just as strong. Misaki suggested that Yuto's dad, a former national judo team member, should teach the boy himself, but he cited his busy schedule and her superior status as a boxing gold medalist. With another booming laugh, Yuto's dad declared he was leaving his son in her care. A close-up revealed the deeply annoyed expression on Coach Misaki's face. She finally relented, but demanded he stop his laughing and ask her properly, which he did with sudden formality. With a deep sigh, Coach Misaki held her head, already feeling the frustration of the commitment. As the training began, the passage of time was marked by the slow ticking of a nearby clock. Coach Misaki patiently encouraged Yuto to try the move again, to which the boy eagerly agreed. The narration explained that sports talent is defined by one's understanding of the sport and their ability to move their body effectively. The instructor's voice guided a student, telling him to take a slight step forward. In essence, it was all about one's innate athletic ability. The instructor continued the lesson, detailing how to throw a relaxed, straight left fist. The narrator described how those with outstanding ability generate a natural flow of energy in every movement. A boxer cried out in dismay as a perfect punch sent him to the canvas. Conversely, those who lack athletic ability struggle to create that same natural, flowing power. A clumsy stumble and fall illustrated this point perfectly. Misaki turned to Yuto's father, Hiroto, and began to speak about his son, who could only stammer in reply. She told him bluntly that his son possessed not a speck of talent, a fact that defined the young, chuckling Yuto Takeda. A soft chortle underscored the boy's apparent lack of concern. It was astonishing, the narrator mused, to think that this boy would one day become a world champion. He looked exactly like his father, Hiroto, but had inherited all of his athletic inability from his mother, Miho. At the end of the session, Hiroto called it a day, and a grateful young Yuto thanked Misaki for the lesson. Misaki thought to herself that they truly had a long, arduous journey ahead of them. As Hiroto left, he confirmed Yuto was in her care, and Misaki reminded him it wasn't for free, earning one last signature laugh. Misaki's tone softened as she asked Hiroto how Miho was doing. Hiroto's expression grew somber as he gazed out a window bathed in the orange light of dusk. He replied that her condition was the same as always, but had at least stabilized in recent days. A close-up on Misaki's eye showed her quiet concern for her friend. In the present day, Misaki told Hiroto she would visit soon, and he replied cheerfully that Miho would be very happy to see her. Misaki bid her old friend farewell, simply telling him to take care. Her narration began a new memory, explaining theirs was a common story as a young Hiroto yelled for Miho to hurry. A young Miho called back from a distance, asking him to wait for her. Miho's small foot, in its delicate white shoe, slipped on a loose rock. As the sound of a fall echoed, Misaki recalled how she, Hiroto, and Miho were inseparable childhood friends who grew up in the same neighborhood. A young Misaki shouted for Hiroto to slow down just as he announced that Miho had tripped yet again. She remembered that she and Hiroto were naturally strong and resilient, while Miho had always been frail. After helping her up, a young Miho shyly thanked Hiroto. Young Misaki watched her two friends from the side, her expression calm and observant. A flustered Hiroto could only stammer out a "sure" in response. Suddenly, another fall echoed through the woods. A young Misaki playfully yelled at Hiroto, calling him stupid for tripping too, but he quickly protested the insult. Miho gently chided Hiroto, reminding him that he shouldn't say such things to a friend. Hiroto immediately offered a quick apology. The dejected young Misaki sat on the ground after her own tumble. The days of the Three Musketeers flew by, their childhood ending as the springtime of their youth began to blossom. The memory shifted to a teenage Miho, her face lit with a beautiful smile, now dressed in a school uniform. A soft, wistful sigh escaped from the narrator. A teenage Misaki, now with a short bob haircut, glanced to the side with a look of slight concern. The boisterous, iconic laugh of Hiroto, now a bald young man, suddenly broke the quiet moment. Misaki asked him about his annoying laugh, though her narration admitted she could never forget how purely happy he looked. Hiroto beamed as he announced to Misaki that he and Miho were officially dating. As is so often the case in such stories, their relationship had changed in a sudden, unexpected instant. Misaki offered a simple, "Congratulations," which was met with another explosive laugh from the overjoyed Hiroto. From that day on, Misaki explained, laughing in that uninhibited way became his unbreakable habit. She confessed that she had always suspected they would end up together and had even practiced a joking, dramatic reaction. But in her heart, she admitted that hearing the news in person was still not easy. Despite this, she was determined that this change would not affect their precious, long-standing friendship. A fond memory showed Hiroto singing terribly into a karaoke microphone, with Misaki covering her ears and Miho smiling at his antics. Looking back on it all now, her voice filled with nostalgia. The three friends huddled together in the dark, their faces illuminated by the gentle glow of a single sparkler. She reflected that those were, without a doubt, truly happy times. Their friendship was so precious to her that she made a conscious choice. She would not be sad about what she couldn't have, but would instead be forever thankful for what she did. With all her heart, she wished her two dearest friends a lifetime of everlasting happiness. But the narrator's tone turned solemn, observing that life sometimes heartlessly rips away what we hold most dear. A framed photograph showed a proud, smiling Hiroto in his full police uniform. The image dissolved to show Miho, pale and weak, lying in a hospital bed with an oxygen mask. And for those who are left behind, the only option is to grow stronger. The memory faded, leaving only the stark image of two figures in suits, one tall and slender, the other short and stout, against an empty white background. In a memory, Hiroto sighed, lamenting his utter exhaustion from work. He felt he had no time to spend with his son, Yuto. The memory shifted to a desperate cry for help that had echoed in an alley. A group of thugs cornered a woman, their intentions menacingly clear. The bald man with a cigarette chillingly advised an onlooker to keep walking, as they were just taking care of business. But the witness, Hiroto, could only glare back in cold fury. In a quieter moment, Hiroto once asked his son what he believed made a person truly strong. Yuto innocently guessed it was being good at fighting, which drew a small laugh from his father. Hiroto explained that most people who rely on violence are actually cowards. His thoughts were interrupted by the thug's furious shout, labeling him a stupid bastard for interfering. Hiroto believed such men lacked the courage for warmth, instead trembling in fear, barely able to protect their own fragile egos. Their bluster was a desperate plea, shouting their own importance in the hopes that no one would hurt them. He taught Yuto that a truly strong person is not someone who is unafraid of fear itself. Instead, the smiling father explained, they are the ones who instill courage and hope in others. Back in the alley, a victim urged Hiroto to run away and save himself. But a sickening sound of impact cut through the air. Hiroto's final lesson echoed, the courage to treat others with warmth is what defines true strength. His breath came in ragged, desperate gasps. His final thought was a plea for his son to become someone strong. In the present, Misaki and a shorter companion stood in solemn black suits. The sharp ring of a phone broke the silence. Misaki answered, her voice calm but questioning. On the other end, Hiroto's weak, breathless voice struggled to say her name. A cold knot of dread formed in Misaki's stomach, something felt terribly wrong. She cried out his name, demanding to know what was happening. A gut feeling warned her that this was no ordinary call. Hiroto began by saying he felt like he was always asking her for favors. In that moment, Misaki knew with chilling certainty that this would be her last conversation with him. He confessed that he had lost too much blood and didn't think he was going to make it. Misaki desperately questioned him, her mind refusing to process his words about blood. Hiroto then made his final request, pleading for her to take care of Yuto if he were to die. All she could do was scream his name into the phone. On that day, Hiroto was gone from their lives forever. Later, Misaki sat vigil by Miho's hospital bed, watching over her unconscious friend. Miho's pale face was obscured by an oxygen mask, a stark symbol of her fading life. Misaki quietly greeted her, noting it had been a while. Her gaze fell upon Miho's hand, frail and tethered to an foredrip. A wave of melancholy washed over Misaki as she looked down in sorrow. She observed aloud that Miho had grown even thinner since she'd last seen her. With a heavy heart, Misaki delivered the devastating news that Hiroto had gone on ahead. She tearfully begged Miho to wake up and scold him for being an idiot, for leaving her behind. Misaki's voice broke as she finally confessed that she had really, truly liked him. Her words trailed off, choked with unshed tears and unspoken feelings. She finally admitted that more than anything, she had really liked the three of them together. Her pleas for Miho to wake up echoed in the sterile room, but consciousness never returned. Just a few weeks after Hiroto's death, Miho also passed away, her long battle with illness finally over. The world seemed to shrink, leaving Misaki standing alone on a vast, gray platform of grief. But from that loss, a new resolve was forged, seen in the fiery practice of a young boy with spiky blue hair. Yuto shouted his father's lesson into the empty gym, declaring he was told not to be afraid of fear. He remembered Hiroto's words about growing strong enough to give others courage and hope. And he recalled the final part of the lesson, to become strong enough to treat others with warmth. With all his heart, Yuto declared that he was going to become strong. Watching him, Misaki understood. She realized that while Yuto wasn't blessed with natural physical talent, he had been gifted his father's immense mental fortitude. She remembered Hiroto and Miho's implied wish, that they were leaving Yuto in her care. Misaki had been hesitant, admitting that she didn't know how to raise a child, only how to box. So she had turned to the boy, asking Yuto if he truly wanted to continue boxing. Yuto's answer had been an unequivocal, yeah. Misaki warned him of the brutal reality, he would have to train harder than anyone and still face constant defeat. The young boy simply said he didn't care. In his heart, Yuto's singular desire was to become as strong as the father he idolized. Misaki looked down, her expression unreadable. Having heard his resolve, she made her decision with two simple words, all right. She beckoned him forward, telling him to come on up. The young boy looked up at her, his face a mask of hopeful surprise. Misaki announced that from that day forward, she would train him to become a boxer. She then set a new rule, demanding that he now call her coach. Yuto eagerly and immediately complied, his voice filled with determination. In a private moment, Misaki spoke to the memory of her friends, admitting she didn't know if she was worthy of their trust. But she made a solemn vow to teach Yuto everything she knew, sealing her commitment. She knew then that this boy would become her new reason for living. As she suspected, Yuto's initial level of boxing ability was nothing short of appalling. It took him over a month just to master the fundamental 1-2 punch combination. When he finally did it, Yuto was ecstatic, though his coach simply grunted that he still had a long way to go. The fundamental problem, of course, was his complete lack of innate athletic ability. Yuto struggled with the natural flow of movement, forcing him to painstakingly memorize every single motion of a technique. It was like a math student who couldn't grasp the formulas and instead had to memorize every single problem and its answer. Misaki accepted that this tedious, inefficient method was the best he could do. His only path forward was to plow ahead with sheer, unrelenting effort. And so, with the change of every season, the grueling training continued. The torn and battered punching bag stood as a testament to his tireless work. Misaki relentlessly pushed him, always demanding one last set. With each thunderous impact, his extraordinary efforts began to pile up, creating a foundation of pure grit. He was pushed to the brink of exhaustion until, finally, something began to shift. Slowly, through sheer force of will, the boy began to metamorphose into something more. A tall man once mused that true strength belonged to someone with the courage to treat others with warmth. A young boy then affirmed that this quality is what truly makes a person strong. The woman in black, Misaki, broke the reverie, demanding 20 more reps from her exhausted student. The boy on the floor, Yuto, immediately complied, his voice straining as he shouted, "Yes, coach." 10 years had passed since Misaki first started teaching Yuto how to box. She believed that the surest way to make someone strong was to first build up their body, a vessel that honestly reflected the effort poured into it. Yuto's daily routine began with a 6-mile run the moment he woke up. This was followed by a staggering 2,000 sit-ups. He would then complete 1,000 push-ups every single day. This grueling regimen was just a fraction of the various other exercises a boxer must consistently perform. For a teenager, this amount of training might have seemed insane to an outsider. But this was the only way for Yuto to have a chance, forging a body of steel to relentlessly charge his opponents. The necessity for such extreme measures stemmed from his appallingly low level of natural talent. This was because, even back then, Yuto had already reached his growth peak. A man in a suit, listening to this story, questioned what a growth peak truly meant. The woman with short hair, Misaki, paused thoughtfully before beginning her explanation. She explained that in any field, be it arts or sports, most people follow a similar growth graph. With a simple sketch, she designated one axis as effort and the other as talent. Misaki noted that at the beginning, when starting from a blank slate, growth is rapid and visible day to day. This was described as the best time, a period of pure joy where one's limits are still unknown. However, once a certain point is reached, that explosive growth declines, and the individual begins to see their own limitations. This, she clarified, is when real competition begins, deciding who can survive as a professional. For those who survive and continue, they soon face the inevitable hurdle of a slump. A disembodied voice explained that this slump varies for everyone, long or short, severe or slight. Misaki, the dark-haired instructor, continued, stating that persevering through this slump allows one to reach a level worthy of being called a master. At this point, the growth curve settles into a gentle, steady slope, with its highest point representing the absolute limit of human growth. From there, particularly in sports, a period of rapid decline begins, an undeniable sign of aging. Ultimately, she concluded, the fight at the top is among athletes battling over how steep their individual curves are at that uppermost limit. Misaki pointed to different sections of the graph, indicating the rough levels for a professional debut versus that of a champion. She first showed the graph of an average athlete, and then contrasted it with the steep, impressive curve of a genius. But then, she paused, preparing to show them something entirely different. With a heavy heart, she presented Yuto's growth graph. Misaki revealed that in her third year of teaching him, his growth had already come to a complete stop. The blond man with the mustache exclaimed that such a thing was impossible. Yuto's talent was so poor that he couldn't even dream of becoming a pro, let alone a champion, and newcomers would quickly surpass him. The woman with short black hair, Misaki, bluntly stated that this was the reality of the man named Yuto Takeda. The blond man found it hard to believe, given Takeda's current reputation as the strongest in-fighter, a sentiment Misaki admitted she shared. But then, one day, everything changed. He had shown up at her gym in a hospital gown, soaking wet from the pouring rain. Yuto, now a young man with spiky blue hair, confirmed that from that day forward, nothing was ever the same. The scene shifted to a younger Yuto, bursting with excitement as he began his first day of high school. He pumped his fist, filled with the confidence and determination of a fresh start. The narration reflected on how most people have a hero they look up to while growing up. An image of a powerful robot hero gave way to a respected man in a suit, symbolizing different ideals of heroism. An unidentified girl recalled how her hero was her father, a man she saw as a bastion of justice. It was a time of new beginnings, a new school, a new grade, and a new semester. The students, caught in the transitional phase between childhood and adulthood, each expressed their nerve-wracking unease in their own way. Some had already chosen their path and devoted themselves entirely to it. Others simply followed the established guidelines laid out by society. And then there were those who chose to release their pent-up anxieties by bullying others. A basketball bounced ominously as a blonde student confronted a classmate. The blonde student aggressively demanded to borrow some cash. A student with tired eyes looked down, clearly intimidated. The dark-haired student stammered in confusion, earning a sharp insult from the bully. A firm voice cut through the tension, telling the bully to stop. A man in a white shirt and tie had stepped in, gripping the bully's arm to halt the confrontation. In that moment, everyone who was watching was likely thinking the same thing. They were all shocked that someone would actually say such a cliché heroic line in real life. The blonde bully's face contorted in anger as the grip on his arm tightened. His eye widened in a mixture of fury and surprise. The bully, whose arm was being held, was stunned, his mind reeling as he realized he couldn't move at all. Whispers spread through the crowd as students identified the intervener as Yuto Takeda, the son of a famous judoka and a boxer himself. Another student recalled Yuto's fame from middle school, where he was known as the hero of justice, marveling that such a person truly existed. The bully could only curse, as everyone present was once again struck by the thought that someone like Yuto was real. In a fleeting, honest moment, the blonde bully couldn't help but think that Yuto was actually pretty damn cool. But his pride quickly returned, and he let out a frustrated shout. A hiss of anger escaped his lips. He let out another guttural cry of frustration. The blonde man challenged Yuto, puffing his chest out and questioning if Yuto even knew who he was. The black-haired man, Yuto, calmly waited for the outburst to end before asking if he was done. Yuto calmly advised him not to do it again, suggesting they all try to get along for the school year. The blonde man was left terrified, a stark look of fear on his face against a void-like background. Humiliated, the bully turned his rage on the onlookers, screaming at them for staring. Yuto stood calmly by the blackboard as the rest of the class settled down. The incident quickly became gossip, with students buzzing about Yuto's legendary coolness and speculating on who would win in a fight between him and Kazu. What was it about these heroes that the youth of today truly worshipped? One student admitted his disappointment, having hoped Yuto would just knock Kazu out, while his friend explained that's precisely why strong guys don't beat up the weak. The question lingered, was it their sense of justice, or was it merely their strength? The first student admitted it would have been satisfying to see, as another chimed in that bullies deserve to get their asses hooped by athletes. A man in a suit regretfully observed that for most of these young people, the answer was, unfortunately, the latter. The desire for supremacy manifested again as Kazu, the blonde man, cornered another student, accusing him of laughing at him earlier. Kazu was interrupted by a command to stop. Yuto appeared once more, calmly asking what Kazu could possibly gain from beating up his friends. Kazu's bravado wavered for a split second. He quickly steeled himself, refusing to be intimidated a second time. He stammered, trying to formulate a retort to Yuto's question. Kazu lashed out verbally, questioning what Yuto was even talking about. He declared that he picked on people because it was fun, mocking Yuto for thinking he was special just because he played sports. With a final curse, Kazu lunged forward. In the modern world, the true power of consistent effort tends to be underestimated. But no matter how untalented someone is, the gap between one who has put in extraordinary effort and one who hasn't is immense. A deafening boom echoed, marking a collision of force. The difference between them was truly like night and day. The silhouette of a powerful, unwavering figure stood as a testament to this truth. This, the narrator concluded, was the undeniable power of pure, unrelenting effort. In the immediate aftermath of the confrontation, two figures remained locked in a tense tableau. A deafening boom still echoed in the minds of the onlookers who had witnessed the sudden collision. On the classroom floor, one student sat stunned beside the prone form of Kazu, the fallen bully. A young man watched from the side, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and awe. Another student's face was a mask of disbelief as he processed the scene before him. One boy's expression of pure astonishment captured the sentiment of everyone present. A man with spiky black hair stammered that heroes, it seemed, really did exist. The image of a powerful, costumed figure lingered as a symbol of impossible strength. Later, Yuto and his friend walked down the street, leaving the day's chaos behind them. The brown-haired boy apologized for his helplessness, but Yuto insisted he had done nothing wrong and the blame lay solely with the aggressor. Despite his friend's reassurance, the brown-haired boy couldn't help but wonder why he was always so weak. He told Yuto he was amazing, that he had never seen anyone so strong. Yuto humbly deflected the praise, explaining that the gym was full of stronger people and that his own power came only from relentless training, not talent. The brown-haired boy remained unconvinced, certain that someone like him could never achieve such strength. His friend's self-deprecating words gave Yuto a sudden, surprising idea. Yuto insisted his friend could become strong too, and when met with doubt, he decisively told the boy to come with him. At the entrance to a gym, a woman with bangs watched curiously as the two boys arrived. Yuto greeted her nervously as her own inner voice recalled that it had been 13 years since she, a retired gold medalist, had zealously opened this very gym. The coach remembered her initial belief that her fame would guarantee success, only for the boxing gym to remain stubbornly empty. In a flashback, the coach remembered her comically aggressive sales pitch to a potential new member. She had seized upon the recruit's name, Yamaguchi, declaring it sounded incredibly strong. The young man in the uniform was taken aback by her sudden, intense enthusiasm. The coach proudly announced that as an Olympic gold medalist, her instincts were never wrong. She passionately declared that she could see it in him, Yamaguchi was destined to be a champion. With theatrical flair, she proclaimed that he was born to box and that together they would take on the world. She even offered a 50% discount for signing up that day, an offer the timid Yamaguchi tried to refuse, explaining he was only there for a tour. When Yamaguchi expressed surprise at the existence of membership fees, the coach joked about collecting double later, prompting a young man with spiky blue hair to scoff at the slim chance of that happening. The blue-haired young man, in a moment of panic, suddenly realized boxing cost money and frantically asked how much he owed. The coach snapped back to the present, ordering the young man to stop wasting time and get back to his practice. The sharp, whipping sounds of a jump rope cutting through the air filled the gym. Yuto was a blur of motion, his body pushed to its absolute limits in a grueling training session. The boy with freckles and another gym member watched the intense display. He was simply amazed, realizing with dawning comprehension that this was how Yuto trained every single day. The coach, now revealed as a woman with short dark hair, told him not to be scared, explaining Yuto was a special case she trained harder than most pros. She bluntly stated that Yuto had no talent, and this brutal regimen was the only way he would ever stand a chance as a boxer. The boy with freckles stared in utter disbelief, unable to reconcile her words with the power he had witnessed. His mind reeled, how could the overwhelmingly strong Yuto have no talent, while the coach correctly guessed her student had been putting on a brave face again. The coach simply told the boy to watch Yuto closely. A narrator's voice explained that it is through sheer effort that people can truly change and become stronger. The coach admitted the path wasn't easy, but the boy with freckles finally understood the most important lesson: you can change if you try. As he left, the coach playfully reminded him of the 50% discount, and he promised he would think about it, his mind still buzzing. After exchanging goodbyes, the boy with freckles headed home. Night had fallen completely, the sky illuminated only by the glow of streetlights. He walked the lonely streets, his school suit and backpack feeling heavier than usual. The image of Yudo's strength and coolness was burned into his memory. The coach's encouraging words, "You can change if you try," echoed in his mind, his heart thumping with a newfound hope. He began to wonder if he could change too, a question that hung in the air as a narrator spoke of the random chance of one's birth. He finally arrived at the door of his apartment, pausing for a moment on the dark balcony. The narrator mused on how some are born with incredible gifts or into unimaginable privilege. But for others, life begins on a battlefield. The young boy stepped inside, quietly announcing that he was home. He had returned to his own personal war zone. A blonde woman, his mother, immediately accosted him, demanding to know why he was so late. He hesitantly explained that he had been out with a friend. His mother laughed cruelly, questioning the very idea that he could even have a friend. She sneered, asking how a loser like him could possibly have friends to begin with. She accused him of lying, her voice dripping with contempt. With a final, sharp command, she told him he should be coming straight home right after school. In a private moment of despair, she wondered how her life had ended up this way. The boy's inner monologue revealed a harsh reality: his mother, once involved with a low-level yakuza, was left to raise him alone. He knew she only kept him around for the government subsidies she received. He gathered his courage and tried to ask his mother if he could start taking boxing lessons. She snapped at him, demanding to know what he was mumbling about. His courage failed, and he quickly told her it was nothing. His mother derided him for being unable to speak properly, calling him stupid. She finished her tirade by branding him a useless piece of shit. The world was divided between those who could live normal lives effortlessly and those who had to fight with everything they had just for a semblance of normalcy. Elsewhere, under the light of a crescent moon, a group of men gathered at a construction site. A man with green hair commented on the crazy events from earlier, while a white-haired man suggested sending someone to the Bulldogs. A bald man with unsettling red eyes, who had been listening, suddenly looked up in surprise. His surprise turned into a low "whoa" as he saw who was approaching. It was Kazu, the blond spiky-haired man, his face a mask of simmering rage and humiliation. As Kazu approached his crew, his superiors immediately mocked him, seeing through his lie about tripping and correctly guessing he got his ass beat. A hooded man smoothly changed the subject, announcing that they had acquired an interesting new recruit that day. He laughed as he described the newcomer, a so-called knight-errant who was training to be a world champion boxer. From the shadows, the new brown-haired recruit offered a casual greeting, his presence marking a new, unknown variable in the battles to come. In a dimly lit room, two young boys rested in separate beds, surrounded by the quiet remnants of a difficult life. The boy with dark hair lay awake, his mind silent but restless. It is said that at least once in a person's life, a hidden energy springs forth, offering a chance to completely change. A single, desperate thought burned within the boy's mind: he wanted to change. His friend's sudden declaration left a look of complete surprise on a man's face. The next morning, the boy with spiky blue hair jogged towards a smaller figure waiting for him in the distance. This was Yamaguchi, a boy with freckles and a gaze full of quiet, unrealized potential. The blue-haired boy asked what Yamaguchi was doing there, and he explained that the coach had told him where to find him running. Yamaguchi announced his plan to start a sport, beginning with running to build stamina before taking up boxing lessons. His friend beamed, enthusiastically agreeing that they would do their best together. The blue-haired runner advised the teenager to follow at his own pace, reminding him it was only his first day. The steady thump of their running shoes echoed on the pavement. With renewed determination, the teenager psyched himself up, ready for the challenge. Even though he had started at the halfway point, he found he still couldn't catch up. The teenager realized, as he struggled to keep pace, the sheer scale of the effort his friend put in every day. The blue-haired runner, seeing his friend struggle, was impressed by the incredible effort he was making. Gasping for air, the teenager was overcome by a single, powerful desire: he wanted to become just like him. Yamaguchi was acutely aware that his home life and the people around him were not things that could be changed easily. The blue-haired runner, however, held on to the firm belief that a person could always change themselves for the better. Yamaguchi pushed himself onward, wanting to believe he could rise above his circumstances and overcome any obstacle. A firm resolve finally cemented in his mind as he vowed that he was going to change. He gasped desperately for air, his lungs burning from the intense exertion. The taller man greeted him at the finish line, while the shorter man collapsed, claiming he couldn't run another step. Admitting he'd also given up many times at the start, the taller man praised his friend for running the entire way without stopping. He then told Yamaguchi that his favorite part of the run was getting to watch the sunrise from that very spot. As Yamaguchi breathed in the crisp morning air, an intense feeling of freedom and achievement washed over his exhausted body. The two young men stood together in the quiet field, their silhouettes outlined against the dawning light. The profile of the taller man was sharpened by the golden glow of the morning. Yamaguchi's face was cast in the warm, hopeful light of the new day. The sun finally broke through a dramatic veil of clouds, painting the sky in vibrant colors. They sat together on the grassy hill, observing the sprawling city skyline as it began to stir. Yamaguchi watched the sun rise over the city where he and so many other people lived out their lives. He wondered why people, all crammed together, so often tried to trample over and hate one another. For one brief, magnificent moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. The story of the boxer had officially begun. Meanwhile, in a starkly different setting, several men in suits ate lunch at their office desks. The smiling man passed a container to his colleague, who offered a polite thank you. A disgruntled grunt was heard from another desk nearby. A man with spiky blue-black hair sat alone, a strange smile plastered on his face. In a grimy backroom, the blond-haired man scoffed at the mention of a knight-errant. The hooded man explained that this fighter wanted to test his strength in the lawless jungle, so the man with the beard sent him to face the notorious killers. The result of that bloody confrontation was nothing short of total annihilation. The hooded man cackled, revealing that the mysterious fighter had single-handedly destroyed the entire group. The man with the beard laughed, musing that a legend needed such stories and telling the hooded man to bring him more strong opponents. The hooded man's attention then shifted. He turned to the blonde, pointedly asking if the person he had recently fought was strong. The blonde-haired man avoided the question, taking a long sip from a red can. Elsewhere, the man with spiky black hair turned his head suddenly, as if sensing a distant disturbance. Back in the room, the blond man angrily insisted he was just caught off guard and would handle it himself. Cursing under his breath, he took another deep swig from his drink. Back at the office, a voice broke the silence, asking if he wanted to eat lunch together. The tall, spiky-haired man, Yuto, held out a boxed lunch toward the anxious-looking blond man. The blond man looked up, his expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Yuto cheerfully explained that his grandma always packed too much food for him anyway. This moment revealed the truth that people can be both profoundly complex and childishly simple. As the day ended, the sunset painted the sky in brilliant shades of orange and yellow. The blond man let out a guttural sound of pure frustration. His face was a mask of shock and bewilderment, a bandage stark against his cheek. As he lay down, his gaze fell upon a small notepad that had been left beside him. A handwritten note apologized for punching him and suggested putting an ice pack on the bruise. It was a stark reminder that one person's kindness can sometimes feel like another's deep humiliation. The clattering sound of objects being thrown echoed through the room. The spiky-haired boy screamed at his friends to leave, furiously insisting he wasn't hungry. In another time and place, the young man in the suit, Yuto, stared forward with unwavering resolve. The spiky-haired blonde boy sat hunched over, isolated in his own shame and anger. He cursed into the silence, his voice raw with frustration. Outside, two suited men looked up towards the commotion. One man asked what was wrong, and the other explained that Yuto had apparently humiliated the blonde on the first day of school. The first man was confused, thinking Yuto had let him off easy, but his colleague shared a rumor that Yuto had actually beaten him senseless in an alley. In a chaotic kitchen, a worker was harshly yelled at to hurry up. At a boxing gym, a trainer relentlessly pushed his student, demanding he go faster. A girl casually wondered where the blonde bully had gone, thinking to herself that she'd also be too embarrassed to come to school after such a humiliation. The trainer's voice boomed again, ordering the boxer to grit his teeth and endure the pain. A figure in a black hoodie with red lining threw a powerful, practiced punch. The trainer praised the form, urging him to keep going with the same intensity. He then demanded 10 more sets just like that. As another day came to a close, the sun dipped below the city's horizon. A shopkeeper bid farewell to a customer for the night. The sharp ring of a phone broke the evening silence as the young man in the suit, Yuto, walked home. Yuto looked at his phone, puzzled by an incoming video call from an unrecognized number. A distorted voice greeted him from the other end of the line. The mysterious caller mockingly asked if he was speaking to the hero of justice, Yuto Takeda. Yuto confirmed his identity and demanded to know who was calling, only for the man to gleefully introduce himself as Kazu. The video screen flickered to life, showing a captured man in a suit slumped on the floor. A wave of shock and horror washed over Yuto as he stared at the screen. The captive on the video feed was the same blonde-haired man from school, now looking utterly defeated. With a chilling tone, Kazu declared himself the anti-hero, leaving Yuto frozen as the chapter came to a close. The hooded figure issued a chilling threat, warning against any thought of calling the police. He held a man hostage at knife point, the scene relayed by phone to his associates. Kazu, a man with spiky blonde hair and dark makeup, stood by, a silent accomplice to the unfolding drama. Nearby, the man in the suit desperately cried out for his companion, Yamaguchi. This was a world of brutal confrontations and desperate choices. Under the cover of night, a figure arrived at the designated construction site. His white sneakers touched down on the gritty ground, ready for what was to come. The hooded figure greeted the newcomer, remarking on his swift arrival. The man with spiky hair, his expression a mask of fury, glared at his adversary. He cut straight to the point, demanding to know what they wanted from him. The man in the hoodie found it interesting that his target wasn't even out of breath after clearly running, anticipating that this would be fun. When Takeda questioned their motives, the hooded figure simply likened the entire situation to a game he was playing. He explained his quest to find the strongest fighters, lamenting that they had all been disappointingly weak until now. The hooded figure revealed that the name Yuto Takeda kept popping up, a testament to his widespread fame. Takeda was appalled this was the reason for the kidnapping, but the figure knew extreme measures were necessary to get his attention. The hooded figure confidently asked if he wasn't right about Takeda's predictable nature. In a blur of motion, Takeda slid forward, closing the distance instantly. The hooded figure let out an appreciative whistle, impressed by Takeda's speed. Now revealed to be wearing glasses, the hooded figure taunted his opponent, wondering what kind of attack he would use. He watched with interest as Takeda threw a classic straight punch, noting that was the proper way to do it. The punch landed with a deafening impact. The man in glasses was stunned by the event, as Takeda's name was called out in surprise. Elsewhere in the shadows, a blond man scoffed, certain that no matter how strong Takeda was, he stood no chance against Kazu. A bald man watching the fight thought back on Kazu's recent history. In just 1 month, Kazu had single-handedly dismantled every biker gang in the area. The hooded figure had to admit that Kazu was on a completely different level. But as the fight wore on, Yuto Takeda sensed that something felt strange about his opponent. The hooded figure mentally catalogued Kazu's abilities. he was incredibly fit and blindingly fast. Every one of Kazu's movements was brutally exact and precise. But as the recruit continued to observe, he realized that was the extent of Kazu's skill. Brute force and speed were all he truly possessed. The hooded recruit wondered how a fighter could be so utterly devoid of talent, using the same predictable combinations over and over. A strange realization began to dawn on him. It was as if he were watching a fight against a video game character someone had meticulously programmed. The recruit concluded this was the result of training someone with no natural gift to their absolute physical limit, a masterpiece of conditioning built from the worst possible material. However, against anyone who wasn't an average fighter, this simplistic brute strength made Kazu's tactics far too obvious. The blonde-haired man watching from the sidelines smirked, convinced that Takeda was no match for a true genius like Kazu. But the hooded recruit saw something else in that simplicity. He suddenly understood that Kazu's fighting strategy was simplicity itself, honed to a razor's edge. He recalled the stories. Kazu had taken down former pro boxers not with fancy techniques, but with one or two perfectly precise strikes. The recruit corrected his earlier assessment. This wasn't a lack of talent, but the mark of a pure, terrifying genius. Kazu let out a slight cough, the only sign of exertion. The two fighters squared off, the air thick with tension. The hooded recruit, however, had seen enough and was already bored. A sudden, shocking smash echoed through the construction site. A young man's eyes widened in utter disbelief at the turn of events. The hooded recruit clicked his tongue in annoyance. He glanced to the side, his expression hardening. The face of the hostage, Yamaguchi, was a mask of pure terror. Kazu glared forward, his face a storm of rage and confusion. The hooded recruit's expression was a mixture of shock and grim determination. Takeda wobbled on his feet, looking at the recruit who had just intervened. He demanded to know why someone so strong was wasting their power on such meaningless violence. Takeda passionately argued that a person with such power should use it to help others, not for selfish amusement. The hooded man, his hair now obscuring his face, repeated the words, "on behalf of others," with disdain. A man with long hair and unsettling red eyes coolly asked what the point of that would be, declaring his own way was far more fun. What followed was a merciless pounding. It was a completely one-sided beatdown. When the violence finally subsided, only two things remained. The first was a swelling, intoxicating sense of superiority for the victor. Blood spattered across a collar, a grim testament to the brutality. The second was a crushing, absolute feeling of helplessness for the vanquished. The hooded man breathed out, casually remarking that it was, at least, sort of fun. The world was full of people who lived for themselves, unable to distinguish what had value from what did not. In another part of the city, a lone boy stood at the end of a desolate street. His face was a portrait of exhaustion and quiet despair. Above him, a lonely crescent moon hung in the dark sky. The young man stood on a balcony, facing the door to his home with dread. Inside, the room was a disaster of trash and broken bottles, a disheveled woman sitting amidst the chaos. A closer look revealed the woman's face was covered in bloody wounds, her expression contorted in pain. And then there were others, whose entire lives were a constant, grueling battlefield. The young man's face mirrored the despondency of his surroundings. Miles away, a bandaged Yudo Takeda lay in a hospital bed, watching the rain fall outside his window. A nurse entered his room, informing Mr. Takeda he had received a letter from a Mr. Yamaguchi. Takeda opened the letter, the first line explaining that by the time he read it, Yamaguchi would be on a boat. Yamaguchi wrote that something had happened at home, forcing him to quit school to earn money. In the letter, Yamaguchi confessed he always wondered what it would feel like to be born as a different person, into a normal family. He had hoped his efforts might change things this time, but concluded it wasn't meant to be, resigning himself to knowing his place. The scene in his letter shifted to his new life, being berated by a boss as he mopped a floor, realizing his old life hadn't been rock bottom after all. Yamaguchi's letter ended by saying he felt truly lucky to have met a good person like Takeda, even if their time together was short. A rhythmic thumping sound began, soft but insistent. A metamorphosis was underway, punctuated by the steady beat. In the darkness of a desolate room, a small blue light reflected in the pupil of an eye. Something new, something unknown, began to wriggle into existence. The story began under a simple sign that read, Misa. A door creaked open, revealing a silhouetted figure standing in the rain-swept entrance. It all started one fateful day. A young man had appeared before them, soaking wet from a downpour and clad only in a hospital gown. He and a woman with dark hair spoke with one voice, a shared memory of a promise to become stronger. The young man with bandages declared that he would prove that no matter how difficult one's circumstances were, and no matter how immense the obstacle standing in the way, that where there is a will, there is always a way. From that day forward, the course of everything changed. This was the story of the boxer, as told by the artist J.H. The young man in bandages yelled for the training to be faster as a glove smashed into a heavy bag. The woman with dark hair sharply questioned how he ever expected to win against his rival while being so slow. In his own gym, Kazu Yusuji mused that there wasn't a boxing coach in the area who hadn't heard of the boy. The boy was celebrated as a God-given talent, a genius who would lead the future of Japanese boxing. Kazu Yusuji knew that as long as the boy earnestly wished for his goal and it was meaningful to him, then all he could do was give his absolute best to support him. Kazu pushed the boy onward, shouting for him to go even faster. With gritted teeth, the spiky-haired boxer endured a punishing strength training exercise. In another memory, a foreman berated him for not paying attention, to which the young boxer meekly apologized. He ran with desperate effort along a dirt path, pushing his body past its limits. The sound of vigorous scrubbing echoed as he cleaned floors to make ends meet. Overwhelmed by exhaustion and frustration, the spiky-haired man finally broke down in tears. Kazu recalled a past encounter, noting that he'd never had anyone come back for a rematch before. The spiky-haired man had simply stated that he was not one to turn down a challenge. Kazu had mocked him for his lack of improvement, telling him to give up because he had no talent and would never win. The spiky-haired man, however, had roared back with a defiant never. He declared that he didn't care if it took 1,000,000 or even 1,000,000,000 years to achieve his goal. He vowed that he would never give up, not until he finally beat Kazu. Kazu had only laughed, dismissing his bold proclamation. Unsurprisingly, the rematch with Kazu ended in another crushing defeat. The dejected spiky-haired man admitted to his coach that he didn't think he could win with his current methods. A core belief resounded: to become stronger, one must pour their entire heart and soul into it. The young man with blue hair made a pivotal decision, telling his coach he wanted to quit school to focus only on boxing. The woman with short black hair was thrown into a state of conflict, unsure of what she should say. She debated taking the realistic route and advising him that there were other paths in life besides boxing. The image of a pink-haired woman surfaced in her thoughts, making her wonder what his departed friends, Miho and Hiroto, would have told him. The man with blue hair internally apologized to Miho and Hiroto, conceding that boxing was the only path he knew. He asked his coach not to blame him for the outcome, and she finally made her choice. She gave him her full support, urging him to give it his absolute best shot. It was only then that he would have a true fighting chance. The young man with blue hair responded with a firm, "Yes, coach." The gym filled with the sounds of his relentless effort, the thud of gloves, the rapid-fire tapping of the speed bag, and the bone-jarring slam of punches. The constant, rhythmic thwop of his jump rope was a testament to his tireless conditioning. He poured his blood, sweat, and tears into training every day, eventually challenging Kazu again, who simply asked if he was back already. The result was the same: he took a severe beating. The cacophony of his brutal regimen filled every moment, weights crashing, fists pounding, and his own pained grunts echoing his struggle. He challenged Kazu once more, and the hooded man cynically hoped he had improved at least a little this time. Again, the sounds of his exhaustive training filled the air, a repeating cycle of pain and perseverance. A clearly annoyed Kazu asked him to finally give up as it was getting annoying, then proceeded to defeat him again. Later, while the young boxer sobbed quietly in his bunk, an irritated neighbor yelled at him to be quiet. But from somewhere in the dark, another voice softly urged him not to give up. The angry neighbor threatened to throw him in the ocean if he kept making noise. Bolstered by the quiet encouragement, the blue-haired man silently vowed that he would never give up either. His determination forged anew, he threw himself back into his intense training with ferocious energy. The seasons passed, and soon it became difficult to even count how many times he had tried and lost. In a hazy dream, a long-haired figure with red gloves stood in a fighting stance. A single red glove flew forward with incredible force. An explosive red impact mark shattered the black canvas of his dream. Waking with a start, the blue-haired man realized it had just been a dream. He pushed himself up, muttering that it was time to go train. Just then, a red boxing glove connected with a solid target in the real world. The blue-haired man's mind faltered as he wondered if this, too, was a dream. Now identified as Yudo, he found he could no longer tell the difference. His opponent was struck in the face by a massive, spiky burst of red energy. Yudo's expression was one of pure, unshakable determination. He accepted that he could no longer distinguish what was a dream and what was reality. As a girl with bangs cried out his name in alarm, Yudo thought to himself that none of it mattered. He knew he just needed to keep moving. He only had to perform the movements exactly as his coach had taught him. The girl with bangs stared in utter disbelief, wondering if what she was witnessing was truly possible. Yudo had reached what everyone believed to be his growth peak. But at that moment, he miraculously exceeded it. A tremendous boom echoed as his punch landed. The man in the hoodie, Kazu, let out a grunt of surprise. He had to admit that this felt a little different from before. The man with spiky blue hair lay exhausted on the ground, but something within him had changed. Kazu confessed that he was actually surprised, realizing that even someone talentless could improve through sheer effort. The surrounding crowd murmured in astonishment at the unexpected display of power. Kazu told him it was amazing, stating that he would look forward to their next match. But Yudo Takeda remained silent, his body still on the floor. His mind, however, was already dissecting the fight, noting his uppercut was off, his punches needed to be sharper, and his footwork bolder. A butterfly began to emerge from its chrysalis, a perfect metaphor for his metamorphosis. The winds of change had officially begun to blow. Elsewhere, a dark-haired attacker noted with a hint of surprise that his own opponent had gotten pretty sharp. This was a change that had begun, and no one could stop or undo it. A powerful blow landed with a sickening crack. The dark-haired attacker roared in frustration, "Why you little?" A low, defeated mumble was the only response. A young boy with tired, haunted eyes stared blankly ahead. The boy whispered that it was time to end it all. He confessed that he had lost all hope and had no reason to live, wishing only for peace. The enraged dark-haired attacker lunged forward, screaming at the boy. A woman with a bob haircut shivered as she stared at a graph depicting a steep, almost impossible curve of growth. After all the dizzying effort, the countless defeats, and the soul-crushing frustrations, the spiky-haired man was shown delivering a devastating kick that sent a white-haired fighter flying. He sat beside a brown-haired man, both gazing at the city skyline as the sun dipped below the horizon. The man with brown hair could only look on with a bewildered and concerned expression. That same man later stood alone, watching a brilliant sun reflect across a vast expanse of water. A Superman had finally been born. The man with spiky hair stood in profile, his face a mask of serious, unyielding determination. The question was posed, "What is boxing to you?" The spiky-haired boxer answered that to him, "Boxing is proof. It is proof that no matter how difficult one's circumstances become, And no matter how deep the sorrow or pain one must face, one should never give up, because there is always hope. The boxer with blue hair made his ultimate declaration: through boxing, he would prove to the world that there is always hope. The announcer's voice boomed across the airwaves, welcoming boxing fans to the long-awaited junior welterweight world title match between Yuto Takeda and you, while his co-commentator Bob Norris mused if another boxer like you would ever exist. As the crowd roared with anticipation, the broadcast narrator began his introduction for the boxer with never-before-seen talent. The screen filled with the image of the reigning lightweight world champion, Yu. Despite being the challenger for this new title, Yu's aura alone seemed to overpower the entire stadium. It was remembered how he had completely shut down the once invincible champion Jean-Pierre, not allowing a single punch to land. The narrator posed the question on everyone's mind: would he just as easily conquer the junior welterweight division? Just then, the champion Yuto Takeda made his entrance into the ring. Though Takeda was now called the strongest in-fighter, his path to the top had been a brutal and arduous one, unlike the meteoric rise of his opponent. A voice on the broadcast explained that Takeda had been knocked down time and again, only to rise and eventually conquer his division, his story one of pure hope and triumph. The question remained whether he could protect his hard-won title from this prodigious new challenger. In a quiet home, a sickly patient called out to his mother, announcing that the fight was about to begin. In a dimly lit room, a man with striking orange hair and intense red eyes sat transfixed before a screen. He swallowed hard, his anticipation palpable. The tale of the tape was set, the epitome of natural talent versus the epitome of hard work. Commentator 1 asked his partner Bob for a prediction, noting that the key to the fight seemed simple. He wondered aloud if this meant Bob was predicting a complete domination and victory for you. The man with the afro, Bob Norris, clarified that while you had a high chance of winning, it wasn't quite that simple. A dark, shadowy figure watching the fight added that this was because Yu's boxing was completely out of this world. In a separate location, a coach asserted that if Takeda could just survive into the second half of the match, he would have his chance. The coach confirmed the game plan with his boxer, who responded with a determined, "Yes, coach." The heavy, rhythmic thumping of a heartbeat filled the arena's tense silence. The referee offered words of encouragement, but the boxer, Takeda, declared that even if he was knocked down, he would get back up and fight to the end. The sound of a beating heart echoed once more, counting down the final seconds before the bell. The man with orange hair and red eyes stared, his own intensity matching the scene on screen. Somewhere, a fist clenched tightly in anticipation. A deep boom signaled the explosive start of the first round. The story of the boxer was about to be written in blood and sweat. The first powerful blow of the match landed with concussive force. From the opening bell, Takeda closed the distance fiercely, pressing the attack. The champion's face contorted into a grimace of pure, focused effort. He dashed in again and again, refusing to give his opponent a moment's peace. From the stands, a woman in a tracksuit shouted her encouragement, yelling, "Attaboy." She urged him to maintain this grueling pressure for all 12 rounds. Another massive impact was felt as the two fighters clashed. Takeda recalled his pre-fight strategy session, where a man watching tapes of Yu's fights identified a particular punch as the most worrisome threat. A man in a tracksuit had bluntly stated that with Takeda's current skills, he couldn't hope to avoid it, let alone counter it. A woman with a hindcut then posed the critical question of what he should do. She had explained that the punch was too powerful to block, making a guard only a last resort. In his mind, Takeda, the pale boxer, had found the answer: distance. He remembered the plan formulated by his spiky-haired self, to stay so close that you couldn't find the space or timing to execute his devastating blow. The voice of the hindcut woman echoed with confidence, assuring him that his superior stamina would allow him to maintain that pressure. She believed their only chance was to drag the fight to the final rounds, a strategy based on Takeda's own analysis of Yu's history of ending matches in seconds. Takeda's own thoughts confirmed it: Yu had never once experienced a protracted bout, and his otherworldly talent would mean nothing if his body gave out. The entire strategy hinged on one goal: just hold out until you gets tired. Meanwhile, a white-haired man watching the fight scoffed, having easily predicted Takeda's strategy. He instructed the person beside him to watch closely, identifying Yuto Takeda as the strongest in the division and their next opponent. An elderly boxer continued the analysis, asking his student if he understood the type of fighter Takeda truly was. He explained Takeda's muscles were like a suit of armor, a physique so developed it seemed impossible to obtain from training alone. This muscle wasn't just for protection, he noted, but also the source of Takeda's explosive reflexes. A devastating smash on screen demonstrated the lightning-fast weight shift that followed those reflexes. The elderly boxer grimly concluded that Takeda was an outboxer's worst nightmare. Another impact resounded, underscoring Takeda's relentless power. He was described as relentless, a man who would get back up no matter how many times he was knocked down, earning his title as the strongest in-fighter. The elderly boxer revealed that Takeda's biggest weapon, however, was his unbelievable, seemingly endless stamina. A past opponent was shown reeling from the sheer force of Takeda's assault. The defeated fighter had cried out, completely bewildered by the champion's power. Takeda remembered that opponent's thoughts, the man wondering if he was even human. As the memory of a bell dinged, he recalled that match, a relentless storm of blows from start to finish. Another voice, a commentator, had predicted that Takeda's superhuman stamina would mean he'd be on his opponent, like white on rice. In that same pre-fight analysis, the man with white hair had asked you his plan, to which the black-haired boxer had simply replied he would hit Takeda before he could get close. Yu was shown in profile, his head bowed in a moment of quiet contemplation. But an internal voice, personified as a woman in red-laced boots, suddenly interjected, deciding that was not the way she did things. The camera focused on the intense eye of a boxer, his blue glove held high. In the crowd, a woman with dark hair and a broadly smiling man watched the unfolding drama. In the ring, Takeda, the boxer with blue gloves, stared in confusion, wondering what his opponent was doing. P6D, he couldn't believe his eyes as Yu, the quintessential outboxer, suddenly adopted an in-fighter stance. Narration transition. From afar, a silver-haired man smiled cruelly, urging you to show Takeda what real talent looked like. The commentators erupted in confusion, shouting over each other as they tried to process you switching to an in-fighter stance. Yu's inner voice, the woman in red boots, told him not to overthink it and just do what he knew best. Across the ring, Takeda, the boxer with blue hair, resolved to ignore the strange development and stick to his plan of pushing forward. A thunderous smash echoed as the two in-fighters collided at the center of the ring. A boxer's eye, wide with intensity, reflected the brutal reality of the fight. The dark-haired woman in the crowd leaned forward, her gaze locked on the action. A mustached spectator watched on, his expression one of rapt fascination. A close-up shot highlighted the straining tendons in a fighter's neck. The face of a boxer became a blur of motion and raw determination. Another punishing blow landed with a sickening smash. Takeda, the boxer with blue gloves, looked forward, his mind racing to understand what was happening. The two were locked in a furious exchange, mirror images of aggression. A heavy wham reverberated through the stadium as glove met flesh. And in that moment, Takeda, the boxer with blue gloves, felt a horrifying certainty click into place. The camera zoomed in on his eye, wide with a shocking realization. He understood with dawning horror that Yu was copying his movements to a T. A resounding wham punctuated Takeda's terrible discovery. It was followed by another crushing smash that felt just like his own. Takeda's eye reflected not just his opponent, but the death of his strategy. The champion's mind fractured as he realized the movements he had spent a lifetime mastering were being performed by Yu, only faster and with more precision. The truth of his situation was now crystal clear. Takeda had never been more sure of anything in his life, as if the answer were printed in stark black and white. He knew, with a soul-crushing certainty, that no matter what he did or how hard he tried, he could never beat this man. A spectator cried out, unable to believe or even explain the unbelievable sight unfolding before him. A sinister voice seemed to cheer on the carnage, telling the prodigy to plunder everything from his opponent and trample him. The silver-haired man's voice echoed with a chilling philosophy, declaring that this was what it means to be alive. Takeda's eyes flew wide in absolute shock, the fight for the title forgotten in the face of such monstrosity. The true nature of his opponent had just been revealed, leaving the champion and the world to wonder what would happen next. Another crushing blow echoed through the arena with a sickening smash. It was followed by a heavy wham that rattled the champion to his core. A fellow fighter watching from the sidelines exclaimed that it was like looking at a mirror image. The narration confirmed that junior welterweight champion Yuto Takeda was enduring a brutal, one-sided beatdown. The announcer marveled at Yu's unbelievable reaction speed and athletic ability. Takeda found himself on the canvas, his eyes wide with the shock of his complete demolition. Yu's voice was merciless as he declared he was showing Takeda what real talent looked like. Gasping for breath, Takeda's mind raced, desperately searching for a way out. He considered throwing a feint, a last-ditch effort to create an opening. But the announcer declared it was no use as another punch landed with a deafening wham. Takeda frantically decided to raise his guard, hoping to weather the storm. Across the ring, a single eye watched with cold, unwavering focus. An explosive impact shattered Takeda's defense once more. The champion realized with horror that his guard was useless, that he would just keep taking hits until the end. A single word escaped Takeda's lips as his reality fractured. Panic seized him as he internally screamed, wondering what he was supposed to do. In his corner, a stern-faced woman with short black hair watched the carnage unfold. She screamed for Yuto to hang in there, her voice cutting through the roar of the crowd. The woman with black hair made a desperate promise, saying she'd tell him what to do if he could just make it out alive. Elsewhere, a young boy in a hospital gown and beanie watched the match on a screen, his small fists clenched tight. An intense man with spiky orange hair and burning red eyes stared forward, captivated by the display. The sound of a clenching fist underscored the rising tension. This was the story of the prodigy known only as the boxer. The first round had been nothing short of brutal for Takeda. An unknown woman's voice called out Yuto's name, trying to break through his daze. Again, she yelled for Yuto, her voice filled with urgency. The woman with black hair grabbed him, demanding he get a grip. An assistant in the corner expressed his disbelief at their opponent's overwhelming strength. For a moment, Takeda's coach admitted her own helplessness, confessing she didn't know what to do. But then, she rallied, insisting that while he was strong, he wasn't invincible. She argued that no matter how powerful someone is, they can't be strong on all fronts. The young woman with short black hair looked him in the eye, promising there was still something that only he could do. Meanwhile, the white-haired man calmly observed the match alongside a young man with spiky black hair. He asked the young man for his assessment of the first round, but received only silence. The young man with spiky black hair eventually conceded that Yu was strong, but seemed more impressed by the lightweight division. The white-haired man let out a small, knowing scoff at the young man's evaluation. He explained that Takeda was a fighter who, against all odds, grew stronger when faced with adversity. He likened the champion to a hero from a sports comic, a classic underdog archetype. He warned his companion that if they were careless, Takeda might just manage to get in a punch or two. In the commentary booth, the announcer with a headset turned to his partner, asking Bob if Takeda could possibly make a comeback. The woman with an afro, Bob, asserted that Takeda was a powerful boxer who wouldn't let this be the end. The bell dinged, signaling the start of the next round. Takeda stepped forward, confident that he now had a solid game plan for the second round. His confidence was immediately shattered by another powerful blow from Yu. Yet, a single word remained: hope. In a flashback to the break, the woman with dark hair had given him a simple, dangerous instruction: exchange blows with him. Takeda had been baffled by the seemingly suicidal advice. His coach insisted he just trade punches like he always did, reminding him it was what he did best. She urged him not to be overpowered by fear, but to focus on his own strengths and remember his training. A new mantra had been set for him: remember who you are. Back in the ring, Takeda roared as he landed a hit, finally understanding that this was who he was. The boxer with blue hair screamed that all he needed to do was what he knew best. A man with a mustache in the crowd nodded, seeing the champion's shift in strategy. Whether it was a grand destiny or a small, fleeting chance, everyone lived with hope burning in their hearts. The announcer cried out, amazed at Takeda's incredible spirit and courage as he threw punches while taking them. The boxer with blue hair affirmed that it was okay. He knew he was going to take a lot of hits. He resolved that no matter how much it hurt, he could keep fighting as long as he remained standing. From the corner, the woman with short black hair shouted in triumph, noticing that Yu was finally being pushed back. She declared that Takeda's all-out assault had successfully seized the upper hand. But this was exactly the route everyone expected Takeda to take. The truth was, K's boxer had not been taking his opponent seriously at all. In fact, Yu had barely revealed an ounce of his true strength. Suddenly, Takeda froze, sensing a fundamental shift in his opponent. The dark-haired fighter knew, with dawning dread, that something was different. Yu effortlessly slipped away, creating space between them. Takeda saw the distance widen and desperately tried to close it. Sheer shock contorted the champion's face. And then came despair, as the boxer with blue gloves realized the terrible truth, muttering that it had to be a joke. An off-panel voice, Takeda's own, cried out in frustration that he couldn't get inside. The woman with bangs watched in horror, recognizing the immense danger. The man in the blue boxing glove gasped, unable to believe he couldn't close the gap. In a final, futile act, he tried to bring up his guard. A thunderous boom signaled the end, as despair was defined by the utter loss of hope. Takeda gasped, blood trickling from his mouth as the lights began to fade. A heavy thud marked the champion's fall. Takeda's coach could only stare with an intense, helpless gaze. The young boy in the hospital gown peeked from behind a corner, his eyes wide. The man with orange hair watched the brutal conclusion without a flicker of emotion. The true adversity, the real fight, was only just now beginning. Yu's eyes burned with an inhuman intensity, his expression unchanged. A single fist was clenched, a promise of the devastation yet to come. The man with freckles screamed Yudo's name, a cry lost in the stunned silence of the stadium. In popular media, effort is often portrayed as a passionate and dynamic force, designed to captivate an audience. A hand grips a tool, its movements quick and practiced. The woman with short dark hair shouted encouragement. But those who have truly striven for something know the mind-numbing pain and loneliness that real effort demands. The woman with short dark hair stood with her arms crossed, her expression a mask of stern discipline. From a window, she watched two figures in school uniforms below. A male character urged someone on, counting down the last 20 seconds. For in reality, effort is a cold and static thing. The sound of desperate, ragged breaths filled the air. A heavy drop of sweat fell to the ground. A single eye was framed in a moment of intense focus. The dark-haired female started to ask Yudo about boxing, but the young man simply prompted her to continue. An unspoken thought hung between them. The coach cut the conversation short, telling him to rest for a minute before they started on the mitts, and the young man readily agreed. The title card for The Boxer appeared, crediting the story and art to J.H. A roar went through the crowd as the announcer declared Yu had finally shown his true colors. Takeda was down on his knees, doubled over from the immense impact of a devastating blow. On the canvas, the champion wondered if he could rise again after taking such a heavy hit. The woman with short black hair watched the ring, her gaze unwavering and intense. Takeda gasped, his body screaming for air as he struggled to breathe. From the stands, the young boy in hospital clothes yelled out his encouragement. A raw cry of agony tore from Takeda's throat. The orange-haired man shouted his support, believing in the champion. As Takeda roared in pain, the man in the foreground screamed his name in desperation. Yu's eyes, cold and shadowed, watched without a flicker of emotion. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium, declaring that Takeda had miraculously gotten back up. Takeda drew in shuddering breaths, his body trembling with the effort. But the announcer warned that waiting for him was the ultimate contender. Convinced there was still a chance, Yuto Takeda told himself he was okay as the announcer highlighted the trouble he was in. The commentator questioned if the champion could find a way past this seemingly impossible impasse. The referee gave the signal, and the fight resumed. Takeda's mind raced, analyzing his opponent's first move, the jabs. He knew that completely avoiding them was impossible. His only path forward was to take the hits head-on and break through to the inside. Takeda grimaced as a stinging jab landed squarely on his cheek. A punch whistled past his ear. A commentator expressed his disbelief, marveling at how quickly Takeda was closing the gap after being on the ground just moments before. It was an amazing recovery, a show of headway that seemed impossible after the hit he had taken. His advance was noted as very good. A past opponent, Boxer 1, had cried out in frustration. The fighter recalled the desperate thought that no matter how hard he tried, the distance to you only grew. He had seen the counter coming, hesitating between putting his guard up or backstepping. But knowing he couldn't win by running, he realized his only chance was to close the gap right then. The memory of the inevitable, crushing blow followed. The present-day fighter, however, produced a different result. A woman cried out Yuto's name, her voice laced with worry and hope. With gritted teeth and fierce determination, Takeda absorbed a blow to press his attack. The white-haired spectator analyzed the move with clinical precision, noting how Takeda's explosive dash threw off Yu's timing. He acknowledged the raw courage it took to charge a monster like a bull. Though Takeda was the competition, the spectator offered a silent commendation. He watched with grim satisfaction, urging the champion to keep struggling until the bitter end. The commentator shouted that Takeda was refusing to let Yu escape his range. They were now halfway through the second round. No other boxer had ever pursued Yu so relentlessly, as the commentator praised Takeda's prowess as the world's strongest infighter. Yet, he also grimly observed that the damage was clearly accumulating, questioning how long this desperate struggle could last. Yuto felt his body begin to creak and slow, the toll of the damage becoming undeniable. In another memory of a past fight, Fighter 1 desperately tried to press forward. He knew that leaving even the slightest opening would mean his immediate defeat. Despite his resolve, another fighter had cried out as his opponent's attack began. The fighter had to move faster, but his hesitation led to a devastating, fight-ending blow. A sharp impact echoed through the stadium. The announcer's voice cut through the noise, declaring that Takeda was down for a second time. A woman in the crowd remarked that this knockdown looked like it caused serious damage. She cried out Yuto's name in alarm. The referee began his count, his voice steady as he reached 4. Another fighter expressed his doubt, unsure if Takeda could possibly get back up again. The young boy with the beanie clenched his fists, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and faith. The man with orange hair watched with a stern, unreadable expression. The man with freckles turned his head, his face a grim portrait of worry for his friend. A heavy silence fell over Takeda's corner of the stadium. A painful creak echoed the strain on Takeda's body as he tried to move. A single thought burned through the fog of pain: he had to get back up. He had to prove that in the end. The woman with long dark hair watched, her expression a reflection of his own unyielding determination. The elderly man with white hair offered a wry, knowing smile. With agonizing effort, Takeda pushed against the canvas. A lone man in a suit stood with his back turned, isolated in a vast, dark expanse of his own making. Yuto's resolve crystallized into a single, defiant thought: where there's a will, there's always a way. The crowd roared as the commentators announced Takeda was back on his feet, questioning if another miracle was possible against such a powerful contender. The referee looked closely at the champion, unable to tell his condition. He couldn't be certain if Takeda was lucid or running on pure instinct. Swallowing hard, the official decided to keep a close watch on him. With a sharp command, the referee ordered the fight to continue. The brown-haired spectator watched, his heart aching for Yuto. He wondered if Takeda was pushing himself this hard not for himself, but to give hope to people like him. Even Yu recalled how Takeda's example had shown him a new world, helping him overcome the hardest times of his life. A shopkeeper, his back to the world, stood proudly in his own store. The blonde woman thought about how she had tried really, really hard to build this life, and how her mother was now getting treatment. A punch connected, sending a spray of sweat and blood. A downed man whispered from the canvas. The squeak of shoes on the canvas marked a slow, deliberate approach. The bloodied fighter with blue gloves faced an ethereal, pale-skinned opponent. The downed man repeated his soft whisper. From the crowd, a man's voice offered a gentle release, saying it was okay and that he didn't have to fight so hard. The fighter in blue gloves spoke, giving permission to fall, insisting that it was okay to finally give up. An unknown voice screamed Yuto's name, a final, desperate plea piercing the air. The ringing bell signaled a temporary salvation. Narration confirmed that Takeda had miraculously survived the brutal second round. The dark-haired woman, his coach, voiced her uncertainty about how much longer he could possibly last. A narrator's voice declared that the match had undeniably tilted in Yu's favor. Desperately, the dark-haired woman urged Yuto to pull himself together. The injured Yuto, breathing heavily, turned to his coach and asked if he was doing a good job. He admitted the other fighter was so strong that all he could do was try to get close to him. Overwhelmed, the dark-haired woman confessed to herself that she didn't know what she was doing. Pushing aside her own doubts, she quickly reassured Yuto that he was doing great, even going beyond her instructions. She instructed him to keep sticking close to his opponent, insisting that he would get his chance. The coach's thoughts drifted to Miho and Hiroto as she wondered about her choices. She questioned if she was truly doing the right thing for her fighter. Anxiously, she wondered if she was doing him a great disservice. Kei stood with her arms crossed, her expression a mask of hardened concern. She considered that maybe she should have taught him to live a comfortable, happy life, far from this kind of suffering. A sharp bell signaled the start of the third round. The coach worried that she was merely trying to avoid her own responsibility. She feared she was just telling herself she was helping him along a path he had already chosen. A close-up revealed strange spikes protruding from the back muscles of his opponent, Yu. A tense silence fell over the ring. In a dark void, four glowing white silhouettes stood as silent, ethereal witnesses. Yu was suddenly slammed against the ropes by Yuto's relentless advance. The white-haired man watching from the stands had to admit that the kid had spirit, but found his potential even more interesting. He observed that Yuto had been closing the distance more and more as the match progressed. The white-haired man realized Yuto was improving in real time. It was as if Yuto was learning how to box for the very first time. Amused, the white-haired man mused that Yuto was just like a protagonist from a comic book. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned coach thought that Yu needed all the experience he could get before his inevitable confrontation with him. The sign for the fourth round was displayed to the roaring crowd. A bruised and battered Yuto held his blue gloves to his face in sheer exhaustion. The grueling fifth and sixth rounds passed in a blur of pain and perseverance. A fighter's eye, filled with an intense fire, stared out from the battered canvas of his face. The announcer's voice boomed, marking the sixth round as the halfway point of the bitter match. The announcer praised Takeda's incredible and seemingly bottomless grit. He shouted that Takeda stood his ground and kept pressing on, no matter how hopeless the situation seemed. Yuto, the boxer with blue gloves, wondered if his unyielding courage could possibly create a miracle. His coach, Kei, glanced to the side for a moment, the tension unbearable. Across the ring, the spiky-haired boxer Yu stared forward, his focus absolute. The white-haired man's voice seemed to echo in Yu's mind, asking how it felt to be 6 rounds in against an opponent who just wouldn't stay down. The voice reminded Yu that he'd never felt this exhausted in a spar and questioned what he would do now. It warned him that unless he went in for the kill, Takeda just might manage to get a decisive blow in. In a hospital somewhere, a patient in a gown cried as someone tried to comfort them. A man with sharp orange hair and piercing red eyes watched the fight with burning intensity. The crowd's desperate voices merged into a single plea for Yuto. The referee shouted, "Down," as the announcer noted how many times Takeda had stubbornly gotten up, though it looked difficult this time. As the referee began the count, an internal voice told Yuto that he didn't have to get back up. A close-up focused on the dark-haired coach, her face etched with worry. While the referee's count reached 3, Yuto's own mind screamed that he had to get back up. The sharp crack of something breaking echoed faintly in the arena. Yuto's bloody face was seen pressed against the canvas of the ring floor. In a memory, the coach stood with her arms crossed, watching a younger, exhausted Yuto on the training room floor. The coach's voice called out to him, simply saying, "Kid." As a younger Yuto formally addressed his coach, she playfully hiccuped and told him to just call her Auntie. She declared practice over for the day and told him to follow her to the roof. A confused Yuto looked up from the hallway, wondering where they were going. Soon after, Yuto and his coach stood together on the building's rooftop under a full moon. The coach told Yuto that while his hard work was great, he simply worked too hard, to which he replied it was because he wasn't talented. She insisted that he tried too hard regardless of his talent, and he meekly agreed. The coach's expression turned serious as she prepared to share a difficult truth. Kei began to explain to Yuto that there are some situations that can never be overcome, no matter how hard one tries. A younger Yuto, his spiky hair highlighted with blue, listened intently to her words. Yuto replied that he wasn't sure about that, and that he would just keep working hard and trying his best. The scene shifted back to the coach, her silhouette outlined against the dark night sky. An intense blue eye, lined with the marks of exhaustion and battle, stared forward with newfound clarity. The woman with the dark bob haircut, Kei, remembered a conversation where she admitted she sometimes thought about life. The memory faded into a gradient of gray and black, a descent into her past feelings. She had told him that though life had been hard and she'd lost precious friends, meeting his parents and him made it all one great gift. Yuto had understood, suggesting they should just be grateful for the gift of life, as she told him he could finally rest. She wanted him to know he could lay his burden down and be freed. She concluded by telling him he was the greatest gift life had ever given her, and a younger Yuto simply replied, "I see." Back in the present, Yuto Takeda's mind raced, thinking of his life, all the boxers he had crossed paths with, and all the people he had met. From behind, the champion's shoulders slumped for a moment in quiet reflection of his journey. Suddenly, the battered and bruised Yuto Takeda stood firm in his boxing guard, his eyes now glowing with an ethereal blue light. A close-up revealed the chilling glow of his blue eye, just above a bloody cut on his cheek. Yu's eye widened in pure, unadulterated shock. The crowd erupted in a massive roar, questioning if they were seeing things as Takeda miraculously got to his feet again. The entire stadium was now cheering for Takeda, their voices a unified force. The boy in the hospital gown looked on in awe, while even the stoic Aaron Tide stared intently at the unbelievable scene. The elderly coach let out a gasp of surprise, and Kei watched from the side, her expression one of grave intensity. A woman in the crowd watched as Yu, the spiky-haired boxer, was suddenly put on the defensive. The referee gave the command to box, restarting the action with a sharp gesture. A boxer watched in profile as a blur of renewed motion rushed towards him. A heavy boom echoed as a powerful punch landed squarely on its target. Another boom followed, signifying a relentless and overwhelming assault. A light tap landed, a precise and calculated strike amidst the storm of blows. The two boxers clashed in the center of the ring, trading furious, desperate punches. The old man watching from his seat admitted that this development was far beyond his expectations. The commentators frantically questioned what was happening, as Takeda's movements had completely and utterly changed. A spectator yelled in disbelief that Takeda was actually forcing the formidable Yu back. The lead commentator declared that Takeda was now shockingly starting to lead the bout. The woman with short black hair realized Yuto had finally done it, overcoming the one thing that had always been missing despite his will and effort. The narration explained this missing piece was the freedom that all geniuses seem to possess. It was a state that often became more distant the more desperately a person tried to reach it. Kei's thoughts raced with excitement as she realized that Yuto, who had entered this world without talent, had now gotten his hands on it. She declared in her mind that he had now even acquired the very talent he had fought so hard to compensate for. From this point forward, his growth would be explosive. His potential would now be on a whole other level. The narration concluded with a chilling realization: a monster had just been born in the ring. Yu's face was rocked by a punch, his eyes glowing white from the sheer, blinding impact. A powerful blow connected with Yu's head, causing a blinding burst of light and debris. Yu sat dazed on the canvas, blood streaming from his face as he tried to process what happened. A man with intense green eyes watched the proceedings, his gaze locked on the fight. The young boy in the hospital gown clenched his small fist, his wide blue eyes filled with hope and wonder. Another observer, a man with a focused red eye, took in the monumental shift in the battle. A strange, helmeted figure was also among the silent, captivated onlookers. A rapid succession of images captured the fight's brutal climax: recovery, a knockout, a standoff, and a final, crushing blow. A voice inside Yu's mind desperately demanded to be shown the light he had just witnessed. Yu's head snapped back as blood splattered from the impact of a devastating punch. His world turned upside down as he fell, surrounded by splatters of his own blood. The voice inside him screamed one last time, begging, "Let me see it." An abstract vision of a red, eye-like shape filled his fading consciousness. A strange vision of a tattered, white-haired man laughed and cried with manic intensity. In the end, Yu lay unconscious on the blood-stained canvas as the referee stood over his fallen form. A bald man and a spiky-haired man from ringside frantically yelled for a stretcher to be brought in. The final bell rang out repeatedly as the referee raised Yuto Takeda's arm in victory, bathing the new champion in brilliant light. In the ring, one boxer appeared utterly spent, while a white-haired man watched with feverish intensity from the ringside. The white-haired man roared, "Yes," as his fighter landed a brutal, decisive blow on his opponent. The injured boxer, his face a mask of blood, stumbled weakly across the canvas. As the boxer was knocked completely out of the ring, the white-haired man screamed in triumph once more. The victor, a man with spiky hair, thought to himself that he had been waiting for someone like this to finally appear. The narrator's voice confirmed the feeling in the air: this fighter was something special. The announcer's voice boomed over the crowd, celebrating the frightening consecutive straights from Yu and confirming that the opposing coach had thrown in the towel. The downed boxer, Takeda, was carried away on a stretcher as a lone silhouette watched him go. A close-up highlighted the fierce and determined eyes of the spiky-haired victor, Yu. Takeda lay unconscious, his face bloodied and his eyes swollen shut from the brutal fight. Staring daggers at the winner, the woman with short black hair finally broke her silence. She lunged forward, furiously demanding to know if Yu was trying to kill her boxer. With a sudden grab, she seized Yu by his shirt. The elderly man with white hair quickly intervened, warning her that she couldn't use violence on his boxer. He dismissively remarked that while Takeda looked bad, this was a common sight in the world of boxing. The white-haired man then condescendingly told her not to get so worked up. With a sharp jerk, she ripped her arm free from his grasp. Takeda's coach repeated the word "boxing" as if it were poison on her tongue. The intense gaze of Yu's eye met hers, holding an unspoken weight. The man with spiky black hair then coldly declared, "That wasn't boxing." Takeda's coach screamed back at them, calling them monsters for what they had done. Standing nearby, a man in a suit with a goatee watched the heated confrontation with sharp interest. The shirtless Victor, flexed his powerful frame, his eyes burning with an unyielding spirit. Yet in a quiet moment, he looked down with an air of dejection, dark circles betraying a deep-seated weariness. In a hospital, a doctor delivered the grim news, stating frankly that Takeda was not in good condition. He elaborated that with a shattered jaw, Takeda's career was over, even if he somehow recovered. The woman with short black hair turned away, her expression unreadable as she processed the devastating diagnosis. The doctor concluded with finality that Takeda would not be doing any more boxing. The rhythmic beep of a heart monitor filled the silence of the hospital room where Takeda lay, his coach standing vigil by his bed. In that quiet moment, a thought of deep regret began to consume the coach. Her gaze fell upon the heavily bandaged form of her student. The woman with dark hair wondered if throwing in the towel just a little bit earlier could have prevented this. A young man with spiky blue hair stared at the scene, his expression laced with intense concern. Her regret deepened as she wished she had never taught Takeda how to box in the first place. She finally spoke, her voice choked with emotion as she apologized. The man with blue hair admitted his own feelings of incompetence for failing the trust placed in him. The coach's mind screamed that she was a disgrace. As she stood by the bed, she saw an eye flutter open beneath the white bandages. A single tear escaped from Takeda's eye, tracing a path down his cheek. The bandaged man struggled to speak, a faint sound escaping his throat. His coach immediately leaned in, calling out his name, Yuto. Yuto. Takeda tried again, another weak syllable barely audible. His coach pleaded with him not to talk, reminding him of the doctor's warnings. He persisted, managing to form the partial word, Ank. She called his name again, her voice tight with worry. With immense effort, Yuto managed to say the word, you. His coach looked on, her face a portrait of distress and deep concern. He finally finished his thought, whispering the word, coach. A look of understanding washed over his coach's face as she realized his intent. The exhausted boxer fell silent, his message delivered. A memory flashed of his coach watching over him as he lay on the floor during a grueling training session. He could almost hear his own grunts of exertion from the past. His coach's commands to punch echoed in his mind as he remembered pushing through the pain. A vision of himself landing a powerful blow on a punching bag filled his thoughts. Back in the present, Takeda finished his silent sentiment, thinking that he should be the one to thank her. A narrator's voice mused that while every life will come to an end, a lofty beauty indwells within it. On a nearby table, a get-well card from a person named Yamaguchi offered encouragement for his recovery. The narration continued, celebrating the person who gives their all in the marathon of life until they reach the finish line. Sometime later, Takeda's coach confirmed that he was resilient and showing a stable recovery. The doctor agreed, noting he might be discharged earlier than expected, which brought his coach a sense of relief. A man with spiky hair who worked at the hospital then spoke up with a special request. The doctor explained that a young patient and huge fan at the hospital would be thrilled if he could meet Mr. Takeda. The young boy in question shouted with pure, unadulterated joy at the prospect. The hospital stood under a bright blue sky, a symbol of both hardship and healing. The doctor gently spoke to the young boy and his parents, arranging the meeting with their hero. The boy's mother, a woman in a gray tracksuit, expressed how much she had hoped to thank Takeda in person. The boy's father, the man with spiky hair, added that Mr. Takeda's donations had been an immense help to their family. He then revealed that his son suffered from a rare, undiagnosed disease. The mother passionately spoke of the incredible courage it took for her son to brave his illness every single day. She described the constant uncertainty, not knowing if his condition would worsen or if it could even be treated. The boy's mother confessed that her son had to fight off fear and despair on a daily basis. A woman with blonde hair and blue eyes clarified that their gratitude extended beyond just the financial support. The young boy's father explained that his child drew an extra dose of courage each time he saw Mr. Takeda get back up in the ring. The boy himself, wearing a beanie, held a notebook and beamed with an infectious smile. The boy with the beanie eagerly told Takeda that after he gets better, he wants to be a strong, cool boxer just like him. A memory from long ago surfaced, showing a young boy calling out to his father. Young Takeda proudly told his father that he had worked really hard to become as strong as him. The boy stood proudly before his kneeling father, seeking his validation. He looked into his father's eyes and asked, "I'm strong, aren't I?" The father, with tears streaming down his face, told his son how hard he had worked and how proud he was. As the narrator officially announced the end of junior welterweight world champion Yuto Takeda's career, the boy in the memory asked his father why he was crying. A world away from Takeda's journey, a new champion relaxed in a pool while his defeated opponents lay on the canvas. A close-up refocused on you, the man with spiky black hair and dark circles under his eyes. A man with tattoos sneered, dismissively asking if you was the kid everyone was talking about. Middleweight world champion Fabrizio Santorini remarked that the lower divisions must be terrified, as his trainer Marco Santorini warned that you would be coming for them next. Marco told Fabrizio to prepare for the biggest fight of his life, while another spiky-haired fighter declared he was ready for the challenge. A close-up on an intense eye revealed the fierce spirit of this new contender. Marco Santorini vowed they would give you the best show of his life, setting the stage for the next great war. A man scrolling on his phone marveled at the boxer's consistently incredible performance. At a gathering, a bald man boasted about having fought the famous boxer in school, only to be humorously reminded by another that his own son had beaten him up. A woman praised the man for training his son Jay into a pro boxer, which sparked a round of laughter about him ever catching up to that level. At the end of another day, workers said their goodbyes and headed home for the night. A man walking alone was lost in thought, a deep sense of uncertainty clouding his mind. On the street, a bald onlooker glanced to the side as a figure in a hoodie ran past. The hooded man's heavy, panting breaths were the only sound as he continued his run. He reflected on his life, realizing with a jolt that time had passed him by, turning him into an adult with no passion or direction. He felt that he was merely living, not truly thriving. His thoughts drifted to the boxer, a man now ranked 7th in his division who only continued to grow more powerful. The unspoken comparison hung in the air as his thoughts trailed off, contrasting his own stagnating life. In a stark mental image, the hooded man stood alone in an endless white void, casting a long shadow before him. The focus then shifted to a man with a buzz cut, his face set in a serious expression as he looked off into the distance. During a reunion, his friends caught up, with one considering the military after failing at everything else and another studying to retake a cosmetology exam. The cosmetology student jokingly offered to shave his friend's head for military service, which was met with a light-hearted refusal. The buzz-cut man then turned the conversation, wondering aloud what Ryu had been doing lately. An orange-haired man passed on a rumor that Ryu had joined a gang after a major defeat, coldly adding he wouldn't be surprised if Ryu's awful personality landed him in prison. Heavily intoxicated, the young man with short hair announced he was leaving first, needing to get up early for work. The sickening sound of retching suddenly echoed through an alley. The young man leaned against a wall, his body weak and unwell from the alcohol. In his drunken haze, he began to boast about how he used to beat up the now famous world champion, much to his friend's embarrassment. As he got sick again, the man was crushed by a wave of self-loathing, thinking of himself as nothing but a pathetic idiot. The author, appearing as a small, round illustrated character, cheerfully announced the release of the first special episode. The avatar preemptively apologized for the potentially lower quality, explaining that it was just the nature of these special episodes. Another cartoon character then expressed delight at getting to enjoy a fresh, special episode. The author's avatar asked for understanding, revealing that they were still busy writing the main script even during the hiatus. A note explained that these specials would be dedicated to exploring the backstories of the series' various characters. It was then announced that today's episode focused specifically on Ryu and his old gang of bullies. The author candidly admitted the idea came from reader comments suggesting the bullies would brag about fighting you as a badge of honor. This led to the realization that many upcoming special episodes were also based on suggestions from the fanbase. The author expressed their enjoyment of the readers' funny comments and encouraged more, as they would be used for future material. In a final heartfelt message, the author thanked everyone for reading, promising to use the hiatus to recharge and deliver a good story until the very end. The red-haired man, Qasim, roared with laughter, announcing to his butler that he had realized boxing was incompatible with his free soul. He grandly declared that it was preposterous for someone like him to aim for the top of mere human fights, as his true battle lay elsewhere. With newfound conviction, Qasim proclaimed he was born to be the strongest living creature on earth in a true bare-knuckle brawl. Tearing his shirt apart, he commanded Sebastian to watch as he began his journey to become the world's most powerful being. It was noted that while the young master was kind, he was also a bit strange in the head. A shocked onlooker watched in horror as Qasim faced off against roaring and hissing zoo animals. As another bystander expressed utter confusion, it was explained that this was a duel to determine the strongest living creature on earth. A man in uniform tooted, dismissing the young man as a complete nutjob. Before the fight could continue, a group of men in suits introduced themselves as the Jihad group's legal team. Qasim huffed, abandoning his plan to fight his way up from the lowliest of beings and instead deciding to depart for Russia immediately. He laughed maniacally, proclaiming that a Kodiak bear was the perfect opponent to commence his legendary status. Anticipating the outcome, a man quietly requested the funeral arrangements team to be on standby. Upon arriving in the Russian wilderness, Qasim bellowed for the Kodiak bear to show itself so they could get the show on the road. A rustling in the nearby bushes made Qasim's eyes light up, certain that his fated opponent, the Kodiak bear, had arrived. Both Qasim and another man stared in bewildered confusion at the figure that emerged. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air, followed by the sickening crack of bone. The story of the legendary Qasim was then formally thanked for being read. A simple title card announced the end of the tale. A new card identified the victim as the cruiserweight world champion, Viktor Grigorievich. The author then appeared, sharing that they had a lot of fun working on the boisterous protagonist of the special episode, Qasim. A comparison chart displayed the impressive, and nearly equal, combat statistics of Qasim and Ryu. The author further elaborated on the matchup, weighing Qasim's raw physical stats against Ryu's other abilities and pondering the many variables a fight between them would entail. The author admitted that actually drawing a match between the two freestyle boxers would have been immensely difficult, given their wild and intuitive styles clashing with the rules of the sport. Abstract flashes and streaks of motion illustrated the potential chaos of their fight. The author mused that this chaotic visualization was likely what the fight would look like, privately thinking it seemed absurd. The creator then confessed that, by comparison, drawing the main protagonist Yu was a piece of cake. He explained Yu's simple, effective fighting style and stoic demeanor made him easy to animate, before concluding the day's special episode and promising a new character next week. When asked who would win between Ryu and Qasim, the creator laughed, stating that of course the censored winner would be victorious. The creator mused on the feeling of seeing one's child born, admitting that as an unmarried man, he could only imagine the initial fear and weight of responsibility. He theorized that his second emotion would be a profound sense of sympathy for all the pain and sadness his child would have to face in life. The creator's hypothetical feelings culminated in a firm resolve to do his absolute best for his child and family. The scene materialized with Gene, a new father, gazing down at his wife Stella and their newborn daughter, Maria. From off-panel, Stella asked Gene to watch Maria while she went to the bathroom, to which he readily agreed. With the family vacation imminent, Gene realized with a jolt that he hadn't even managed to put on his pants yet. A look of intense determination filled Gene's eyes as he resolved to efficiently prepare for the trip and prove himself a good dad. With a swift whoosh, his mission began. Jean calculated he had exactly 1 minute to complete all his preparations, chanting the mantra of, "a good dad," to fuel his ambition. He deduced that the key was to finish all the chores while keeping Maria as close to his body as possible to prevent her from crying. In a whirlwind of calculated motion, Jean boiled water, started breakfast, and warmed a bottle, ensuring its temperature matched Maria's mother's body heat. The father mentally reviewed his mission parameters: keep Maria dry, wipe his hands instantly, and maintain perfect comfort through flawless control of his hand speed. As everything proceeded according to his flawless plan, a sudden ringing from the phone broke his rhythm, causing water to splash into a hot pan. Jean declared an emergency and immediately leaped back, prioritizing Maria's safety above all else as the stove sizzled violently. His feet tapped down safely away from the chaos. Amidst the symphony of crackling oil and the still ringing phone, Jean knew he couldn't leave the situation unresolved, or he'd face Stella's lectures all morning. The father defiantly proclaimed that he could solve everything in a mere 3 seconds. Within 2.9 seconds, Jean answered a telemarketer, bluntly told them he was busy, and popped a pacifier into Maria's mouth, convinced he had masterfully countered this new distraction. To Jean's disbelief, the binky had failed, as Maria was already showing signs of distress. His focus shifted when a distinct smell hit him, making him realize the true crisis was a dirty diaper. As Maria began to whimper in earnest, Jean let out a scream of pure despair. The woman with short hair, Stella, returned to the trashed kitchen, bewilderedly asking Jean what in the world he had been doing while she was gone for just a moment. The author then appeared, explaining that this special episode about the difficult-to-draw character Jean was inspired by a fan's comment. He showed a rough sketch based on the comment but felt it was too simple and that Jean, an important character, deserved a more painstakingly crafted episode. The author confessed that he initially felt Jean's character was flat, a champion with an unsettling obsession that just didn't feel quite right. In his creative process, he knew something with more oomph was desperately needed to complete the character. The author revealed a surprising fact: Stella hadn't existed before episode 29, and Jean was originally written as a simple pervert meant to hand the belt over to you. After finishing that episode, the character of Stella suddenly popped into his head, and with her, Jean's entire backstory came to him naturally. The author then hastily added Stella into the previous episodes before they went live, which is how her character came to be. Grateful for this last-minute addition, the author concluded that Stella made the story more fun and seamless before thanking her and signing off for the day. A man, later identified as Yuto, laughed heartily as he swept the gym floor and greeted his coach. The Misaki Boxing Gym was a celebrated institution, home to an Olympic gold medalist coach and a world champion trainer hailed as the best infighter of his era. After his last title match, the trainer Yuto had become a true national hero. He was suddenly the talk of the entire nation, swept up in a whirlwind of interviews, TV shows, and lucrative commercials. One day, his short-haired coach called out to him, and after Yuto's prompt reply, began to share a saying from the neighboring country of Korea. The coach wisely stated, "When the tide comes in, it's time to row." Realizing their time had come, Yuto laughed, knowing all that was left was to roll in the dough. The coach's intense methods were on full display as he pushed his trainees on a final spurt, causing one to wheeze that he couldn't run anymore. Despite the coach's encouragement, the trainee complained that they were being trained like pros, calling the regimen far too hardcore for beginners. The coach dismissed this, declaring that he had trained 10 times harder and that effort was all that truly mattered. He screamed at them to push past their limits, proclaiming that the only person stopping them was themselves. Yuto had taken this lesson to heart, proudly showing his coach the floors he had scrubbed to a mirror-like shine, laughing that effort was key for cleaning, too. Seeing this, the coach began to express some doubt about his own philosophy, but Yuto was already lost in his mantra of effort. Looking on, Yuto privately mused that kids these days simply lack drive. He couldn't understand why the gym was doing worse when he was working so hard, and he openly wondered what the problem could be. He quickly concluded that he simply hadn't put in enough effort and resolved that he just had to try even harder. Amidst his worries, an unseen speaker broke his train of thought by asking if he wanted to go on a blind date. At the meeting, Yuto Takeda gave a starkly formal introduction, listing his physical stats, age, and a hobby of cleaning. As a man beside him bowed, the woman named Yuko Hoshi offered a simple, polite hello. The scene then cut to the author, who stared out at the audience with a somber expression. He explained that Jay's story was already established before he began Takeda's, which meant Yu's appearance would be delayed for some time. This was a concern, as both Jay, shown as a bloodied and determined fighter, and Takeda shared the same hard-working character archetype. The author noted that he designed Yuto as an in-fighter with thick eyebrows and round eyes, hoping readers would be reminded of Ippo's famous efforts in Hajime no Ippo. He revealed that his ultimate goal for the match between Takeda and Yu was to create the feeling of a main character fighting another main character. In a private thought, the author confessed his current biggest worry was the narrative of the Santorino brothers, which was proving much harder to write than he expected. He continued to fret, wondering what he should do as the story just wasn't coming to him. He then humorously questioned his own decision to publish these serial episodes during the series' official hiatus. A strange, echoing laugh filled the air, setting an unsettlingly cheerful tone. Inside Yamaguchi Fruits, the shopkeeper warmly welcomed a customer, boasting that the apples were perfectly sweet that day. The customer, Yuto Takeda, asked for a bag filled with anything at all, leaving the shopkeeper utterly baffled. With an innocent laugh, Yuto insisted that any choice was fine, thinking it a simple and easy request. Having mentally rehearsed for his date as rigorously as he would for a title match, Yuto believed he was finally ready for the main event. Outside, Yuto suggested they go eat first, an idea which his date, Yuko Hoshi, readily accepted. As they sat with their menus, a waiter approached their table to ask if they had decided on their order. A soft, amused giggle escaped from Yuko. In her mind, Yuko balked at the idea of ordering just anything, believing that meals required careful consideration of exercise goals and nutrition. The moment was abruptly shattered by a horrifying screech and a low, guttural groan. A nearby man in a suit pointed in absolute terror, exclaiming that he had never seen anything like the unfolding spectacle. As a monstrous entity roared about destruction and death, a stray thought noted that it seemed to be trying to say something. Yuko marveled at the sight as if it were a strange new dish, before bizarrely uttering a curse upon it and all its kind. The surreal chaos was punctuated by waves of echoing, unrestrained laughter. The unsettling chorus of giggles and chuckles continued to fill the strange, nightmarish interlude. On a private phone call, Yuko excitedly reported to a coach that the date was a success, and he praised her great work, calling her Yamaguchi. After a playful oops and another giggle, it was clear that their secretive plan was unfolding perfectly. Later, at the zoo, the two figures stood companionably together before the giraffe enclosure. The camera zoomed in on the bright, genuine smiles that graced both Yuto's and Yuko's faces. Yuko confessed to Yuto that being with him brought a joy and ease she had never known, much to his delight. Yuto admitted the feeling was mutual, opening up about his past of working like a dog just to get ahead of everyone else. A lone figure stood cast in stark silhouette against the light, its shadow stretching out long and distorted behind it. Yuto explained that this harsh lifestyle was what led him to finally start questioning everything. His mind had been plagued by doubts about why he felt he had to hate everyone, be better than them, and chase endless material gain. A gentle breeze caught Yuko's hair as she stood and listened with rapt attention. Hearing his vulnerability, the smiling woman let out another soft, understanding giggle. Elsewhere, at the Misaki boxing gym, a trainer gently reassured a doubtful boxer that they were, in fact, doing a great job. The supportive moment was immediately shattered as an unseen person furiously bellowed that the gym was not a daycare center. The brutal match left Yu's latest opponent hanging upside down, a serene and unsettling smile still on his bloodied face. An announcer's voice boomed over the footage, reminding everyone how Yu had brutally destroyed the legendary Takeda. As expected, Yu continued to swiftly conquer each weight class he entered. With the defeat of the welterweight champion, Yu now held an impressive 3 titles under his belt. Another opponent's head snapped back violently from the sheer, overwhelming force of Yu's punch. A fist slammed down in helpless frustration. The junior middleweight champion, Lloyd, was utterly defeated, never even knowing what hit him. A powerful whoosh signaled the end of yet another fight, officially marking Yu's conquest of 4 separate weight divisions. The entire boxing world was now buzzing with talk of the inevitable upcoming match between Yu and Fabrizio Santorino. Having defeated giants like Jean-Pierre and Takeda with ease, Yu's recent title matches seemed like a mere cakewalk in comparison. On screen, the blonde announcer posed a rhetorical question, suggesting Yu's next target was obvious to everyone. His co-host, the Afro announcer, enthusiastically confirmed it was the much-hyped matchup fans across the world were desperate to see. It was official, the match between the 2 boxers garnering the most attention, Fabrizio Santorino and Yu, was just around the corner. Suddenly, a commentator's live broadcast was interrupted as he noticed a commotion brewing on the canvas below. He identified the source of the chaos as Fabrizio Santorino himself, who had unexpectedly burst into the ring. Another commentator noted with grim certainty that he knew Fabrizio would show up, as the Santorinos were not the type to wait for a challenge. Fabrizio grabbed a ringside mic, declaring that his family always threw the first punch and he was just there to say hello. The arena erupted into a chaotic storm of boos and cheers, a testament to Fabrizio's polarizing infamy. Fabrizio surveyed the raucous scene with a wide, self-satisfied grin. He turned to a stunned assistant and aggressively demanded the microphone. The crowd's roar intensified, a divided chorus of adoration and pure hatred directed at the fighter in the ring. Fabrizio silenced them with a bellow, telling that damn pigs, he was there to pay his respects. He then turned his attention to Yu, questioning how he managed to conquer 4 weight classes without taking a single hit. While Fabrizio claimed to have mad respect for Yu's phenomenal achievement, he admitted it only made him more curious. He thought to himself that the crowd, whom he derisively called pigs, surely wanted to know the answer too. Fabrizio then leveled a chilling question at the silent champion, asking if he could dodge a bullet. From the sidelines, the white-haired man's interest was clearly piqued by the sudden, dangerous escalation. The crowd descended into a frenzy of panic and morbid excitement as they realized Fabrizio was holding a real gun. A blonde woman with glasses watched the tense standoff from the stands, her eyes sharp and focused. Fabrizio erupted in manic laughter, shouting that he was doing everyone a favor by finding out the answer to his question. Leveling the firearm at Yu, he issued a cold warning not to move. A single, deafening gunshot rang out through the arena. The blonde woman in the crowd flinched, her expression filled with distress and alarm. Fabrizio doubled over with laughter, mocking the terrified audience for being scared by what he called a little joke. The crowd's reaction was a storm of outrage and dark amusement, some cursing him while others reveled in the chaos. He punctuated his twisted performance by firing several more shots into the air. The silhouette of Fabrizio Santorino, gun raised high, became a dark promise of the violence to come. A close-up revealed Yu's eye, now glowing faintly red and filled with an intricate, otherworldly pattern. Before leaving the ring, Fabrizio made a final vow to Yu: he would kill him legally during their official match. The bold title card for the series marked the end of the public confrontation. In a dark and surreal memory, a young boy stood before a glowing blue door, his gaze intense and unreadable. As the door creaked open, a looming shadowy form began to emerge from the darkness within. Back in the present, the blonde woman with glasses stood in Yu's doorway, framed by 2 imposing bodyguards. She politely announced their presence and asked for a moment. With an air of calm authority, she then asked to be let inside. Yu could only look on, utterly baffled by the sudden and unexpected intrusion. The woman explained that the coach had ordered them to remain by Yu's side from that moment until the match. She clarified that she and the bodyguards would be watching over him 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. A confused Yu finally spoke, asking for the reason behind this intense new security detail. Before she could respond, her bodyguards began finding hidden cameras planted in the room, which she coolly ordered them to take care of. When you pressed for an explanation, the woman simply replied that he would see soon enough. Just then, the doorbell rang, prompting the woman to remark on the perfect timing. A close-up on her eye reflected her sharp, calculating focus as she assessed the developing situation. Outside the apartment, a figure stood on a cardboard box, reaching for something near the door. A hand methodically pulled on a blue protective glove, preparing for an unpleasant task. The figure was revealed to be clad in a full blue hazmat suit, complete with a gas mask. A controlled huff of breath fogged the inside of the mask as the person worked. The person in the hazmat suit carefully picked up a cardboard box that had been left outdoors. Muffled by the mask, the person commented on how childish the contents of the box were. Over a communication line, they initially reported that there was nothing significant to be found. Below them, a small black cat looked up curiously at their leg. The person in the hazmat suit then made a grim discovery: the corpse of a headless cat, clearly meant as an intimidation tactic. Over the comms, the blonde woman calmly instructed her subordinate to cremate the remains and give the animal a proper send-off. This gruesome gift was a stark introduction to the reality of being up against the Santorino brothers. They were infamous for being the type of people who would do absolutely whatever it took to win. Marco Santorino, the elder brother, was known as a master of artifice and was likely the true architect of the ring invasion. His signature strategy involved using dirty tricks and intimidation to ensure his brother's opponents were nervous wrecks by fight night. The woman asserted that while the Santorinos were masters of foul play, she would now personally oversee every aspect of Yu's life to ensure his safety. Elsewhere, a man with spiky black hair smugly asked his companion if he enjoyed their first gift to the champion. The brown-haired man beside him simply offered a slight, confident smile in response. Back in the apartment, the blonde woman with glasses gravely informed you that the real match had already begun. The blonde woman reported that after a thorough sweep, they had found 10 cameras and 20 wiretaps. Nodding, she asked you for a moment of his time. Outside, 2 suited men stood as silent sentinels in front of the large house. The woman began a cautionary tale, mentioning a boxer by the name of Chavo Uris. A narrator explained that after the legendary Bob Norris's sudden retirement, Chavo Uris had swiftly become the new middleweight champion, with everyone expecting a long and dominant reign. You quietly repeated the familiar name, Bob Norris. The woman acknowledged that he knew of the boxing legend. Images of the great boxers seemed to hang in the air between them as she continued her story. She recalled the words of a famous boxing commentator. The off-screen voice detailed how Chavo, the coach's third protege, was a terrifying boxer who used his superior reach to barrage opponents with heavyweight-level punches. The tale ended on a strange note, questioning if the coach's final 2 students were even human. The blonde woman caught herself, admitting she had gone off on a tangent. A man with an afro in the room summarized that Chavo Uris was the only fighter considered an even match for Bob Norris. Yet, not long after he became champion, the unexpected happened. He suffered a crushing defeat to a mid-rank boxer, Fabrizio Santorino, who had played Chavo like a fiddle. Chavo's loss was a result of acute pancreatitis and a catastrophic decline in his mental state, leaving him utterly unable to fight by the time he stepped into the ring. The dark-haired coach gravely warned you that he could not beat this kind of opponent with skill in the ring alone. The blonde woman then urged you to confess any recent crimes or indiscretions, no matter how minor. She sternly advised him that the only 2 people he could trust now were herself and the coach. The real match, a battle fought outside the ring, had officially begun. In the gym, you stood in his fighting stance, facing the woman who was now his full-time guardian. After reviewing the footage from the discovered devices, the blonde woman confirmed that Yu's life was a simple, repetitive cycle between his house and the gym. She found herself conflicted, feeling both relieved and sorry for him as she noticed he seemed more empty inside, despite his boxing becoming sharper. You quietly explained that for a moment, he thought he saw a light and simply wanted to confirm what it was. An unseen voice praised him for a job well done that day. As they left, the blonde woman reminded you that, as she had explained, she would be accompanying him everywhere starting today. They walked home together under the soft glow of streetlights against the twilight sky. You asked about the bodyguards, and she confirmed they were standing guard in front of his house. She assured him that the Santorino brothers would not pose a direct threat to his life before the match, as their primary goal was to make money from the spectacle. Nevertheless, she instructed him to evacuate to safety and not worry about her if she were to be attacked. You stoically replied, "I can take care of myself." They soon arrived back at the house, which was shrouded in the darkness of night. Inside, the blonde woman laid down a strict rule: from now on, you was only to eat what she cooked for him. The dark-haired coach confirmed he had instructed the guards to allow no one to enter the house. He followed up with a stark warning that some of the guards had likely already been bribed. Coach K added that Yu's routines were too well known, making it dangerously easy for someone to buy out a restaurant worker. The blonde woman proudly stated that she used only toxicity-tested ingredients from reliable sources, so her food could be trusted. With a flourish, she announced that the meal was ready. She chuckled confidently, boasting that even for her first time cooking a proper meal, it was a piece of cake for a pro like her. You and the woman sat at the table, a surprisingly elaborate meal laid out between them. As she watched him look at the food, the blonde woman realized it was the first time she had ever seen such an expression on his face. She mused that she never knew he was capable of making a face like that. However, as you took his first bite, a choked sound escaped him, and the woman's eyes widened in shock. He had only brought a single spoonful of her cooking to his lips. A much louder, more pronounced gagging noise followed, leaving her completely stunned. The guards outside burst in, shouting to know what had happened. The woman waved them off with a nervous laugh, quickly insisting that everything was fine. Awkwardly, she thanked you for the effort and told him she would clear the dishes while he washed up. Later that night, the house stood still against the deep blue sky. You gestured towards the bathroom, telling her it was all hers now. She stammered an apology as she hurried past him, clearly flustered. Once alone, she berated herself, trying to calm her racing heart by repeating that it was just work. Her mind flashed back to when she first met him, remembering he was just a skinny kid. Now, however, she thought he had become a bit more substantial. She violently shook her head, forcing herself to stop the train of thought. Composing herself, the blonde woman adopted a neutral expression before leaving the bathroom. She found you on the living room floor, and when she questioned why he wasn't in his bedroom, he simply said it felt more comfortable there. The woman was taken aback, realizing he had been sleeping on the bare floor with just a thin blanket. She insisted he sleep in the bedroom, but you refused, stating he needed to be close by in case something happened. His quiet determination gave her pause. The woman reflected on her initial impression of you as a cold and emotionless person. Seeing him now, she began to wonder if he had a human side to him after all. She replayed the memory of his expression at the dinner table. In that moment, he had looked as if he was on the verge of tears. She realized she desperately wanted to believe that flicker of humanity truly existed within him. That night, the two of them ended up sleeping on the floor of the same room. Meanwhile, in a dark room far away, a steady hand inserted an SD card into a computer. A bald man in a suit presented the card, confirming it was the recording from that day. An older man with white hair received it, simply saying, "Good work." The full extent of the Santorino brothers' insidious surveillance net remained to be seen. The dark-haired man confessed his ignorance about dates, prompting the blonde woman to explain the simple formula of fun, food, and conversation. After a brief pause, she reiterated that there was nothing more to it. The dark-haired man simply agreed to her terms. The title card, "The Boxer," faded into view, heralding the start of their unusual outing. Outside a lavish estate, two suited men stood guard, flanking a young man. A close-up captured the sharp, shadowed profile of the dark-haired man's face. The crisp sound of dress shoes clicking and clacking echoed on the pavement as he approached. The dark-haired man apologized for the time it took him to get ready. The blonde woman turned and simply asked if they should be on their way. Her gaze lingered on him, a thoughtful escaping her lips. The blonde woman couldn't help but ask if he was truly planning to go dressed as he was, even knowing he was new to dating. Realizing her misstep, she quickly corrected herself and insisted he follow her. After restyling his hair, she asked for his opinion, confident that it was a significant improvement. She commented on how different he looked with the new hairstyle, and he quietly questioned if it was true. When she asked about his usual spiky boxing hairstyle, he revealed it had been his coach's idea. The blonde woman grew pensive for a moment. She then decisively declared his new look would be his official, date hairstyle. The man offered a hesitant agreement to her declaration. With his hair settled, she announced that their next stop was shopping for new clothes. From somewhere nearby, a cat's distinct meow punctuated the moment. The blonde woman cheekily held up a garish shirt, asking him for his opinion. Yudo's expression was a perfect picture of stressed disapproval. Feigning innocence, the blonde woman claimed that such flashy clothes were standard attire for dates. She enthusiastically pushed him toward the changing room to try it on. A bewildered Yudo stammered, asking if people genuinely wore such outlandish outfits. The blonde woman quickly covered her mouth, trying and failing to stifle a giggle. When Yudo asked if she was laughing, she dismissed it as his imagination and handed him the next outfit. She offered an encouraging thumbs up to Yudo, who stood awkwardly in a Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses. The next outfit had him in a flamboyant shirt and a flower lei, holding a rose in his teeth, much to her feigned surprise. Her playful energy finally waned as she slumped before Yudo, who was now dressed in a striped shirt and matching beanie. Her back was to the camera as she faced the final, ridiculous suggestion, a full-body bear costume. They moved on to a more upscale establishment, its entrance marked by imposing dark double doors. A polished brown dress shoe stepped forward, signaling a more serious approach to fashion. Peeking out from behind an arm, a cheerful black cat let out a soft meow. Now in a perfectly tailored suit, the tall man stood with a formal and composed posture. The woman with blonde hair, a delicate cat pendant on her necklace, looked at him with clear approval. She commented that he finally looked quite presentable. She informed the store employee they would take the selected items. The shopkeeper then chimed in, adding one last item to their purchase. Above them, two birds soared across a bright blue sky dotted with clouds. Arriving at their destination, the blonde woman mentioned it had been a long time since she'd been to an amusement park. Her now dapper companion asked if they should head inside. As the blonde woman looked on with excitement, the distant screams of other parkgoers filled the air. The sharp hiss of a roller coaster's mechanics cut through the lively atmosphere. A close-up captured the woman's face, lit up with unrestrained, joyous laughter. In stark contrast, the man in the suit maintained his stoic, entirely unamused expression. The deafening roar of a ride thundered above them. Another ride activated with a sharp hiss nearby. Trembling with excitement, the blonde woman tried to reassure her impassive date that everything was okay. Later, they stood on an enclosed walkway, gazing down at a massive whale shark in an aquarium tank. The sign for the aquarium exhibit was partially visible in the background. In a playful mood, the blonde woman placed a black cat ear headband on the man's head. They stood side by side, their backs to the camera, as they posed for a picture against the park backdrop. A photographer's voice counted down, asking them to say cheese. The blonde woman studied the resulting photo with a thoughtful frown. She wondered aloud what they were going to do about his completely emotionless expression. She declared that he was clearly in need of a quick lesson. Instructing him to treat it like learning a new technique, she told him to simply copy her actions. Her first instruction was for him to relax his facial muscles completely. She then told him to use his cheek muscles to gently lift the corners of his mouth. The lesson continued with the next step: letting his teeth show and opening his mouth slightly. For the final touch, the instructions advised a slight squint to ensure the smile reached his eyes. The blonde woman demonstrated a perfect, radiant smile and urged him to try it. The black-haired man's attempt resulted in a strained, deeply uncomfortable smile. Unfazed, the blonde woman pointed towards another building and asked if they should go inside. She thought to herself that a haunted house was the absolute best place for a couple to grow closer. Her mind raced with a plan from a magazine article, only to be interrupted by the sudden question of why she even wanted to be closer to him in the first place. The black-haired man gave a practical warning that under no circumstances was she to attack any ghosts or employees. An actor in a monster costume roared, and the blonde woman immediately let out a piercing scream. Overcome with terror, she yelled for the actor to get away while blindly striking out in a panicked frenzy. An observing woman deadpanned that she had actually done it. The blonde woman panted heavily, trying to catch her breath after her frantic outburst. The haunted house actors, a pale-faced creature, a vampire, and a skeleton, all cried out in pain from her unexpected assault. Her adrenaline faded, and a small, embarrassed sniffle escaped her as she took in the scene. Her heart suddenly hammered in her chest as the woman with blonde hair was struck by the thought, wondering if she might have feelings for him. An image of an intense man with long black hair and piercing blue eyes flashed in her mind. It was followed by the vision of a different man with short black hair and desolate, sunken eyes. The screams of other frightened patrons echoed from within the haunted house. A flurry of question marks and exclamation points illustrated the chaotic confusion of the moment. The scene cut to an intense profile view of the short-haired man and the long-haired man staring each other down. As Yu's manager Carmen introduced herself, a man in a suit politely greeted Jean-Pierre. Carmen's mind raced with suspicion, wondering if Marco had paid off Jean to be there. The man with long black hair, Jean, dismissed the thought, believing the boxer they were meeting was too honorable to be bought. Jean then turned and formally introduced his wife, Stella. Stella immediately and bluntly declared her dislike for Carmen. A tense silence filled the air following her rude outburst. Jean chided Stella for her impoliteness, but she simply scoffed, showing she didn't care. Carmen, however, brushed it off, assuring them that it was okay. She thought to herself that envy and jealousy were just the price of being associated with a winner like you. Stella suddenly launched into a bizarrely specific accusation, prompting a flustered Jean to insist Carmen hadn't implied anything of the sort. An onlooker commented on Stella's impressive ability to read between the lines, much to her friend's confusion. From somewhere nearby, the faint meow of a cat could be heard. The story of the boxer was about to take another turn. In a quiet cafe, a lone drink sat upon a table, signaling a change of scene. A man expressed his surprise at seeing you in such a place, but a woman beside him questioned if it was truly so shocking. A thoughtful hum escaped Jean as he studied you with a keen eye. Jean confessed that he still vividly remembered every moment of their past match. He paused, carefully considering the man before him compared to the fighter he once knew. After a moment, Jean concluded that you had changed a bit since then. Carmen watched them, a sense of wonder filling her expression. The serious atmosphere was broken when Jean's daughter, Maria, loudly demanded ice cream from her daddy. Jean smiled softly, acknowledging that he himself had also changed a great deal. A chaotic but heartwarming scene erupted as Jean and Stella tried to manage the mountain of ice cream their daughter now possessed. Stella attempted to wrangle the oversized dessert away from a protesting Maria as Jean looked on. Suddenly, Stella let out a surprised cry. In her surprise, she stumbled and lost her balance. Jean rushed to her side, asking if she was all right. Mortified after spilling something, Stella apologized before awkwardly trying to play it off as a deliberate act of retribution. As Stella fumbled her words, a weary Jean simply asked her to make up her mind. The light clinking of glasses marked a shift in the conversation. The blonde woman, Carmen, professionally redirected the discussion, asking about Marco Santorino's time as an active boxer. You chimed in, noting he had heard Marco once had a title match against Jean when he was champion. Jean considered the question, beginning his assessment by calling Marco a very strong contender. He elaborated that Marco was the type of boxer who compensated for weak physical traits with brilliant, intelligent play. Jean admitted that in terms of ring IQ, Marco was the best he'd ever faced, and it was the only time he'd ever been outsmarted. A memory surfaced of a defeated boxer on his knees, head buried in his gloves in despair. Jean mused that if Marco had possessed better physical ability, the championship belt would have undoubtedly been his. Carmen leaned in, sensing there was more to the story. Jean's voice lowered as he recalled feeling a distinct and powerful obsession coming from his opponent. He described the feeling as an almost frightening obsession that chilled him to the bone. Jean looked at you, acknowledging his undeniable strength. His wife Stella added a cautionary note, warning that you shouldn't take them lightly. Jean politely concluded the meeting, wishing them a great rest of their day. Nearby, Stella made a funny face at a baby, sharing a light-hearted moment with her family. But Jean's expression remained stern as his gaze drifted sideways, lost in a troubling memory. He couldn't shake the thought, wondering why his opponent hadn't dodged a critical blow when there was no reason not to. At the same time, Carmen offered a wry smile, her own calculations running through her head. Her mind quietly processed the information she had gathered. The blonde woman concluded that if he wasn't careful, he might actually lose. Later that evening, the vibrant lights of a Ferris wheel painted the night sky. Walking through the amusement park, Carmen remarked to you that she never imagined they would run into Jean and his family. You softly asked her if she had found the light she was searching for. In his own heart, he thought he might have seen that very light again, just for a brief moment. He confessed his uncertainty, and Carmen simply acknowledged his words with a quiet, "I see." The blonde-haired woman turned her head, her gaze lost in the distance. She then asked him if he would continue to box, even if he never found that elusive light. You answered honestly that he probably would, as there was nothing else for him to do. Carmen gently suggested that if he couldn't find it in boxing, perhaps he should search for it somewhere else. She painted a picture of an ordinary life, filled with fun, good food, and meeting the right person. The man with dark hair mused that maybe he could find the light he sought by living a life like that. A new voice, belonging to a woman in red armor, whispered that he wouldn't have to search far to find it. A sudden whistle followed by a loud boom filled the air as fireworks erupted. The voice continued, suggesting that what he was looking for might be right beside him all along. In that moment, he saw the face of the woman with long blonde hair and blue eyes, her gaze steady and clear. His own reflection showed a man in a suit, his expression hardened by the life he led. The couple stood together, watching the brilliant fireworks display light up the night. Their quiet moment was interrupted by a cheerful, "Hello," from a tall man. The stranger's eyes lit up with recognition as he confirmed he was speaking to the famous boxer, Yu. Yu was taken aback, a silent question mark hanging over the unexpected encounter. The fan gushed about his admiration, expressing his disbelief at seeing his hero in person. Carmen stepped in to politely manage the fan, but a dark-haired woman interjected, claiming she was aware of the protocol. Carmen's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing this was no ordinary fan. The dark-haired woman confirmed her suspicion, stating she wasn't there to see you. With a sly smile, she revealed that she was actually there for Carmen. She then delivered her message: Marco Santorino wanted to meet Carmen in person. The woman handed over a note, instructing Carmen to come to a specific location at midnight. With a flippant farewell, the messenger sauntered off, telling them to enjoy the rest of their evening. You turned to Carmen, asking what that was all about. "Nothing," she replied, tearing the note into pieces without a second thought. Carmen huffed internally, thinking the whole exchange was just a pathetic waste of energy. She sighed, lamenting how the uninvited guest had completely ruined the mood. Yet, she admitted with a small smile that she still had a lot of fun that day. As you began to ask if they should return to their daily routine, the woman with blonde hair wondered if he would be open to another option. Taking the hint, the man in the suit shyly asked if she would like to go out with him again. The blonde-haired woman's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. A genuine smile spread across her face as she happily agreed to his offer. For a moment, they stood facing each other in the garden, a new chapter beginning between them. Elsewhere, a man with brown hair listened to a report, his expression unreadable as he simply said, "I see." A quick montage of images flashed by, suggesting a web of surveillance and consequence was closing in. The montage continued, showing more characters caught in the unfolding drama, including a stern-faced older man. Inside a gym, a man in a suit questioned a woman's actions, to which she cockily replied she was already a pro. A white-haired man furiously punched a bag, screaming that this wasn't how it was supposed to be. He seethed with anger, muttering about how much the other fighter was pissing him off. Back in his own training, he was told to stop for the day, as a bald man gave an order for Carmen to be sent to his office. The old man furiously berated Carmen, demanding to know what she was doing playing house when she was supposed to be his keeper. Carmen tried to explain she was only doing her best, but the old man angrily cut her off, questioning who authorized an amusement park trip. With her hair tied back and glasses on, Carmen looked down, unable to meet her coach's furious gaze. The old man continued his tirade, saying he thought he could entrust you to her but she had only proven herself to be foolish. Carmen attempted to meekly defend herself, but her coach roared that he didn't want to hear any excuses. The old man delivered his final verdict: as of that day, she was dismissed from guarding you. A new face greeted you, offering a polite hello. A man with a mustache introduced himself as the one who would be in charge of his security from now on. Beside him, a man with sharp features and dark hair simply gestured for you to follow. Under the cold light of a full moon, a new phase of isolation began. Carmen, now dressed in a suit, stood at an open doorway, her purse in hand, ready to depart. A close-up on her eye, framed by her glasses, revealed the deep sadness she felt. She let out a weary sigh, her hope fading as a man in a jacket appeared with a cloth. The scene cut to a man with blonde hair and tribal tattoos, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The young man in the suit's question echoed in Yu's mind, was it any fun? A silhouetted figure finished the thought, questioning the enjoyment of hitting people. The story of the boxer, forged in pain and conflict, continued. In a hospital bed, a bandaged figure lay unconscious, hooked up to life support. The silver-haired man, K, grimly informed you that Carmen had been found unconscious outside her apartment the previous day. The dark-haired man beside him surmised that their enemies had noticed how close you and Carmen had become. K cursed his own carelessness, regretting that he hadn't assigned her a guard as well. Carmen's words from the past replayed in Yu's mind, warning him not to be swayed and to keep his composure. Underneath his dark hoodie, Yu remained perfectly still, his emotions a turbulent storm. K instructed him to leave everything to the adults and to focus solely on his training. He told you that it wouldn't be too late if he got his revenge inside the ring. With the press conference about to start, K ordered him to get ready to go. Yu, now dressed in a suit, stared forward with a cold and unreadable expression. The sharp line of his jaw was tense beneath the collar of his suit. A heavy silence hung in the air as the opposing fighters and their coaches faced each other. The man in the maroon suit, Coach Marco, offered a smarmy greeting, which K instantly rebuffed with contempt. Coach Marco simply laughed, mockingly asking if K hadn't expected a little prank after the recent events. K's eyes narrowed as he coldly warned Marco to be prepared for what was coming. The press conference began, with the announcer highlighting the rivalry between the two most talked-about trainers, Coach Marco and Coach K. Turning to Coach Marco first, the announcer asked for his impression of his rival. Marco began a tirade, citing the number of boxers who had left K due to his insatiable desire for control. He claimed that, to a certain extent, he could even understand how Aaron Tide must have felt. Marco painted a grim picture, asking the crowd to imagine living as the creepy old man's personal toy. Yu's piercing blue eyes stared back, unflinching. Marco finished his verbal assault, adding that it probably wouldn't matter if the toy was just as psychotic as the coach. The rattled announcer quickly tried to regain control of the conference by turning the floor over to Coach K. K leaned into the microphone and delivered a viciously personal insult about his opponent's mother. The room erupted in a collective gasp of shock and disbelief. K coolly watched the chaos he had unleashed. He then goaded the opposing fighter, Fabrizio, daring him to try something while boasting that he was still strong enough to kick his ass. Fabrizio's face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth, barely restraining himself. A blonde-haired man from his corner quickly intervened, urging his brother to keep calm. Fabrizio snarled back that he would kill them both once they were in the ring. The frantic host tried to restore order, announcing it was time for the final words from Fabrizio and Yu. Fabrizio spat at the reporters, calling them pigs and telling them to listen closely. He declared with absolute certainty that once inside the ring, he was going to kill Yu. His threat escalated as he promised to kill the referee too if anyone dared to interfere. All eyes turned to Yu, who sat silently against a backdrop that seemed to bleed red. A chaotic swirl of memories flashed through Yu's mind, a meal shared and a violent struggle. He recalled two figures grappling, their arms locked in a desperate clash. A voice from his past asked again, "Is hitting people fun?" The fragmented memory of a woman with a hairdryer morphed into a close-up of a chilling smile. The woman's voice answered her own question, finding the answer to be obvious. The image of a blonde woman with piercing blue eyes solidified in his mind's eye. The vision slowly dissolved into darkness. Her voice echoed one last time from the hospital bed of his memory, "Of course it's fun. You hit people because it feels good." The faces of the men in his life, K, with his hand over his mouth in thought, flashed before him. Fabrizio's face, marked with tribal tattoos and burning with a red-eyed fury, appeared next. Even Coach Marco, standing beside his fighter, seemed part of this gallery of violence. The woman's voice from the memory commanded him to try it, to embrace it just like she did. A distorted, monstrous grin with sharp teeth dominated his thoughts. Beside Yu, his mustached guard felt a sudden shiver run down his spine. Yu's profile was a portrait of stoic intensity, his blue eyes holding a terrifying coldness. Across from him, Fabrizio's expression was a mirror of that rage, his own eyes glowing with red malice. The narrator's voice noted that Yu had always answered such questions with a simple, "I'll do my best," but today was different. The new guard swallowed hard, deeply unsettled by the chilling expression that had taken over Yu's face. An unknown voice struggled to end the chaotic press conference, thanking everyone for coming. Backstage, Coach Marco exploded in a tirade of curses against that crazy old geezer, K. Meanwhile, Fabrizio let out a breath, seemingly recovering from the confrontation. His coach approached, asking him how he was feeling. Before him sat a tray with gauze, a bottle, and a prepared syringe. After taking the substance, Fabrizio exclaimed in awe at its immediate and powerful effect. The muscular fighter marveled that a small dose could feel this good, questioning what the drug even was. The man in the suit, Coach Marco, explained that he had procured something special, acknowledging that you would be a tough opponent. Fabrizio, flexing his bandaged hand, reveled in the surge of power and wondered if this was how that freak you felt every day. Coach Marco issued a stern warning against taking any more, stating that his body wouldn't be able to handle it. With a sinister look, Fabrizio replied that he was looking forward to finding out. The boxer's story continued, with both story and art by J.H. Two commentators kicked off the broadcast with feverish excitement, declaring that the day everyone had been waiting for had finally arrived. They hyped up an incoming fighter, reminding the audience he had already conquered 4 weight classes in only 3 years and was now aiming for his 5th. One commentator asserted that there had never been another boxer who had dominated the sport so swiftly. His partner agreed, doubting there would ever be another like him as he excitedly pointed toward the fighter's entrance. A formidable figure emerged, his face obscured by the deep shadows of a red-lined hood. The sound of the crowd swelled into a deafening, unified roar. The announcers noted the wild reception, marveling that the fighter's shocking power was making history as he made his way to the ring. Yet, they reminded viewers, there was still a boxer bold enough to stand against this phenom. From the stands, a spectator's shout cut through the noise, identifying the approaching challenger as Santorino. The arena seemed to swim in a sea of stylized faces, their expressions a mix of anger and manic joy. The darkness of the entrance tunnel was split by the blinding light of countless camera flashes. A menacing grin spread across the hooded fighter's face as his shadowy eyes took in the chaotic scene. The roar of the crowd continued to thunder through the massive stadium. The audience's polarized reaction was a storm of boos and cheers, with some calling for Santorino's head while others screamed his name, prompting a wicked laugh from the fighter. A commentator, his headphones on, turned to his colleague in utter disbelief at the spectacle. One announcer declared that no other boxer could command such a wild reaction with just an entrance, and his partner wholeheartedly agreed. The immense wealth tied to the controversial fighter was visualized by a cascade of money raining against a fiery red background. A woman with striking blue eyes observed that even with Yu's debut, the top troublemaker Fabrizio Santorino was still the highest-paid fighter. A single hand defiantly gave the middle finger to the roaring, disapproving crowd. The ring announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, officially heralding the arrival of Fabrizio Santorino. The referee then announced that a special rule, enforced only for Fabrizio, would be put into effect. The commentators explained this was because Fabrizio had been caught smearing plaster on his hand wraps during his first title defense. Consequently, Fabrizio was now required to have his hands wrapped by the referee in full view of the audience, much to the impatience of a bald man in his corner. A mustached man in Fabrizio's entourage dismissed the entire procedure as being purely for show. An interviewer approached the legendary retired boxer Bob, asking his opinion on Fabrizio's reign over the middleweight division. The white-haired man, Bob, stated frankly that the match's only deciding factor was whether you managed to make it into the ring safely. The interviewer concurred, adding that if you did arrive, everyone knew Fabrizio wouldn't stand a chance. However, a commentator with an afro interjected, hinting that things might not be so simple. Onlookers gasped at Fabrizio's physique, speculating on the sheer amount of drugs he must have taken to achieve such a powerful form. The white-haired man, K, noted grimly that Fabrizio had found a potent substance, though he was unsure of its origin. K then turned to Yu, telling him he didn't need to be told what to do. As the camera focused on Yu's resolute blue eyes, K gave him permission to do whatever he wanted. He granted Yu the freedom to fight to his heart's content. The announcer's voice echoed, signaling the start of the middleweight title match that had every boxing fan's undivided attention. A commentator passionately framed the fight as the strongest contender versus the vilest champion, leaving the world to wonder who would come out on top. In the center of the ring, the two fighters locked eyes, their expressions equally stern and unyielding. Backstage, officials murmured nervously amongst themselves as the tension reached its peak. The camera closed in on the two opponents, one whose face bore tribal markings and eyes that glowed with red malice. The fight began with a thunderous boom of the bell. A commentator cried out in shock at the unbelievable speed displayed from the opening moment. In an unexpected turn, Santorino immediately went on the offensive, driving you back with a ferocious flurry. A voiceover from Coach Marco revealed his cold philosophy: no matter how monstrous the opponent, there is always a way to win. The first step, he believed, was to become a monster oneself, regardless of the cost. Fabrizio's mind, heightened by the drug, felt supernaturally clear, believing he could see everything. Marco's strategy was based on the fact that even with monstrous physicality, Yu's mind was still human. Fabrizio's menacing eye locked onto his target, the plan in motion. Marco had reasoned that since Yu was human, he was vulnerable to psychological warfare. The old boxer, K, had once theorized that Yu's flawless defense was more than just good reflexes. Marco's inner monologue concluded it was an obsession, a deep-seated compulsion to avoid taking any blows. Fabrizio threw an illegal low kick, a move designed to exploit that obsession. Marco had gambled that Yu's compulsion would force him to dodge, rather than take the hit and win by disqualification. He knew this would force Yu into an unfamiliar dodging motion, creating the opening they needed. The trap was sprung, combining a feint with the forced, awkward movement. Fabrizio anticipated that for a brief moment, a critical blind spot would appear. It was the same weakness Yu had shown in his debut, and with Fabrizio now doped to the gills, he possessed the power to exploit it and seize control of the fight. But in a split second, Fabrizio's world shattered as he mentally screamed, questioning how this was possible. He couldn't comprehend how Yu had seemingly read a move that was meant to be his own hidden trump card. Yu calmly informed Fabrizio that he could still read all of his moves, just before unleashing a devastating counter of his own. The burning red malice in Fabrizio's eyes was extinguished by Yu's cold, calculating gaze. With a single, explosive punch, Yu launched Fabrizio clear out of the boxing ring. A brown-haired man in a suit, a key member of Fabrizio's team, stared in absolute shock. Coach Marco's face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage and disbelief. In the commentary booth, the announcers screamed into their headsets, completely stunned by the instantaneous knockout. Fabrizio's unconscious and bleeding form lay sprawled on the canvas as a ring official looked down in dismay. The announcer, stumbling over his words, managed to shout that Fabrizio was down after an unbelievable, one-sided exchange. The crowd descended into chaos, questioning what they had just seen and recognizing Yu's move as one belonging to the legendary Aaron. A single spectator screamed a question that was on everyone's mind: what the heck was going on? The scene flashed back to a shady deal, where Coach Marco confirmed the delivery of the illicit goods. The dealer nervously explained the drug's military origins and the trouble he'd be in if it were traced, as Marco coolly handed over a briefcase of cash. The narrator's voice returned, stating a simple, brutal maxim: evil for evil. The scene then abruptly cut to a woman lying weakly in a hospital bed, and 4 lines connected to her arm. The woman cried out in fear and protest, her voice weak but desperate. The chapter came to a sudden, unresolved end. The air tore apart with the force of Yu's devastating blow. The referee's count began as he yelled, "4," over the downed fighter. He continued his count to 5 as Fabrizio remained motionless on the canvas. The count reached 6, and the fight appeared to be decisively over. Suddenly, the blonde fighter with facial markings snarled that he understood the situation. Fabrizio violently demanded that the referee restart the match immediately. The announcer stammered in shock as he called for the fight to resume. The narration clarified that Yu's punch was indeed strong enough to send Fabrizio flying across the ring. However, the blow had strategically landed just above Fabrizio's guard, preventing a clean knockout. From the sidelines, a man in a red suit remarked that this development was just as he had expected. The fight was now set to become a brutal ordeal for the entire 12 rounds. A malevolent red eye, burning with malice, seemed to watch over the unfolding carnage. In a separate, hidden room, a blonde woman whispered a desperate and fearful "no." The scene flashed to the fighter with tribal markings, Fabrizio, who was now smiling with sinister confidence. Muffled cries for help echoed from behind a closed door. The source of the sounds remained hidden behind a nondescript door in an empty hallway. Inside, a blonde woman in a white shirt and tie sat captured, her head hung in despair. Her mind drifted to her past, recalling that her diplomat father had been the first victim of a horrific attack. As a young girl, she had stared forward, her innocent blue eyes wide with confusion and shock. At the time, the tragedy hadn't felt real. She had naively believed her father would get better once he was in the hospital. Only a few days later, her mother became the second victim of the senseless violence. It was at that moment the horrifying reality of her situation finally began to set in. The truth was stark enough to make her young blood run cold with absolute terror. Witnessing humans kill other humans instilled within her an indescribable and deep-seated fear. The young girl's face was a mask of agony as she grappled with the traumatic loss. Lost in her memories, she remembered being at her lowest point, ready to give up on life entirely. Her younger self's eye reflected the profound depth of her despair. Her gaze was empty, mirroring a world that had been shattered by tragedy. Then, a voice had cut through her darkness as a woman in white called out to the lost kid. A soldier in full tactical gear gently held the young blonde girl, softly repeating the word, "Kid." The young girl looked up, a glimmer of hope returning to her eyes as she realized she was being rescued. She recalled that even after her rescue, her savior had continued to send money to support her. Because of his generous help, she was able to grow up in a good environment and receive the best care to heal her heart. When she finally became an adult, she went to visit him, hoping she could somehow be of assistance in return. Her rescuer was revealed to be a formidable man with a muscular back and stark white hair. The memory faded, returning to the present where the blonde woman was tied to a chair in a dark, oppressive room. With her heart pounding against her ribs, she desperately told herself to keep it together. Carmen quickly assessed her condition, realizing with some relief that her body seemed to be unharmed. She logically deduced that since she wasn't hurt, her captors must want something from her. She repeated that it was okay, trying to steady her nerves in the terrifying situation. Her mind flashed back to her younger self, sitting alone and frightened in the darkness. Drawing strength from her past survival, the blonde woman affirmed to herself that she was going to be okay. A man in a red suit stepped out of the shadows, offering a polite greeting to Miss Carmen. He gave a hollow apology for his rudeness, despite having only just met her. He mused how much simpler things would have been if she had accepted his polite invitation from the start. The man then offered a formal, yet deeply menacing, introduction. Carmen cut him off, demanding he get to the point as she was a busy person. The man in the red suit chuckled, assuring her she didn't need to be afraid because he wasn't going to hurt her. He then added the chilling caveat, "at least for now." Carmen sarcastically apologized for her own tone, claiming her threatening demeanor was simply a force of habit. The man in the red suit finally revealed his motive, asking her what she truly thought of you. The scene shifted to a memory of Carmen, her long blonde hair flowing as she stared pensively into the distance. In a past conversation, the woman in white had insisted her relationship with you was strictly professional, only for her companion to question if she didn't wish a more normal life for the boy. Her piercing blue eye reflected a deep and unspoken internal conflict. The man in the suit's own determined eye was visible as he continued his persuasive argument. He spoke of a life where you could laugh, cry, and form meaningful relationships with others. It was a life just like everyone else's. But the man in the suit posed the critical question, would Kay ever let that happen? A memory surfaced of the old man with gray hair, Kay, coldly informing Carmen that she was dismissed from her duties of guarding you. The profile of the blonde woman with blue eyes showed her absorbing the harsh and sudden dismissal. It was common knowledge in the boxing world what kind of person Kay truly was, and why all his students eventually left him. In another remembered conversation, a dark-haired man asserted that she must know what you was becoming. The blonde woman had finished his thought, acknowledging what you would inevitably become under Kay's demanding tutelage. An image of a shadowy, powerful figure was juxtaposed with Carmen's own intense and worried gaze. Her companion painted a bleak picture of Yu's future as a mere toy for an old man obsessed with winning, stripped of an ordinary life. The man in the suit then offered a simple solution: to rescue you, all she had to do was make Kay lose interest in him. His dark-haired associate elaborated that one single loss was all it would take. The blonde woman had repeated the grim conclusion that with just one loss, you would be free. Back in the present, she had to admit to herself that what they said might be true. The man in the suit had insisted that Kay was no longer the same person and would only turn you into more of a monster over time. Carmen, however, still held on to her reservations. Deep in her heart, she confessed that she still wanted to believe in him. She held on to the hope that there was still a human side left in the man who had once saved her. Just as he had rescued her back then, she wanted to keep trying to be of help to him, even if she were to fail. With renewed resolve, she scoffed at her captors, questioning if they really thought she would say yes to such a dirty deal. In response to her defiance, a tray of menacing surgical tools was presented before her. Carmen looked Marco Santorino in the eye and insulted him, calling him a trite person despite his fearsome reputation. Marco's eye narrowed ominously, his patience clearly wearing thin. She challenged their honor, questioning why boxers like them weren't trying to win fairly with their own abilities. The scene abruptly shifted, the word hospital appearing on screen. Carmen, now safe, stood in a hospital room, her back turned to the door. A man in a suit confirmed that Carmen had regained consciousness, as a woman in a nearby bed expressed her profound relief. Carmen's first question was whether the match was taking place right now. The man confirmed that you had just scored a knockdown in the first round, likely fueled by a cold fury over what had happened to her. The scene flashed back to her confrontation with Marco Santorino, who sighed that there would be no deal after all. He remarked that it was a pity, but there was nothing more to be done about it. A sharp, slicing sound suddenly cut through the tense atmosphere. Marco then stunned her by offering to take her home. Carmen, completely bewildered, could only ask why. He cryptically explained that even someone with a bad reputation has a line they refuse to cross. Marco further reasoned that their strategy of enraging an opponent only works on equals, and it would do no good to anger you any further. Back in the hospital, Carmen explained to a mustached man that Marco Santorino had let her go unharmed, prompting the man to wonder who, then, was responsible for her injuries. The scene cut to the ring, where Fabrizio gritted his teeth as blood streamed down his bruised and battered face. Yu continued his relentless assault on Fabrizio as the referee watched on, unable to intervene. Carmen explained that she had been ambushed by thugs on her way home, noting how strange the encounter was. She was certain she had already wiped out any remaining thugs in the area after a previous incident. At the match, the announcer screamed that Fabrizio was being systematically pummeled. It was, by all accounts, a completely one-sided and brutal beatdown. The narrator, however, observed that for some reason, Yu was deliberately avoiding a critical, finishing punch. In Fabrizio's corner, a man with brown hair cursed the damn geezer, K, questioning what kind of monster he had made Yu into. He knew that even without drugs, Yu's power was on an entirely different level, and the Santorinos never truly stood a chance. The man realized with dawning horror that the old man K must have known this, making the entire match a cruel form of entertainment for him. A brief memory surfaced of a man with a syringe offering a drink, casually dismissing it as a simple nutritional supplement. Fabrizio's cornerman understood that the crazy old man simply enjoyed the spectacle of controlled destruction. His perverse enjoyment was symbolized by a malevolent, veiny, red eye of pure chaos. K, the man with the mustache and vest, sat calmly with his hands clasped, observing his twisted plan unfold perfectly. The scene faded to black, transitioning to a dark and ominous final reveal. In a chilling conclusion, K stood behind a person lying weakly in a hospital bed, attached to a steadily dripping four-line. Nearby, a stoic man in a suit with a mask-like face stood with his arms crossed, a silent, complicit observer. The man in the suit delivered a final, damning judgment, declaring that both of them were completely out of their minds. In a quiet home, the woman in white apologized for her perceived incompetence, but the man on the couch reassured his father that they were just glad he was safe. The man with scars declared his intention to take the matter to court, vowing to do whatever it took to win the inevitable fight of wealth and influence. He reflected that while he was too shaken to think clearly at the time, a sense of calm had brought a new perspective. He now understood that Marco and Santorino were only trying to frighten him, and had, in fact, given him an easy opportunity to escape. The woman with gray hair pleaded with him, insisting that since she was unharmed, he no longer needed to fight them. The scarred man's eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. The woman with gray hair asked if this was true, to which the man with scars simply confirmed that it was. Meanwhile, in the Santorino corner, the man in the red suit glared forward with simmering intensity. The blond man, Fabrizio, began to speak about the people who had orchestrated this entire ordeal. Inside the ring, you and Fabrizio were locked in a vicious, close-quarters exchange of blows. Fabrizio let out a curse, his frustration boiling over. The malevolent red eye of Kay loomed in the background, a symbol of the chaos he had unleashed. One commentator observed that the Santorinos might not be as villainous as their reputation suggested, while the other exclaimed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The first commentator called the fight an incredible spectacle, prompting his partner to draw a parallel to Yu's legendary debut match. A sign for a hospital stood starkly against the sky, a silent premonition. An associate of Kay, the man with the mustache, stopped someone in the hallway, demanding to know where they were going. He cynically questioned if they planned to report this to the police or perhaps call a press conference. He continued his taunts, asking if their plan was to cause a scene by rushing the ring mid-match. The mustached man asserted that such actions would be utterly useless, a fact they surely already knew. He grimly reminded them of the lengths to which Kay was willing to go for his spectacle. He posed a chilling question about the number of people Kay must have killed during his time in the military. The mustached man stated that murder was just another tool for Kay, as a woman with blonde hair added a chilling warning, calling it a word to the wise from a friend. Uncowed, the person being lectured clenched their hand into a tight, determined fist. Far from the arena, a lone figure stood in a darkened hospital room, tethered to a silently dripping four-line. The story of the boxer continued to unfold under the pen of its creator, J.H. The only sound in the sterile room was the steady, rhythmic drip of the four fluid. Back in the ring, the blonde boxer Fabrizio roared in frustration. In his corner, the man in the maroon suit realized with horror that while he expected a trick from Kay, he never imagined it would be this cruel. He explained to Fabrizio that their current strategy was a contingency for a scenario where even doping wasn't enough to close the gap. Another man in a suit reminded them of Kay's words at the press conference, where he explicitly stated he wouldn't end the match with a quick knockout. Fabrizio acknowledged that this was the first time Kay had ever asserted a direct opinion, a stark departure from his usual mind games. His cornermen confirmed that Kay was serious about punishing him for all 12 rounds, advising that his only option was to initiate a clinch and resort to fouls. Fabrizio, the blonde-haired fighter, expressed his doubt, believing you would never allow him to get close enough for a clinch. The man in the red suit agreed that a normal opponent would circle away or go for the knockout, but Yu was doing neither. The commentators noted Fabrizio's sudden, intentional drop of his guard, making him look more like a wrestler preparing for a takedown. The man in the red suit instructed Fabrizio to absorb minor hits as a necessary sacrifice to get his arms in position. The blonde-haired fighter clung to the new strategy, seeing the clinch as his only remaining chance at victory. Fabrizio noted that his slightly longer reach could give him the advantage he needed. His cornerman yelled that no matter how fast Yu was, a single punch would bring him within Fabrizio's grasp. Fabrizio roared his intent to grab Yu and beat him into a bloody pulp. But as he lunged, he cried out in shock as Yu seemed to simply disappear from in front of him. The fight descended into a blur of motion, a violent clash between two fighters. A sliver of Yu's face was visible, his expression one of cold, unwavering determination. The first announcer screamed into his microphone, asking what in the world was happening inside the ring. The second announcer confessed that he was witnessing it with his own eyes but still couldn't believe the spectacle. They marveled at Yu's superhuman speed, describing the scene as Fabrizio being literally cut down by an invisible barrage. In the stands, Kay stood with his arms calmly crossed, his control symbolized by the monstrous red eye glowing beneath him. A montage of brutality began, showing a distant blonde figure amidst scattered debris and a fallen victim. The images flashed between a pained, bloody face in the present and a heavily bandaged one from a different, terrifying context. The comparison continued, showing a bloodied torso next to the sterile fabric of a hospital gown. A violent, bloody impact in the ring was juxtaposed with the cold, hard edge of a piece of armor. The montage concluded with a close-up of a bandaged face bearing tribal markings, set against a single, mutilated eye. Cutting through the violence was the serene smile of a blonde woman with hoop earrings, an unnerving beacon of calm. A spray of blood arced through the air, splashing across the face of a shocked cornerman. An observant white-haired man scoffed, noting that the Santorinos had come up with a number of tricks. He continued his commentary, stating that no matter how much they schemed and plotted, in the end, sheer, overwhelming power would conquer all of their efforts. His words were punctuated by the image of a massive explosion, with a lone, small figure standing unfazed at its epicenter, proving that everything is meaningless against superhuman might. Another chilling juxtaposition showed a snarling, fanged beast next to the familiar, glowing red eye of Kay's influence. The blonde boxer, Fabrizio, cursed as he was knocked down onto the canvas once again. A muscular arm swung down with brutal force, striking the wide-eyed and bloodied face of the fallen champion. The impact echoed through the arena with a thunderous boom. The mustached face of Fabrizio's father twisted in a grimace of despair. A cornerman's face was a mask of pure distress as he watched his fighter be destroyed. The rest of the corner team frantically shouted at Fabrizio, urging him to get up. A spectator's eye stared, wide with a mixture of horror and morbid fascination. Fabrizio, his face a canvas of orange markings and fresh blood, struggled to process the assault. Maniacal laughter erupted from the crowd as they openly mocked the fallen Santorino champion. A low blow landed, contorting Fabrizio's face in agony. But the corrupt referee ignored the foul, ruling it a legal body blow. A man in the Santorino corner raged, questioning just how much money the old geezer K had paid the referee to turn a blind eye. The man in the red suit reflected that he'd always thought this particular referee took extreme pride in the sport. The white-haired man watching from afar spoke with cold certainty, declaring that for K, boxing was merely a means to an end. The white-haired man let out a dismissive scoff. The man in the red suit thought to himself that it seemed someone else was finally catching on to the horrifying truth. A man from K's side began to taunt the Santorinos, asking if they truly believed they were the only predators in the world. The white-haired man joined the mockery, sneering that the Santorinos were nothing more than a pair of feral dogs. A figure representing the Santorino family's pride, a lion, dared them not to make him laugh. The white-haired man delivered a final, venomous insult, cruelly speculating about Fabrizio's mother. The insult struck its target, and the severely injured Fabrizio glared back with pure, unadulterated rage. Fueled by this fury, the two boxers clashed again in the darkened arena, exchanging powerful blows. Suddenly, Fabrizio's furious assault faltered as a wave of confusion washed over him. His mind raced, wondering if the overwhelming sickness he felt was simply from taking too many hits. The bell rang with a sharp bang, signaling the end of a brutal first round. Fabrizio staggered and let out a choked gasp before violently vomiting onto the canvas. The announcers confirmed the sickening display, noting it was a clear sign of the considerable damage his body had sustained. The audience erupted in jeers and cruel laughter, mocking Fabrizio for his weakness and accusing him of vomiting up drugs. Amidst the chaos, the brown-haired man from Fabrizio's corner watched with grave, intense eyes. The round ended with Fabrizio lying broken and bloodied on the floor of the ring. Far away, a blonde-haired woman clasped her hands together and began to pray. The Santorino matriarch prayed that her children would return to her safe and sound. Far from the roaring crowd, the Santorino matriarch, Maria, clasped her hands in prayer inside a quiet church. In a memory tinged by the setting sun, a lone figure stood on an empty street. Back in the arena, a woman in the crowd erupted in cruel laughter, mocking Fabrizio for vomiting and accusing him of taking drugs. From the corner, the man with blue eyes, Marco Santorino, stared with grave intensity, his brother's bloodied form reflected in his gaze. Fabrizio gasped raggedly for breath, his face a swollen canvas of deep cuts and dark blood. Marco leaned in close, quietly asking his brother if he was okay. Fabrizio defiantly brushed off the concern, telling him not to sweat it. The scene dissolved into a memory, where a younger Marco warned his mother that Fabrizio shouldn't be drinking a strange concoction before his match. Their blonde mother, Maria, argued back, her voice filled with worry as she insisted his opponent was incredibly strong this time. She pleaded that he had to drink it so he could do his best. Maria began to protest once more, starting to say that if he drank it. A younger Fabrizio, robed in gold, cut her off, confirming he had already drunk it and asking if she was satisfied now. Maria's shoulders slumped as she confessed that she couldn't help but worry. Marco told his brother that it was okay to throw in the towel if he didn't think he could win. Their mother added that it made her truly sad to see him get hurt. Fabrizio scoffed at the very notion, demanding to know why he wouldn't win. He confidently promised to crush his opponent and urged his family to hurry on home. In the present, Fabrizio's chest heaved with labored breaths inside the ring. In the past, Maria started to object one last time. Fabrizio simply told her to go home and bake him a meat pie that he would eat after the match. She finally relented, telling him to be careful as Marco ushered her away. Back in the harsh lights of the arena, Fabrizio's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated distress. The dazed fighter muttered that he was dizzy and asked his corner to turn down the volume of the roaring crowd. Marco's mind raced, realizing his brother was in worse condition than he'd imagined and sensing that something beyond the accumulated damage was terribly wrong. From the stands, a keen-eyed observer noticed the unnatural, dark color of Fabrizio's lips. A spectator's eye widened in sudden, dawning horror. Someone in the crowd whispered in disbelief, wondering aloud if they couldn't have. Across the ring, the white-haired man watched with a cold, knowing smirk. Another memory surfaced as a milk delivery man cheerfully announced his arrival. A woman holding a small vial simply offered her thanks. A younger Maria, wearing overalls, inquired where the regular delivery person was. The mustached man explained he was just covering the shift for the day, and she thanked him for his work. The image of their mother staring into the distance was juxtaposed with Marco's burning, intense gaze in the present. Marco cursed under his breath, the weight of the past crashing down on him. A narrator's voice explained that their mother had borderline intellectual functioning, a cognitive ability somewhere between a disability and average. The memory showed two small boys, the Santorino brothers, walking away with their backs to the world. Marco recalled that he, his younger brother, and his youngest sister all had different hair colors. Theirs was a household struggling under the crushing debt that one of their absent fathers had dumped upon them. In the past, their mother had urged them to finish their milk, but a young, blonde Fabrizio complained that he hated it. Marco remembered how, despite their poverty, she somehow always provided milk, and how he was once indifferent to their bleak situation. It had never been any different, this was just the way things were. Their mother insisted they drink it to grow tall, strong, and smart, prompting the young boy to reluctantly gulp it down. However, their fragile morning routine was often shattered by a sharp rap at the door. An elderly landlord coldly reminded them to have the rent ready by next week, while a young Marco apologized profusely. They learned earlier than most that the world was a cold place, and that the only people they could truly rely on were their own family. The boys would bid their mother farewell, telling her they were off to have a good time at school. Young Fabrizio once asked if they should confess they'd never been, but Marco bluntly reminded him they had no money for school anyway. Marco grimly accepted their fate, stating they were different and that once you're in the gutter, you're always in the gutter. Their sister, however, thought that if they could just earn some money, their youngest sibling Giulia could attend school like other children. Fabrizio simply agreed to follow Marco's lead, admitting that he wasn't smart enough to come up with a better plan. The two boys scanned the streets, identifying a tourist as their designated target for the day. A young Marco, putting on a mature air, politely approached the man. Fabrizio played his part, claiming they were lost on an errand and asking for directions. The tourist apologized, explaining it was his first time there too, but Fabrizio pressed him to check his map. The unsuspecting man unfolded his map, trying his best to help the two seemingly lost children. After a moment, he apologized for not finding the place they were looking for, to which Fabrizio simply said it was okay. The boys thanked the man for his time and parted ways. Marco's voice narrated that this was how they made money every day, as a team of young pickpockets. At home, they would find their landlord screaming at their mother for the rent while she could only offer apologies. The angry man snarled that there was a limit to his patience. Maria would turn away, her expression hardened by the constant struggle. One of their fathers would complain that he didn't make much money working at the factory. Young Marco could only offer a quiet apology for their family's hardship. Marco, attempting to sound like an adult, would solemnly acknowledge the plight they were in. The floorboards would creak as their mother sometimes went out late at night, only to return in the pale light of morning. A young Marco tried to reassure her that it would be okay, promising they had almost saved up enough. On that particular night, their mother once again came home in the early hours. The two boys believed with all their hearts that soon, they would finally have enough. But as Marco's narration grimly recalled, the world is equally cruel to everyone. It makes no distinction between the kind or the evil. It offers no mercy to the rich or the poor. And its cruelty extends even to little boys living in the squalor of the slums. A menacing bald man cornered them, chiding the brats for already being thieves at such a young age. With a swift motion, he swung a heavy object at the children. Their mother cried out in terror for her boys. The bald man turned to face her, calmly asking if she was their guardian. Maria frantically demanded to know what he had done to her children. The man coolly informed her that her sons had been stealing money from people. He added with a sneer that they had collected quite a significant amount. He claimed he had simply taught them a lesson on her behalf. However, he continued, they came up a little short on the lesson fee. The thug warned her to make the right choice if she didn't want him to hand her boys over to the police. The exhausted eyes of the brothers, one filled with weariness and the other with burning anger, stared out from the darkness. A door creaked open, breaking the heavy silence that followed. A young, bruised Maria looked down at the floor, unable to meet her children's eyes. The two boys stood side by side, their small faces etched with exhaustion and defeat. Their mother finally spoke, her voice trembling as she asked if they really stole other people's money. A sharp thwack echoed as she struck them, demanding to know why they did it when they knew it was wrong. Through tears, she cried out that stealing is wrong. She hit them again, desperately asking if they wanted to grow up to be bad adults. The scene shifted slightly as she looked over, asking Marco why he wasn't sleeping. Young Marco stared forward, his wide, sad eyes reflecting a sorrow far beyond his years. Marco's voiceover confessed that even after that, they still couldn't help but steal. He questioned the world's twisted morals, asking if a man taking his anger out on his wife could be considered a good deed. He wondered if abandoning one's family or dumping debt onto a woman with an intellectual disability was the act of a good person. He questioned if showing no mercy to the poverty-stricken was in any way a good deed. As the memory of a landlord demanding rent resurfaced, Marco concluded that they were simply living in a world plagued by evil. And even though they knew it was wrong. The creak of the floorboards returned, a sound heralding their mother's return as Marco repeated that they still couldn't help but steal. Her desperate plea for them to grow up to be good adults echoed in his mind. A young, bruised Fabrizio looked down, the weight of her words pressing on him. A sudden, sharp snap broke the painful memory. The boys stood with fresh cuts on their legs, a broken pencil lying on the floor between them. Their mother stared at the snapped pencil in her hand, her expression one of pure shock and horror at what she'd done. She cried out in anguish, asking if her boys were okay. As she apologized over and over, a young Fabrizio quietly blamed himself, saying it was because he was a fool. He insisted she wouldn't have done that if he wasn't so foolish, but all his mother could do was repeat how sorry she was. Marco's voice, heavy with the grief of his childhood, asked why this was the world they were forced to live in. The boy, shaped by this cruel and unforgiving past, yearned for nothing less than revenge. A voice from the past asked Marco how to read the words, "World Champion," on a piece of paper. The dark-haired boy read from the newspaper that Rocky Balboa had become the new middleweight champion, to which his blonde friend simply replied, "Cool." The blonde boy, Fabrizio, wondered aloud if a world champion made a lot of money. The dark-haired boy, Marco, scoffed, certain they probably got to eat meat every single day. Fabrizio was left in a state of pure, wide-eyed wonder at the thought. Marco decided that was a cool life to live, and his brother enthusiastically agreed. In the ring, a commentator announced the fourth round, noting it had been a completely one-sided beatdown so far. The bloodthirsty crowd roared for the fight to end, their jeers and laughter filling the arena. A battered wrestler lay broken and bleeding on the canvas, his defeat all but sealed. The intensity of that moment was reflected in Fabrizio's fierce, determined eyes. He turned to his brother, his voice filled with desperation as he asked what they should do now. Fabrizio suggested they should stop lying to their mother and actually try going to school. He naively hoped that if they asked nicely, a teacher might even let them attend for free. A heavy, uncertain silence followed his hopeful suggestion. Marco finally broke the quiet, startling Fabrizio by agreeing that they should try going to school. However, Marco insisted that Fabrizio first needed to work on his reading, as school would be useless otherwise. He instructed Fabrizio to circle any words he didn't know, promising to teach him when he got back. Later that afternoon, Marco finally returned. Fabrizio questioned where he had been, and Marco lied, claiming he was scouting out a good school for them. Fabrizio's face lit up as he asked if his brother was serious. Marco simply brushed it off, saying it was late and time to go home. The next day unfolded in much the same, secretive way. While men laughed and drank at a local bar, Marco sat alone in the foreground, lost in his somber thoughts. The day after that passed just as quietly. Marco was seen walking through a desolate alley, carrying wooden planks and a hoop for his secret plan. During this time, Marco spent his days wandering alone, consumed by his solitary mission. Rain spattered against a windowpane, reflecting a crescent moon in the dark, night sky. The boy's mother lay awake in bed, her face etched with worry, while her young daughter Julia slept peacefully beside her. In the boy's room, one bed remained empty, a silent testament to a child who had not come home. Marco stood in the center of the room when Fabrizio appeared in the doorway, worried. Marco finally confessed his plan: he was going to get revenge on the damn jerk, who had tormented their family. He sternly told Fabrizio not to follow, insisting his plan was fail-proof and he didn't need any help. A deep sadness washed over Marco as he thought of his mother's wish for them to be good adults, a path he felt he could no longer follow. He told Fabrizio that he and Julia, at least, still had the chance to grow up to be normal, good people. He urged his brother to go to school and learn how to box, planting the seed that maybe he could become a world champion one day. He warned Fabrizio to stay home, bluntly stating that he was leaving to do something very bad. His last request was for his brother to remain behind and protect their mother and sister. Elsewhere, a man hummed to himself as he walked, completely unaware of the ambush awaiting him. The bald man's cheerful demeanor vanished as he stopped, his face twisting into a glare. A sound of surprise escaped his lips as he realized he wasn't alone. A cruel grin spread across his face as he decided the goddess of luck must be on his side tonight. He let out a sinister chuckle, savoring the moment. As the man cried out in pain from the initial blow, Marco cursed his luck, knowing his plan for a one-hit knockout had failed. The bald man roared in fury, demanding to know who dared to attack him. He sneered, thinking the boy was only dragging out his suffering after he had let him off easy before. With murder in his eyes, the man charged forward, screaming his intent to kill the boy. The young boy was suddenly knocked off his feet, sent falling down an incline. He tumbled down the muddy hill with a jarring thud. The man looked down in shock, realizing his feet were stuck in a puddle of thick, black tar. He roared in frustration, cursing the damn brat for the clever trap. Marco moved with agility, putting distance between himself and his ensnared target. Knowing he was no match for the man's size up close, he smashed a rock, preparing a ranged attack. From a safe distance, the young man resolved to only attack from afar. The bald man, still stuck, could only repeat his furious threat to kill him. Marco taunted his foe from above, asking if he was getting angry. He mocked the man's intelligence, saying a smarter person would have just left and attacked his home directly. But he knew the man was too drunk and idiotic to think that far ahead, his only thought being the repeated, bellowed threat to kill him. Marco prepared his next weapon, a heavy rock tied securely to a long rope. The improvised flail swung down, striking its target with a sickening smash. The bald man could only growl in agony and frustration. A raw scream of pain echoed through the night. From his perch, Marco looked down with a worried yet determined expression. His small hand gripped the rope tightly, readying his next move. The bald man bellowed that he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Fueled by pure rage, the injured man began to crawl his way up the slippery slope. His face was a mask of furious determination as he clawed his way closer. Just as he reached the top, he looked up to see another rock-laden rope swinging down toward his face. The man let out one last scream of agony as the trap hit its mark. Marco looked on in disbelief, shocked by how strong his opponent was even after such a beating. The man's only response was to once again snarl that he would kill the boy. For a brief, tense moment, the world seemed to pause. Marco held a makeshift spear, defiantly asking the man if he was going to try something with it. He glared at his foe, his small body radiating fierce desperation. The bald man sneered, cruelly asking if the boy had ever actually stabbed someone before. He mocked him, imagining the headlines about his mother's son being a little murderer. He twisted the knife, venomously asking how his mama would feel about her son's actions. The man's taunts crept under the boy's skin, filling him with a cold rage. Marco lashed out with a swift, impulsive kick to the man's leg. He immediately cursed himself, knowing he'd made a mistake. The bald man's fist clenched, seizing the opportunity the boy had given him. A brutal punch smashed into Marco's face, sending him flying backward in a pained arc. Lying on the ground, the boy coughed violently as he gasped for air. The man stood over him, derisively asking when he graduated from stealing money to trying to kill people. He spat that whores like Marco's mother shouldn't be allowed to have children. He continued his verbal barrage, claiming that the world was full of garbage because trash like her kept breeding. He callously suggested that by killing Marco, he would be doing society a service. Through the pain, the young boy managed a bitter smile, retorting that the half-wit had finally said something right. The man in black, enraged by the defiance, repeated his intentions. He declared again that he should take out the trash right now to do society a favor. As the cruel words hung in the air, a memory of Fabrizio's innocent laughter echoed in Marco's mind. A fleeting image of a happy family, a father with his child on his shoulders, flashed before his eyes. The brutal sight of a bloodied fist was contrasted with a warm memory of a family exchanging gifts. The image of his own beaten body was juxtaposed with a memory of carefree boys playing on a basketball court. A close-up showed the boy's bruised face, a trickle of blood marking the heavy price of his actions. Another shot revealed his blood-matted hair, while in his mind, the image of his worried mother looked down upon him. Marco's ragged breaths filled the air as he lay broken on the ground. After the fight, he checked the man's pockets, clicking his tongue in disgust at the meager amount of cash. The defeated man, barely conscious, promised to make an example of the boy. In another time, their mother's desperate prayer began. Marco looked down at the man, vowing that he would live in pain for the rest of his life. The mother's voice echoed, an earnest prayer for her children. She prayed that her children would never be hurt and would always be healthy. An intense close-up showed a piercing blue eye, filled with a storm of emotion. It was mirrored by another eye, this one burning with a red-hot, vengeful pupil. The prayer concluded with the desperate hope that her boys would not be led astray. Later that night, two ornate streetlights stood like lonely sentinels under the vast, starry sky. Marco stood in the darkness, surprised when his brother found him and asked why he was there. Fabrizio confessed that he wasn't smart enough for school anyway, deciding he'd rather do bad things alongside his brother. The two boys stood side by side, their small figures silhouetted against the night sky, their futures now irrevocably linked. Marco suddenly declared that they should learn how to box, a proposal that left Fabrizio in stunned disbelief. He made a promise: they would both become world champions, so no one would ever look down on their family again. Together they shouted their vow into the night, promising to become the strongest champions and get back at everyone who had wronged them. The next day, whispers spread that the man had been found paralyzed from the waist down, the townsfolk shocked at what those boys had done. At home, their mother was overjoyed, asking in surprise where they had managed to get meat. One of the boys lied smoothly, claiming the butcher had some left over and gave it to them. Outside their small apartment, the sky was a peaceful, brilliant blue. Their little sister Julia called for her mommy. Their mother greeted Julia with a warm smile and a good morning. Julia's eyes went wide at the sight of a meat pie, asking if it was a birthday, as her mother happily explained the butcher's kindness. Marco's voiceover confessed that the recipe was terrible and the meat was bought with dirty money. But seeing their mother's genuinely happy smile made it all seem worthwhile. Julia looked on, her expression a mix of confusion and wonder. Marco stood in silence, observing the scene he had created. Fabrizio, his eyes reflecting a deep sadness, remained quiet, the weight of their choices heavy on his young shoulders. But in that fleeting moment of family happiness, built on a foundation of violence, it was enough. In a flashback, Marco recalled that he used to like Sundays, a time when his mother, Maria Santorini, would pray for her children to be healthy and free from harm. He fondly remembered the beautiful stained glass of the church. Their life was humble, often consisting of just a simple meal of soup and bread. But Marco felt that inside the church, his family was transported to a different world entirely. The memory showed a young Fabrizio, his eyes a piercing red. It then focused on a young Marco, with his thoughtful blue eyes. For the feeling of escape it provided, Marco had cherished those moments. Maria continued her prayer, beseeching that her boys would not be led astray. But after the day they took their revenge, the brothers' path was forever altered. They began searching for a place to learn boxing, but their rural village had no real gyms, leading a local shopkeeper to mock their offer to work for lessons. The shopkeeper angrily told the brats to scram, leaving them with only the sordid option of illegal fight clubs run as gambling dens. Fabrizio shot back that they wouldn't want to learn from his kind anyway, as Marco clicked his tongue in disgust. Nearby, the heavy glugging sound of someone drinking from a bottle cut through the alley's silence. A gravelly voice called out from the shadows, simply saying, "Hey kids." The two brothers instantly exchanged a tense, questioning look. An old man emerged, asking them if they wanted to learn how to box. Unfazed by the man's loud belch, Fabrizio bluntly demanded to know who he was. The old man calmly introduced himself as Luciano Mondi. Marco's eyes widened in shock, repeating the legendary name in disbelief. Luciano casually confirmed his identity, acknowledging that he was indeed the man himself. When Luciano asked for their names, Fabrizio questioned Marco, who sarcastically pretended to have never heard of the famous boxer. Marco then introduced himself, followed immediately by his brother, Fabrizio Santorino. Luciano let out another belch, remarking that he had never heard of their names either. Just as Marco dismissed him as a drunk, Luciano's tone shifted, stating that while he didn't know their names, he knew exactly what they had done. Marco's expression turned cold as he coolly identified the old man as a witness. Fabrizio stepped forward, warning Luciano not to use that information as a threat. The old man erupted in laughter, declaring them to be awfully scary kids. Luciano then reassured them, explaining that he'd simply taken an interest in the two of them. He then made an unbelievable offer, to personally teach them the art of boxing. That encounter marked the first time the brothers met the man who would become their master. The story of the boxer continued, a tale of grit and destiny. For their very first lesson, Luciano gave them a simple, brutal order: fight each other. Marco immediately protested, questioning why they had to fight when Luciano was supposed to teach them how to box. Luciano waved off the complaint, insisting that siblings always fight and that he wouldn't teach them unless they did. Fabrizio simply turned to his brother and stated the facts: the old man wouldn't teach them unless they fought. With a sigh, Marco agreed, remarking that it had been a while since their last real brawl. Luciano watched with a grin, muttering to himself how entertaining it was to watch a good fight. As the brothers began to trade blows, Luciano noted with approval that they were not bad. He identified Fabrizio, the younger one, as a born fighter. Even though Marco was in a higher weight class, Fabrizio was more than holding his own. In fact, Luciano realized with intrigue, the younger brother was actually pushing the older one back. He analyzed Fabrizio's style as rough and aggressive, yet possessing a cool head when it truly counted. The younger brother moved with a ferocious speed that was difficult to track. Luciano then turned his attention to Marco, the older brother, who he noted was born with a good head on his shoulders. Marco was able to accurately predict his brother's wild flurry of blows and launch effective counters. A flash of surprise crossed Marco's face as he struggled against Fabrizio's raw power. Internally, Luciano assessed Marco as calm and technical, but recognized that considering the weight difference, Fabrizio was actually winning the exchange. Despite this, Luciano foresaw that in the long run, the older brother, Marco, would be the one to go farther. The dynamics between the two boys were, as he put it, very interesting. Marco brought the sparring to an end with a decisive whack, declaring that it was good enough. Luciano called them over, instructing them to listen carefully as he explained the two sides of boxing. He told them that one side was physical, while the other was mental. The master then revealed his assessment: each of them had been born with one of those two sides. A hopeful Fabrizio immediately asked if this meant they had potential. Luciano countered that it all depended on their goal, asking them why they truly wanted to learn boxing. Fabrizio didn't hesitate, boldly proclaiming that they wanted to become world champions. Luciano bluntly told them he didn't think it was possible, provoking an indignant "what?" from the brothers. A champion, he explained, needed both the physical and the mental, so halves like them could never make it, though he knew there was one more hidden element. Marco angrily challenged his judgment, asking how he could possibly know their limits. Fabrizio doubled down on their dream, vowing that they would become world champions no matter what. The master saw in them that final, crucial element, a pure, unadulterated obsession to win. This singular, powerful drive was a trait they had both inherited. Seeing their burning resolve, Luciano finally relented, telling them to consider themselves lucky. He started to promise that if they learned from him, they could become world champions. But his declaration was cut short by a wave of nausea, causing Fabrizio to remark that perhaps he was just a drunk old man after all. From that day forward, despite the rough start, their master began to formally teach them how to box. When Marco addressed him as "old man," Luciano sharply corrected him, demanding they call him "master." Fabrizio posed a logical question: if they needed both the physical and mental, shouldn't they just train their weaknesses? The master scoffed, pointing out that if it were so easy to fix one's weaknesses, every boxer would be a champion. Instead, he advised them to recognize and accept what they couldn't do, and focus on honing their natural strengths. His training was relentless, constantly shouting at them to be faster. He pushed them to their limits, demanding they punch harder. Every motion had to be done with conviction, as he yelled for them to move like they meant it. He coached Marco specifically, telling him not just to predict but to lead his opponent, praising him with a gruff "attaboy" when he got it right. The years that followed were a blur of the master's drinking and the brothers' bandaged fists. While Luciano drank, his students tirelessly perfected their fighting stances under his watchful eye. Time passed by in a flash. The boys soon grew into formidable teenagers. And before they knew it, they were adults. Now fully grown, Marco and Fabrizio stood together before a closed door, their past and future converging. The door slammed open, revealing their next confrontation. A terrified man in a bed demanded to know who they were, to which Fabrizio replied with a chillingly cheerful, "Merry Christmas." Fabrizio mused that their identity should be obvious, while Marco greeted the terrified man as their long-lost father. Their father, panting with fear, failed to recognize them and frantically asked what they wanted from him. A flicker of recognition crossed his face as he realized they must be Maria's sons, immediately assuming they were there about the debt. Marco calmly informed him that he had already paid off the debt their father had left them, leaving the older man utterly confused. The scene shifts, showing a hardened Marco in a different confrontation, ordering a man to sign a document. The man tried to stand his ground, asking what would happen if he refused. A boss figure coolly instructed his men to show the man just how happy he would be once he signed. But all it took was a single, intense glare from Marco to break the man's will. The man scrambled to agree, proving that the brother's powerful charisma was now attracting people of a similar, violent nature. As a victim screamed in the background, the narration confirmed that the Santorino brothers had become the undisputed kings of the gutter. The sharp, brutal sounds of fists meeting flesh became the soundtrack to their new lives. One day, they ran into Luciano Mondi, who noted their absence and asked what they had been up to. A well-dressed Marco gave an evasive answer, claiming they needed to get a Christmas gift for someone. Luciano simply shrugged, deciding that what his former students did was their own business. He told them he wouldn't care if they became gang leaders or decided to take over the world. The old master paused, as if to add a condition to his statement. But he quickly changed his mind, muttering that it was none of his business and he should just forget it. Marco then playfully asked if Luciano wanted a gift, drawing a grumpy refusal from the old man, which prompted a mocking laugh from Fabrizio. Marco's playful expression then shifted to one of quiet contemplation. He sincerely invited his master to have Christmas dinner at their place, correctly guessing he would have otherwise spent it alone. It was Christmas, a time meant for family to gather together. Fabrizio's piercing red eye seemed to burn with unspoken emotion. "It's Christmas," Marco repeated, the simple words hanging heavy in the cold air. The story of the Santorino brothers and their complicated family was to be continued. On a cold, clear night, a solitary Christmas tree stood crowned with a star. In the distance, a clergyman's voice boomed, calling for the celebration of Christmas Day. The sermon's words seemed to weigh heavily on an old man, whose face was a mask of distress. The unseen speaker continued, passionately recounting how Christ died on the cross for their sins. Inspired by the sermon, one man spoke of repentance, while another added the importance of forgiving those who sin against them. Elsewhere, Luciano Mondi stood awkwardly in a dated but clean suit and bow tie. Fabrizio couldn't hide his surprise at his master's formal wear, but Luciano simply grumbled that it was, after all, Christmas. Another of Luciano's companions teased that he cleaned up nicely for a drunkard, prompting the old man to ask if they were finally ready to leave. The same companion then asked Luciano to do them a favor by pretending to be their office boss, a plan which clearly caught Fabrizio off guard. Luciano admitted he had no idea how to act like an office worker, but Fabrizio just laughed, telling him to play it by ear since they didn't either. As they walked, a serious look crossed Fabrizio's face, his piercing red eyes fixed on the path ahead. Fabrizio was the first to notice the gentle flakes beginning to fall, remarking that it was starting to snow. Nearby, a young boy joyfully pointed out the snow to his father, excitedly planning a snowball fight for later. The Santorino brothers stood side by side, watching the quiet, festive scene unfold. Arriving at their home, they were greeted by their mother, who welcomed them back from the biting cold. Her eyes fell on their guest, and Marco quickly explained that he was their boss from work, invited to join them for Christmas dinner. The woman warmly introduced herself as Maria Santorino, and Luciano politely returned the introduction, assuring her that her sons were excellent employees. Maria hurried them all inside, promising to make something delicious to warm them up. As they stepped through the door, a young woman cheerfully greeted her brothers. Her cheerfulness quickly turned to blunt curiosity as she pointed at Luciano and asked who the hairy grandpop was. Maria immediately reprimanded her daughter, Julia, for being so rude. Insisting on an apology, Maria explained that Luciano was her brother's boss, causing Julia to eye the old man with new scrutiny. With his nose red from drink and his suit clearly decades old, Luciano simply chuckled, completely unfazed by the girl's comment. Marco shot his sister a subtle glance, quietly telling her to behave. Julia then delivered a formal, if slightly rehearsed, apology, introducing herself as the youngest Santorino and welcoming their guest warmly. Her politeness vanished in the next moment as she suddenly asked if she could touch Luciano's beard, a request that stunned the old man into silence. Without waiting for an answer, Julia began patting his beard, delightedly exclaiming how fluffy it was, much to everyone's amusement. Luciano playfully begged Maria to make her daughter stop, but his host simply laughed, telling him his beard wouldn't wear out. Maria stood over the flustered Luciano, a wide, mischievous smile on her face. Luciano looked up at her, a hint of pleading in his eyes. To his surprise, Maria joined in, grabbing his beard and cooing over how fuzzy and cute it felt. Overwhelmed by the unexpected affection, a laughing Luciano struggled to wish them a Merry Christmas. Watching from the side, Fabrizio noted with a smirk that his master was enjoying the attention far more than he was letting on. Outside the cozy home, snow continued to fall, blanketing the quiet street in white. The family gathered at the table, and Julia led them in a prayer of thanks for their guest and the wonderful meal they were about to share. Another voice added thanks for the beautiful snow falling outside their window. Maria finished the prayer, expressing her gratitude for another happy Christmas together as a family. A quiet moment of grace settled over the table as hands were clasped in prayer. Marco closed his eyes, a rare expression of pure peace on his face. Both Fabrizio and Luciano bowed their heads, sharing in the family's moment of reverence. With a chorus of thanks, the family joyfully began their Christmas feast. Julia's face was a picture of pure delight as she held up a forkful of cake. Marco savored every bite, a look of deep contentment settling over him. Fabrizio couldn't contain his happiness, a wide, genuine grin spreading across his face. The brother's blonde sister laughed brightly, caught up in the festive joy. Even Luciano, the gruff old master, laughed with abandon, his eyes shut in pure, unadulterated happiness. After the wonderful meal, the entire family saw Luciano off with warm goodbyes and wishes for a safe trip home. The two brothers walked with their master under the calm, starry night sky. Luciano let out a contented sigh, admitting it was the nicest Christmas he had experienced in a very long time. Fabrizio playfully suggested he could visit whenever he was lonely, teasing that the old man didn't have many days left, but Luciano just scoffed that he was still alive and kicking. In a moment of sincerity, Marco quietly suggested that Luciano could just come and live with them. Luciano turned his back to them, looking up at the falling snow as he considered the unexpected offer. He quickly dismissed the idea, gruffly telling them to forget it and accusing them of just being sentimental because of Christmas. Marco looked away, his earnest expression turning somber and distant. Fabrizio's playful demeanor also faded, replaced by a look of serious contemplation. Luciano's voice grew stern as he changed the subject, urging the boys to reconsider their path and just focus on boxing. He warned them against becoming arrogant from ruling a small town, reminding them that the wider world was full of unbelievably powerful men, both in the ring and in the streets. With grave concern, he told them of suspicious movements in the criminal underworld, cautioning that even their small town could be a target for a larger mafia and that they should quit their vigilante activities before it was too late. Marco suddenly broke the tension by suggesting a snowball fight, an idea that Fabrizio immediately latched onto, much to Luciano's bewilderment. Luciano yelled at the two punks to pay attention to his serious warning. His lecture was cut short as a snowball splattered against his face, and he let out a furious roar. Fabrizio howled with laughter, taunting the old man for being too slow to dodge. "We'll see about that," Luciano roared, packing a snowball of his own and hurling it back, cackling as his student yelped in mock pain. For a moment, they were not masters and students, but simply three people enjoying a carefree snowball fight under the winter sky. The narrator's voice mused on a fondness for the snow. Fabrizio laughed as he shielded his face from another of Luciano's well-aimed snowballs. Luciano grinned, winding up for another throw with surprising vigor. The snow, for a moment, could blanket the world's disgusting appearance, making everything seem pure and beautiful. As the laughter subsided, Marco assured his master they hadn't abandoned their dream, but that they had things left to take care of in their village first. He acknowledged that they were criminals, but argued that with so much trash in the world, someone had to be the one to take it out. The brothers shared a dark understanding: if the trash kept sorting itself out, perhaps the world might become a little cleaner. They concluded that when the day came to pay for their sins, they would accept it gladly, as death comes for everyone eventually. Luciano could only sigh in resignation, muttering that what the boys did was none of his business anyway. The narration ominously stated that everyone, one day, must face the price of their sins. But for that one night, just for that Christmas, that day of reckoning felt far away. Luciano looked at his two wayward students and declared that he would be watching to see just how far they could go. But his time was short, as a stark revelation confirmed that just a few days later, Luciano would lose his life to the mafia. The scene returned to the Santorino home, a steaming bowl of food sitting on the table. The family's blonde daughter asked her mother what she thought of Luciano, calling him cute, and Maria agreed. Maria then slyly asked her daughter what she thought of a man like that for herself. The blonde daughter was immediately flustered by her mother's not-so-subtle matchmaking. Marco chimed in, agreeing that Luciano seemed like a decent man who got along well with them. As he spoke, however, a dark and somber expression shadowed Marco's face. A voice called out for their mom, but the call was met with an unsettling silence. In the next room, the horrifying reason for the silence was revealed. Maria stood trembling, a trickle of blood running from her nose. A blonde woman prayed that her children would never be hurt and would always remain healthy. In a starkly contrasting scene, two fighters grappled violently within the confines of a boxing ring. The mother continued her plea, praying her children would not be led astray from the right path. A close-up revealed a bloodied fighter, his face a mask of pain and raw aggression. The blonde-haired fighter, Fabrizio, his body covered in blood, unleashed a desperate, powerful blow. Her final prayer was for them to return home, safe and sound. A younger woman gently informed her mother that it was time to leave, and the mother agreed. In the ring, a boxer collapsed to the canvas, utterly defeated and bloodied. The younger woman rushed to support her mother, who stumbled weakly on the stairs. She asked if her mother was all right, but the older woman just laughed it off, admitting she was a little dizzy. In the ring, a bruised Fabrizio defiantly taunted his opponent, daring the punk to hit him with his best shot. A commentator with a headset exclaimed that the opponent, was simply tormenting Fabrizio. The announcer declared that what was happening in the ring could no longer be called boxing. The commentator expressed his confusion over the inaction of the referee and the ring doctor. Fabrizio knew that in a match this one-sided, the fight should have been stopped long ago. In the corner, Marco, clad in a red suit, muttered curses under his breath. He realized the punks from the association had no intention of stopping the match unless his side threw in the towel. Marco understood grimly that this was excellent entertainment, and they wouldn't let it end so easily. The frenzied, distorted faces of the crowd glowed in a hellish red hue. The narration noted there is nothing more entertaining than throwing stones at villains, as the old man watched in silence. The sharp clang of the bell finally brought the round to a close. The announcer stated that the hellish round was over, but it had only been the fourth. Marco turned to his brother and insisted they give up on the match. He argued that Fabrizio would lose the title but keep his character, and they could still find ways to make money. The injured boxer, Fabrizio, looked at his brother in disbelief, asking what he was talking about. Fabrizio reminded him that they both knew a day like this would eventually come. The official's voice boomed, ordering the seconds out of the ring. Fabrizio declared he wouldn't do something as humiliating as dropping out of a game. A hand clutched a bloody wound on his chest, a testament to the brutal punishment he had endured. With a look of pure fury, Fabrizio admitted that he was incredibly pissed off. The scene shifted to a frantic memory, as a woman cried out for her mother and for Julia. A woman with dark hair called back, assuring her that she and their mother were okay. Her voice trembled as she added that something was wrong with Mr. Mondi. Fabrizio's voice from the past cried out for the old man. Heavy, strained breathing filled the tense air of the room. Marco frantically ordered someone to find dressings, and the man hurried to obey. The elderly man, Luciano Mondi, wheezed, telling them to stop making such a big fuss. He stated calmly that all people eventually die, and for him, today just happened to be that day. With fading strength, the injured man commanded the boys to listen to him carefully. Back in the present, the fifth round began as Fabrizio struggled to his feet. His opponent's dark silhouette loomed over him from behind. The bloodied Fabrizio snarled for the piece of shit to come at him. In the memory, Luciano told the two boys that they were better suited to be mobsters than boxers. Marco's past self agreed, musing that the two of them could certainly become powerful figures in the underworld. A vision of a bloody, aggressive fighter lunging forward flashed through the memory. But the elder, Luciano, had vehemently warned them that the underworld was the one path they must never take. He had urged them to take their family and leave that place immediately. Luciano wanted them to go live their lives as boxers. Yet, he cautioned them that they probably wouldn't find the golden future they desired. He explained that there are geniuses in the world that one can never surpass, no matter how hard they try. The sickening crunch of a powerful blow echoed from the past. Luciano's voice narrated that even if they managed to win by squeezing out every last idea, before long, they would grow weaker, and stronger opponents would endlessly appear. A shadowy figure spoke, warning that if they were unlucky, they might even run into a monster. A man with an afro cursed his luck, a sentiment the brothers understood all too well. Luciano's lesson continued, explaining that their opponents would also grow old and diseased, eventually crumbling to make way for new, stronger foes. The scarred man's voice from the memory asked if they understood what he was saying. A person with dark hair looked down with sorrow, gently resting a hand on someone's head. Luciano's wisdom revealed that life is an unreasonable game, impossible to win from the very start. No one remains a winner forever, people struggle their entire lives for a moment of honor before they die, that is life. A montage of boxing, money, prison, and family flashed by as the old man concluded that this had been his life. He confessed that he didn't know whether his life had held any meaning or not. Luciano also admitted he didn't know if the boxing he taught them had any meaning either. An image of Luciano as a simple man in overalls, holding a bottle, appeared in their minds. The two young men looked forward, a memory of a smiling family photo below them. Luciano's voice named them, Marco Santorino and Fabrizio Santorino. The two young brothers looked up, Marco serious and Fabrizio flashing a confident smile. His voice continued, acknowledging that even if they couldn't become world champions, and even if they only possessed half measures of average talent. An image of Fabrizio being pummeled in the ring flashed, as Marco watched from the side. The two brothers were then shown with bags, walking towards a new beginning. A close-up showed Marco Santorino's intense red eyes, filled with burning focus. Another close-up revealed Fabrizio Santorino's blue eyes, equally sharp and determined. A stark diagnosis hung in the air, a brain hemorrhage. The memory showed Fabrizio kneeling in the ring, looking utterly defeated. The camera zoomed in on an opponent's intense, narrowed eye with a piercing red pupil. A similar red-pupilled eye with distinctive tribal markings stared back, belonging to a fearsome opponent from the past. A doctor's voice from that time confirmed that the surgery had been successful. But Marco had been warned to always remember that it could happen again. Back in the memory of his final moments, Luciano urged them to keep struggling, even if the world threatened to swallow them. His voice grew stronger, commanding them to spread their wings and fly straight into the sun until they burned. He told them to grind their enemies beneath their heels and to keep struggling to survive. That, he declared, was what it truly meant to be alive. A severely injured, bloody, and bandaged limb was shown, a brutal reminder of the costs. A raw, agonizing scream tore through the air. A young man's voice called out, searching for his mother. He called for his mom again, his voice filled with panic. Desperate hands pressed against a white shirt, rapidly becoming soaked with blood. Luciano's fading voice echoed from the past, whispering that he would be watching them. His final words were a promise to see just how well the boys would do. An emergency siren wailed, signaling a crisis in progress. A single word, emergency, flashed across the screen, a stark red warning. In the sterile quiet of a hospital waiting room, a young man sat completely alone. He bowed his head, his hands clasped tightly in a desperate, silent plea. His ragged, panicked breaths filled the oppressive silence. Elsewhere, a man in a suit stared forward, his expression carved from stone. The sharp, clear ding of a boxing bell echoed from a recent memory. The man in the red suit pleaded for a reconsideration of the match, while Fabrizio was told he would only become a laughingstock if he continued. A crushing thought filled Fabrizio's mind, everything he had lived for felt like it would amount to nothing. The announcer's voice boomed, signaling the end of the break with a cry of, "Seconds out." Fabrizio, however, made a simple promise to his corner, he would be back. A shadowy figure's voice from the past warned that only suffering awaited him, claiming he could never have beaten such a monster. Marco Santorino acknowledged that he now completely understood what his brother had meant. But he warned that the moment he felt Fabrizio's life was truly in danger, he would not hesitate to throw in the towel. Back in the ring, the announcer noted they were past the midway point and into the 7th round. He declared this was the longest any boxer had lasted against the champion. The previous challenger, Takeda, had been knocked out in the 6th round. A commentator observed that, as expected, the champion was on the offensive. He added that Santorino was desperately holding on but remained completely at Yu's mercy. Somewhere in the stands, a person clasped their hands together in fervent prayer. A brutal blow landed with a sickening crack. The world dissolved into an abstract vision of sharp angles and splattered blood. A grim montage showed a man watching from above, a blood-soaked shirt, a wounded hand, and the observing crowd. A lone, battered boxer knelt in the darkness, a portrait of utter defeat. In a distant memory, a young, blonde Fabrizio asked the boy with suspenders, Marco, what he would do once he became a champion. Young Fabrizio scoffed at Marco's simple dream, boasting he would create his own country and execute all the bad people, prompting an exasperated Marco to call him stupid. The bell signaled the start of the 8th round. Fabrizio's voice from the past echoed, questioning if there was any meaning in continuing a hopeless match. The memory focused on Marco's stern, conflicted face in the corner. In another memory, a lone church stood silently against the night sky. Inside the grand hall, a solitary man stood in the center, bathed in shadows. The blonde-haired fighter, Fabrizio, had decided that the outcome no longer mattered. He vowed to give himself completely to the struggle. He would see it through until the very end. In the ring, Fabrizio's face was a ruin of blood and bruises. The match dragged on into the 9th round. The canvas was stained red beneath the fighter's feet. A philosophical question hung in the air: what is the world? The violence blurred into an abstract pattern of red and black. Another question followed: what is life? The bloodied man could only gasp for breath, his lungs burning. In another memory, a young, blonde Fabrizio was on his hands and knees, facing a young Marco. He cried out his brother's name in pain. An intense face looked down as bandaged limbs lay uselessly nearby. The blonde fighter's younger self wailed that it hurt. The 10th round began, a new chapter of punishment. The scene devolved into a chaotic blur of red, signifying overwhelming pain. A thought surfaced, lamenting the sad reality that people must struggle to survive all their lives. A close-up showed a blood-splattered boot planted firmly on the ground. A heavily bandaged and bloodied shoulder testified to the brutal damage taken. In the corner, Marco's face was etched with deep distress. The dark-haired man clasped his hands, lost in prayer or contemplation. Fabrizio's panted breaths were the only sound he could hear. The thought concluded that after a lifetime of suffering, one simply ceases to exist. The announcer heralded the grand finale, the final 12th round, and directed everyone to look at the state of Santorino. He exclaimed that Fabrizio's face was absolutely destroyed, calling it a miracle he was still standing. The announcer pleaded with the referee, insisting the fighter had done enough. Marco's hand tightened around a white towel, ready to concede. But another hand suddenly grabbed his wrist, stopping him. A man in a suit coldly informed him that the association did not want this match to have a boring ending. A cold, calculating blue eye watched the unfolding tragedy. Images of bombs falling and exploding flashed, a metaphor for the destruction in the ring. A narrator's voice mused that the line between right and wrong is more easily destroyed than one might think. In the hospital corridor, a person sat alone on a bench. The kneeling man silently prayed that his mother would be okay. In the arena, Marco erupted, accusing the organizers of planning this outcome for Fabrizio. He screamed that this match was never just about the box office from the very start. He realized with horror that it was a public execution. Marco roared Fabrizio's name in desperation. He frantically begged his brother to get out of the ring. A devastating blow connected with Fabrizio's arm, causing an explosion of blood. Fabrizio, the bloodied blonde boxer, collapsed backward through the ropes of the ring. Blood splattered across his back and shoulder as he fell. The next impact was so brutal it looked as if his head had exploded in a gory burst. Marco watched, his face spattered with his brother's blood, his eyes wide with shock. The commentary described you unleashing a brutal assault on Fabrizio as the match neared its end. One commentator shouted that Fabrizio had already lost consciousness. A predatory grin spread across Yu's blood-soaked face. The commentator screamed in horror that Yu was going to kill him. Yu mercilessly showered blow after blow on Fabrizio, not even allowing him the mercy of being knocked down. The screen filled with abstract streaks of red and black, visualizing the vicious onslaught. Dazed, Marco couldn't comprehend what was happening, unable to even hear his own thoughts clearly. A gruesome close-up showed a slashed, bloody face with a single, menacing eye. In a delirious vision, Yu mockingly asked if his opponent was done taking out his anger. The injured fighter pleaded for it to stop, while a red-skinned version of his opponent wished he would. A demonic, red-skinned version of the fighter with glowing eyes crouched, ready to continue. The injured fighter resignedly asked if his opponent was determined to see it to the bitter end. The camera focused on the champion's boots, planted firmly on the canvas. Two fighters, both covered in blood, were locked in a desperate, final struggle. A face with glowing red eyes and sharp hair glared menacingly. A man in a suit stared with wide, horrified eyes at the carnage. The bloody fighter defiantly dared his opponent to come at him. A memory surfaced of a sick woman in bed, as two young men walked away. In the present, a man leaned over a fallen figure while another stood guard. The red-clad figure declared that he would never hide or run. Fabrizio, wounded and blood-splattered, stared forward with vacant eyes. The clock showed only 5 seconds remaining in the final round. The seated man acknowledged a difficult truth. The man in the black jacket finished the thought, stating that those who do wrong must be punished. A shoe stepped onto the blood-soaked floor. The red-clad figure accepted this fate, stating they would gladly pay the price for their sins. 4 seconds remained. The seated man began a desperate plea, asking for forgiveness just this once. A blond man echoed the plea, begging for a single moment of grace. He asked if, just once, they could be forgiven. At the hospital, a man with glasses approached a woman, asking if she was Miss Julia Santorino. With 2 seconds left, the woman with dark hair, Julia, simply pleaded. She repeated her desperate plea for just this once. Only 1 second remained on the clock. A man with cold blue eyes gave a simple, chilling command, "Finish him." Their collective prayer asked if God would have mercy and send them a miracle. At that moment, a massive impact shook the ring. The crowd and commentators erupted in a collective, unintelligible roar of shock. A close-up showed a commentator staring, his mouth agape, through his headset. A new voice, Jin Woo, remarked that he had wanted to meet him again when he'd become stronger. The blond man continued, admitting that perhaps he had become a little too strong. He finished his thought, addressing the person before him as, "Boy." 2 mysterious figures stood at the foot of a hospital bed, their purpose unknown. Someone's eyes flew wide with utter astonishment at what they were witnessing. The story was far from over. The blond man finished his thought, addressing the champion before him simply as, "Boy." A muscular figure stood cloaked in shadow, an aura of raw power emanating from his form. In stark contrast, a glowing, almost celestial entity smiled out from a field of stars. The imposing fighter's back was turned, a silent monument of strength facing an unseen challenge. Inside the ring, the white-haired and scarred champion, Yu, stood his ground, staring with cold intensity. A close-up on Yu's face revealed the harsh lines of a life carved by battle and a complete absence of emotion. The crowd suddenly erupted in confusion, their shouts questioning the identity of the figure who had just stepped into the ring. A wave of recognition swept through the audience as whispers turned to shouts, identifying the intruder as the legendary Jay. The announcer's voice cracked with disbelief as he confirmed for everyone watching that Jay had indeed entered the ring. The arena became electric with the crowd's roar, chanting that Jay was back and had made his return to the canvas. Jay calmly acknowledged the champion, stating it had been a long time and they would catch up later. He then issued a formal challenge, promising their next meeting would be official, once again calling Yu, "Boy." With his message delivered, Jay descended the stairs from the ring, walking past the stunned Yu and his line of bodyguards. The screen split to contrast Yu's simmering fury with Jay's cool, unwavering confidence. The white-haired champion seethed, spitting the word, "punk," under his breath. He then made a chilling vow, promising that one day he was going to kill him. The scene then shifted to the defeated blonde fighter, Fabrizio Santorino, his face a mask of blood and exhaustion. From above, Fabrizio's broken form was splayed across the blood-stained canvas of the ring. A man in a suit frantically shouted that the match was over, demanding that a stretcher be brought immediately. Medics and officials rushed the ring, surrounding the fallen fighter as a stretcher was hurried to his side. A memory surfaced of a tall blonde woman standing protectively between 2 young boys, one with brown hair and one with blonde. The narration began to recap the events of the middleweight title match from the day before. It was noted that, unsurprisingly, the match had ended in another one-sided victory for Yu. Yu's only supposed weakness, his stamina, proved non-existent as he appeared to move ever closer to inhuman perfection. A mysterious figure mused that it was more accurate to say Yu wasn't becoming perfect, but was becoming unhuman. The champion's characteristic coldness was described as taking on a will of its own. However, the broadcast noted that there was another major incident that occurred during the match. This other incident was, of course, the sudden and shocking appearance of the formerly retired champion, Jay. The narrator explained that had any other boxer dared to intrude on such a major event, a lawsuit would have been immediate. But since the intruder was the legendary Jay, the rules were entirely different. From the Boxing Association's perspective, this interruption had merely created a far more interesting story. The central questions now were why Jay had appeared in the ring again and why he chose to involve himself in this specific match. Elsewhere, a man with a mustache reflected on the unfolding chaos, Yu's monstrous evolution, the coming true of K's desire, and the return of Jay. He concluded his thoughts with a smirk, acknowledging that things were finally getting interesting. An image of a terrifying red eye with a slit pupil flashed across the screen, a hint of a sinister power at play. A blonde woman named Stella confessed to a man named Jean that, in all honesty, she was scared of you. She worriedly asked if he thought you would ever come back down to the lightweight division. The tall, long-haired man Jean calmly reassured her, promising that it would not happen. A narrative voice interjected, telling Stella that the truly frightening person was not you. The silhouetted man, Jean, thought to himself that the madness of the man known as K was on an entirely different level from his own. A small blonde girl stood quietly beside a tall, pale man in a suit, an unsettlingly serene image. Stella looked on with pity, sincerely hoping that someone would extend a saving hand to you as well. The scene changed to a television screen, where a brutal, bloody image from the fight was being broadcast. A woman with short blue hair approached her partner on the couch and asked what he was watching. The man, a retired fighter, explained that he was watching the title match of you, the last man he ever fought. His partner expressed her shock that he'd fought someone so terrifying, to which he laughed, admitting it was more of a one-sided pounding. The woman then made an observation, noting that despite his ferocity, you seemed sad. Her partner's expression turned serious as he quietly agreed with her assessment. He then recalled that a long time ago, a man named Yamaguchi used to wear a similar sorrowful look on his face. The woman clarified if he was referring to Yamaguchi the fruit market owner, and the man confirmed he was. He added, however, that the sadness he saw in you was far more profound. In another location, a different group watched the spiky-haired champion on their television. A man with tattoos commented in awe that you had finally conquered the middleweight division, declaring him invincible. A woman watching with him turned to a friend, asking if you had always looked so frightening. The friend, a light-skinned trainer, thought to himself that you hadn't always been this way, and that he should be congratulating him. Yet, despite the victory, the trainer couldn't shake the feeling that something was going terribly wrong. In a gym, a coach barked at his young fighter to stop worrying about you and focus on his own upcoming match. The stern coach reminded the boy that a victory in his next fight could earn him a shot at a title match. The spiky-haired young man snapped to attention, responding with a determined, "Yes, coach." The setting shifted to the exterior of the International Hospital, glowing under the dark of night. Inside a room, an enigmatic man announced to the patient that he was finally awake. He informed the injured Fabrizio that Jay had jumped in at the last moment, prompting a shocked Fabrizio to question why that old man would interfere. Fabrizio wondered to himself why a legend like Jay would go out of his way to help someone like him. Unseen by the others, the enigmatic man silently apologized, believing he was the cause of the boy's suffering. The focus cut to another room, where Marco Santorino lay heavily bandaged, his single visible red eye burning with intensity. Marco dismissed any words of pity, stating firmly that he had simply received the punishment he deserved. He declared that the great Marco Santorino shouldn't get broken up over a deserved defeat. A close-up lingered on Marco's bandaged shoulder and his unnerving, crimson eye. Fabrizio, now at his brother's bedside, softly spoke Marco's name. He then asked his brother a heavy question, if their defeat meant they could finally be a little free. Marco stared up from his hospital bed, his expression unreadable as he processed his brother's words. Fabrizio looked down at his broken brother, his face etched with deep concern and shared pain. The two brothers then shared a quiet moment, looking up through the window at the distant starry sky. A split view showed the weary but resolute faces of Marco and Fabrizio, united in their ordeal. A flashback showed a man in a suit sitting solemnly by the bedside of an injured loved one. The camera panned down to reveal the heavily scarred legs of two people under a blanket, evidence of a lifetime of battles. The scene dissolved into a beautiful memory of a woman's long, blonde hair flowing against a starlit sky. The woman, their mother, was shown gently tucking a blanket around one of her young sons. The narrator mused that a lifetime spent struggling with all one's might is how most people will spend their lives. A door creaked open, leading into a warm, brightly lit home filled with the sounds of family. A young boy's voice rang out, excitedly telling his mom that Marco and Fabrizio were home. The camera focused on their mother's flowing blonde hair as she turned to greet them. A younger Fabrizio and a bandaged Marco entered, announcing their return as the smell of good food filled the air. A chaotic and joyous group hug ensued, with Marco crying out as his mother squeezed his injured arm. The memory focused on the pure, happy smile of their blonde-haired mother. Julia, a woman with short dark hair, was also there, smiling warmly as she enjoyed the family meal. A young Fabrizio, with his brown hair, looked on with a quiet, contented smirk. A young, spiky-haired Marco, already bearing the marks of a fighter with facial tattoos and a bandaged nose, held a toothpick in his mouth. And for some, the narration concluded, such simple moments are more than enough to accept as the meaning of life. The warm memory was shattered by a hard cut to a grim-faced man with stubble and a menacing spiked collar. The man stared intently at a screen, his voice a harsh whisper as he repeated, "Yes. Yes." His excitement grew to a fever pitch as he realized the potential of the fighter he was watching. Identified as Andrei Vlasenko, Viktor Grigorievich's trainer, he made a declaration filled with conviction: this man was the one who could finally finish off Viktor. A man stood outside a suburban home at sunset, lost in contemplation. Inside the quiet house, a solitary figure occupied the empty dining space. This was the story of the boxer, Yu. A cacophony of reporters surrounded Yu, with an announcer lauding his 5-division conquest and others demanding to know his plans for the record-breaking prize money. One interviewer shifted the topic, probing for details about Jay's cryptic intrusion at the end of the match. A single thought echoed through the champion's mind: it was all just noise. Cutting through the clamor, Yu asked the old man when Carmen was coming back. The old man replied bluntly that she had quit. The old man's weathered profile was a mask of stoicism. Yu remarked it wasn't surprising, given the constant threat of scum like the Santorinos reappearing. A blonde person chimed in, noting with a hint of sarcasm what a pity it was, since the two had supposedly grown close. The young man with dark hair stood silently in profile. The scene shifted to a close-up of a person with long blonde hair and serene light blue eyes. The camera lingered on a person's determined jawline against a dark background. A memory surfaced of a woman with long blonde hair and large earrings, her eyes closed in a warm smile. An empty wooden table and 2 chairs stood waiting in a room streaked with shadows from the blinds. The older man advised you to take a week off and rest, acknowledging that even for him, the match must have been draining. The scene faded, posing a profound question: what is it to be human? The query hung over a young man in a hoodie observing a weary homeless man on the street. A close-up revealed the homeless man's tired, closed eyes and grizzled beard. The perspective shifted to a cityscape at dusk, the purple sky a backdrop for towering buildings. Night fell, and the city transformed into a vibrant sprawl of neon signs and illuminated windows. The sterile quiet of a hospital room was defined by its medical monitors and 4-stand. On a highway below, endless streams of cars were trapped in heavy, unmoving traffic. The view drifted upwards to modern skyscrapers glowing against the deep night sky. A crowd of protesters gathered, their signs brandishing a red prohibition symbol over a man's portrait. In a formal office, a man in a suit sat at his desk, flanked by national flags. The man in the suit slammed his fist on the desk, cursing his frustrations. In a harsh desert landscape, tactical soldiers stood over kneeling prisoners in orange jumpsuits. A simple wooden cross adorned with a wreath stood alone in a field as the sun set. A gaunt man clutched a small baby, silhouetted against a blazing orange sky. The montage settled on the intense, furrowed eye of an old man, filled with unspoken history. A new question then emerged, asking about the fundamental nature of life itself. A young boy stood hesitantly in a doorway, peering into a dimly lit hallway. A pair of intense, glowing eyes burned from the distorted darkness. The world dissolved into a chaotic barrage of fragmented images depicting violence and distress. An abstract, nightmarish vision of a red, tree-like form bled into the black void. An unknown voice whispered that it was simply too noisy. A man in a hoodie stood with a vacant expression, a gun pressed to his own temple. The piercing meow of a black cat cut through the oppressive tension. The grim scene was replaced by the wide, cheerful face of the very same cat. Above a quiet house, the night sky was dotted with countless stars. A person with black hair slept peacefully in their bed. Elsewhere, a man with a mustache and goatee stood with his arms crossed, gazing upward. His blue eyes reflected the starlight. The dark-skinned man playfully asked what his companion was staring at. He answered his own question, musing that the stars were just so beautiful. A girl with curly hair asked about Emily, who answered that she was already fast asleep. A woman with dark hair named Angela agreed the stars were beautiful, earning a flirtatious compliment from the dark-skinned man. As the dark-skinned man started to speak, Angela gently prompted him to share what was on his mind. Angela's thoughts revealed a deep-seated unease, even as the man next to her wondered aloud if he deserved such happiness. The woman with dark hair confessed her fear that it was all too good to be true and that a disaster was just around the corner. He squeezed her hand tightly, affectionately calling her a scaredy cat. The man with dark skin declared defiantly that if a disaster were to happen, they would simply let it happen. The woman with dark hair echoed his resolve, proclaiming they would get through it no matter what. The dark-skinned man looked forward with determination in his eyes. His determined gaze remained fixed and unwavering. Back in the quiet room, the person with black hair continued to sleep, oblivious. The narrator observed that the stars were indeed quite beautiful that night. The tranquility was suddenly broken by the sharp impact of a punch. A man with white hair screamed in triumph, his voice echoing, "Yes." Yu's voice cut through, asking if his coach remembered what he had told him before. The dark-haired coach recalled the warning that there was another monster like you in the world. The white-haired coach declared that earnest training for his match against Aaron Tide would now begin. He specified that while Victor from the cruiserweight division was a factor, they would leave him aside for now. The dark-haired coach laid out the stakes, stating that Aaron was the only threat to you, and you was the only threat to Aaron. The white-haired coach promised to gift you the ultimate body to take on Aaron, warning him to prepare for an unprecedented level of training. With his back to the viewer, the muscular, spiky-haired fighter stood ready in the darkness, accepting the immense challenge ahead. In the center of the ring, under the glare of spotlights, the challenger stood ready, his back a canvas of sculpted muscle. The bell rang out, and the referee's sharp command to "box" echoed through the arena. A leg blurred through the air, initiating a devastatingly swift attack. The referee could only watch as one boxer lunged forward with inhuman speed. An explosive boom reverberated from the point of impact. The story of the one known only as the Boxer continued. A man in a suit, watching from the stands, noted that Yu's performance had become entirely different after his match with Santorino. In his corner before the fight, a boxer with black hair insisted that the first round would be the deciding factor. His mustached coach advised that his opponent wouldn't show his true abilities at first, and that his only chance was to catch him off guard with a hard hit. The coach stressed that there was no next round to worry about if he couldn't secure victory in the first one. He ordered his fighter to pour everything he had into the opening moments, to which the black-haired boxer readily agreed. The boxer internally acknowledged that Yu was the greatest genius the boxing world had ever seen, but mused that all geniuses like him share the same weakness. With cold certainty, the black-haired boxer identified that singular flaw as pride. Trembling with a defiant fighting spirit, the challenger spat that punks like you simply take winning for granted. He roared his intention to show his opponent how a real man boxes at 100%. The sound of another thunderous impact signaled the fight's abrupt conclusion. The official result was declared: you had won by knockout over Joe Sandelbaum, the super middleweight's top ranker, just 1.5 seconds into the bout. For the next challenger, a different coach laid out a new strategy, instructing his fighter to aim for the body. The coach admitted that it would be impossible to land a body shot using conventional techniques. While the muscular boxer readied himself, his coach's plan echoed in his mind: he would have to grit his teeth, stand his ground, and land that one crucial body blow against his opponent's incredible core. The challenger stood firm, confidently inviting his opponent to come at him. He declared that he had built a body capable of withstanding any impact at least once, all for this very day. A dark-haired fighter, analyzing the matchup, theorized that while Yu's power came from speed, a single body blow could be the key to stopping him. The scarred boxer embraced his brutal strategy, vowing to trade his own flesh to break his opponent's bones. Yet the outcome remained unchanged, as Yu claimed victory by knockout over the super middleweight champion, Rook Stone, in a staggering 1.9 seconds. In the next waiting room, a bald boxer and his manager trembled together, shaking in anticipation of the inevitable. The bald boxer accepted his fate, whispering that it was all over now that his day had finally come. He heard the crowd's awe at Yu's physique and resigned himself to being dead meat. The fighter's only wish was to be knocked out in a single blow, avoiding any serious injury. His manager and a scarred boxer beside him urgently called out to the despairing young man. They desperately pleaded with him to have hope, insisting that as long as he stayed alive, he would get his chance. The bald boxer, stunned, repeated the foreign word, hope. A sudden shift occurred within him as he seized the idea, exclaiming that he should be optimistic. His mind ignited with fantasy, imagining a world where he not only won but went on to claim the title and become a superstar. With his heart pounding, he latched onto this fragile hope, convincing himself that he might really have a chance. He declared that life is full of infinite possibilities, his spirit suddenly renewed. The result was another crushing defeat as Yu knocked out Onion Chichi in 1.7 seconds, with the defeated fighter later blaming cheap tactics for his loss. The next challenger, a powerful wrestler, scoffed at the idea of tactics, proclaiming that a real man talks only with his fists. The wrestler, Gozilia Mukuku, internally vowed to show the wimps before him what it meant to truly believe in one's own strength. The bell rang to mark the end of another fight, with Yu defeating the light heavyweight champion, Gozilia Mukuku, in an unbelievable 0.9 seconds. A simple, terrifying fact had been established: he was literally invincible. Elsewhere, a blond man with a mustache quietly pondered the prodigy's unstoppable ascent. He admitted to himself that it was frightening now that Yu had abandoned all showmanship and was revealing his true, devastating ability. It became clear to the observer that since the middleweight title match, Yu had been taking aim at a single, clear target. The blond man with the mustache identified that next opponent as the infamous Viktor Grigorievich. He was left to wonder about the impending clash. The question hung in the air: what could the outcome possibly be? Yu's reign of terror continued as, without fail, he destroyed opponent after opponent in mere seconds. He then secured a knockout victory over John Dalna, the cruiserweight #1 ranker, in 2.1 seconds, drawing an awesome cheer from a man with a mohawk and facial scars. The mohawked coach laughed maniacally, declaring that Victor's time had finally come, his voice joined by the booming laughter of a hulking man with a red beard. Startled by the presence behind him, the coach asked when he arrived, to which the large man casually replied he had just gotten there. The cruiserweight world champion, Viktor Grigorievich, turned to his coach and asked what he was watching that was so funny. The mohawked coach simply laughed and pointed to the screen, identifying the fighter as K's last pupil. An off-screen voice remarked how it was a cakewalk for that monster to conquer 7 divisions, asking Victor if he'd heard the rumors. Victor responded with a simple, disinterested "oh." His coach, a man in a black suit, taunted that Yu would be coming for him next, but Victor merely commented that the fighter didn't look that strong. The coach was struck silent by his champion's casual dismissal. He huffed that Victor didn't know what he was talking about, insisting that even he wouldn't be able to beat this new monster. The coach passionately declared that this outcome was an absolute necessity. Victor sharply retorted, calling his coach stupid and asserting that he was the one who truly knew nothing. He then revealed his own bizarre, unshakable conviction: no one without a mohawk could ever be strong. A nearby door suddenly burst open with explosive force. Victor threw his arms open and roared to his assembled crew that mohawks were the best. The entire room erupted into a thunderous, unified chant of "Mohawks." Men with spikes and vibrant red mohawks screamed their allegiance. Another follower, a man with a mohawk and goatee, joined the passionate cry. The man with red accents led the chorus, his manic laughter lost in the deafening, fanatical chant for their one true symbol of strength. An unseen superior offhandedly tasked someone with taking care of an interview. A mustached man politely declined, explaining that he felt he was too old to interview that particular boxer. Tommy Maguire, a junior reporter for Everyday Sports, eagerly accepted the daunting assignment. The young reporter soon found himself standing alone and afraid in a desolate, intimidating landscape. With a trembling voice, Tommy hesitantly asked if he had arrived at Viktor Grigorievich's gym. Inside, a man with a mohawk and red accents shadowboxed ferociously, shouting out the names of his attacks. Two boxers sparred in a ring, their intense training observed by a young boy from the sidelines. The mohawked man suddenly noticed the newcomer, calling out to his companions about the new boy who had appeared. One of Victor's spiked followers mockingly asked what a meek little lamb was doing there, prompting Tommy to nervously introduce himself as a reporter here for an interview. The men erupted in laughter at his obvious fear, sarcastically offering him herbal tea as he trembled uncontrollably. They taunted him, questioning if a rookie like him could handle their boss, yet still invited him to ask any questions he had. The mohawked man then instructed Tommy to follow him to the coach's office, his menacing laugh echoing behind them. He continued his teasing, warning the reporter to watch his step on the uneven floor. Another of Victor's crew asked what snack he wanted, to which a startled Tommy meekly requested a banana pie. The story of "the boxer" began to unfold. When Tommy asked what kind of boxer Viktor Grigorievich was, the coach gave a shocking, one-word reply: garbage. The young reporter asked for clarification, but the man with the goatee simply stated he would repeat it as many times as needed. With cold certainty, he reiterated that Victor was garbage. The coach then paused, correcting himself as if searching for a stronger word. He declared that Victor's very existence was an insult to the entire sport of boxing. The coach, Andrei Vlasenko, began his story, explaining that 8 years prior he was a trainer who believed in a technical and solid boxing style. He recalled his past dream of developing a genius boxer in the vein of the famous Jean-Pierre. In a memory, Andrei coached a young boxer, instructing him to keep his punches short and precise. He passionately preached his core belief to his students, that boxing is a science. Back then, his gym was renowned for its unwavering focus on diligence and hard work. One day, upon returning to the gym, Andrei's attention was drawn to a strange newcomer. A student explained that a man had barged in and been pounding the punching bag all morning, claiming he was only there because he was bored. A thunderous boom echoed as the stranger's fist slammed into the heavy bag. The student remarked on the man's powerful Russian hook. Overhearing the comment, the red-haired man, Victor, sarcastically questioned if his punch was merely fairly good. Victor then prepared to show them what real power looked like. He unleashed another punch, the impact shaking the entire room. He then declared that this was what you call a fairly good punch. In the present, Andrei recalled being completely awestruck by the raw power he had witnessed that day. Back in the past, he had introduced himself as the head coach, Andrei Vlasenko, and asked for the powerhouse's name. The man introduced himself as Viktor Grigorievich, a name Andrei found quite impressive. Without hesitation, Andrei asked Victor to join him and aim for the world championship. Victor paused, contemplating the idea of becoming a world champion. A wide grin spread across his face as he agreed, remarking that it sounded like fun. Back in the interview, Andre slammed his head on the table, screaming that he was a fool for ever making that offer, having been blinded by punching power. As Tommy watched in concern, a green mohawked man reassured him this was normal for the coach before handing him a cup of herbal tea. Andre's story continued, recounting his first command to his new student, to clean up his wild hair. He had explained to Victor that his gym prioritized order and discipline above all else. The coach stated his motto, that a true professional must possess the proper mentality and demeanor. Victor dismissed the lecture with a bizarre theory of his own, insisting that the strong were Mohawks and that Mohawks are the best. Andre had realized then that Victor was an empty shell, fueled by nothing more than the arrogant self-confidence of his innate talent. Deciding to drill the fundamentals into him, Andre began an exhaustive lesson on jabs, reminding him that he who dominates the left dominates the world. Victor bluntly refused the lesson, declaring that he didn't throw sissy punches. He argued that a real man only needs a single, soul-shattering punch, and that was enough. Inwardly, Andre had seethed, resolving to squash the punk's insufferable arrogance. He issued a challenge: if Victor could win even one pro match, he would acknowledge his style, but Victor just laughed, boasting he could become champion with a single fist. Amused by the sheer audacity, Andre made a fateful promise, vowing to do whatever Victor wanted if he became world champion. Soon after, the day of Victor's official debut match arrived. His opponent, a gray-haired fighter, was bewildered, noticing that Victor was only throwing hooks. The opponent admitted the punches were powerful. However, he remained confident that he would never be hit by such large, telegraphed movements. From the corner, Andre repeated his mantra that boxing was a scientific sport, developed through the tested theories of countless fighters. He believed that regardless of its power, a single move like the Russian hook was ultimately useless. Andre was sure this match would serve as a good lesson for his arrogant student. But then, just as the fourth round was coming to a close, the unexpected happened. As his opponent began to tire, Victor took a deep breath, muttering that a real man. The smug boxer saw an opening and laughed at what he thought was a stupid rookie. With a final heave, Victor declared that a real man only needs his fist. The bell rang as Victor stood laughing triumphantly over his knocked-out opponent. He roared at the crowd, demanding to know how they liked the soul-shattering punch of a real man. Andre tried to dismiss the outcome as a fluke, convincing himself it was mere luck in a debut match that would never work again. Yet in Victor's very next match, another bone-crushing smash found its mark. To Andre's disbelief, it did work again. Once more, Victor's wild and victorious laughter filled the arena. The coach desperately tried to rationalize the results, reasoning that opponents in early matches were typically easy targets. He clung to the notion that these initial fighters were no true measure of skill. Andre assured himself that this lucky punch would never work against seasoned pro boxers. But match after match, Victor's roar of victory was the only sound that followed the final bell. His unstoppable power continued to defy all logic and conventional boxing science. It was at that point the suited man began to feel that something was fundamentally wrong. The sheer brutality of Victor's fights left Andre in a constant state of shock. Staring at his own bloodied fist, he struggled to comprehend what was happening. His mind reeled as he grappled with the impossibility of it all. Andre had to admit that Victor's Russian hook was incredibly destructive, perhaps even enough to stand a chance against a champion like Aaron Tide. But the idea of winning with only that one move seemed to defy every rule of the sport. The roar of a massive crowd pulled Andre from his memories. An announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, hyping the crowd for the day's main event. He introduced the #1 contender for the cruiserweight division, Viktor Grigorievich. His opponent was none other than the cruiserweight world champion, Gilbert Einstein. Before Andre had even realized it, Victor had amassed a bizarre following of supporters, all chanting "Mohawk" in a frenzy. On the day of his title match, Victor casually reminded his coach about the bet they had made so long ago. With a wicked grin, Victor revealed his demand: if he became world champion, Andre had to get a mohawk too. A single, heavy gulp was the coach's only response as the horrifying reality of his promise set in. The legendary Bruce Lee once spoke of fearing the man who practiced one kick 10,000 times, a testament to the power of dedicated repetition. Now, a man who took that philosophy to its most extreme conclusion, practicing only a single punch, was about to compete for a world title. In the sold-out arena, the announcer's voice boomed, signaling that the cruiserweight title match was finally about to begin. He introduced the challenger, the cruiserweight division's new sensation and a rising star, Viktor Grigorievich. His opponent was the reigning champion Gilbert Einstein, the mad scientist of boxing, who was joined in the commentary booth by former middleweight champion Bob Norris. The lead commentator immediately turned to the guest, asking Bob how he thought the match would turn out. Bob Norris admitted frankly that he had no clue, praising Einstein as a magnificent boxer while dismissing the contender's skills as utter garbage. He elaborated that despite this, Victor had somehow defeated every opponent, each of whom possessed champion-level skills compared to him. Victor was a paradox in the ring, a boxer anyone could beat, yet also a boxer anyone could lose to. The commentator mused that for the first time in boxing history, a champion who broke every convention of the sport might be born. As the bell echoed, the announcer declared that the highly anticipated match had officially begun. The champion Gilbert Einstein calmly stated the fundamental principle of physics: force is mass times speed. With a sharp crack, Gilbert demonstrated his theory, landing a devastating blow he named the F=ma punch. The story of the boxer had reached its climactic confrontation. Victor's head snapped back, his face a mask of shock as the champion's fist connected. The announcer roared in confirmation of the brutal impact. He cried out that, just as everyone had expected, Victor was taking a severe beating throughout the entire round. Gilbert's corner shouted out physics terms like mass and energy, certain their fighter was the only one who could stop the monstrous contender. Another heavy blow landed with a sickening smash. The announcer called out the momentous event. It was Victor's first ever down in his professional career. Though they knew he would likely get up again, the commentators noted it was the fastest he had ever been knocked to the canvas. In Victor's corner, Andrei Vlasenko screamed for his fighter to stay down. On the mat, Victor's mind reeled as he acknowledged the monstrous strength of his opponent. Gilbert loomed over him, declaring that his very soul was crying out for battle. But from the floor, Victor roared back with raw defiance, proclaiming that he was stronger. The narrator clarified that he was mistaken, as Victor suffered a severe, one-sided pummeling for all 12 rounds. A pained groan escaped Victor's lips as he absorbed yet another body blow. Andrei Vlasenko reflected on the nature of a lucky punch, believing that every strike was the result of countless hours of effort. He considered it the accumulation of all that hard work, coming together in each explosive punch. However, the bald coach had to make an exception. Andre internally conceded that Victor's punch was 100% luck, questioning who in their right mind would ever let him land such a telegraphed blow. He desperately yelled for Einstein to stay focused and show the challenger what a true champion was made of. Gilbert taunted the battered Victor, smugly declaring that his luck had finally run out. While Gilbert plotted his movements to avoid any potential accidents, Victor pleaded with the champion, asking if he shouldn't be allowed to land at least one punch. Gilbert simply chuckled, mockingly telling Victor that he clearly didn't learn his lesson. The announcer observed Victor taking another serious pummeling, remarking that he might just be the best in the world at taking blows. After Victor begged for just one chance to hit him, he was stunned to see that Gilbert had suddenly stopped moving. A glimmer of hope appeared in Victor's eyes as he asked if the champion was finally going to let him have a shot. Gilbert simply began reciting another scientific law, stating that all mass has corresponding energy. He then unleashed his ultimate technique, the E=mc² punch, which landed with a deafening crack. The entire stadium erupted as the announcers confirmed Victor was down again from a devastatingly powerful hit. It seemed the shocking adventure of the contender, who had stunned the boxing world since his debut, had finally come to an end. His loyal fans cried out his name, with one optimistic supporter insisting he would get up this time too. Gilbert Einstein stood over his fallen foe, letting out a self-satisfied chuckle. Andre's face lit up as he cheered for what he believed was the final knockdown. The champion condescendingly explained the difference between them, advising Victor to just give up and take it easy. Andre's celebration instantly turned to panic, realizing that such a taunt was a critical mistake. A rough, seemingly random sketch of Victor's past flashed across the screen. The first sketch depicted Victor laughing heartily. The next showed the muscular man walking away from a woman, his back turned to her. In the final sketch, he slammed his powerful fist into the trunk of a large tree. A narrator's note cheekily admitted that the flashback was just thrown in and held no real significance. Back in the present, a furious roar erupted from Victor on the canvas. Commentators marveled at his bizarre ability to recover, and despite their wishes for him to stay down, Victor struggled back to his feet, demanding the fight continue. Andre could only watch with a stern and knowing expression, bracing for what was to come. A mustached official at ringside looked on, his eyes wide with disbelief. The bloody and battered Victor looked at Gilbert and asked him a simple question. Gilbert Einstein's own thoughts revealed his weakness. As a smart man, he was perpetually afraid of the future, constantly weighed down by worries. Victor declared that he, however, cared nothing for the future or its anxieties, as he only ever thought about one thing. Gilbert scoffed, comparing Victor's mindset to a unicellular organism and claiming he had no interest in knowing what that one thing was. The champion resolved to finish the fight quickly, dreaming of a comfortable retirement. But Victor finally revealed his single-minded philosophy, to always live at full power. A bead of sweat rolled down Gilbert's exhausted face as he panted heavily, his stamina clearly fading. A deafening boom suddenly ripped through the arena as Victor's Russian hook found its mark. Just as the impact reverberated, the final bell of the 12th round rang out. With his opponent collapsing, Victor explained that living at full power was the true meaning behind his mohawk. The announcer began the official declaration, his voice filled with awe for Viktor Grigorievich. Andrei Vlasenko, now sporting his own mohawk, cackled with insane glee as the new cruiserweight world champion was crowned. The newly mohawked coach reflected that he had been mistaken. He initially thought Victor's incredible punching power was his talent. He now understood Victor's true gift was something far more intangible, luck. Andre concluded that what his fighter possessed was an impossible, almost supernatural degree of natural luck, leaving the world to wonder what could possibly come next. The reporter questioned if it was all luck, and the man with the mohawk simply confirmed that it was. Andrei Vlasenko internally admitted that Victor's power was immense, but it took more than just strength to become a world champion. He then explained to the reporter that this was precisely why he considered Victor's very existence an insult to the sport of boxing. To Andrei's surprise, the reporter found this concept to be incredibly cool. The coach was left utterly baffled by the journalist's strange reaction. The reporter quickly changed the subject, asking for Andrei's prediction on Victor's upcoming title defense against the challenger, U. Elsewhere, a stern-faced man declared with certainty that Victor didn't stand a chance. A nearby muscular man chimed in, referencing Yu's recent and intense conditioning. A grizzled man vehemently agreed, insisting that there was no way Victor could possibly win the fight. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a loud crash as a young man kicked a door open, startling a woman in black who asked if he could please use his hands next time. The red-haired champion, Victor, turned to the intruder and bluntly asked who he was. The startled young man quickly introduced himself as Tommy Maguire from Everyday Sports. Tommy explained he was there to conduct an interview for an upcoming feature match. One of the men in the gym scoffed at the idea of an interview, calling it boring. Victor, however, announced he was embarking on a special training session and beckoned for Tommy to follow, an invitation the reporter nervously accepted. The story of the unhinged boxer was about to unfold. Three men, Victor, Andre, and Tommy, made their way down a narrow, foreign alley. Tommy Maguire wondered aloud what kind of special training could possibly be done in Nepal, prompting Andrei Vlasenko to cynically warn him not to expect any of it to make sense. Victor overheard them and mysteriously asked if they wanted to know his secret. While Tommy eagerly shouted yes, Andrei bluntly stated he was not in the least bit interested. Victor began his tale anyway, explaining that one day he decided he wanted to become the strongest creature on earth. He was driven by a single desire, to become a man truly worthy of the Mohawk. As Tommy listened in awe, Victor continued, recounting how he pondered the steps needed to achieve such a monumental goal. The narrator's voice interjected, explaining that the answer was quite simple. Victor had concluded that to become stronger, he simply needed to find and defeat the strong. And so, he sought out the most powerful opponents imaginable and engaged them in fierce battles. The champion's bizarre training montage began, showing him grappling with a massive, dark creature. Next, he was seen clashing heads with a powerful, bull-like beast. With a furious roar, Victor delivered a powerful punch to a kangaroo-like monster. He then chased a fleeing horse across a field, laughing with unrestrained glee. The quest for strength eventually led him to a formidable gorilla, who acknowledged that Victor had finally made his appearance. Victor stood in a dense forest, facing off against a massive bear. He boldly declared that defeating the bear would bring him one step closer to becoming the strongest in the world. Unimpressed, the bear casually viewed Victor as a snack that had foolishly walked right up to it. As the bear prepared to attack, Victor roared back, challenging it to bring it on. The bear lunged forward, thanking its prey for the impending meal. The bear's massive paw landed heavily upon a rock. Victor shouted, "Mohawk punch," as he delivered a devastating blow, and in that moment, a new thought suddenly occurred to him. He began to wonder what the single strongest creature in the history of the planet was. The answer became clear to him: the strongest would have been the Tyrannosaurus Rex. His mind conjured a vision of a prehistoric landscape teeming with mighty dinosaurs. This line of thought brought Victor to a sudden and profound realization. He questioned why such strong creatures went extinct, concluding that the force that destroyed them was nature itself. An apocalyptic scene of meteors and volcanoes confirmed his theory as panicked dinosaurs fled for their lives. Victor understood that no matter how strong a creature is, it must ultimately kneel before the overwhelming power of nature. Therefore, he reasoned, if he truly wanted to become the strongest, he would have to surpass even that. Victor explained to an astonished Tommy Maguire that all he had to do was contain the power of nature within his very fist. A bystander's thoughts revealed their skepticism, believing that even Victor was just a weak mortal in the face of nature's true power. Victor proudly asked what they thought of his flawless plan, to which Tommy could only respond that it was genius. The champion then pointed triumphantly towards the world's highest peak, Mount Everest. A surreal scene unfolded, showing two masked figures laughing maniacally. A lone figure on the mountain practiced channeling the planet's power, shouting, "Mountain punch." Victor let out a booming laugh as the terrified Tommy Maguire was pulled back from the precipice. Elsewhere, a group of people furiously practiced their tornado punch. A tribe in grass skirts raised their arms to the heavens, culminating in a fist being magically engulfed in flames. Another mountain climber screamed, "Magma punch," a note wryly explaining that the Leidenfrost effect could prevent a burn. A one-eyed sea captain roared with laughter, declaring he had never seen anyone so outrageous in his 40 years on the water. Victor was then seen running on the deck of a boat being tossed by a violent storm. The captain continued his hearty laugh as Victor prepared to unleash a devastating tsunami punch. The sound of a mighty crash echoed across the waves. The scene shifted to a green-hooded man pleading desperately, while a black-hooded man mocked his newfound faith, reminding him of his scientific beliefs. The black-hooded man insisted the other had seen Victor's inhuman resilience for himself. He complained that the champion was like a damn cockroach who simply refused to die. With all other options exhausted, the man decided his only hope was the power of prayer, believing that even Victor couldn't survive a direct lightning strike. The black-hooded man clasped his hands and began to pray with all his might. He desperately begged God to let Victor die, promising he would become a good person in exchange. Suddenly, lightning crashed down, and a skeletal figure appeared, crying out, "Hallelujah!" The hooded figure laughed, utterly convinced that his prayer had finally been answered. Back in the present, Tommy Maguire started to speak, only to be cut off by a narrator's note about the odds of winning the lottery. Victor looked on in surprise as the narration explained that despite the 1 in 8 million odds, there is always a winner. An electrifying feeling coursed through Victor as the narrator pivoted to the probability of a person being struck by lightning. A memory surfaced of two figures huddled together in a storm, their faces masks of pure shock. In the flashback, a younger, mohawked Victor stood defiantly in the storm, raising his arm as lightning surged through his body. He then unleashed his newfound power, screaming the name of his ultimate technique, lightning punch. The weight of this insane story finally broke Tommy Maguire, who collapsed into a fit of hysterical laughter. A quiet, clinical scene showed a hand using a swab to take a sample from a red and white object. A sharp ripping sound was heard as the sample was collected. The strange and unbelievable tale was to be continued. The story introduced Arnold, a top trainer at the renowned Lions Boxing Club. On this particular day, a strange and unshakable sense of anxiety had taken hold of him. His unease stemmed from the fact that Yu's next opponent was the highly problematic Viktor Grigorievich. Arnold's mind raced. He knew that Viktor's raw ability was, on paper, unremarkable. Yet, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that they needed to take serious precautions for this fight. The bizarre tale of the boxer, penned by the author J.H., continued to unfold. Elsewhere, a character bundled in a winter jacket reacted with sudden confusion. He urgently radioed in that Team Alpha had discovered an unidentified creature. An observer repeated the message, confirming the sighting of the strange new life form. The observer added that the creature appeared to be digging a burrow simply to escape the biting cold. The scene cut to two figures huddled together, shivering in a mixture of fear and cold. With a mighty cry, a red-haired fighter unleashed a powerful ice punch. The narration stated that no matter how great the difference in ability, some factors could never be ignored. Back in the gym, the bald fighter, Arnold, insisted they needed a game plan, especially since this opponent was different from any regular boxer. The white-haired fighter, Yu, coolly asked what kind of game plan he could possibly mean. In an unrelated scene, a mustached man yawned widely as a nearby worker complained about his lack of motivation for the day. A miner was startled as a powerful fist slammed into the earth, sending a shockwave rippling through the ground. The red-haired fighter repeatedly roared "Iron Punch," ignoring the terrified miner who desperately demanded to know who he was. Returning to the strategy meeting, Arnold explained that their opponent was simply a very, very lucky guy. He therefore proposed a strategy specifically designed to reduce the risk of an unlucky event as much as possible. Yu's white-haired coach thoughtfully mulled over the idea of a formal game plan. In another place, a sharp, sudden snapping sound echoed. A short-haired man sighed in frustration, complaining that his shoelaces kept snapping these days. Elsewhere, a bald and muscular man in a black shirt glared forward with an expression of pure, unadulterated rage. The red-haired Victor triumphantly announced his realization: to beat a fast opponent, he just needed to punch even faster, a plan praised as flawless by a young man in a tie but shot down by another man with a mohawk. As if to test this theory, a man with a cap immediately unleashed a hail of bullets from a machine gun directly at Victor. The man with the mohawk drilly noted Victor's disregard for nature, while the young man in the tie cheered that he was so cool. Back at the gym, Arnold strongly advocated for a points-based strategy to secure the win safely. He argued that an accident could happen if you aimed for a KO, and the white-haired coach agreed, citing the destructive power of Victor's hook. The coach, however, posed a philosophical question about probability, reminding them that even with a 99% chance of success, a 1% chance of failure always remains. Two more sharp snapping sounds were heard in quick succession, hinting at fate's fragile threads. A man in a tracksuit demonstrated his immense power by kicking the ground and shattering it effortlessly. In a quiet church, Victor and two companions knelt before a priest who held a ceremonial bowl. As they knelt, the mohawked man silently prayed for science to ultimately prevail. The brown-haired man next to him had a more worldly list of requests, asking for a raise, a girlfriend, and a few extra inches of height. Victor's own inner monologue was far less spiritual, he simply realized he needed to use the restroom. The priest announced that the blessed, holy water was ready and would now protect its bearer from all evil. Victor then solemnly raised his clenched fist. The holy water was poured reverently over his knuckles, imbuing them with sacred power. This was the bizarre origin of the legendary Holy Punch. In the moments before the match, a flustered Arnold tried to argue, but the white-haired coach dismissed his concerns, declaring that Yu's peak condition was enough. The coach laughed with a fatalistic view on destiny, utterly convinced that there was absolutely no way you could lose. And so, with all preparations made and philosophies debated, the day of the match finally arrived. The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, welcoming everyone to a fight that promised to write a new page in boxing history. He introduced the two titans, Yu, aiming to conquer 8 weight classes, and the cruiserweight champion Viktor Grigorievich, ready for a head-on collision. When asked for his prediction, commentator Bob Norris stated with absolute certainty that it would be a cold day in hell before you lost, comparing the skill gap to that between a boxer and an infant. His co-commentator laughed heartily, agreeing that some things in life are indeed impossible. In the ring, the two fighters stood ready, their powerful physiques a testament to their training. Victor believed that all his intense training and the entire power of the universe now dwelled within his fist. He declared aloud that with this very fist, he would punish the one he called the evil spiky head. Listening from his corner, you found that Victor's absurd proclamations oddly made him want to root for his opponent. The referee offered Victor words of encouragement, telling him that a victory would truly make him the strongest in the world. A deafening roar erupted from the entire stadium. Chants for Victor and Mohawk thundered through the arena, a clear sign of the crowd's beloved underdog. The announcer proclaimed it was time for the fight of the century. Despite his fleeting sympathy, you still seriously doubted his opponent had any real chance of winning. The bell rang out, and the referee's sharp command to box officially started the match. As the fight began, the Mohawked fighter Victor decided to take a preemptive moment of silence for his opponent's imminent defeat. Victor then whispered a single word, invoking his greatest ally, luck. You took his first powerful step forward, closing the distance with practiced force. The narration questioned the infinitesimal probability of Yu's foot slipping in an otherwise empty ring at the start of the match. It then added the probability of the stadium lights flashing at that exact moment, obstructing his view. On top of that was the probability of him suddenly getting a shoulder cramp, preventing him from raising his guard. The accumulation of these incalculably low probabilities resulted in a single, astronomically unlikely scenario. But in a world ruled by chance, who was to say that the impossible couldn't actually happen? A montage of desperate struggles flashed by, a man fighting a beast, survivors on a snowy mountain, and soldiers on a battlefield, all moments decided by a razor's edge of probability. The auras of fate and chance collided as the two fighters met in a dynamic clash in the center of the ring. The weathered and determined faces of both men showed an unbreakable, intense focus. Suddenly, the referee's count began to echo through the stunned arena. 1. 2. Victor roared triumphantly that Mohawks are the best, as the author's note promised the story of the Mohawk was far from over. The red-haired boxer, Victor, lunged forward with everything he had. In the center of the ring, two men with stern expressions and cold blue eyes met in a clash of wills. The referee's count echoed through the arena as the crowd shouted, 1. 2. The red-haired fighter roared in triumph, declaring that Mohawks are the best. The stadium erupted in a thunderous chorus, chanting Victor's name and celebrating the Mohawk. It was a completely unexpected end for the boxer known only as Yu. As Victor laughed maniacally, the story of the Mohawk was just beginning. What followed was a tale that defied all explanation. After the shocking match, Victor's popularity skyrocketed under the flashing bulbs of countless cameras. The public consensus was clear: he was literally the strongest boxer in the world. Any memory of another heavyweight contender was summarily dismissed and forgotten. Victor himself felt his Mohawk cry out in a triumphant roar. With the victory secured, Victor's fame continued to grow under the relentless media spotlight. His power and popularity seemed to swell to near-bursting proportions. At a press conference, a reporter asked how it felt to be the strongest, to which Victor simply replied that it felt good. When asked about his favorite food, he announced it was very berry strawberry. Answering a question about his underwear, Victor declared that real men don't wear any. A reporter then leaned in to ask about his future plans. The man with red markings proclaimed his goal was to become the strongest boxer in the entire universe. The crowd went wild, screaming Victor's name in fervent adoration. Even a small, growling dog seemed to join the cacophony of his fame. Not long after the match, a group of mysterious men in suits paid Victor a visit. One of the men in suits made an unbelievable request: for Victor to run for President of the United States. The mustached man accompanying them could only think in utter disbelief, "What?" The men explained that with countless problems breaking out across the world, the future was uncertain. They argued that America needed a powerful president who could truly take charge of the situation. When Victor questioned if his Russian nationality was an issue, the mustached man assured him it was not. Protesters immediately flooded the streets, chanting for Victor and his Mohawk to become president. The 21st century U.S. presidential election was underway. Riding a wave of tremendous popularity, Viktor Grigorievich was elected president with a triumphant laugh. At his inauguration, a technician performed a quick mic check. The sound check was complete with a simple 1, 2. A voice then commanded the entire world to listen up. U.S. President Viktor Grigorievich announced that he, as the new leader, had reached a conclusion. He questioned the senselessness of wars and murders, calling out the leaders of the world for their needless conflicts and proposing an amazing idea. Victor demanded that instead of sending young people to die, the world leaders themselves would fight one-on-one, using only their fists to settle disputes. An elderly, bearded leader decried the proposal as absurd, while another man in a suit wondered what he was even talking about. Other world leaders reacted with skepticism and dismissed his plan as ridiculous. President Victor then presented them with the only alternative: a full-scale nuclear war. A wave of panic shot through the world's leadership, who desperately scrambled to find martial artists and prepare for this new reality. Thus, a new era began where nations selected their best fighters as leaders, and the great age of combat replaced the age of war. A montage of diverse and powerful fighters heralded this new global order, with Victor at its forefront. The world's new leaders went head-to-head with incredible passion. Brutal, intense fighting sequences became the new form of international diplomacy. Victor defeated every challenger, unifying the world for the first time in history and achieving peace through the fist and soul of a real man. He was now known to all as World President Viktor Grigorievich. In his first global address, Victor commanded everyone to listen. He decreed that since everyone now had Mohawks, they should all be nice and make friends. The entire planet, depicted as a single entity, roared its approval and agreement. But this peace was short-lived, as a uniformed man reported that unidentified messages were arriving from outer space. An alien broadcast addressed the people of Earth. Beings calling themselves the Shimmy Shimmelings from the Shimmy Shimmy galaxy declared that Earth was now under their command. A man in uniform could only curse at the alien invaders. The Mohawked hero immediately boarded a rocket, setting off to crush the alien threat himself. But as this grand vision played out, a voice counted 7. Just as Victor's legend as the strongest fighter in the universe began, the voice continued to 8, and the dreamer began to question what was happening. The narrator's consciousness wondered if this entire sequence seemed a bit much. As the count hit 9, another observer, a man in a white shirt, thought to himself that this was exactly what he expected. The referee, a grim-faced bald man, raised his hand to signal the end. The sharp ringing of the bell officially concluded the match. A replay of the fight's beginning immediately flashed on screen. The replay showed Yu's foot slipping on the mat, his eye widening in surprise at the sudden loss of balance. A quick series of panels recapped the improbable sequence of bad luck as two men watched from the side. A close-up zeroed in on a single, focused gray and white eye. The white-haired fighter, Yu, was seen collapsing as a strange cramp distorted his body. Victor's fist flew forward, meeting its target as a startled eye registered the impact. A thunderous boom echoed as Yu was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. The red-haired fighter, Victor, grimaced not in triumph, but in pain. The final bell dinged 3 times, signaling the true end of the fight. An official announcement declared that cruiserweight champion Viktor Grigorievich had lost by knockout just 1.1 seconds into the bout. The story of the man who defeated the champion was just beginning. The final bells echoed through the arena, sealing the match's abrupt conclusion. An announcer's voice boomed over the speakers, officially declaring that the match was over. Announcer Peter Killeen remarked that the outcome was no surprise, to which his partner Bob Norris laughed, agreeing that some things were simply impossible, no matter how lucky one was. Peter Killeen informed the audience they would sign off with some highlights due to the unexpectedly short match, thanking everyone for watching. The story of the boxer was about to enter its next, bloody chapter. Stirring on the canvas, the red-haired boxer Victor mumbled incoherently about his signature mohawk. The sound of splashing water echoed in his disoriented thoughts. With a sudden gasp, the red-haired man's eyes shot open as he jolted back to reality. The bizarre dream of alien invasions shimmered and faded from his consciousness. A deafening roar from the crowd was the first thing to greet him as he came to his senses. The camera focused on the powerful, muscular frame of the defeated fighter. The red-haired boxer weakly asked if he had lost the fight. The man with short hair and blue eyes confirmed his defeat without a shred of sympathy. His trainer drove the point home, yelling that Victor never had a chance from the start and had lost big time. He mockingly threw Victor's own words back at him about containing the power of nature in his fist. The trainer furiously declared it the shortest title match in boxing history, calling the champion a knucklehead for his performance. The red-haired boxer simply looked down, accepting the harsh reality of his loss. With a sudden shift in mood, the man with red hair turned to his trainer, asking with a grin if it was at least fun. The man with the mohawk then answered his own question, admitting honestly that yes, it had been a lot of fun. The man with red hair, Victor, then let out a roaring laugh that echoed around the ring. He bellowed with genuine joy that it had been a fun match. The man with red hair then casually added his own agreement, as if settling an internal debate. Victor looked down at his own massive fist, marveling at how a hand that looked so small and fragile could have defeated him. Elsewhere, the man with black hair was lost in thought, questioning how he could have thrown such a powerful punch. A close-up zeroed in on the black-haired Victor's focused and unreadable eye. Back in the locker room, the man with red hair watched a broadcast of his opponent on a nearby television. The screen displayed a close-up of the new champion's calm and emotionless face. The man with the red mohawk let out a thoughtful hum as he stared at the image. He spoke to the young man on the screen, telling him that he didn't have to box if he didn't truly want to. Suddenly, a firm hand grabbed his shoulder from behind. A man with white hair leaned in, tauntingly asking the loser why he was still lingering inside the ring. The red-eyed character's intense stare bored into the back of Victor's head. Unsettling, maniacal laughter erupted from an unseen source nearby. The muscular boxer, Victor, simply excused himself, turning to leave the tense encounter. The red-haired boxer gave a nonchalant wave, dismissing the taunt as he walked away. The cruiserweight world title match had officially come to its dramatic conclusion. A young boy in the stands cried out Victor's name, his small voice filled with disappointment. A man with a mustache noted grimly that with Victor's loss, the fourth champion was now down. Nearby, a dejected man with spiky black hair hung his head, another of the fallen champions. The narration confirmed that the titans at the top of their weight classes had all lost in stunning upsets. It explained that while many might mistake Victor as merely lucky, they were profoundly ignorant of the truth. His true weapons were his god-tier defensive skills and his seemingly inhuman ability to recover from any blow. The mere fact that he could repeatedly get up after taking heavy punches from pros was proof he operated on a level beyond any normal person. And then there was the matter of his brilliant trainer. The mustached analyst noted that Andrei Vlaschenko was a fearsome strategist who had meticulously trained Victor in every aspect he lacked. With superhuman defense, impossible recovery, and one-hit knockout power, Victor was a complete fighting machine. It was speculated that if Victor had been capable of fighting like a regular boxer, he might have been the only one who could have stood a chance against that monster. But even the great Victor had lost. He had fallen to the new monster who had just arrived on the scene. A sense of electric anticipation filled the air, as the moment all boxing fans had been waiting for was finally approaching. The stage was being set for a legendary match between the two greatest monsters in the history of boxing. An imposing figure strode down a long hallway, flanked by two large men in dark suits. A powerful, rhythmic heartbeat seemed to shake the very walls. Watching from the shadows, the white-haired man declared that the time had finally come. A man in a suit stood with his arms crossed, gazing out over a vast, dimly lit stadium. A close-up revealed his expression was stern and filled with unwavering resolve. The dark-skinned man spoke into his phone, confirming he would hold a press conference the next day and telling his aide to notify the reporters. His business concluded, the man in the suit turned and walked with purpose toward the exit. His profile was sharp and unyielding, marked by a neatly trimmed goatee and short, disciplined hair. At home, the woman with braided hair called out her arrival, while a young girl with blue eyes shouted, "Daddy," in excitement. The large man's stern facade instantly melted into a warm, loving smile as his two daughters ran into his arms for an embrace. At a podium, the blinding flash of cameras pulsed as the man repeated his shocking statement. His young daughter asked if he could now eat as much yummy food as he wanted, to which the large man happily confirmed he could. A man with blonde hair and a mustache stared at his television screen, exclaiming that this had to be a joke. On the broadcast, the man stood at the podium making his announcement, while far in the background, a man with spiky white hair watched the event unfold. The camera focused tightly on the determined line of the speaker's jaw. The man at the podium officially announced his retirement, stating clearly that he was leaving the world of boxing. A photograph captured a moment of pure happiness, showing the dark-skinned man smiling with his wife and daughter. In his final thought as a fighter, the man now known as Aaron declared he would not be an old man's plaything, marking this as the very last day of his life as a boxer. The old man with white spiky hair sat at a table, his arms crossed and his blue eyes narrowed in thought. An off-panel speaker's voice echoed with urgency, reminding Aaron that boxing fans all over the world were waiting for his match with you. The voice pleaded with the retired champion, asking if he wouldn't reconsider. Aaron responded coolly, stating that he had no lingering attachments to the game. He declared that he refused to be a spectacle any longer. As reporters clamored for more, Aaron decisively ended the press conference, insisting he had said everything he wanted to say. The white-haired man scoffed, privately questioning if Aaron truly believed he could go cold turkey that easily. His thoughts darkened as he reflected that every human has a weakness. The silver-haired man concluded with chilling certainty that Aaron would be back soon enough. The story of the legendary boxer began a new chapter. A bell chimed repeatedly, signaling a stark transition. In a stark spotlight, a shirtless man with an afro stood alone. The man, an accomplished boxer named Jason, bore an expression of pure, unadulterated rage. He informed the silver-haired man that he couldn't work under him anymore and was quitting boxing to become a commentator. The silver-haired man simply asked why. Jason confessed with a heavy heart that it had all become pointless for him. A man in a white shirt rushed forward, screaming at Jason that the match was over and he needed to back off. A brutal punch from a red glove landed squarely on a man's jaw. An onlooker screamed in horror, calling the attacker an idiotic son of a bitch and begging someone to stop him. From his seat, the elderly man with white hair bellowed an order to drag the rampaging boxer out of the ring at once. Sometime later, the same elderly man sat at his desk, calmly reading a newspaper account of the incident. His expression was one of cold, detached analysis. The chaotic memories flashed before his eyes. The elderly man with white hair quietly considered the situation. He recounted the time after all the boxers he had trained decided to quit. This drove him to embark on a trip around the world, seeking his fifth and next great boxer. He remembered mentioning a promising guy he'd found. The percussive thuds of heavy bags being struck filled a gym. The silver-haired man observed a new prospect with a discerning gaze. Another boxer noted that while the new fighter had talent, there was something missing. The narrator, the coach himself, privately agreed that the boy definitely had talent. The silver-haired man delivered his verdict: talent was all the fighter possessed. The young man beside him absorbed the harsh but honest assessment. The coach reflected on his past successes, having only trained those with extraordinary potential who went on to make history. He recalled with some pride how his third and fourth boxers were incredibly amazing. Despite this long history of triumph, the narrator admitted that the ambition squirming inside him remained unsatisfied. He knew his search had to continue. His true goal was then voiced aloud: he was looking for someone superhuman. A dark, imposing silhouette with a single glowing blue eye stared back, the very image of his ambition. The man in the suit bid farewell to an acquaintance, who wished him to take care. As he walked away, the man in the suit thought to himself that his trip had been for nothing. A driver politely greeted him as he entered the back of a luxury car. Two men in suits sat in the front of the vehicle, one preparing to drive. The man in the suit sat back, his mind still on his failed recruitment trip. The driver, glancing in the rearview mirror, was struck by the extraordinary physique of his passenger. The man in the suit broke the silence, complimenting the driver's great body and asking if he'd ever played sports. The driver replied humbly that he hadn't, not really. The man in the suit was intrigued, wishing he could test the driver's potential right then and there. He made a direct proposition, asking the driver if he'd ever considered taking up boxing. The driver responded that he appreciated the offer. He then politely explained that he preferred to avoid hitting people, even if it was just in the name of sports. The stern-faced man in the back seat found this pacifist answer incredibly boring. The driver announced they were hitting traffic and asked if taking a detour would be acceptable, to which the man in the suit nonchalantly agreed. The world outside the car windows hinted at the coming night. The vehicle moved through the city streets, painted in the warm hues of sunset. The camera focused on the driver's strong jawline and neatly trimmed beard. The driver then apologized, asking his passenger if he would mind waiting in the car for a moment. The stern-faced man's curiosity was piqued. The faint, panicked voice of an unknown woman was heard, asking someone to call the police. The large driver stood as a bulwark, his back to the car, facing a tense confrontation in a nearby doorway. A bald man aggressively confronted the driver, demanding to know what he wanted. The man in the suit calmly suggested the assailant let the woman go and simply be on his way. From inside the car, the man with white hair watched with keen interest, wondering how the scenario would unfold. The bald man sneered, asking why he should leave when he was having so much fun. He then made a leering offer for the driver to join in. Unmoved, the man in the suit repeated his command to let her go. The bald man mockingly relayed the demand to his terrified captive. The captive woman, paralyzed by fear, could not respond. The dark-skinned man's voice remained steady and firm as he once more ordered the man to let her go. The bald man finally snapped, screaming at the driver not to tell him what to do. With a sudden lunge, he stabbed the driver in the side, causing a muffled grunt of pain. The bald man turned to his hostage, telling her to wait while he went to kill her would-be rescuer. The man with blue eyes in the car watched the violence escalate, simply saying, "All right." The bald man taunted the driver, sneering that it would take some time for the police to arrive. Despite the knife embedded in his torso, the dark-skinned man calmly asked what his attacker planned to do in the meantime. The tense silence was broken only by low, indistinct muttering. A sharp sliding sound echoed as the attacker tried to wrench his knife free. The dark-skinned man's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed forward. The bald man cackled wildly, trying to stab again, only to find his knife was completely stuck. A jolt of shock and confusion flashed across the attacker's face. The alleyway held its breath. The bald man's crazed smile vanished as he stared down at his trapped weapon. He furiously questioned what was happening, yelling that the knife was stuck. The narrator watched from the car, imagining he could see all of the driver's muscles contracting grotesquely beneath his suit. An eerie silence fell over the confrontation. The large man in the suit issued a final warning, asking his assailant to please go on his way without causing any more trouble. The bald man's face was a mask of pure, unnerving bewilderment and rage. He screamed in frustration, demanding to know why his knife wouldn't come out before vowing to kill the driver. The pale man followed his threat, declaring he would kill the driver, have his fun with the woman, and then kill her too. The dark-skinned man calmly stated that now that he'd been stabbed, he had no other choice, yet still pleaded for the man to just leave. The attacker struggled and thrashed, screaming at the driver to shut up and let go of the goddamn knife. The dark-skinned man's powerful hand slowly clenched into a tight fist. He issued a final, ominous apology, admitting that he didn't know how to hold back. A single moment of dreadful anticipation hung in the air. The pale man looked up, his eyes wide with terror, as a massive fist descended upon him. The punch connected with a sickening, explosive impact, a spray of blood erupting from the point of contact. The force of the single blow sent the attacker flying backward, smashing him straight through a brick wall. The coach in the car recognized the horrifying noise. It was a sound he'd only heard on the battlefield. It was the distinct, unforgettable sound of a person's skull being crushed. The rescued woman stared on, her mouth still taped shut, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and shock. Blood dripped from the driver's knuckles, staining the ground below. The coach realized with a surge of exhilaration that a true monster stood before him, and his story was about to continue. In the aftermath of the brutal confrontation, a lone police car secured the grim alleyway. An officer, looking at the scene, couldn't comprehend the damage, wondering what weapon could have possibly crushed a man's skull so completely. As the brick wall crumbled further, another investigator asked if his colleague hadn't heard the full story yet. The first officer turned, demanding to know what he was missing. The tale of the monstrous boxer was only just beginning. Watching the scene from his car, the man with the mustache assured his companion that a new driver would be there shortly. The driver, Aaron Tide, wiped the blood from his knuckles, coolly acknowledging that they were now in quite a predicament. He considered the possibility that his actions might be judged as an excessive use of force in self-defense. The silver-haired man, Kay, stepped forward, calmly offering to help him deal with the situation. A sharp, decisive moment passed between them, sealing an unspoken pact. A close-up revealed the intense, unwavering focus in Aaron Tide's blue eye. Kay felt a familiar rush of excitement, admitting to himself that it had been a long time since he'd felt this thrill. His mind raced with the potential of the monster he had just discovered. Kay led the way out of the darkness, his long shadow stretching behind him. The silver-haired coach made his offer, simply telling the powerful man to come with him. Their journey led them to the hallowed halls of the Lions boxing gym. Elsewhere, spectators at a match stared in sheer disbelief, questioning if the victor was even human. Someone in the crowd pointed out that the defeated boxer, Franklin, was the second-ranked fighter in the entire heavyweight division. Another onlooker added that the new guy, in his very first professional bout, had just knocked the veteran out with a single devastating punch. Kay watched from the sidelines, knowing that even this incredible display was not the full extent of his new fighter's power. A memory flashed, the sound of a swift, cutting motion through the air. It was followed by the sickening crash of a body being sent through a solid wall. Later at the gym, a spiky blonde man named Frederick Jason confronted Kay, sarcastically asking about the coach's new toy. Jason's voice dripped with resentment as he asked if Kay was finally done with trash like him. Kay answered bluntly that an uncontrollable weapon was indeed as good as trash. He then coldly dismissed his former student, telling him to get lost as there was no longer any reason to train him. Frederick Jason's composure broke as he cried out that Kay had been like a father to him, the only one who ever understood him. Kay issued a simple challenge, promising to take Jason back only if he could defeat his new prodigy. The new prodigy, Aaron Tide, stood ready in a simple red hoodie. The gym buzzed with nervous energy as onlookers questioned the wisdom of pitting the new guy against the legendary Frederick Jason. A former world champion across 4 weight divisions, Frederick Jason was known as Kay's fourth and most powerful student. He possessed power, speed, and defense that had reached the absolute zenith of human physical conditioning. Jason was one of those rare individuals so overwhelmingly strong that he seemed to belong to a different species altogether. Yet, his greatest asset was his greatest flaw, a mad aggression that, because it could not be controlled, prevented him from achieving true supremacy. The grinding sound of fists meeting guards echoed as the spar began. A brutal impact landed with a heavy thud. In a flash of visceral imagery, a man was shown surrounded by menacing, spiky black energy. The figure was then violently struck by an opponent wreathed in chaotic red and black tendrils. The scene cut to the sterile, empty ceiling of a large room, a moment of eerie silence after the storm. The only sound was the heavy, ragged breathing of a survivor. The victor, a man with unsettlingly sharp teeth, demanded to know the true nature of his opponent. In another dark space, a massive, imposing silhouette loomed over a trembling Frederick Jason. The terrified blonde fighter screamed out, demanding to know what kind of monster he was facing. An eye, wide with primal fear, reflected the terrifying sight before it. The two men stood facing one another in the dimly lit gym, the confrontation reaching its climax. A man in a suit appeared in the aftermath, asking a dazed Frederick Jason if he was responsible for the carnage. The blonde fighter, his face now a mask of shock with a scar across his mouth, stared blankly into the darkness. A different figure emerged from the shadows, a powerfully built, gray-haired Aaron Tide, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light. The defeated, scar-faced man could only let out a hollow, crazed laugh. From off-panel, a frantic voice screamed for someone to call an ambulance immediately. The scene shifted to a victorious moment, focusing on the brilliant blue eye of Aaron Tide. In the ring, Aaron Tide's voice boomed as he promised his fallen opponent that he would now tell him the very reason for his existence. The announcers roared in astonishment at a level of power they had never witnessed before, declaring Aaron Tide the new world heavyweight boxing champion. At the pre-dawn hour of 5:30 a.m., Aaron Tide's eyes snapped open, his body still bound to the rhythm of a life he had left behind. He let out a low, weary groan as the reality of a new day settled in. Aaron then remembered with a sudden pang of relief that he had quit boxing. The former champion thought he might as well sleep in, now that his grueling training schedule was a thing of the past. Sinking back into his bed, he savored the unfamiliar sensation, thinking to himself that this new life was nice. A moment of profound silence settled over the room. Yet, despite his best efforts, the dark-haired man admitted to himself that he simply couldn't sleep. His breath soon came in ragged pants as the force of habit drove him out onto the streets for a morning run. A man in gray greeted the former champion, who could only explain his presence as a matter of habit. His reflection was a fleeting blur in the large windows of a storefront as he ran past. A man on a bike called out a cheerful morning greeting to Mr. Tide, which Aaron returned with a wave. He continued his run through a park, passing a man already sweeping the paths clean. Fellow joggers waved in solidarity as they all powered up a wide set of public stairs. On the outdoor steps, he passed another person, both ascending and descending through the quiet morning. Reaching the top, the bearded man let out a satisfied sigh, feeling refreshed by the exertion. He allowed himself a moment to think that he was finally, truly free. His new life was centered in a bright, modern building, a far cry from the grit of the gym. At breakfast, a woman in a suit prompted their daughter Emily to eat her carrots, a sentiment Aaron echoed until the little girl protested. The woman then playfully reminded Aaron he had to set an example, forcing him to admit that he didn't like carrots either. A black-haired young man at the table simply asked if he wasn't going to eat his food. Aaron excitedly told his family they could go anywhere they wanted, an offer his wife immediately seconded. The little girl Emily's face lit up as she asked if they really could. Their family outing took them to a sprawling, wondrous amusement park bustling with happy crowds. Even a performer in a bear costume seemed to be in awe of their surroundings. That night, his daughter smiled in her sleep, clutching her teddy bear. His wife gently interrupted his thoughts, asking if he was thinking about something depressing again. The man confessed to feeling a little guilty that someone like him was allowed to be this happy. Elsewhere, a silver-haired man looked on with a grim, contemplative expression. Making a decision, the silver-haired man muttered that his current plan would have to suffice. A bald man standing nearby voiced his concern, wondering aloud if it was really all right. Back at home, Aaron's wife lovingly told him that he was such a big softy. She reassured the man that he was a lovely husband and a wonderful father who deserved all his happiness. The steady, rhythmic thumping of gloves hitting a bag echoed through an empty gym. A powerful, muscular man relentlessly attacked a red punching bag, his face lost in shadow. Aaron was struck by a memory of his daughter proudly presenting him with a gift. The vision of his wife, her dark hair braided and a gentle smile on her face, filled his mind. Aaron remembered telling himself that he was allowed to be as happy as he wanted. A muscular man stood shrouded in shadow, a symbol of the life he couldn't quite escape. From the sidelines, a white-haired coach watched a fighter's back with his arms sternly crossed. The camera focused on the fighter's perfectly sculpted abdominal muscles, a testament to brutal training. The white-haired coach declared with absolute certainty that he would be back. The doorbell suddenly rang at Aaron's home, and an off-panel speaker announced they would get it. The blonde woman at the door greeted Aaron by name, stating she had come to ask for a favor. The woman's blue eyes were filled with sorrow, her expression grave. A flashback showed a man with a goatee shouting in horror, asking a woman named Carmen what had happened to her. A woman with a ponytail rushed to Carmen's side, desperately asking if she was okay. Carmen's hair fell over her face, obscuring the full extent of her ordeal. A single, silent tear streamed down her cheek. The man and woman embraced the blonde-haired Carmen, trying to offer some comfort. The man with the goatee resolved that they should file a police report immediately. A man with piercing blue eyes soberly informed them that unfortunately, that wouldn't help. A man with white hair explained that their foe, Kay, would never leave incriminating evidence, and reporting it would only endanger Carmen further. The woman with the ponytail could only whisper in disbelief at their impossible situation. The chilling words of a champion echoed, stating that every human has a weakness. Back in the present, the blonde woman, Carmen, looked at Aaron with desperation in her eyes. The woman in the black suit and the large man with her asked if there was any way Aaron would come out of retirement for one more match with you. The blonde woman explained their plan: if you lost even once, Kay would finally lose interest in him. The words of an old man with blue eyes resurfaced, describing someone as perfect but for a single flaw. Carmen dropped to her knees, begging Aaron to accept their plea. In a starkly different scene, a black cat coughed violently, spitting up blood. A young man stood motionless, staring down at the small, dark shape on the ground. His face was a mask of cold, grim fury. Carmen's final, desperate plea was for Aaron to please rescue you. A small, gray-haired man stared at a poster of a large, dark-skinned fighter, remembering the adage that one can't abandon their humanity. The woman with the dark ponytail, Aaron's wife, calmly asked him what he was going to do. Aaron stood with his back to her, the weight of the decision resting heavily on his broad shoulders. She warned him that if he did this, he would be playing right into Kay's hands. His wife confessed that, to be honest, she wished he would just stay retired. Her thoughts turned to a past memory where the large, dark-skinned man had saved her, telling a group of thugs to let her go. She then recalled how she, in turn, had saved him. She believed that just as they had needed a savior, now others needed him to save them too. Aaron's hand squeezed into a tight, determined fist. The woman with the dark ponytail encouraged him to go on, promising she would be cheering for him, to which the large dark-skinned man simply agreed. The woman with the ponytail then commanded him not to lose, while the man in the white shirt knew it was for their sake. An image of his own child, sleeping soundly next to a teddy bear, flashed through his mind. He understood he had to win not only for them, but for his own family as well. The dark-skinned man with the goatee accepted the challenge with two simple words, "You got it." A man with a blonde mustache frantically gave orders, demanding the proposal be approved and the boxer interviews sent to him. He sat at his desk, arms crossed, overseeing the frantic preparations from his office. The entire boxing world was abuzz with an unprecedented level of excitement. Flashes from reporters' cameras pulsed, capturing the historic moment for the world. Aaron Tide, facing the press, prepared to repeat his monumental announcement. The man with piercing blue eyes confirmed his intention to fight one last match. He declared his intent to win the heavyweight title match against you, after which he would officially retire. Elsewhere, a stern-faced man with white hair sat in silent contemplation, his arms crossed tightly. The news was official, Aaron had come out of retirement and accepted the title match against you. The legendary bout that would decide the true pinnacle of victory was finally close to becoming a reality. The older man's expression remained unreadable, betraying none of his thoughts on the matter. The bald coach greeted the legendary fighter as he entered the gym for the first time in years. Aaron returned the greeting, placing himself in his coach's care for one final match and telling him to do whatever he deemed necessary. The coach hesitated, admitting that while he felt he wasn't skilled enough to give advice, he had something important to say. He warned Aaron that no matter how good he was, he had to prepare himself for what was to come. Aaron understood completely, assuring his coach that he would not be half-hearted about his training. The bald man's voice was grave as he delivered his final condition, "You better prepare to risk your life." With unwavering resolve, Aaron simply confirmed that he understood. Meanwhile, at a different location, a police officer called out as he entered a darkened training facility. The officer offered a hesitant greeting to the figures he found within the shadows. The silver-haired man coolly gestured for the officer to proceed. A metallic clink echoed in the tense silence of the room. The officer's eyes widened in horror as he demanded to know what in the world was happening. As heavy thuds echoed relentlessly, the silver-haired man stated with cold indifference that the young man was training. Another sickening thud punctuated the grim atmosphere. Stuttering in disbelief, the officer realized his training partner was using a real cannonball. A muscular man nearby simply confirmed that he was correct. The fighter's focus was absolute, his entire being radiating a sharp, dangerous intensity. This was not just training to win, this was training to survive. In another gym, a different kind of power was on display as a hugely muscled arm prepared to strike. A thunderous boom shook the room as a fist connected with its target. A blonde reporter remarked to the bald coach that Aaron's punching power was always amazing to see, a fact the coach readily affirmed. The reporter then questioned if the sparring partner really needed to wear a bomb suit for protection. The muscular sparring partner overheard the question about the necessity of his extreme protective gear. Addressing the reporter, the bald coach began to explain that it wasn't a matter of simply needing to wear it. Another explosive impact rattled the sparring partner to his very core. The man on the ground coughed and gasped for air, weakly insisting he was okay after the devastating blow. The coach closed his eyes, his expression resolute. He finished his thought for the reporter, clarifying that the sparring partner absolutely must wear the suit to survive the training. Satisfied with the session, the coach then told them to take a quick break. The results of Yu's own training were evident in a wall pockmarked with embedded iron spheres. Aaron glanced over his shoulder, his blue eyes holding a deep and powerful focus. A montage of training flashed, showing a punch landing with brutal, fight-ending force. Yu's physique had been honed to perfection, his abdominal muscles like plates of solid armor. He pushed his endurance to the absolute limit, running on a treadmill with an oxygen mask strapped to his face. Aaron, too, kept up his conditioning, offering a confident thumbs-up during an outdoor run. A close-up on a determined eye revealed the shared, unwavering focus of both champions. At a veterinary clinic, a dark-haired doctor explained that while the patient was out of immediate danger, the cat was over 100 years old in human years. The vet mused that this cat likely wanted to stay by its owner's side for as long as it possibly could. With a heavy heart, the vet advised the owner that he must prepare to say goodbye. In a quiet room, a young child named Emily slept soundly, oblivious to the coming storm. Aaron stood looking forward, his resolve hardening, as his wife came up behind him and placed her hands gently on his shoulders. She made him promise that he would come back safe and sound. Aaron assured her he would, promising, "I'll come back a winner." He vowed to win for her and Emily, if for no one else. His wife accepted his promise, telling him she would be waiting for his return. The day of destiny, D-Day, had finally arrived. In the locker room, the silver-haired man told you that he had prepared himself in every possible way. He stated that all that was left now was to check the result of that preparation in the ring. The hooded fighter crouched on a bench, a coiled spring of lethal potential. The coach reminded you of his very first lesson, to never, ever let anyone hit him. He warned that no matter how much you had built up his body, his physique was simply not made to withstand heavyweight punches. This was especially true, he noted, because his opponent was the formidable Aaron Tide. He stated grimly that if Aaron managed to land even a single clean punch, the match wouldn't be the only thing you would lose. His coach's words echoed in Yu's mind, the moment Aaron's fist connected, he would lose his life. The silver-haired man's final instruction was chillingly simple: kill him. Before he kills you. The hooded figure spoke, his thoughts turning to the small life he cared for at home. The white-haired young man looked to the side, his expression softening for just a moment. He quietly mentioned that he had a cat waiting for him at home. He made a simple request: if he were to die in the match, he wanted his coach to look after his cat. The white-haired man agreed without hesitation and asked if there was anything else. Yu shook his head, admitting there wasn't anything else to say. With the final arrangements made, his coach simply told him it was time to go. They walked out toward the roar of a massive, energized crowd that filled the stadium. The arena erupted in a deafening cheer that shook the very foundation of the building. Beneath his hood, Yu's eyes burned with an almost inhuman intensity. The announcer welcomed boxing fans around the world, declaring that the strongest boxer in the universe would be born tonight in the title match between Yu and Aaron Tide. In the audience, notable figures from across the globe watched with bated breath. The announcer posed the final question: between the two strongest boxers in the world, who would claim the pinnacle of victory? Aaron Tide looked across the ring, silently vowing to Kay that things would not go according to his plan. A single bead of sweat traced a path down Yu's jawline. Yu's thoughts narrowed to a single point as he prepared for the fight to begin. The opening bell rang out 3 times, signaling the explosive start of the legendary confrontation. An intense gaze pierced the veil of the boxing ring, filled with unspoken questions. Aaron Tide's voice boomed, questioning if you truly wished to live a subjugated life under Kay with such empty eyes. He then asked if you wanted to spend the rest of his life as a monster. The narrator's voice reminded him that there was still so much in the world left to experience. But in that moment, a man named Jinwoo offered a simple, powerful promise: I'll save you. The sharp ring of the bell echoed through the stadium as the announcer officially began the bout. An incredible burst of speed marked the start of the exchange. In a past fight, a dark-skinned boxer had been told by his black-haired opponent that he was strong, a fact he readily confirmed. Shadowy figures had watched from the sidelines as another fighter was brutally taken down. A violent sequence of devastating blows landed with bloody finality. A heavy thud echoed as a body hit the canvas. In another memory, a gloved fist had smashed into the face of a dark-skinned boxer. Back in the present, the intense eyes of Yu and Aaron locked in fierce opposition. Yu gracefully dodged a powerful rush from Aaron tied across the canvas. Yu's expression remained deathly serious as he stared down his opponent. The air itself seemed to part as a punch whistled past. Aaron swung with everything he had, but Yu evaded the blow with impossible speed. The audience erupted in a frenzy, questioning if what they were witnessing was even humanly possible as Yu dodged every one of Aaron's brutal punches. The first commentator shouted in disbelief, marveling at the fierce battle between two masters at the apex of their craft. His partner simply stated that the true fight had finally begun. The world held its breath for the legendary boxer's ultimate confrontation. In a flashback, Yu's white-haired mentor had warned him that for the first and last time, this would be the only opponent demanding he use everything he had. Yu's own thoughts had confirmed this, acknowledging Aaron's physical prowess was nothing short of monster-like. The muscular man on his training team had added that Aaron's athletic ability would exceed his imagination. Another man with dark hair had grimly stated that letting up for even a second would mean game over. Visions of training filled Yu's mind, showing a fighter entangled by dark, restrictive forces. The white-haired man had cautioned him that the actual match would be a far cry from training. Meanwhile, a large, dark-skinned man had told Aaron the bout would be decided exclusively by who controlled the space. An old man had acknowledged Aaron's superhuman physical prowess. But other spiky-haired men had reminded him that his opponent's was as well. The man with dark hair explained that you seemed to live in a world where time passed differently, making him an unmatched foe in speed and sharpness. A spiky-haired man had advised Aaron that he couldn't possibly defeat you with ordinary punches. Back in Yu's corner, the white-haired man had moved on to the next concern, Aaron's steel-like muscles. In the ring, a powerful arm tensed, the muscles coiled like steel springs. The two titans continued their ferocious exchange, a blur of motion and intent. The mentor's voice echoed, warning you not to expect Aaron's body to be as pliant as a punching bag. Commentators noted that even you couldn't make Aaron budge, praising the champion's unreal defensive power. Yet, they were equally awed by Yu, on whom Aaron's flurry of punches failed to leave a single scratch, declaring it a match between the strongest boxers of all time. It was clear that neither fighter could deal critical damage to the other in the opening moments of the match. But Yu's coach had warned him that if the match went to a decision, his loss was guaranteed. His mentor had then hinted at the deeper strategy at play. The dark, imposing structure of the ring corner loomed in their minds. The coach had confirmed it, the key to the entire match was the corner. In the ring, Aaron drove you back, attempting to execute that very strategy. Kay, the gray-haired man, scoffed inwardly, having known Aaron would try to corner you. He deduced the plan was to use a body blow to smash through Yu's guard once he was trapped. The conventional strategy would be for you to deal as much damage as possible before being cornered. But Kay posed a rhetorical question to himself, wondering if they really thought his plan was so predictable. The announcer's voice cracked with confusion as he questioned what was happening. He cried out in shock that Yu had voluntarily backed himself into the corner. Aaron's old coach could only wonder why his opponent would make such a move. Kay knew the answer lay in the massive size difference between the two fighters. He understood that the moment Yu was cornered, it would be like being penned in by a huge, inescapable wall. The narrator's voice confirmed that no matter how fast Yu was, escape would be physically impossible. The elderly man shouted across the stadium, demanding to know what in the world Kay was thinking. In the ring, the muscular boxer declared it was all right. The spiky-haired boxer looked on, ready to put an end to the fight. An eye, wide with focus, reflected the grim reality of the corner. The boxer's face was a mask of pure, unwavering determination. A sharp cry of exertion cut through the roar of the crowd. Announcer 1 stammered, unsure of what he saw, but thought you had landed a counter in the impossibly fast exchange. Announcer 2 confirmed it with chilling precision, you had landed exactly 3 counters in that short moment. The elderly man dismissed the idea, pointing out that the many counters thrown throughout the match had done nothing. The blows hadn't seemed to have enough force to even make Aaron step back. But then, a horrifying realization dawned on the old man's face. He questioned if it was possible that his fighter had yet to reveal his true power. He steeled himself, silently urging Aaron to proceed. Kay's thoughts ran parallel, knowing Aaron hadn't shown his true ability while boxing under the wing of that old geezer. He mentally challenged Aaron, questioning if his assumption was correct. Aaron's voice was low and gravelly as he admitted they would have to do this the hard way. In the darkness of the ring, Aaron's eyes began to glow with an intense, inhuman light. A stylized, menacing form was revealed, the true nature of the fighter finally emerging. The old man shivered as he declared that the very atmosphere in the ring had changed. A commentator with a headset swallowed hard, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. A question hung in the air, heavy with dread: what was happening? Kay's voice, now belonging to an angry man, commanded the old geezer to watch closely. From the crowd, a woman with dark hair and a woman with blonde hair cried out for their respective champions. Kay's internal monologue continued, explaining that this was the proper way to handle the situation. A muscular, shadowy figure with glowing eyes stood ominously, its power radiating from the corner. This, Kay explained, was how you handle a monster. An audible gulp of saliva cut through the tense silence of the arena. The coach's stern focus contrasted sharply with the inhuman glow radiating from his fighter's eyes. In the center of the ring, the referee stood between the two colossal boxers, ready for the round to begin. Aaron stomped his foot, the force of the impact splashing sweat and water across the canvas. With explosive power, the dark-skinned boxer launched a devastating punch forward. The immense pressure from his advance was a tangible force in the ring. Aaron's glove connected with a crushing blow that sent shockwaves through the air. His opponent was violently thrown backward across the boxing ring from the sheer force of the impact. Yu staggered, his body struggling to remain upright after the brutal hit. Aaron stood over his rival, a titan looming over the spiky-haired boxer who had been forced to one knee. In the shadows of his own focus, the challenger's eyes burned with an unyielding intensity. Yu erupted into motion, his impossible speed leaving a brilliant trail of light in his wake. The two titans were once again locked in a furious exchange, their every move a blur of lethal intent. Aaron's muscles coiled like steel cables, a testament to the raw, untamed power he commanded. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated determination as he pressed his attack. A thunderous roar of energy exploded from Aaron, threatening to tear the very ring apart. The world dissolved into a vortex of swirling power, obscuring the fighters within its chaotic embrace. The bald man watched in utter disbelief, his mind reeling as he questioned what he was doing there. His face contorted in a silent, enraged scream at the sheer spectacle. His perception of the fight became a dark, abstract swirl of incomprehensible power. Before a sea of crimson energy, the bald man shouted into the void, asking if this could even be called boxing. The faces of the two fighters were a study in primal intensity, a perfectly balanced stalemate. The announcer's voice declared that the non-stop succession of punches was incredible, with neither boxer yielding an inch as the fourth round began. A pair of eyes narrowed, focusing on the chaos with razor-sharp precision. The announcer's voice boomed with the ultimate question: who would be the one to break the balance? The bald man marveled aloud at Aaron's amazing physical prowess. He confessed that while he knew Aaron was holding back, he never imagined this level of power, as his fighter gained momentum without a hint of fatigue. The sheer possibility of such an anatomy existing was questioned by an unseen narrator. The bald man admitted, however, that Aaron's opponent was just as shocking. He was stunned that you could not only dodge the onslaught but also deliver counters too fast for the eye to see, any one of which could fell an ordinary boxer. The bald man reflected that never in his life did he imagine he would watch a match quite like this one. Yet, he predicted with grim certainty that this delicate balance would soon collapse. He observed that the gap between them had been narrowing, which was no surprise given what you was up against. Aaron's punches were revealed to emit tangible wind pressure and powerful vibrations. The narration explained that the sheer speed and mass of his strikes impacted both body and mind, while his footwork made the entire ring tremble. Although you had managed to dodge everything thus far, it was foretold that the accumulated toll would soon prove too much for him. Even if you perceived time differently, the sheer volume of information on this battlefield-like ring was approaching the limits of human processing. The referee himself was half-dazed, barely comprehending the inhuman speeds before him. Every single one of Aaron's repeated strikes was a blow that inspired the raw fear of death. This level of psychological stress was not something a human mind could handle, and Hughes was predicted to rapidly collapse. The older man, Aaron's former coach, silently pleaded for his fighter to be careful. He harbored a deep fear that if Aaron sank too deep into his power, he might unintentionally kill you. From his seat, the white-haired observer Kay scoffed internally at Aaron, revealing his true ability only bit by bit. In Kay's mind, the champion was still being far too soft. He mentally urged Aaron to finally accept his true nature. He needed the champion to realize what he truly was. Aaron was, in Kay's eyes, the very epitome of fear and victory. He was born to bring fear and defeat upon his enemies, and to claim honor and victory for himself. Kay's thoughts concluded that Aaron was simply born to reign above all others. A memory surfaced, showing two boxers locked in combat as a massive crowd watched on. This was the era of the heavyweight world champion, Aaron Tide. The previous symbol of fear, a man named Jason, had seen his tyrannical era come to an end. What followed was a golden age for the heavyweight division, an entertaining free-for-all where anyone could win. But it didn't take long for that division to meet the greatest and most absolute ruler in its history. An old broadcast echoed, with an announcer crying out that another contender was being carried off on a stretcher, marking Aaron's fifth brutal victory. His strength was nothing short of perverse. The monster had finally revealed itself to the world of boxing. His presence evoked a storm of powerful emotions, fear, awe, domination, and even a mad desire to challenge him. Countless contenders rose to the challenge, hoping to be the one to topple the king. Yet every single one of them plummeted into a devastating defeat. There was a certain kind of tragic nobleness to their attempts, a risky endeavor into the unknown. Aaron always stood at the top, an untouchable symbol of the apex of strength and fame to which all boxers aspired. The man with the mustache, however, recalled a crucial turning point in this narrative of absolute power. In a past interview, a reporter had asked Aaron what boxing meant to him. Aaron had confessed that while he tried to find some deeper meaning, he honestly didn't know the answer. He stated bluntly that to him, boxing was just work, a professional sport of money and honor, nothing more. In his own mind, Aaron accepted that he was a monster, one who was simply better than anyone else at crushing people. Back in the present, a punch tore through the air with a violent swoosh, narrowly missing its target. The resulting sonic boom echoed like a delayed explosion. A close-up revealed a small trickle of blood beginning to run from Yu's ear. The single line of crimson trickled slowly down his skin, the first sign of a crack in his defense. A memory of Aaron's voice surfaced from the past, making a solemn vow, "I'll save you." The bell chimed, and the announcer declared the end of a grueling fourth round. From the stands, a man in a suit observed the proceedings with a faint, knowing smirk. He turned to the old man beside him, posing a question about what it must feel like to be a genius. The man in the suit mused that while their lives weren't perfect, geniuses achieve a level of wealth, fame, and historical significance that they must surely enjoy. The old man quietly conceded that this was likely the case. Citing the confident expressions often seen on young prodigies, the man in the suit felt his point was proven. He concluded that this incredible capability is precisely why ordinary people admire those with talent. However, the conversation shifted to a theoretical person whose talent was so immense it placed them beyond the realm of genius, questioning their very humanity. The old man then asked what a person like that, who exists beyond genius, would truly feel. The question hung in the air as a grim vision appeared, a shadowed figure walking away from a pool of blood, watched by a horrified young boy. The old man offered a simple guess, a sense of superiority. But from the depths of the vision, the young boy's voice cried out a single, definitive, no. An intense close-up on a wide, terrified eye revealed the true, unspoken emotion. What such a being would actually feel was not superiority, but fear. And accompanying that fear was a profound, crushing loneliness. This is the story of the boxer. In the challenger's corner, the muscular boxer expressed his confidence, stating that they were in the lead. The old trainer immediately tempered his excitement, warning him not to let his guard down for a second. The muscular boxer acknowledged the warning, confirming he understood the danger. Across the ring, Yu stood with spiky white hair, his gaze fixed forward with unwavering intensity. The announcer's voice echoed, signaling the beginning of the 5th round. Aaron told his coach he'd be right back, receiving a simple, "Be careful," in return as the bell sounded. While one announcer declared the fight was still neck and neck, his colleague pointed out that Aaron's fist had indeed grazed Yu's ear right before the 4th round ended. Both commentators agreed that this small detail meant the balance of the fight was about to be completely upended. In their minds, the two fighters shared a mutual thought: Aaron was glad to meet him, and Yu felt they were the only two in the world who could understand one another. Aaron wondered if Yu had finally realized the true, empty nature of what they were doing in the ring. He thought back on the countless boxers he had faced throughout his long career. Each one of them carried their own reasons and their own unique methods into the fight. Every punch they threw was a reflection of the life they had lived. Encompassed within every single one of their desperate blows was a lifetime of struggle. In those punches were their zeal, their countless hours of dedication, and their purpose, all of which Aaron had miserably crushed. The spectators could only gasp in shock at the brutal exchange unfolding before them. He had defeated them all without a trace of emotion or a shred of sincerity. And now, facing Yu, Aaron believed his opponent was exactly the same. He understood viscerally how so much meaning could simply vanish into nothing. The memory of a dark-skinned boxer's words surfaced, insisting that what they did wasn't boxing, but merely a cold and meaningless succession of movements. While the world might look upon their talent as a blessing from the heavens, they knew deep down that it was nothing short of a curse. The audience began to stir, with spectators pointing out that little by little, the tide was turning. The heavy thud of powerful blows reverberated through the arena. The dark-skinned boxer from the crowd confirmed the horrifying truth: Yu was being overpowered. A sharp, slicing impact landed, a sound distinct from the dull thuds of body blows. A man with a headset cried out, pointing frantically towards the ring. A fellow boxer in the stands shouted that Yu was now bleeding, first blood had finally been drawn. The prodigy's perfect defense had cracked, and Yu was now unable to completely dodge Aaron's punches. An elderly spectator smiled grimly, hoping the fight would end with this decisive turn. The muscular boxer watched with rapt attention, realizing this might be the most meaningful match of his life. Aaron's past promise echoed in his own mind: "I'll save you." The voice finished its declaration with fervent resolve: "From that monster." A single, heavy heartbeat pounded against the silence. The old man beside the man in the suit quietly asked if he believed that fear would finally eat away at the champion. A woman nearby asked why Aaron had stopped moving, but the man in the suit corrected her, stating she had it all wrong. A sharp, pained cough escaped from Aaron's lips. The narrative explained that for a man like him, that suffocating emptiness was his only friend and family. A woman with blue eyes cried out Aaron's name in sheer panic. The champion's breath came in strained, ragged gasps. The man in the suit watched intently, noting that Yu's long-term strategy, the cut, was near completion. Another devastating body blow landed with a sickening boom. It was revealed that from the moment he debuted, Yu had devoted all his training to breaking through Aaron's ironclad muscle layer. An old man explained that no matter how strong Aaron was, he could not withstand the accumulated damage to his gut. A taunting voice echoed in Aaron's head, asking if he was still looking for meaning. That search would have to wait, as he first needed to focus on saving his own life. Two more powerful shots slammed into Aaron's midsection. Aaron's eye was wide and unblinking, staring into a dawning horror. He saw himself standing at the edge of a great, dark abyss that was rapidly spreading to consume him whole. The face of a skull flashed across his vision, a stark omen of his impending defeat. Watching the scene unfold, a blonde woman whispered in despair, asking herself what she had just done. The world began to blur and rush past him in a dizzying whoosh. The seemingly untouchable champion was now standing on the very brink of collapse. Heavy, ragged breaths were the only sounds filling the silence of the ring. The man with blue eyes let out a pained grunt as he watched the champion falter. In the center of the ring, two warriors stood at the precipice of history. A voice echoed in Aaron's mind, reminding him that a man of his extraordinary physical strength may never appear again. But as the bell clamored, the voice warned that this same strength had ironically birthed his most fatal flaw. A young woman in the crowd watched in distress, tears welling in her eyes as her hopes crumbled. The man with blue eyes and a goatee stared with unnerving intensity, analyzing the champion's collapse. In a memory, paramedics rushed a defeated boxer out on a stretcher, while a younger Aaron watched from the foreground. An elderly man had asked him then why he didn't finish off his opponent. The younger boxer had replied that since he knew he would win, there was no reason to take the man's life. The elderly man's stern expression revealed his deep disapproval of such mercy. The narration explained that Aaron possessed a complete absence of instinctive fear. It was a critical missing piece, for the very root of violence is fear itself. This included the fear of starvation. It included the fear of losing one's rank. It included the fear of domination by another. It included the fear of losing one's possessions. And it especially included the fear of losing one's own life. Fear, in its purest form, was the true source of a fighter's strength. But Aaron could never be afraid of a gloved punch when he was completely indifferent to the blade of a knife. This unique creature had never once felt true fear, as his extreme strength had completely displaced it. As a result, all Aaron was left with were the spineless emotions of compassion and hesitation. This was a fatal flaw for a monster, even as the announcer celebrated another of his destructive victories. Aaron, his face a mask of cold stoicism, confronted his mentor. He reminded the older man of his promise to reveal the reason for his existence, stating he had learned nothing. Aaron confessed that he only knew how to knock people down according to his mentor's orders. The older man dismissed his concerns, insisting he told him the reason many times and that Aaron was the one who refused to accept it. He accused Aaron of spoiling the purity of the sport with such trivial feelings. Aaron looked at him, convinced the old man was completely out of his mind. He clarified that he had no intention of quitting boxing. However, he declared that he was finished being the old man's puppet. His mentor coldly replied that he wasn't interested in defective goods anyway and ordered him to get out. After that day, Aaron found himself stuck at a difficult crossroads. The silver-haired man pondered if excessive strength could become an inhibitor to true power. The man with white hair reached a grim conclusion, declaring in anguish that his desire must have been impossible from the start. He recalled nearly giving up as he traveled the world, searching for his next perfect pawn. That was the moment he met the challenger, Yu. In the ring, two perfect opposites exchanged devastating blows. Here was a being seemingly without any fear or compassion. This was a being that appeared to transcend the very limits of humanity. The boxer, Aaron, felt a new sensation and wondered what it could possibly be. For the first time, his own heart pounded with a terrifying rhythm. A guiding voice inside his head asked if he understood now, explaining that this feeling was pain. The voice told him this was the one thing he had been born holding in his hands. As a vision of a skull flashed and he pictured himself drowning, Aaron thought with dawning horror that he could actually die. The guiding voice urged him to take a good, hard look at the sight of his own mortality. It declared that this raw terror was the vividness of life that he had never before experienced. The voice then posed a simple, terrifying question: what would he do now? Through the haze of pain, a familiar voice called out his name. In a moment of clarity, Aaron realized he had been a fool. The guiding voice mocked him, asking if he still intended to save his opponent. Aaron's mind raced, wondering how he could have forgotten who and what he truly was. A past version of himself, a bald boxer, admitted his arrogance for thinking he was anything but a monster who had taken others' lives. That same voice now warned that no matter how good you are, you must always be prepared. One must be prepared to risk their very life in the ring. A memory surfaced of a girl on a swing at the orphanage, asking what he wanted to do when he left. A young Aaron had admitted he wasn't sure, having never really thought about it. The girl on the swing had shared her own dream of getting married as soon as possible. She had vowed to have the happiest family in the entire world. Young Aaron had simply replied that it sounded nice. The girl had beamed, agreeing that it was a wonderful dream. He remembered her clearly as a girl he was friends with at the orphanage. Aaron then recalled the day they had a trivial argument he could no longer remember. He remembered pushing her away, just slightly, to create some space between them. And in that single, gentle push, she had lost her life. Aaron recounted that this was the first time he realized he was born to destroy people. He believed he was something that should never have been born into this world. His entire life became a desperate search, asking himself who he was and why he was born. He spent his life asking these questions, and then he met the old man. The intense, piercing blue eyes of his mentor burned into his memory. Aaron remembered how the old man gave him luxuries and pleasures beyond imagination. He had placed Aaron on a throne at the very top of the world. Aaron recalled how he stood tall like a god before the masses. He had basked in all the glory the world could offer. But in the end, he realized it was all completely pointless. He understood that there was no meaning to any of his victories. His life was an endless cycle of writhing in worthlessness and loneliness, destined to fade away. But Aaron mused that perhaps, sometimes, fate does smile upon even the most wretched. He remembered sitting dejected in the rain when a woman approached him with an umbrella. He looked up at her, a simple "huh" escaping his lips. It was the first time in his entire life he felt something new. He had finally found something of worth, or perhaps, it had found him. A vision of a younger, determined Aaron, backed by his found family, flashed in his mind. A sharp sliding sound echoed as he adjusted his footing on the canvas. With renewed conviction, Aaron inwardly vowed that he would survive. From his corner, the coach roared in approval. Aaron's resolve hardened into a deadly promise: he would survive, even if he had to kill you. His coach screamed encouragement, sensing the shift in his fighter. The commentator cried out in confusion, asking what was happening as Aaron suddenly changed his entire stance. Gone was his typical slugger style, replaced for the first time ever by a classic boxing form. The narration explained that Aaron had never once used the proper boxing techniques Kay had taught him in any of his official matches. He knew all too well what would happen if he combined technique with his pure strength, having already left opponents in critical condition without it. It was likely his own quiet way of rebelling against his old mentor, Kay. But in this ring, at this moment, the match had become a simple equation of kill or be killed. The man with the scar watched, realizing with a grim smile that the messed-up old man's ultimate wish was finally coming true. The silver-haired man leaned forward, commanding them to fight. The man with the scar echoed the sentiment, demanding that they show him everything. Together, their thoughts willed the fighters to show the world the one and only meaning to life. A bloodied and battered face looked up from the canvas, eyes burning with a new fire. The next chapter of this brutal saga was about to begin, an episode titled War. In the world of boxing, no fighter ever focused solely on improving their physical ability. It was understood that if a trained body was an addition to one's skill, then technique was the key to its multiplication. The mastery of technique was what caused a fighter's power to grow exponentially. The more one honed their technique with a powerful physique, the more significant the improvement in their skills would become. This fundamental truth held that in the end, technique was always superior to raw strength. However, a unique situation was now unfolding in the ring. A monster who had conquered all with his strength alone was now, for the first time, attempting to use technique. In the stands, a blond man and an old man shouted in unison, demanding to know what in the world was going on. A flash of intense focus glinted in the fighter's eye, his concentration absolute. A guiding voice approved of the decision, affirming it as good thinking. It was explained that from this moment forward, the tiniest movements and every single decision would mean the difference between life and death. The voice acknowledged that his technical perfection would never reach the level of a master like Jean-Pierre. It was more accurate to say his form was merely at the level of an ordinary professional boxer. But for this fight, at this moment, that was all it would take. This one simple change would be enough to alter everything. Aaron's convention-defying punching speed, now channeled through concentrated power, burst forth. The inner voice noted that no matter how quickly his opponent saw it, the speed of the attack would be impossible to avoid. A figure with a blindfold, a specter of the ring, challenged you, asking what he would do now. In this brutal world where it was kill or be killed, the time had come. The spectral challenger demanded that you prove his worth. Aaron threw the first jab of this new phase. With a minute twitch of his shoulder, Aaron initiated the attack. The crowd looked on with expressions of pure astonishment. Aaron's fist simply disappeared before the audience's very eyes. A commentator with a mustache and goatee felt a palpable throb of power emanating from the ring. The narrator wondered how many people in the stadium truly understood the sublime movements that had just occurred. A commentator questioned if it was a block, immediately dismissing the idea as impossible given Aaron's strength. He realized with a shock that Yu was using his own fist to deflect the punches, nudging them in a slightly different direction. The commentator declared that Yu must be out of his mind to attempt such a feat. He explained that if the timing or angle was off by even the slightest margin, Yu's own fist would break into smithereens. The man with the afro began a thought, realizing the grim necessity of the action. The man with the mustache and goatee finished the sentiment aloud, stating that it was all you could do. The alternative was a stark one, his head would be smashed to pieces. And without a moment's pause, the next punch was thrown. A shocked man in the crowd cried out that the attack was somehow even faster than before. Even as Yu deflected each blow, he was steadily pushed back by the sheer, throbbing force of Aaron's speed and power. Yu stood alone against the storm, a solitary figure surrounded by the swirling energy of the relentless assault. The shocked spectator yelled that the gap between them was increasingly narrowing. Blood trickled down Yu's face, staining his beard and lips as he withstood the onslaught. The narrator observed that even Yu would find it impossible to hold his ground for long as Aaron was catching up. The two fighters became a blur of motion, streaking across the canvas in a flash of white energy. The shocked man could only cry out in disbelief at the impossible speed. The man with the afro admitted that even his experienced eyes could no longer see what was happening. A boxer with black hair asked what happened, while the man with the afro confessed he couldn't see the damage, wondering if you had dodged it. The narrator clarified that you had barely managed to dodge by luring Aaron to attack one of his existing wounds. It was a desperate move against a monster born only to destroy humans. In the ring, Aaron leaned over his opponent, a predator closing in. A woman with a ponytail screamed from the audience, asking what Aaron was trying to do. She begged him to throw in the towel and step out of the ring. He remained hunched over, his focus unbroken and absolute. She called out his name one more time, her voice filled with desperate concern. Aaron's own voice echoed with a singular thought, I will survive, as a monstrous entity within him roared that it would kill you to do so. A woman with glasses stared in disbelief, her mind struggling to comprehend if that was truly Aaron. The man with the afro, Bob, decided he had to stop this absurdity, but the older commentator beside him simply questioned his outburst. Aaron stood over his fallen opponent, delivering another crushing blow. A horrifying realization dawned on Bob, Aaron wasn't just using technique, he was actively adapting and evolving in the middle of the fight. From his seat, the older man observing the match shouted his approval, finding the display excellent. The screen contrasted Aaron's blood-soaked, predatory grin with Yu's unwavering, intense eyes. The older commentator stammered, admitting he didn't know how to describe what was happening. He confessed that he couldn't explain it even seeing it with his own eyes, shouting that it was simply incredible. Bob leaned forward, his thoughts consumed by a single desire to see just a little bit more. The worried and stressed face of an older man filled the view, his anxiety palpable. The masked man watched intently, thinking to himself that he needed to see just a little bit more. A hand nearby clenched a white cloth, a towel that remained unbrown. The object fell from the grasp, a silent surrender to the spectacle. The man with red eyes stared, his own thoughts echoing the sentiment, he wanted to see just a little bit more. Blood was spilled across the canvas. And flesh was splattered under the harsh lights. But not a single person in the arena could bring themselves to stop the match. A pair of piercing blue eyes watched the carnage unfold. An intense sequence flashed by, showing close-ups of contorted faces, determined eyes, and spatters of blood. Inside the 20-by-20-foot ring, a brutal teeter-totter between life and death played out. The silver-haired man leaned forward, his eyes alight as he declared that this was a true fight. To him, this raw, violent struggle was the very definition of life. Elsewhere, a blonde woman watched in horror, a single question forming in her mind. She cried out, asking why they must go so far. The silver-haired man suddenly called out the name, K, as a memory from long ago surfaced. In the past, an off-panel speaker had urged a younger K to reconsider, calling his decision a waste of talent. A bald man, his coach, insisted that he knew K could become the world champion. The coach passionately argued that K could even become a legendary boxer whose name would go down in the history books. An angry man demanded to know if K was really going to toss all that potential aside, but K, a man in black, calmly stated that his mind was already made up. The silver-haired man, K, remembered his final words to them, his unwavering declaration that he was going to be a soldier. The bald man demanded to know why, but K explained that no amount of fame or glory from boxing could ever truly save or protect anyone. He declared his refusal to be a puppet king in someone else's world, stating his desire to fight the real fight. The fight, he clarified, that was happening in the real world. His coach sighed in resignation, calling K a stubborn boy and giving up on trying to stop him. With a final, frustrated huff, he simply told K to scram. An off-screen voice bitterly wished for K to get shot and killed, but as he left, K simply thanked them for everything. With his back turned, the white-haired man walked away from the boxing ring and into a future of his own choosing. Sometime later, a brown-haired soldier in a jungle encampment pointed toward a new arrival, certain that he was the guy. Another soldier confirmed his identity, recalling that this was the rookie who had scored the highest marks in the training course's entire history. He remarked that it had been a long time since they'd had a rookie worth anything. That night, a full moon shone down through the tropical leaves, watching over the world below. It was a place where civilization faded away, and the raw world revealed its true self. Here, humanity was no longer schematized by the order of society, a rustle in the undergrowth serving as a stark reminder. K, his expression stern, scanned the dense jungle around him. In this place, they came face to face with the realization that they, too, were merely living creatures. The soldier with the beret stood silently, his face a mask of focus in the tense environment. They were all just part of this one primitive world. Soldiers armed with rifles crept through the jungle, their comrades moving stealthily on the ridge above them. Kay recalled the day he killed another human for the first time, where the tension between life and death erased all feelings of guilt. He had moved exactly as he was trained, wiping out his enemies with brutal efficiency. One after another fell, all in the name of the motherland, of justice, and of peace. One of his fellow soldiers confirmed their safety, announcing they would take the hostages and evacuate immediately. Kay knelt down to a small, rescued boy, gently asking if he was okay. The boy could only nod twice, still in shock but confirming he was unharmed. The mission had been a grim affair, with Kay's team storming a room where a terrorist held a gun to that same young boy's head. He remembered the sight of tightly bound hands and the cold glint of a serrated knife. After the chaos, a superior officer praised Kay, telling the rookie it was a nice job for his first operation and that he'd be the team's ace in no time. The young boy then offered Kay a small piece of chocolate, asking if it was for him. Kay accepted the small gift with a grateful smile. The boy's eyes widened with awe as he looked up at the soldier who had saved him. With childlike determination, the young boy declared that when he grew up, he wanted to be a soldier as cool as Kay. He passionately vowed to become a soldier so he could protect as many people as he could. Kay looked at the boy, his own expression serious and full of thought. Kay praised the boy's bravery, telling him that since he didn't even cry, he would definitely grow up to be an even more amazing soldier. The young boy beamed, his eyes squeezed shut in a wide, joyous smile. In that moment, Kay felt a sense of purpose he had never known before. After that day, he went on to complete a number of increasingly successful operations. Entire buildings were reduced to rubble as he carried out his dangerous missions. In the aftermath of one such operation, the white-haired soldier carried an unconscious person to safety. His skill was undeniable, and he very quickly became the leader of his own team. On a new mission, Kay observed a family's farewell as a man, the husband, was told by his wife to be careful. The wife watched him go, promising that she would be waiting for his return. His young boy waved goodbye, telling his daddy to take care. The husband's brow furrowed with concern as he prepared to leave. He knelt down, asking his son to take care of his mom for him. But this time, the mercenaries they faced were different, their gunfire relentless and precise. The mercenary leader gave the order to go in, demanding cover from his squad. A storm of bullets filled the air as the mercenaries executed a coordinated assault. Kay's heart pounded as he saw one of the mercenaries prepare to throw a grenade. A deafening explosion sent a body flying through the air. One of Kay's men swore in frustration and fear. A soldier cautiously peered around a corner, rifle at the ready. A heavy silence fell as the team moved deeper into the dimly lit interior, the face of a fallen comrade flashing in their minds. The commander urgently demanded Team Bravo's location, his voice crackling over the radio. A soldier shouted that he'd found them, kneeling over a bleeding comrade coughing on the ground. The wounded soldier's face was a mask of agony as he struggled to speak. With his last breath, he rasped out a single, desperate warning, "Run." Another soldier screamed for everyone to get down. The world erupted in a cataclysmic boom. In the ringing aftermath, soldiers called out, confirming they were still alive. Kay, the soldier in the helmet, stared forward, his blue eyes cold and analytical. He grimly informed the survivors that their teammate, Eric, didn't make it. He pieced together the situation, realizing the enemy had predicted their movement and set up a booby trap. In his mind, Kay noted the horrifying precision of the attack. Eric's vocal cords had been deliberately removed to silence any warning. The timing of the grenade, he thought, was far too perfect. Kay concluded that there was likely only one truly formidable mercenary hidden among them, as any more would have already wiped them out. He knew that any more casualties would render the operation impossible, though he suspected the enemy had also suffered heavy losses. Kay ordered his men to stay back and defend their position, giving them a 15-minute window before they were to retreat without him. He had made his decision, he would settle this himself. The grim reality of his mission was punctuated by the sight of another dead soldier on the ground. The sound of automatic gunfire echoed through the halls. Another explosion tore through the structure, filling the air with dust and debris. A lone, gloved hand lay on the ground near a fallen rifle, a silent testament to the battle's ferocity. The relentless rattle of gunfire continued unabated. Inside a secured room, the soldier in the black helmet calmly stated that their pursuers were inside. An elderly man with a beard, a hostage, trembled as he noted that the footsteps indicated only one enemy. The mercenary leader heard movement from beyond the left wall, correctly guessing that his opponent was setting up a bomb. His subordinate, a soldier in a green vest, wondered if he should go intercept their attacker right now. The soldier in the black helmet refused, knowing the lone man who broke in was too dangerous and he would die the moment he stepped out the door. The soldier in the green vest calculated the 50-50 odds, unsure if the attack would come through the door or the wall. Outside, Kay steeled himself with a single, powerful thought: he would survive. An explosion engulfed the area, a maelstrom of fire and shrapnel. Through the smoke, Kay and the man in the beanie faced off, both aiming their rifles. A sudden memory flashed through Kay's mind: the rescued boy, playing soldier. The boy's imaginary gunshot sounds echoed in his memory. Kay burst into the room, his weapon trained on the man in the beanie. The man in the beanie returned his intense gaze, his own rifle aimed and ready. Kay's heart pounded as he took aim, his focus zeroed in on his target. The rhythmic thumping of his own heart filled his ears, a drumbeat counting down the final seconds. An image of a smiling, spiky-haired young boy flashed in his mind. With a sudden snap of clarity, the memories vanished. The boy from his memories seemed to gasp in surprise. Kay's eyes, wide and intense, stared down the barrel of his gun. The room trembled, and a single, deafening shot rang out. In that moment, fate began to bear the true nature of life to him. Two of his comrades stood stoically, their mission finally over. One soldier confirmed the mission was complete, while the other urged for a swift evacuation. A fellow soldier, Soldier 3, noticed his friend's unnaturally pale face and asked if he was okay. Soldier 5 insisted he was fine, dismissing their concern as him just being a little tired. He mechanically reported that he had found and eliminated the target, now wanting only to return and get some rest. The white-haired man's thoughts swirled as he privately admitted to the dizzy spells that plagued him. He reflected on the jarring transition, having been in a kill-or-be-killed world just 2 days prior, only to be thrust back into a world where life simply went on. Contrasting images of peaceful life and brutal conflict flashed through his mind, reinforcing his sense of dislocation. The white-haired man felt an indescribable fear from the depths of his heart threatening to swallow him whole as he recognized these two worlds existed on the same earth. His wife's warm welcome and his son's joyful cry of "Daddy" greeted him at the door. The white-haired man asked his son if he had taken good care of his mom, and the young boy proudly confirmed that he had. For a fleeting moment, he felt a sense of purpose, believing that everything he did was to protect this very world. But that peace was shattered by the intrusive image of another boy, his face stained with blood, standing beside him. A close-up of his intense blue eye betrayed the storm of emotions raging beneath his calm exterior. His own son's voice, calling out "Daddy," pulled him back from the brink of memory. The brown-haired woman, his wife, sensed his distress and asked if he was all right, to which he numbly agreed. He again blamed his distraction on being tired, stating that he just needed some rest. Later that night, his mind conjured the horrifying image of two bloody hands held up against the darkness. He relived the moment, standing amidst smoke and ruin while staring down at his own blood-covered hands. His eyes were wide, forever locked in the shock of what he had done. The memory replayed the image of a small boy looking up at a masked man who held a rifle. The white-haired man's own head was a ghostly foreground to the horrific scene he was desperate to forget. He saw again the cold barrel of a rifle being pressed against the young boy's head. The white-haired man shot up in bed, his body trembling from the vivid nightmare. As he gasped for air, he heard his wife's concerned voice asking if he was okay. He quickly reassured her that he was good, weakly claiming it was just a bad dream. His wife told him she had noticed him staring off into space and frowning ever since his last mission, gently asking if something had happened. He finally broke his silence, beginning to tell her about a child he had saved during his first mission as a soldier. The white-haired man recalled how the boy had innocently declared that he wanted to grow up to be a soldier just like him. In a quiet, pained voice, he revealed that he met that same boy again, now an adult and fighting as his enemy. He knew it was him immediately and was certain the young man had recognized him too. With crushing weight, he confessed that he still had to kill him, aiming for the head in a desperate bid for a painless death before pulling the trigger. He admitted that he couldn't get that single, frozen moment out of his head. The white-haired man described how, in that instant, it felt as if time itself had stood still. He recounted the horrifying detail of the bullet shattering through his head, and then, the young man was simply no more. The white-haired man confessed that the moment kept replaying in his head like a looped, private horror film. His wife let out a soft, heartbroken sound, her empathy overflowing. When he asked why she was crying, she explained it was because she was so sad about how much it must have hurt him. The white-haired man's blue eyes darted away, unable to meet her compassionate gaze. The brown-haired woman added that she cried because he never did. A wave of love and shame washed over the white-haired man as he wondered what he ever did to deserve his wife. His wife affirmed her pride in him for risking his life for his country and for others. But she then confessed that because of his job, she was always scared. She voiced her deepest fear, that one day it wouldn't be him at the door, but military officials instead. Hearing her words, the white-haired man decided that the time had finally come for him to quit being a soldier. The silver-haired man looked at his wife and promised, just one last time. He explained that he would complete one more mission to get discharged and say a proper goodbye to the team he'd been through so much with. The woman in gray made him promise to quit right away if it seemed dangerous, and he agreed, telling her not to worry. As his wife gave her quiet okay, he thought to himself that it would be good to finally live a more normal life. But when he returned, a man in a brown uniform was there to give him the bad news. He was informed that his wife and son had died while he was away on his last mission. They had been on their way to the market when a truck with a malfunctioning brake struck them, killing them instantaneously. The driver, he learned, was only sentenced to probation because of extenuating circumstances. From that moment on, something inside the soldier began to fundamentally and terrifyingly change. The silver-haired man, lost in memory, heard his wife's voice as he calmly told her he would check the circuit breaker. Inside the house, the man in the white shirt wondered aloud why the switch was down. Before he could react, a hand clamped over his mouth, muffling his surprised cry. The white-haired man coldly identified himself as the husband and father of the woman and child he killed, threatening the man's own family if he didn't comply. He explained that he was going to ask some questions, and the man's answers would decide whether he died a painless or a painful death. The white-haired man added that his family's fate also hinged on his cooperation, before asking if he understood. The terrified man in the white shirt could only manage a choked, affirmative response. The first question was sharp and brutal: why didn't you turn the handle to avoid hitting them? The driver stammered that there had been multiple people on the crosswalk. He desperately explained that the truck was going too fast and turning would have caused it to overturn, killing everyone. The man in the white shirt shouted that he was forced to make a decision. The silver-haired man screamed back, demanding to know why he decided to kill his family, as the driver broke down into apologies. The masked man roared that he didn't ask for an apology, he asked for a reason. The driver struggled to explain that he did it to save more people. The soldier heard the man's justification, that he had no other choice, a chilling echo of his own military experience. The man then asked if that meant his family's lives were worth less than the others, his own question drowned out by the driver's pathetic apologies. In a quiet, broken voice, the man admitted that he believed he would have done the same thing in the driver's position. The driver pleaded for his family's safety, and the silver-haired man granted his request, promising he wouldn't harm them. As the driver wept, the masked man asked him a familiar question: why was he crying? The man explained it was because he was sorry and scared, and because the whole situation was just so tragic. The silver-haired man finally broke, his own sobs joining the driver's as he questioned why this happened and whispered how truly sorry he was. The kneeling man saw a flicker of hope, and begged for his own life. He promised to do anything to atone for his sin, mentioning that it was almost his daughter's birthday. He pleaded to be saved, his voice cracking as he desperately cried out that he wanted to live. The silver-haired man looked down with a grim understanding, stating that everyone dies just like that, pleading for their life. His face a mask of cold resolve, the silver-haired man raised his gun and pointed it directly at the kneeling man. The cold steel of a gun rested firmly in a gloved hand, its purpose singular and grim. Standing over the broken man, the silver-haired man's resolve was as absolute as the weapon he held. His mind drifted back to when he was just a young boy, a memory taking shape. He recalled watching his grandfather slowly fade away. He remembered the old man's eyes, filled with a heartbreaking cocktail of sadness, fear, and utter futility. As his family looked on in helpless distress, the patriarch of their family lay dying. After his grandfather took his final breath, a peculiar feeling washed over the young boy. A montage of cherished, happy moments between the boy and his grandfather flashed through his mind. The person he knew, the man who was his grandfather, was suddenly and irrevocably gone. From that moment forward, his grandfather simply ceased to exist in the world. He believes that was the first time he glimpsed the cold, true nature of life itself. Years later, a man stood before two gravestones, a bouquet of flowers his only offering to the past. The story of the man who would become the boxer was steeped in loss and a search for meaning. The sudden, sharp rattle of machine gun fire shattered the quiet reflection. In a war-torn land, a young soldier with chillingly blue eyes stared forward, his face and uniform splattered with blood. A bald man quietly reflected that while the soldier had always been incredible, something about him had changed recently. The bald man remarked that he no longer seemed human, to which a man on a cot agreed, expressing his relief that the soldier was an ally. His comrade noted that it wasn't just his combat ability that was different, as another soldier questioned if his mental state seemed precarious. The bald man suspected it was because of what happened, and his friend could only murmur in somber agreement. From a lonely watchtower, two figures kept vigil as the sun bled across the horizon. The dark-haired man, Stallone, broke the silence, gently asking his white-haired companion, Kay, how he had been lately. Stallone voiced everyone's concern, suggesting Kay take a break after all he'd been through, but Kay simply stated he'd passed the mental health evaluation. The memory of a stern commander seated at his desk underscored the official nature of his clearance. Kay insisted to his friend that he was better than fine. Stallone accepted his friend's answer with skepticism, urging him not to push himself too hard. He then reminded Kay that he was the only member of their original team still left with them. Changing the subject, Kay turned to his friend with a piercing question, asking Stallone if he had a reason for living. Stallone admitted he had no special reason, he was simply living his life as it came. He then questioned why Kay was up in the watchtower when he wasn't on guard duty. Kay cryptically replied that he had been watching a lamb. When Stallone asked where, Kay directed his gaze to a bramble patch, where Stallone spotted an injured lamb, its back leg clearly bitten. Kay explained that a wolf had gotten to it, but the lamb had managed to stay alive. He continued the grim story, telling how the lamb escaped only because its protector, a ram, fought the wolf and was eaten instead. Stallone could only remark on the bravery of the fallen ram. Kay then confessed he was watching the small, abandoned lamb slowly die. He told Stallone he intended to stay and watch its last moment before heading back down. Visibly disturbed, Stallone decided to leave, telling Kay to stay and say his goodbyes alone. Suddenly, the calm was broken by a frantic voice over the radio as Soldier Bravo reported they were surrounded. Amidst the sound of gunfire, Bravo's voice cracked, reporting heavy casualties and requesting immediate backup. Elsewhere, a soldier stared downwards, the gravity of the chaotic battle etched onto his face. An aide informed the commander that the military surgeon had an urgent report, and the commander ordered him to be put through. The sounds of the battle raged as a soldier cursed in the heat of the fight. A soldier's face, tight with focus, filled the frame as the battle intensified. Over the comms, the military surgeon expressed his concerns about Captain K's psychological evaluation, though the commander recalled the report said it was fine. The screen was filled with an image of pure carnage, a sea of bodies lying in pools of blood. The surgeon, a man in a suit, began to explain his true findings. He confessed to the commander that the results of K's evaluation were, in fact, too fine. It was as if K had known precisely how to answer the questions to get the exact results he wanted. The surgeon's words hung in the air, painting a disturbing picture of a master manipulator. The faces of the wounded and dazed soldiers appeared, casualties of a war both external and internal. The image returned to the wounded lamb in the grass, a symbol of helpless suffering. Through blades of grass, a single, watching eye observed the slow, inevitable approach of death. The surgeon concluded that Captain K knew how to perfectly manipulate the entire examination. In the field, a profound realization struck K, and he began shouting to Stallone. K declared that the idea of life having value is merely an illusion that humans desperately want to believe. He screamed that there had never been any rhyme or reason to who lives or dies. A nearby soldier reacted with alarm, questioning what on earth K was talking about. The texture of the dying grass filled the view, a silent testament to K's bleak philosophy. K then yelled to the heavens that because life is meaningless, they are all truly free. He passionately argued that if their lives will fade away anyway, they must live them to the absolute fullest. K's nihilism became a chorus, as other soldiers proclaimed the strong should enjoy their superiority and the weak should struggle miserably before their inevitable deaths. As a hand slid the helmet from his head, K finally let go of his last restraint. The man with white hair, K, looked to the sky and whispered that he was free. Stallone, horrified, yelled at K to put his helmet back on, demanding to know what he was doing. Just as he screamed his friend's name, the ping of a near miss from a sniper's bullet cut through the air. Stallone cursed, watching in terror as his friend, K, embraced madness. K's combat boot dangled precariously over the edge of a high cliff. A soldier, presumably Stallone, desperately radioed that something was wrong with K, that he was running toward the enemy, and that he was going in after him. In K's intense blue eye, a new, terrifying clarity was reflected. He declared that he could see it all clearly now. Amidst a hail of bullets, K exclaimed that he had finally figured out the highest form of supremacy available to any living creature. This ultimate power, he had decided, is acquired by taking the life of another. A masked figure, K, reached down toward a fallen enemy on the ground. The relentless sound of gunfire provided a savage drumbeat to his epiphany. He had discovered the omnipotence that comes with determining the life and death of others. A massive explosion erupted from a building, a physical manifestation of K's destructive revelation. To him, this power had become the only meaning that life could possibly have. As dust and debris settled over the ruined cityscape, a new world order was born in K's mind. The white-haired man let out a guttural cry of exertion or pain. His face, bruised and battered, was a mask of grim determination. His combat boots stood firm on the rubble-strewn ground. In the desolate ruins, K stood facing another soldier, the battle between them far from over. The two soldiers stared each other down, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and unbreakable will. Their hands, instruments of war, hung at their sides, ready for the next phase of combat. In the midst of the rubble, K suddenly dropped his weapons and settled into a familiar boxing stance. His opponent looked on in surprise, with one of them remarking on the sudden switch to boxing. The other soldier simply acknowledged that it had been a while since they had fought this way. Without the aid of any weapons, it was now simply one living creature against another. In this arena of ruin, each sought to prove their fundamental superiority over the other. For Kay, it felt like touching another person's very soul with his bare hands. He was chasing a catharsis that could never be felt from the cold detachment of a gun. The intense eyes of the two men locked, one pair a piercing blue, the other a deep, dark brown. This was not just a fight, it was the direct collision of life against life. A spray of blood painted the rubble as a fist found its mark, leaving a face bruised and broken. Under a dark, foreboding sky, Kay stood over his fallen opponent. He had proven his point, discovering in this brutal victory what he believed to be the purest form of supremacy. A heavy silence fell between the victor and the vanquished, a wordless conclusion to a deadly argument. And as the past and present collided, the story of the man defined by battle was destined to continue. A man in uniform mockingly asked if the fallen soldier was still breathing. Defiantly, the man with short hair rasped that he was, in fact, alive. His bruised and battered face was a mask of grim resolve. The two combatants faced each other once more on the desolate, rubble-strewn landscape. An unspoken challenge passed between their intense, unwavering gazes. One of the fighters collapsed to his knees as a strange, glowing blue sigil materialized on the ground. The man's eyes began to glow with an otherworldly blue light, his expression hardening with determination. Observing from a high perch on the rubble, a white-haired man let out a dismissive grunt. As he watched a man lying bleeding on the ground, the white-haired man admitted he wanted to see what would happen. He roared that he needed to confirm the outcome with his own two eyes. The tension of the moment was captured in a fierce, determined glare set against a backdrop of encroaching darkness. The white-haired man finally voiced his obsession, declaring his desire to see the very peak of superiority. An unearthly roar seemed to emanate from a vision of a demonic crowd surrounding a muscular fighter. Flashes of blood and strange, heraldic symbols pulsed through the fighter's mind. A man wearing headphones let out a raw, guttural scream of exertion or pain. While one man glared with burning intensity, another grimaced in agony as he stared into his phone. In the chaos, one figure tumbled down a steep, rubble-filled incline. A woman with blonde hair silently reflected that the madness was spreading. Elsewhere, a woman with dark hair screamed Aaron's name, demanding to know what he was doing. She desperately pleaded with Aaron to stop. A muscular man with gray hair simply roared for them to fight. A man with a dark beard and skin echoed the sentiment, shouting for the fighter to win. The man with dark hair demanded proof, a demonstration of the pinnacle of superiority. In the ring, a dark-skinned boxer lunged forward, his gloved fists ready to strike. The faces of the combatants were masks of pure aggression, slick with blood and sweat. A question hung in the air: how had humans come to see themselves as gods? How did they come to believe they could wield power over life and death? The 89th episode began, titled simply, Idol. The bald coach shouted encouragement to Aaron, promising that victory was within reach. He claimed that while it looked like a tie, his opponent faced a gap he couldn't possibly bridge. The coach's private thought was that the true gap was the amount of blood left in their bodies. A telling smear of blood was visible around Aaron's mouth. A worried woman watching the fight could only whisper Aaron's name in fear. The boxer's arm and torso were covered in a fresh layer of cuts and blood. A scarred white-haired man observed from the sidelines, noting that his wounds were deep and his punches would soon weaken. The opponent's dark-haired coach sternly informed his fighter that this would be the deciding round. Another white-haired coach delivered an ultimatum: if he couldn't finish his opponent now, he would be the one finished. The stakes were set in stark terms of life and death, to be decided in this final round. The white-haired coach knew with certainty that this was the round where everything would be determined. He believed that in this moment, a god would be born. The dark-skinned boxer landed a powerful punch on his opponent in the center of the ring. As he fought, the dark-skinned boxer's mind fixated on surviving, flashing to an image of a young girl sleeping peacefully. His desperate will to survive echoed again, this time paired with a memory of a couple gazing at a starry night sky. In another memory, a woman holding an umbrella looked down at him on the wet ground and remarked that they met again. The present slammed back into focus with the brutal reality of the fight, shown in a bloody grimace and a fierce exchange of blows. A gentler memory surfaced of a man and a woman sitting together under an umbrella at an outdoor cafe. He recalled the serene, smiling face of a dark-skinned woman with her eyes closed in contentment. The tranquility was shattered by a close-up of a bloodied, intense eye, locked in the heat of battle. The violent struggle of the boxing match was juxtaposed with a tender image of two hands clasped together. A vision of a man looking down at a woman in a hospital bed holding their newborn baby flashed through his mind. The white-haired man clinically observed that the boxer's left shoulder had been dislocated, limiting his defensive movements. Blood was now visibly seeping from the torn fabric of the fighter's glove. The analyst continued, noting that with blood spilling from his gloves, the fighter's right shoulder was also breaking down. An extreme close-up showed a single blue eye, a stark beacon of focus amidst bruised and reddened skin. An unseen observer breathlessly declared the brutal spectacle magnificent. A distressed woman with blue eyes stared forward, trapped between two large, imposing figures. In a different time, a woman with dark hair gently chided a man lying on the wet ground, comparing him to a soaked kitten. Lost in thought, the man with blue eyes asked her why she thought people were born into this life. As rain pattered around them, he confessed that it was a question he had always wanted to know the answer to. The woman with dark hair feigned surprise, asking if he truly did not know. The image cut back to a fighter's torso, revealing a grievous, dark wound on his chest. A mangled and bloody shoulder served as a testament to the violent confrontation. One observer hid their face in despair while another could only look on with a somber expression. In the corner, a man with dark hair gave a chillingly simple command, "Do it." His voice rose to a scream, repeating the demand with terrifying urgency. The flashback continued, with the woman explaining some believe life is purposeless, while the man countered that purpose is self-determined. A wise speaker interrupted their debate, confidently stating that they knew the real answer. A close-up of a partially obscured eye in shadow hinted at the gravity of the coming revelation. The speaker promised to provide a clear and precise answer, dismissing ambiguity. In the ring, a bloodied Yu stared forward, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and desperation. An old man commentating observed that Yu's posture had finally collapsed, but warned Aaron would also suffer irrecoverable damage if the fight continued. The commentator concluded grimly that both fighters had reached their absolute thresholds. The narrator's voice boomed, declaring the time had come to decide between life and death. A final question echoed, would a god be born, or would a hero bite the dust? The wise speaker from the past began their explanation, stating simply that people. As the moment of truth arrived, Fighter Yu's mind was consumed by a single, desperate thought, I will survive. The first of a final combination landed with a thunderous boom. A second devastating blow shook the very foundation of the ring. The third strike connected with brutal, decisive force. The relentless assault continued, with two more heavy impacts landing in quick succession. A symbolic image of a pale, intricate brain flashed across the screen. It was immediately followed by the image of a vibrant, vascular heart, beating furiously. The woman with dark hair finally finished her sentence from the past, revealing her belief that people are born to love one another. An intense close-up showed a blue eye with a now red pupil, reflecting a profound and painful realization. A vision of a small, sad-looking boy standing alone and isolated flickered into existence. That vision then shifted to a man with short dark hair and light blue eyes, standing with an air of uncertainty. A final, ominous image showed a person's profile next to a dark, circular object. A bearded man in the crowd frantically yelled for a stretcher and for someone to call 911. Medics rushed to check on the motionless fighter as he was loaded onto a stretcher in the middle of the ring. A woman with a ponytail let out a horrified shriek at the gruesome outcome. One fighter knelt in the exhaustion of victory, his muscular back turned as his opponent was carried away. The scene shifted to a man with blonde hair, whose eyes glowed with a menacing yellow light, observing the aftermath. The roar of the crowd had long since faded, leaving only the stark image of the ring in a now somber stadium. In the commentary booth, a man with an afro could only stare down in silent dismay. A heavy thud echoed the weight of the moment as two officials sat in stunned silence. The man with the afro finally broke the silence, cursing the brutal outcome of the match. Elsewhere, a man grimaced at the sight of a crumpled, blood-stained cloth, a grim souvenir of the fight. A wave of guilt washed over the bald man, his thoughts screaming what he had done. A woman with long blonde hair stared blankly into the distance, her pale eyes wide with concern. The victorious white-haired man, Yu, called it a fantastic match, telling his fallen opponent to get a lot of rest. A close-up of Yu's intense blue eye revealed the cold focus that had carried him to this moment. He stood with a stern, unyielding expression, the undisputed champion of the hour. But for his opponent, Aaron, the match ended with him lying motionless, a river of blood on his chest. Medical personnel rushed him away on a stretcher, a grim procession under the stadium's harsh lights. The urgent call for 100 jowls echoed as the medical team began their desperate work. Gloved hands pressed defibrillator paddles against his bare chest, a last-ditch effort to restart his life. A memory surfaced of his young daughter with brown hair simply stating that she loved her dad. In the present, a lone woman sat on a bench in a dimly lit hospital hallway. The girl's innocent thoughts recalled how people were sometimes scared of her dad at first. As a doctor yelled, "Clear," and a jolt shook Aaron's body, the girl's voiceover insisted her dad was actually very friendly and nice. The medical team increased the charge to 200 jowls. The girl's voice remembered how her dad would always smile kindly at her, even when she struggled. Another, "Clear," was called by the bearded doctor, sending a heavy thump through Aaron's still form. The remembered voice of his child explained how her father would quietly listen to her whenever she was mad. The defibrillator was charged to its maximum of 360 jowls. A single tear traced a path down a cheek as someone gripped their arm in anguish. The young girl's final thought echoed, playing with her dad was really fun. The doctor with piercing blue eyes gave the final command to clear. At the same time, the memory of the young girl's voice declared with all her heart how much she liked her dad. A final, dull thump marked the last attempt to bring him back. The scene flashed back to a girl on a swing at an orphanage, asking a young Aaron about his future. Aaron admitted that he wasn't sure, having never really thought about it. The boy with blue eyes, however, confidently stated his desire to get married as soon as possible. He dreamed of creating the happiest family in the world. Back in the stark reality of the hospital, Aaron's wife buried her face in her hands. She whispered into the silence, asking if he was really going to die like this. Her mind descended into a chaotic storm of fear, denial, and regret, questioning every decision that led to this moment. A tale began with three fundamental truths: death, life, and the humanity caught between them. A close-up on a tear-filled eye reflected the complex and heartbreaking truth of their situation. A doctor approached, beginning his explanation by confirming they had managed to save her husband's life. However, he continued, his internal organs had sustained severe damage. The doctor explained that his heart had stopped for a dangerously long time. A second doctor with blue eyes stepped in to deliver the final, devastating part of the prognosis. He stated with grim honesty that any chance of Aaron regaining consciousness was minuscule. A small voice then broke the heavy silence, as the child simply asked for her mom. The young woman then asked the impossible question, why wasn't Daddy waking up? Her mother, the woman in the black coat, gently explained that he had worked so hard boxing that he needed to sleep for a very long time. The camera focused on their matching blue eyes, one pair filled with innocent confusion, the other with barely contained sorrow. The young child squeezed her mother's hand and finally voiced her deepest fear, asking if her daddy was going to die. The mother's composure shattered, her own distress mirroring her daughter's as tears streamed down her face. As the child began to sob, her mother quickly promised her that the doctor had said he wasn't going to die. She reassured her daughter that her dad, the strongest person she knew, would wake up after getting plenty of rest. Just as the child agreed, a soft rapping at the door interrupted them, and the mother called for the visitor to enter. The woman and her child turned together to face the person standing in the doorway. A woman in a blue shirt offered to take the child for a snack, just as a woman in a suit named Carmen entered, overwhelmed with apologies. Carmen took full responsibility, believing that if she hadn't asked him to take the match, none of this would have happened. Aaron's wife, her dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, turned to face the guilt-ridden woman. She calmly stopped Carmen before she could say another word. She explained that she had watched every single one of Aaron's matches. This one, she insisted, was different, and it was not Carmen's fault. She pointed out the grim possibility that the person lying in the bed could have easily been you instead. Or perhaps, she mused, neither man would have made it out in one piece. But she knew that in that final, crucial moment, something had shifted. She revealed that Aaron had always been tormented. He was haunted by the guilt of his past and a desperate search for the value of his own existence. Carmen listened intently, her expression unreadable as she absorbed the weight of the wife's words. That, his wife explained, was why he made his final decision for himself. She believed that even at the risk of losing his life, he chose to be human instead of the monster Kay had created. The woman with the ponytail told Carmen that she had nothing to be sorry for. On the contrary, she felt an incredible sense of pride for her husband. She saw him as a man of immense courage and a profoundly warm heart. With newfound resolve, she declared that she would stay strong too, just as she had promised him she would. Carmen stood alone in the hallway afterward, the profound conversation echoing in her thoughts. The wife's final words played in her mind, a mix of faint hope for his recovery and the strength to go on even if he never woke. Her determined declaration had trailed off, thick with unspoken emotion and unwavering love. As a narrator spoke of the world's many tragedies, Carmen silently wondered why something like this had to happen to them. The universal question hung in the air: will we ever know the reason for our tears, or find a day when they can finally be wiped away? A single tear track on a woman's face was a silent testament to the sorrow that remained. Yet, from the depths of this sadness, a new voice of belief began to emerge. The scene shifted to a quiet room, where a pair of legs stood near a small black cat. The cat affectionately wound itself around the person's leg. A man in a black hoodie, revealed to be you, crouched down and gently stroked the friendly animal. As the narrator's voice expressed its belief that a better day will come, you was seen sleeping peacefully, the black cat curled up on the bed beside him. He rested in quiet tranquility, the violence and glory of the ring a distant world away. His staggering accomplishments were then summarized: the new heavyweight champion with a perfect record of 22 wins, 22 knockouts, and an unprecedented conquest of 9 weight divisions. Meanwhile, at a press conference, a man at a podium formally announced his return to boxing. The blond man with a mustache flashed a confident smile for the assembled media. He announced that his first target was the current interim middleweight champion. His voice rang out with a clear challenge as he named Fabrizio Santorino. The stage was set for the next epic confrontation. The heavyweight title match had concluded in tragedy, and the world mourned the loss of Aaron Tide. In the wake of this sorrow, the boxing world was forced to greet an unparalleled and perhaps the greatest fighter in its history. This new phenomenon conquered an astonishing 9 weight divisions, from the lightest class all the way to heavyweight. Aside from the fateful heavyweight bout, all of his victories were utterly overwhelming, leaving his opponents without a shred of hope. Every single one of his triumphs came by way of a knockout. In his meteoric rise, even the formidable Aaron Tide had become just another name on his list. While amassing a perfect record of 22 wins, 22 KOs, and 0 losses, his superhuman strength prevented any opponent from scoring a single point. In the eyes of the world, a supreme being had just been born in the ring. An intense, focused gaze burned with unspoken purpose. A championship belt glittered in the dim light of the arena, held between 2 shadowed figures. Simultaneously, another legendary boxer officially expressed his intention to return to the sport. The man with blonde hair stood with his back to the world, a faint aura hinting at his power. He had previously made a shocking appearance, interrupting the last middleweight title match. His comeback was driven by a single goal, to become an interim champion who could earn an official title match against you. The man with blonde hair wondered aloud if Jay truly wished to meet you in the ring. The stern-faced man questioned how Kay would respond to this emerging challenge. Speculation mounted over how the matches between the Santorino brothers and the mysterious Jay would unfold. These monumental events rippled through the boxing world, igniting a fire of anticipation among the fans. Behind a podium, a man with white hair and a determined expression prepared to address the press. Peter Kent of Everyday Sports introduced himself to the assembled media. The older boxer acknowledged that he and you had seemingly achieved everything possible in the world of boxing. Peter Kent noted that some were even wondering if Yu's next move would be retirement. The reporter then directly asked what Yu's future plans were. A piercing blue eye stared forward, filled with unwavering resolve. The older boxer explained that while you could remain a heavyweight, the middleweight division was where a boxer of his caliber could achieve peak athletic performance. Peter Kent then officially announced that you would relinquish all his titles except for the middleweight belt, to which he would now devote himself. The man with the mustache, however, knew this was merely a customary reason for the decision. The one-eyed man bluntly stated that their true target was Jay. The mustached man's eyes narrowed, his focus locked on the path ahead. The story of the boxer was entering its next volatile chapter. The one-eyed man delivered a chilling message, promising Jay they would be waiting for him at his final resting place. A new stage was set in the grand saga of the boxer. The man with the afro thought to himself that he knew things would turn out this way. The muscular older man remarked that this fighter's very style of boxing was a fundamental denial of Kay's philosophy. He then instructed the fighter to go show his opponent what it truly means to box. An announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, welcoming boxing fans around the world to a day they had all been waiting for. The announcer presented the match: Bob Norris, the strongest middleweight champion, versus Jay, the uncrowned king and the boxer's boxer. The opening bell rang, and the match began with an immediate, explosive exchange. There was once a boxer who was universally respected by all other fighters. His record of 33 wins and 26 losses across 62 matches was not glamorous, but every single one of his fights became the stuff of legend. He had a strange habit of overwhelming the strongest champions with ease. Yet he would also engage in furious, drawn-out battles with rookies fresh from their debut bouts. His fights stirred something deep within the hearts of those who watched. It was a feeling beyond victory or defeat, something difficult to capture in words. When asked his thoughts on Jay's return, former middleweight world champion Chavo Uris paused in thought. Chavo Uris then exclaimed that Jay was a great boxer and one of the few opponents he ever wanted to face again. The red-haired man enthusiastically agreed, declaring he was one of the few he would welcome a rematch with. The man in the gray sweater described Jay as an interesting and paradoxical character. He appeared weak and strong at the same time, a fighter who defied simple categorization. The man in the gray sweater concluded that Jay was a boxer for whom such labels ultimately didn't matter. A warehouse worker humbly recalled his time as a no-name boxer. He remembered the moment he fought against Jay and the profound feeling it gave him. He admitted that what he was about to say might sound strange to others. A piercing golden eye flashed from beneath a fringe of blonde hair. The warehouse worker confessed that it felt as if his entire boxing career had been leading to that one singular moment in the ring with Jay. A voice from a red boxing glove declared that the match was over. A commentator with headphones excitedly announced to the world that Jay was officially back. Post-match praise lauded the fight as an honor for Jay's opponent. Another commentator with a goatee soberly confirmed his return. Everyone knew he had returned for one reason: to meet you. An eye widened in realization as the glare of stadium lights filled the arena. The man with the afro mused that Kay, blinded by victory, was likely unaware of the truth. He knew that the most powerful boxer in the world was neither Aaron nor you. A spectator's eye widened in sheer astonishment at the events unfolding. The man with blonde hair and scars recapped how Jay had dismantled his opponents to qualify for the interim middleweight championship match against Fabrizio Santorino. The man with tribal markings listened to the news with a thoughtful hum. The man with facial tattoos let out a dismissive huff at the challenge. He then cracked his neck, declaring that it had been a while, but he was ready to do this. Jay stared forward, his yellow eyes glowing with an unearthly intensity. The day of the match finally arrived. An announcer observed that Jay appeared even stronger than before his comeback. His partner wondered if Jay could win this fight and claim the interim middleweight title. The man with gray hair posed the ultimate question of whether Jay could finally earn his meeting with you, as the World Middleweight Interim Championship began. The man with facial tattoos stood beside his cornerman, while Jay looked on from below, ready for battle. The intense eyes of both the tattooed fighter and the blonde challenger met across the canvas. The epic confrontation was about to begin. The announcer excitedly welcomed everyone to the main event, declaring the World Middleweight Interim Championship title match had finally begun to the roaring cheers of the crowd. Two men, Fabrizio with his spiky golden hair and tattoos, and another in a brown suit, stood side by side as Jay, a blonde man with piercing yellow eyes, was shown in a close-up. The distinct red eye with black markings and a golden yellow eye were shown in sharp close-up. A leg in yellow track pants and a red shoe stepped purposefully forward, signaling the story and art by J.H., the boxer. A blonde man with a mustache, dressed in a suit and tie, cast his gaze to the side, with other figures blurred in the background. Previously, following Yu's middleweight title match, the association had postponed his defensive battle, considering his immense symbolic importance. They granted Yu long-term possession of his title while he pursued a move to the heavyweight division. Consequently, intense fights erupted among top-ranked boxers, all vying for the interim middleweight champion title. A gravestone, adorned with flowers and bearing the name Luciano Mondi, stood solemnly between two pairs of legs. Two men, their backs to the viewer, stood contemplating a gravestone beneath the sprawling branches of a large tree. The narration dramatically announced Fabrizio Santorino's return, fully recovered from his injuries. Though his title had been wrested away, the question lingered, could he once again prove why he was the strongest? The bald fighter declared with fervor that he had been eagerly awaiting this very day. In their previous match, he had attempted to win fairly, but now realized that had been his mistake. With a forceful wham, Fabrizio vowed to beat his opponent at his own game this time. The referee warned the fighters about butting, threatening a warning if it happened again, to which the bald fighter casually replied it was an accident. Fabrizio called out sharply. He instructed his opponent to take it easy, emphasizing that they no longer engaged in such tactics. The bald fighter stared back in clear disbelief. A man with a mustache mused that it appeared the fighters had decided against any further foul play. The crowd, specifically addressing Fabrizio, demanded to know what he was doing, expressing their disappointment that they didn't come to see him play fair. As a result, the unique entertainment and raw power they once possessed had undoubtedly vanished. The crowd continued to heckle, telling him to stop pretending and demanding he do what he always had, their frustration turning to boos. The crowd's anger escalated, calling him a disgusting piece of trash. Fabrizio, unable to contain his frustration, yelled back at the crowd to shut up, why little shits. Despite his apparent change in tactics, his fundamental personality remained unaltered. The bald boxer began, a challenge in his tone. He questioned if Fabrizio believed he could suddenly atone for his past transgressions. Fabrizio's foot stepped down with force as he declared his disgust, asserting that the crowd needed to suffer more and be punished. The bell rang, signaling the end of the round, as both fighters huffed and puffed from their exertions. Fabrizio inquired if his opponent was feeling somewhat better. A sharp TSK sound punctuated the air. The blurry image of a crowd cheered raucously within the stadium. Their brutal, bloody battles relentlessly continued. Fabrizio cursed, wondering if his opponents had always possessed such strength. He let out a dismissive HMPH. A wave of self-reproach washed over Fabrizio, feeling that he, a man of his caliber, had been champion for too long while such strong contenders existed. Meanwhile, Santorino's second urged him, "It's not too late, Santorino. Just do what you're used to, you idiot. Ha ha ha. Nobody expects fair play from you anyway." Fabrizio furiously retorted, "Shut the hell up." He adamantly declared that he would no longer resort to those tactics, regardless of the match's outcome. Fabrizio stood triumphantly over his defeated opponent, who lay prone in the center of the ring. The final bells chimed repeatedly, accompanied by the heavy huffs of the exhausted fighters. Fabrizio stammered, overwhelmed, that he had accomplished it. He exclaimed, "We did it," a sentiment echoed by the man in red who shouted, "We did." On a couch, one woman covered her mouth in shock while the other smiled broadly, watching the events unfold. Fabrizio reflected that, this time, it was really boxing. Two figures stood with their backs turned, gazing at a bright sky, while an elderly man with a long beard looked up from below. With a shout of triumph, Fabrizio proclaimed, "I'm the champion." The narration confirmed that the Santorino brothers had successfully won the middleweight interim title. Even though it was only half a title, their victory was significant. Their expressions were notably different from when they had previously claimed the middleweight world champion title. Two men, Fabrizio adorned with tattoos and his brother impeccably dressed in a suit, embraced with broad smiles. The announcer boisterously welcomed everyone, exclaiming, "It's finally time for today's main event," as a wave of sound washed over the arena, officially declaring the start of the World Middleweight Interim Championship title match. Close-up shots revealed a man with facial tattoos, Fabrizio, another in a suit, and finally, Jay, a man with blonde hair and intensely glowing eyes. Two men addressed Jay, who stood poised in the boxing ring. An elderly man warned that while they hadn't used cowardly means recently, they might still have a trick hidden for a critical moment. The bald man with tattoos emphatically agreed, urging Jay not to let his guard down. He continued, speculating that even if they genuinely had changed, caution was still necessary. A masked man completed the thought, suggesting that, their old habits could come back when they're pushed into a corner. Jay, the blond man with glowing eyes, laughed and conceded that was certainly true. However, Jay asserted with confidence that such a reversion won't happen today. The brown-haired man cautioned against underestimating Jay due to his advancing age. Fabrizio added that Jay was both a legend and a seasoned veteran. The brown-haired man advised that their normal strategy would fail against Jay, instructing Fabrizio to go all out once that bell rings. Fabrizio readily agreed, acknowledging it was a match against the one and only Jay. He affirmed his commitment to play hard in a match like this. He then addressed an unseen old man, admitting it was too embarrassing to say what he was about to express aloud. Fabrizio confessed his immense respect for the old man ever since that day, and declared he wouldn't allow him to face Jay. He acknowledged the potential hypocrisy of his next statement. He declared with conviction that is not boxing. He then resolved to do everything in his power to stop the old man, requesting that he not be thought of poorly. The announcer dramatically declared, "It's Jay versus Santorino and Santorino versus Jay," framing it as, the fateful match between a boxer who's cleaned up his past and a boxer from the past, and questioned which one would ultimately face you. A man with a beard and headset was shown in profile, intently focused. The white-haired coach/spectator sat, his gaze fixed on the boxing ring above. A close-up revealed the white-haired coach/spectator's stern, unwavering expression. The narration announced the match, as close-ups focused on the contrasting boxing boots, black and yellow versus white and red, and the determined faces of boxer Jay and Fabrizio Santorino. A ding-dang sound filled the air as the announcer declared the match begins now, and shouted, "Box." Boxer Jay swiftly landed a punch directly to Fabrizio Santorino's face during their intense match. A close-up captured Boxer Jay's face, etched with fierce determination. An intense eye, belonging to an unseen character, was highlighted in a tight close-up. The white-haired coach/spectator watched the unfolding match with a deeply thoughtful expression. A heavy thud echoed through the arena. The announcer shouted, "Down," as the scene concluded, teasing that the story was to be continued. In one corner, the man in the red suit stood with his arms crossed, his gaze locked forward with piercing intensity. Across the arena, the man with white hair and piercing blue eyes watched the ring, his expression an unreadable mask of severity. The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, screaming that Jay had knocked Fabrizio Santorino down right out of the gate. An unknown boxer watching from the sidelines observed that Jay had truly sharpened his sword for this match. He continued, noting Jay's clear intent to win the right to a title match against you. The referee began his count over the downed Fabrizio, shouting, 1, then 2. On the canvas, the boxer with tattoos dazedly wondered what had just happened. In his mind, he questioned if he had truly just been knocked down. The fallen boxer's thoughts focused on a single imperative: he had to get up. As the referee's count reached 6, the man in the suit cursed, watching his brother struggle. Marco Santorino realized that Jay had used a surprise attack from the start, a tactic he had never employed before. With dawning horror, Marco understood that they had fallen right into Jay's trap. Back on their feet, the two boxers faced each other once more in the center of the ring. The scowling boxer, Fabrizio, wiped his mouth and admitted that the blow had certainly woken him up. Marco watched Jay with a new sense of dread, realizing the old man's true intentions. The blonde boxer now understood that Jay really planned on winning this fight. Fabrizio defiantly told Jay he had no intention of letting him advance, immediately going on the offensive to prove he was a changed man. A solid punch landed with a loud whack. From the corner, the man in the suit, Marco, yelled his encouragement. A thought intruded, a memory of analysis. Surprisingly, Jay did not have a specific style of boxing. He could be an outboxer, an in-fighter, or a brutal slugger, changing his approach for every match. Furthermore, the analysis concluded that Jay had no discernible habits to exploit. Marco recalled watching all of Jay's matches dozens of times, but in the end, he couldn't find a single weakness. This chilling fact made preparing a tailored strategy against Jay almost impossible. The man in the suit had concluded that there was only one thing they could do. Fabrizio had agreed with the strategy, to go at Jay with everything they had. Though the Santorino brothers' box office power had dwindled over the years, their skills had not. In fact, their abilities had evolved into something else entirely. They had once each been only half a boxer. The older brother, Marco, possessed a brilliant mind, while the younger brother, Fabrizio, had remarkable physical ability. Separately, they knew they could never reach the pinnacle of the sport. However, the possibility remained that their skills could be combined. Symbolically, a suited arm and a bandaged fist reached upwards together. Their combined ambition manifested as two hands grasping for a glowing championship belt. They had abandoned their old ways for a path of blood, sweat, and tears, with Marco crafting strategies and Fabrizio diligently honing his craft. The brothers were no longer incomplete fighters. Together, they had forged themselves into champions truly worthy of the title. But back in the present, a powerful blow from Jay left the blonde boxer looking surprised and hurt. A voice from a cherished memory echoed, expressing immense pride in the man he had become. The announcer's voice rang out, formally introducing Marco Santorino and Fabrizio Santorino. Fabrizio reacted in shock as Jay closed the distance with impossible speed. Another vicious punch from his opponent slammed into Fabrizio Santorino's face. Fabrizio reeled with a pained expression while his brother Marco watched on with grave seriousness. The younger Santorino's gloved fists hit the canvas for a second time. The announcer shouted that Fabrizio was down again, and this time, it looked like it had done real damage. Marco Santorino stared at the ring in disbelief, trying to process what he was seeing. He frantically wondered if that old man had always been this impossibly strong. Fabrizio, however, defiantly thought that it was still not enough to keep him down. A somber inner voice, Marco's perhaps, conceded that Fabrizio still wouldn't stand a chance against him. Fighter 1 ominously shouted the count of 6. The same voice then declared with certainty that Fabrizio was going to die. On the mat, Fabrizio could only pant, his breath ragged and his body screaming. His mind drifted back to a time when he had just debuted as a pro, and Jay was on the verge of retirement. He remembered the desperate struggle he and his brother faced, trying to pay their mother's hospital bills. It was during that difficult time that they first met Jay in the ring. The memory crystallized on the moment the two boxers stared each other down. Fabrizio recalled the common philosophy of boxing, a singular goal to beat one's opponent senseless. He remembered the brutal training, the terrifying mornings, and the severe weight loss required. It was a life driven by a frenzied tenacity to destroy one's opponent, from morning until night. The accumulation of all that hardship was meant to erupt violently in the match. But for some reason, fighting Jay had been different. The blonde boxer remembered that in that long-ago fight, he had felt like he was being consoled. He came to understand that this grueling, painful path was Jay's entire life. In that moment, he grasped what boxing truly meant to the old man. Back in the present, the two fighters were locked in a desperate clinch. The referee, the boxer with red gloves, stepped in and yelled for them to break, while Jay growled for Fabrizio to get off. Fabrizio's face was a mask of grim determination. The boxer with face paint roared that he would never let Jay pass him to get to you. In a moment of intense self-awareness, Fabrizio muttered his own name aloud, as if steeling his resolve. The referee ordered them to box, and the fight resumed with an explosive bang. Fabrizio's opponent was caught off guard as a punch landed with a sharp whack. Another blow connected with brutal force. The intense focus of the battle was reflected in the close-up shots of both men's eyes. A heavy punch landed with a resounding thud. Another followed almost immediately, echoing the first. The man in the suit, Marco, recalled a question that had plagued him while preparing for Jay, a detail he had dismissed as a minor risk. Marco's thoughts circled back to that persistent, nagging question: how did Jay have zero habits? He knew that even the great Jean-Pierre had minor tells, yet he couldn't find a single iota of a habit in Jay. The camera focused on Jay's otherworldly eye, with its red iris and black tribal markings. In the ring, Fabrizio stared at his opponent, suddenly wondering if what he was facing was even humanly possible. He realized with dawning awe that this power went beyond anything anyone could imagine. For a moment it was as if he was looking into the vast, cosmic expanse of a galaxy. He saw not a man, but an eye containing the impossible brightness of a sun. Fabrizio began to laugh, a sound laced with both awe and utter despair. The headset commentator reacted in confusion, asking what was going on. He pointed out that Fabrizio had inexplicably stopped the match. Another commentator noted Fabrizio's discussion with the referee before exclaiming that they had breaking news. The announcer's voice filled the arena, declaring that something unbelievable had just happened. The commentator confirmed the shocking development: Fabrizio Santorino had voluntarily thrown in the towel. With the ringing of the bell signaling the end, he was left to wonder what in the world could have happened inside that ring. Marco Santorino grimly noted that the spectators probably couldn't understand what they were seeing. The man with white hair, Ryu, delivered a chilling warning to an unseen K, telling him to be very afraid. Ryu declared that this was because the god of boxing himself was coming to meet K's fighter. Ryu let out a small, grim huff of air, his prophecy hanging in the silent arena. The roar of the crowd echoed with fervent anticipation. A boxer on a television screen began the introduction for the middleweight world champion, U. The man on TV declared that it was finally time for the two champions to meet in the ring. The camera focused intently on the unyielding gaze of a young man. The golden-haired fighter, announced with a confident smile that he would be looking forward to the match. An off-panel voice suddenly yelled out for a boy. A broadcast update confirmed that Jay had officially won the World Middleweight Interim Championship title. In a crowded bar, a bald man in a gray shirt asked his friend if he saw that a date was set, while the other wondered what kind of fight they would witness. A man in a green jacket dismissed Jay's chances against you due to their different careers, but his companion mockingly asked if Jay's bloody path could even be called a career. At another table, a man in a white shirt and tie expressed his surprise that a young man also followed boxing. A man in a green hoodie speculated that Jay might actually win, prompting a nearby blonde man to laugh it off as an impossibility. In a bustling newsroom, an unseen boss frantically ordered his team to prepare interview questions and contact other departments, demanding a draft by 5 p.m. A mustached man watching the developing story was lost in his thoughts, full of wonder. The golden-haired fighter, privately pondered what kind of match was truly about to unfold. A question flashed across a screen, asking the fighters what boxing meant to them. A memory of a past interview showed a man with a mustache typing on a laptop while a cameraman filmed. The man collecting his camera bag recalled that interviewing you was no joke, while the man with the laptop agreed that all of you's answers had been curt. The man with the laptop then mused that it seemed every one of K's boxers was lacking something. A bearded man with a cap conceded that being the greatest boxer of all time was certainly a major achievement. However, a spiky-haired man in their group wondered aloud if you would be okay as a human being. The bearded man shrugged off the concern, stating it was nothing they needed to worry about, and the man with the laptop agreed. The name, Jay, lingered in the public consciousness, a focal point of intense speculation. Unlike his previous matches, Jay had been solely fixated on winning the interim title, leaving everyone to wonder why he wanted to meet you so badly. The man with the mustache continued to contemplate the mysterious circumstances surrounding the fight. A sudden, violent boom shattered the quiet atmosphere of a gym. A fallen boxer cried out for his coach, his plea echoed by another person dressed in black. The man with the beard and the man with the mustache shouted in unison for someone to call an ambulance. The camera captured a close-up of a cold, emotionless green eye. A person with spiky black hair stood with their back to the viewer, silhouetted against a stark red background. The scene transitioned to the sterile halls of International Hospital. The steady, monotonous beeping of a heart monitor echoed through a quiet room. A woman with dark skin and hair softly spoke the name, Aaron. Lying in the hospital bed, Aaron thought to himself that every morning he woke up, he still wished it was all just a dream. He was determined to stay strong, but the pain in his heart felt immense and unbearable. The dark-haired woman beside him tearfully asked what their future held, questioning if he would stay lying there forever. A memory flashed of a man holding a child, ominously speaking of what would happen from that point on. The phrase, "from now on," hung in the air, imbued with a sense of irreversible finality. Back in the hospital room, the woman kept her solemn vigil by the man's bedside. The frame tightened on a man with spiky black hair, the dark circles under his eyes telling a story of exhaustion and sorrow. At a press conference, the blonde moderator announced it was time to hear a final word from each side. The man in the center specified that they would hear from you first. But before you could speak, the man with spiky black hair declared that he would answer for him. A gray-haired man from Yu's camp observed that everyone seemed oddly invested in this particular match. The blonde moderator reasoned it was because it looked like a legendary boxer, free from the concepts of victory and defeat, was challenging the current strongest fighter. A silver-haired man from K's side sneered, asking if they really expected some trite, meaningful performance before promising to be clear. He declared with chilling certainty that the match was going to be the most brutal and meaningless fight in the history of boxing. The silver-haired man continued, stating that he had already accomplished everything he had set out to achieve. He looked out at the press with contempt, asking if they got it. The blonde moderator tried to argue that fighting wasn't just about winning or losing. But the silver-haired man dismissed this, insisting the fight was for his personal enjoyment and about claiming a trophy he felt he rightfully deserved. The flustered blonde moderator quickly moved on, announcing it was Jay's turn. Jay, the blonde man, began by acknowledging that in his past interviews, he always said he looked forward to a good, fair match. He then paused, explaining that this time, he had a bit of a different statement to make. With unwavering conviction, he declared his intention to win the fight, stating that Kay was no match for him. The blonde-haired man finished his speech with a simple and resolute, "That is all." The scene shifted to a silent church standing beneath a vast, starry night sky. A man in a yellow jacket asked a companion if he was really going to go up against his opponent. The man in a white shirt replied that his friend already knew how good the opponent was without needing to be told. The man in the yellow jacket expressed his bewilderment at the fighter's unexpected return from retirement, while another blonde-haired man asked what he could possibly be thinking. The view pulled back to reveal a simple house roof under the same endless, star-dusted sky. A black-haired man sat alone in quiet, cross-legged contemplation. The man in the yellow jacket turned to an old man and asked him what he thought the universe was. He posited that perhaps it was an unimaginably harsh and colossal space of death, where survival was impossible for more than a few seconds. A white-haired man hummed thoughtfully as a disembodied voice suggested that maybe all of us are simply wandering aimlessly. The thought continued, framing humanity as lost souls wandering within the confines of death itself. A person holding a cat was overcome with a deep sadness at this notion, their breath catching in their chest. Another person with dark hair wondered why the world they inhabited was in such a state. The blonde man's voice echoed the universal query, asking about the very meaning of existence. The heavy sound of gasping breaths filled the silence, underscoring the suffocating weight of the question. A trembling cat seemed to ask where everyone was headed. The ultimate question was posed once more: what is the meaning of life? The camera zoomed into a single eye, wide with profound and palpable distress. A lone person looked up into the vast, indifferent expanse of the cosmos. The frame was suddenly filled with a dense, faceless crowd of people. A wider shot revealed a multitude of diverse individuals walking through a busy city, each lost in their own world. The narration then spoke a single, direct word to the audience: you. It asked if we all exist merely for the sake of existing. A pregnant pause followed, letting the word "or" hang in the air. The voice completed its thought, questioning if there is some greater meaning to our existence. A rapid montage of images flashed by: a crying child, a crayon drawing of a family, abstract patterns, a woman's hair, and the silhouette of a cat. The sequence concluded with a small child standing alone in a dimly lit room, covering their face with their hands in despair. The story to follow contains depictions of abuse and content that may be upsetting, for which the viewer is warned. It began in the basement, a place where no voice could reach and not a single speck of sunlight could enter. A single, bare light bulb hung from the concrete ceiling, providing the only illumination. The room was an imposing cube, a prison with stairs leading to a heavily locked door. A person with long, gray hair was curled up on the cold floor, next to the white noise of a static-filled television. A close-up showed their face contorted in distress, eyes wide with terror as they gritted their teeth. As the distressed person trembled violently, they finally let out a long, agonized scream. From the television, a TV announcer and another speaker echoed the torment with their own pained cries. A low groan joined the cacophony, adding to the suffocating atmosphere of despair. It was amid this constant state of fear and madness that two small, bloody hands were seen, one reaching out while the other curled into a fist. That a boy was born. The very air seemed to tremble with the arrival of a new, fragile life. A crying, bruised baby reached its small hand out toward another infant's grasp. The bruises on the person's face were a stark testament to the world they had been born into. He was human. Like any other, the crying baby lay vulnerable on a soft white surface. The narration stated that all humans are born into the world. Each one takes their own path and, through it, learns of the world. They learn about mother and father, and the concept of an ego. They learn the feeling of joy and the ache of sadness. They discover the heights of dreams and the depths of despair. They learn the meaning of freedom. And they come to know the weight of responsibility. They witness both profound beauty and sickening ugliness. They learn of the end. And they learn of the beginning. A man stood alone in a vast field, his back turned to the viewer. A lone figure walked a long, winding path leading toward a single, distant door. This gift of life, with all its potential paths, was also given to this boy. A faint creak echoed through the suffocating silence. The boy's bruised and solemn face was juxtaposed with an intense, stylized eye. A large, shadowy creature with piercing red eyes stood menacingly in a doorway, facing the small child. This horrifying vision was the entirety of the boy's world. He stood isolated in a harsh spotlight, his body hopelessly entangled in a web of black threads. The old television screen flickered to life, showing only the close-up of an eye. The image on the screen then shifted to a happy man and child, a cruel glimpse of a different life. A question hung in the air: how did the boy manage to stay alive for so long? Was it merely because he was lucky? Or perhaps it was because the boy's father still had a shred of humanity left inside him. The boy's tears, however, had long since dried up. The narrator wondered if his survival was due to a latent talent that was slowly beginning to bloom within him. The voice of an angry man offered a colder possibility, sneering that maybe his father just needed a puppet to take his anger out on. Whatever the actual reason might have been. Though the boy wished for death over and over again, he simply could not die. The old television continued to display the happy family, a constant, silent mockery. A single hand reached desperately upwards from the oppressive darkness. Even in this world of profound unhappiness and pain, the boy's life was not extinguished. The source of his torment took the form of a monstrous, fanged creature with glowing red eyes. Eventually, at some point, the boy's inner self simply quit living. The boy no longer cried. That was all. This numbness was because, since the moment he was born, this was the only way he had ever been treated by others. He wasn't resentful or sad about his situation. This was just all he knew, this was just his life. A faint hissing sound accompanied his grim acceptance. Yes, that was all. The sound of water boiling broke the monotony of the room. A hand holding a clipboard appeared, partially obscuring the scene. In the quiet, the girl with long gray hair softly called out for her mom. The boy replied simply, stating that they were having instant noodles. He held up a bowl of the simple meal, a meager offering in their desolate world. A sudden crash shattered the fragile moment. The long-haired girl's voice trembled as she repeatedly questioned why she had to endure this. An off-panel adult voice cut her off, coldly telling her that she has to eat well. The girl huddled on the floor, covering her face with her bruised arms. The dispassionate voice continued, reasoning that if she didn't eat, she would be hungry. The narrator's voice returned, confirming the endless, bleak cycle. Yes, that was all. The sound of someone slurping noodles filled the tense silence. The mechanical noise of chewing followed, a rhythm of pure survival. The long-haired girl remained huddled by the television, which was now showing a family eating a meal together. Another loud slurp provided a stark, pathetic contrast to the happy scene on screen. The television flaunted an image of people dining on a lavish plate of steak and salad. On their own table sat a nearly empty pot of ramen, surrounded by used bowls and chopsticks. The boy, his face still bearing fresh bruises, continued to eat his ramen. A single closed door glowed faintly in the center of the dark room, an impossible promise of escape. That same door was shown to be heavily secured with multiple bolts, a chain, and a large padlock. The young boy kept eating from a pot on a low table, the sound of his chewing echoing softly. The details of their prison were laid bare, mold creeping up the walls. A bathroom reeked with a foul stench, empty alcohol bottles littered the floor, and a single light bulb flickered incessantly. And there was the old television, a constant companion and a window to a world they couldn't have. Within these walls lived a father, a mother, and a boy who had survived for 60,240 hours. This 344-square-foot room was, in its entirety, the boy's world. Then one day, the routine was broken. A sudden clatter echoed through the room. An alien life form had entered his world. The young boy stood silently, his gaze turned away from a figure lying motionless on a bed. A close-up on his bruised face showed a boy conditioned by years of silent suffering. This new being, a simple gray cat, entered the boy's world and let out a curious meow. The story began with the allegory of a prisoner born inside a cave, bound to face only a single wall. He could perceive the outside world solely through the shadows projected from the entrance. These flickering silhouettes were his only glimpse of reality. Then one day, the familiar pattern was broken. A young boy, his face marked with bruises, stared into the void of his existence. The prisoner was finally released from his chains. The boy scrambled up a series of rusted pipes, climbing toward an unknown exit. For the first time, he was about to see the world outside the cave. A total of 2,510 days after he was born, his moment of release had come. The boy, a boxer in the making, finally came face to face with the outside world. His new reality began under the dim glow of a lamppost against a vast, starry night. With wide, startled eyes, he took in the sight of a cat sitting serenely on a nearby wall. He then took his first tentative steps down a narrow, unfamiliar alleyway. The bruises on his face were a stark reminder of the world he had just escaped. Standing on a ledge, the young boy looked up at the black cat that seemed to have let him out. His bruised eyes and split lip told a story of silent suffering. Telephone poles and their tangled wires created a stark silhouette against the celestial expanse. His bare feet stood firmly on the rough, textured ground of this new territory. A woman with long black hair and striking blue eyes suddenly let out a small gasp of surprise. She sat on a ledge smoking a cigarette, the black cat meowing softly beside her. The woman greeted the boy, observing that she had never seen him in the neighborhood before. This was the first time the boy had ever seen another person besides his parents, and his heart began to pound violently. She casually asked if he had recently moved into the area. The narration described this moment as a close encounter of the third kind, his heart thumping in his chest like a drum. A chaotic storm of thoughts flooded the boy's mind as he struggled with the simple concept of conversation. The long-haired woman yawned and asked if he was okay, to which he managed to stammer out a faint agreement. Accepting his response, she smiled and asked for his name. The bruised boy faltered, admitting that he did not know it. The woman was taken aback by his confession, but he quietly confirmed it was true. After a moment of thought, she offered to give him a tour of the neighborhood, but not before telling him to find some shoes. As they walked, she explained that while the area looked like a maze, all the paths were ultimately connected. She then added with a hint of resignation that no matter where you went, it was all the same anyway. The woman politely greeted an elderly man as they passed by. The sound of something crunchy being eaten echoed as the old man closed his eyes. The boy recognized him as the grandpa who gives out candies. After trying the candy, the woman made a face, declaring that the red ginseng flavor was gross. The boy revealed it was his first time eating candy, nodding enthusiastically when she asked if he liked it. She scoffed playfully, telling him not to settle for less because there were far more delicious candies out in the world. The boy wondered to himself if anything could possibly be more delicious than this. The woman warned him to be cautious, pointing out a spot where someone had fallen to their death due to a lack of guardrails. From a nearby apartment, a man's desperate voice screamed about failing an exam and begged to be left alone. A loud bang punctuated the end of his distressed shouts. The woman explained that the man was studying for the civil service exam, remarking that studying is a difficult endeavor. Inside, the man studying for his exam was seen weeping in frustration. The woman with long black hair watched on, solemnly repeating that it was a very difficult thing indeed. The lonely street lamp continued to cast its light upon the quiet, starlit neighborhood. The boy then encountered a man who did nothing but endlessly repeat the word, "where?" An older man explained that this was the "where man," who walked in circles there every single day. Amused, the boy, the woman, and the older man all joined in, echoing the man's strange question. Breathing a sigh of relief, the woman announced that they had almost arrived at their destination. The boy's face lit up as he spotted the cat again, while the woman mused if it had been waiting for them. She explained that the stray cat he had followed earlier had recently given birth to kittens. The woman gently cooed at the tiny newborn kittens. She squealed with delight at how cute they were as they mewed from their hiding spot. The woman reminisced, saying she had known the mother cat since she herself was just a kitten. She found the cycle of life to be something truly amazing. The boy, looking on, quietly added that it was also scary. Leading him onward, she told him to come along. From their new vantage point, they could see the entire neighborhood spread out before them. The woman spoke of the endless cycle of life and death, feeling like a single grain of time in an immeasurable existence. She felt she existed within this impossibly huge system for only a brief moment before disappearing forever. The sheer scale of it all was so terrifying, she confessed, that she could scream. Having already lived a life that felt like death, the boy couldn't truly understand the depth of her words. All he knew was that this vast world and the twinkling night sky were entirely new to him. This first taste of freedom made him feel something he had never felt before. The woman bid the kid a warm farewell, promising she would see him again. Back in the suffocating darkness of his room, the boy peeked out from behind a box at the long-haired girl. He excitedly tried to tell his mother that he had finally been outside. Meanwhile, in a desolate alley, a woman wearing a blue hoodie walked alone. From the shadows, a monstrous, wolf-like creature with glowing eyes watched her every move. Unaware, the boy continued his story, telling the girl about the cat and all the other people he had met. He described the many houses he saw, noting they weren't as grand as the ones on television. As the girl's expression grew distressed, a man violently grabbed the long-haired woman from behind in the alley. The boy's innocent recounting continued as he happily mentioned eating candy for the first time. He babbled on about the kittens he saw with the lady and the strange man who walked in circles. In the alley, the attacker's hand pulled a taser from his jacket, the threat of violence escalating. Having finished his story, the boy looked down, the joy fading from his bruised face. The girl's voice turned sharp as she venomously accused him of abandoning her. Her words shifted to a desperate plea, begging him not to leave her, a plea the boy weakly echoed. She then leaned in close, forcing a kiss upon his lips. The boy panted, unable to breathe, trapped in her suffocating embrace. A close-up showed his bruised, terrified face as he was held tightly against his will. Elsewhere, the long-haired woman, her eyes dark and hollow, took a long drag from her cigarette, the ordeal finally over. On the cold ground, a young boy with a bruised face stared upwards, a story titled, "The Boxer," framing his solitary figure. A singular word echoed in the void, desire. The world was a symphony of wants, for money, for popularity, for love, for life itself. These natural human emotions were a foreign language to the boy, who had lived a life devoid of them. But now, for the first time in his existence, the boy possessed a desire of his own. A quiet thought bloomed in his mind: he wanted to go outside. He desperately wanted to go outside and see just a little more of the world. For several days, the boy focused intently on the sound of his mother's heart. He methodically counted each beat, a rhythmic 1-2 that marked the passage of time in the darkness. The steady thumping was the only clock he needed. He had calculated that once his mother slept, she wouldn't wake until her heart had beaten 21,600 times. Knowing it took 1,000 beats for her to fall into a deep sleep, the boy waited for his moment and ascended into the night once more. He kept a precise count in his head, never losing his way. The boy stood alone in a dimly lit alley, his back to the world he had just escaped. He navigated with confidence, having replayed the memories of his first journey over and over. He knew that no matter which path he took, they would all eventually connect. His mental tally continued to climb into the thousands. Under the stark glow of a streetlight, he found himself at the foot of a familiar stairway. A girl with cat ears let out a sudden shriek of surprise. The woman with long dark hair greeted him warmly, asking if he'd come to visit, but the boy was still lost in his count. The woman repeated his number, confused, before the boy explained he was counting heartbeats. With a curious smile, the boy asked if he could take a listen to hers. A flash of distress crossed the woman's eye. As the boy listened to the rapid thumping of her heart, the woman simply hummed in thought. The boy decided he liked it here, in this small pocket of warmth. They exchanged polite thanks, a simple moment of shared connection. The boy's face lit up with delight as he discovered the candy was strawberry-flavored. He happily told the woman with long dark hair how yummy it was, and she agreed with a smile. Elsewhere, a monstrous creature with glowing red eyes and rows of sharp teeth lurked in the shadows. The boy, unaware, continued to try different flavors of candy, a universe of sweetness on his tongue. He witnessed a man with spiky hair, framed by a stack of books and a starry sky, enjoying a lollipop instead of a cigarette. The sharp thwack of an object hitting something echoed in the distance. He saw people everywhere, fiercely striving just to make a living. A small family walked together under the vast, star-filled night. A bald man frantically looked around, shouting for something he had lost. The boy observed a person who seemed to have completely lost his way in the world. He watched the woman from before and a child marvel at kittens on the street, a small hand reaching out in gentle curiosity. And in that simple gesture, he saw life itself begin to grow. From a high vantage point, he looked over the town as the moon shone brightly, a small figure by a fence. The town sprawled below, a quiet tapestry under a brilliant, starry sky. And then, one day, the routine changed. The woman he was with apologized, suggesting they take a short break from their climb. His internal count continued, unwavering. The numbers ticked by, each one a testament to his patience. The woman then spoke a sentence that stopped everything: she was going to die soon. The boy looked at her, his own scratched and bruised face a mirror of some unseen pain. His heart gave a single, heavy thump. He repeated her word, die, unable to comprehend its finality. The woman confirmed it, explaining that besides her heart, something else was wrong. A tumor had kept growing, she said, forcing doctors to take out whatever they could. A profound sadness filled the space between the child's face and the woman's weary eyes. The boy's thoughts spiraled, remembering a time he believed he was the main character of the world, only to realize he was nothing. He understood that the world would keep spinning long after he was gone. He was suddenly plagued by a heavy question: in the end, what was he? He wondered what it truly meant to have lived. The boy desperately questioned if there was anything he could do to prove he had existed. He even wondered if this was the reason living things sought to leave behind offspring. An unfamiliar, aching sensation bloomed in his chest. The woman broke his reverie, asking him what he thought they were in the end, and at that moment, the boy could no longer count the beats of any heart. In his mind's eye, he was a single person lying alone in a vast, empty field. And the world just kept on spinning, indifferent to his crisis. Perhaps that was the reason for what happened next. The woman in white began to speak a conditional phrase, starting with "if." The boy's voice, full of anguish, screamed out that if it wasn't for her, things would be different. A hand began to draw a simple green line on a stark white surface. He gasped for air, his lungs burning. A woman's eye, wide with a terrifying intensity, stared out from the darkness. A lone figure looked up at the overwhelming expanse of the starry night sky. Gasping, the boy's voice was a ragged whisper as he asked his own reflection, "What is my name?" The figure in white echoed the dying woman's question, asking what he thought they truly were. He stood alone in a vast, textured void, a solitary figure lost in infinity. The black-haired boy repeated his desperate plea, asking what his name was. An enormous, intense eye with long, dark lashes filled his vision. The sound of coughing broke the surreal silence. Back in his room, the long-haired person, his mother, choked out an apology. Gasping between sobs, she kept repeating how sorry she was. A lone streetlight cast a trembling, pale glow in the oppressive dark. His mother sat slumped against a wall, the ordeal over, lighting a cigarette in the shadows. She offered him a bowl of food, and the black-haired boy looked up with wide, surprised eyes. He began to eat ravenously. The sound of him slurping the noodles filled the quiet room. His mother asked if it was yummy, and when he confirmed it was, she simply said, "Good." She then invited him to come sleep with her for the night. As they lay together, she asked if he had a good time outside, and he began to recount his adventure, starting with the cat he followed. The boy told his mother everything he had seen and experienced, and she listened patiently. He finally fell asleep next to her, a feeling of unprecedented peace settling over him. For the first time, the boy slept soundly. In a gentle memory, the boy asked a young woman what she was doing, and she replied that she was drawing a picture. The boy's bruised profile was a stark reminder of his painful reality. The young woman asked if he liked to draw, but he admitted he'd never tried. She encouraged him to give it a go, telling him to draw whatever he thought was the most beautiful and amazing thing in the world. The boy's face, covered in scratches, was etched with a deep, profound sadness. An unseen adult's voice finished the thought, telling him that was what he should draw. He dreamed of sleeping beside his mother in a bed that floated peacefully among the stars. And then, the next day came. A pair of bare feet dangled lifelessly in the air, visible just below the hem of a dark skirt. The young boy stood frozen in the bathroom, staring up in horror at the headless body of his mother floating in the shower. The story began with a warning, for it was about a man and a woman who had grown up unloved. He was a gangster in an organized crime syndicate, while she drifted between illegal adult entertainment establishments. For a fleeting moment, the two broken people believed they could comfort one another, building what seemed to be a decent life. But the hole in the woman's heart was a profound emptiness that the man could never hope to fill. Consumed by a craze, the man's possessiveness and anger spiraled out of his control. The ghostly woman's voice echoed with a single, haunting question, "Why?" On a television screen, a cheerful girl urged her young friends to get along and not fight with one another. The group of children on the show happily agreed in unison. A small child, taking the message to heart, hugged an adult's leg tightly. In a quiet room, a boy and a man sat on the floor, sharing a meal in silence. The boy's mind was tormented by the unanswerable question of why such a thing had happened. His bruised, swollen and dark, reflected a storm of unspoken emotions. When the dark-haired woman asked if the people on TV were his family, the boy replied that they were just something cool and good. An adult's arm wrapped around him in a comforting embrace. The woman with long dark hair gently asked if he wished for a family just like the one on the screen. The young boy, his face a testament to his harsh reality, could only nod in response. The woman with long dark hair offered him a sliver of hope, saying it would be great if he could have a family like that too. A hand gently reached out, moving toward his head in a gesture of kindness. The young boy with messy black hair and bruises whispered a promise to himself, affirming that one day, he definitely will. Tears streamed down a person's unseen face. As a man with spiky hair and makeup asked why, the young boy's own question about why this had happened echoed in his mind. An angry, bloodshot eye stared out, filled with nothing but pure, unadulterated rage. A loud bang reverberated as the young boy was violently thrown against a wall while a brutal struggle erupted on the floor. The boy desperately cried out, "Why?" and called for the lady, his voice full of fear. A man's face twisted into a mask of pain and fury, streaked with blood and tears. A large hand loomed over the small boy, who knelt on the blood-splattered floor. A close-up revealed a person's battered face, a canvas of violence and fresh blood. The beaten man wondered to himself why, even in a situation as grim as this one, his attacker seemed to know nothing besides inflicting violence. He questioned if causing others pain was the only way the man could relieve the suffering in his own heart. The beaten boy's innocent voice cut through the violence, asking if hitting people was fun. A voice from the television remarked on how sometimes, the world just comes to a standstill. The beaten man was filled with a chilling certainty, thinking that this might be the day he was truly killed. A hand viciously grabbed the boy's head from above, his small face contorting in pain. In stark contrast to the brutality, a simple child's drawing showed a smiling figure holding colorful balloons. A pair of intense eyes watched from the darkness, a woman's dark hair lying limply on the ground below. The bruised boy's small voice pleaded with a heartbreaking question, asking if he couldn't just be loved. A distorted, menacing eye offered a silent, terrifying answer. A question was posed about the prisoner who escaped Plato's cave and discovered the world outside. The question lingered, pressing on what exactly it was that he discovered. A man's face was a mask of pure rage, his fist raised and ready to strike. A lone figure stood silhouetted in a brightly lit doorway, which was left slightly ajar. A large hand held the bruised boy's face in place as another fist was poised to deliver a devastating blow. An extreme close-up of a dark, intense eye showed tiny red splatters marring its surface. A sickening stabbing sound cut through the tense silence. The injured man let out a weak, sputtering cough. He lay bleeding on the ground, a small child standing motionless nearby, a witness to the horrific event. The man's face, bruised and bloody, was a testament to the violence he had just endured. A young boy stood before an open doorway with a bloody knife in his hand, as the world itself was called into question. The boy then looked up towards a long, illuminated staircase, a potential path leading away from the horror. A disembodied voice asked where everyone was ultimately headed. The scene shifted to a quiet, empty street at night, illuminated only by a single lamppost. A network of power lines stretched across the dark sky, adding to the sense of urban desolation. In a dark alleyway, the young boy stood alone, staring down at an open notebook in his hands. A close-up focused on a bruised and bloody eye, a painful reminder of the recent past. Two hands held a sketchbook open, revealing a charcoal drawing of a cat. Tall grass swayed gently in the wind under a dark sky, lit only by a sliver of a crescent moon. An elderly man lay still in death, juxtaposed with a peaceful image of him resting in bed near a jar of colorful candies. The buzzing of flies filled the air as the young boy stood before a house at night, the insects swarming the face of the deceased person within. The young boy asked where to go as he walked away, an image that dissolved into a young man walking with a phone. The man with messy hair shouted with pure joy, telling his grandma that he had passed his exam. His celebratory mood was shattered as his foot stepped on debris, his eye widening in sudden, utter shock. The man stumbled backward, dropping a bag adorned with a cartoon rabbit as he took in the horrifying scene. From the top of the stairs, the young boy watched silently as the man fell back in shock and grief. The boy's face, marked with cuts and bruises, held a completely blank and hollow expression. The young boy's voice, small and lost, repeated his question, "Where?" The man's eyes were wide with terror, his breath coming in ragged, panicked pants. A small figure stood on an elevated walkway under the night sky, the ground below littered with fresh bloodstains. The source of the blood was revealed to be a horrifying pile of dead cats. The young boy's bruised face was shown in parallel with a man clutching his head in absolute distress. A lone figure lay motionless on a vast, desolate expanse of sand. All that was left of the woman with long black hair was a simple drawing she'd made of two stick figures holding hands. An extreme close-up captured a single, piercing blue eye surrounded by strands of black hair. A television news report broke the silence, announcing a shooting that had occurred around 11 in the morning. The stream of tragic news continued, detailing a multi-car collision and a rising death toll. Another report followed, this time about severe flood damage and the expectation of more victims. The news anchor then spoke of a military operation, warning that the number of casualties was expected to grow. A distraught man screamed in anguish, his voice merging with the narrator's as he cried out, "Where do I go?" A young girl, her voice devoid of hope, stated that it's all the same. The narrator completed the girl's thought, confirming that it's all the same wherever you go anyway. The young girl sat slumped against a cold wall, isolated in a stark, unforgiving light. A closer look revealed the tear tracks and fresh bruises that marred her young face. The camera focused on the legs and feet of a person standing with quiet purpose. A glowing man observed the scene, letting out a soft, contemptuous chuckle. A bruised face was seen in shadow, with dark hair obscuring the eyes from view. A soft meow was heard as the bruised boy sat on the ground, a small black cat now by his side. The black cat's face was shown in a close-up, its large blue eye standing out in the darkness. The cat meowed once more as it and the boy sat together, sharing a small pool of light in the depths of an alley. A shovel stood planted in the ground of a grassy field, waiting. Under the cover of darkness, a man began to dig a hole in a backyard. Dirt flew from the shovel, disappearing into the surrounding night. In a quiet alley, a woman sat on a ledge, the familiar black cat resting calmly beside her. The profile of a person with glowing red eyes stared intently into the shadows. The black cat was seen sleeping peacefully inside the freshly dug grave. A person with black hair stood in a dark room, their back turned to the viewer. The words, "Lion's Beat," were faintly visible on a screen or poster. A bald man rushed to Yu's side, frantically asking what was wrong and reminding him that he had a match that day. The silver-haired coach arrived, asking what was going on as the bald man greeted him. A woman dressed in black calmly stated that Yu was not in the best shape for his match. The bald man worriedly added that he didn't think Yu had slept a wink, and the coach agreed that he looked terrible. The silver-haired man looked at Yu's condition and made a firm decision, simply stating, "No." The boxer's face remained cloaked in heavy, impenetrable shadow. The story paused on a stylized image of a dark eye, obscured by vertical lines, promising a continuation. In the moments before the main event, hallways buzzed with the low murmur of the arriving crowd. Spectators, including a couple holding hands, ascended the stairs, drawn by the promise of a historic confrontation. Even in the quiet corners of the stadium, the energy was palpable as the crowd began to fill the stands under the brilliant arena lights. Outside dressing room B, two officials stood guard, their expressions grim with the gravity of the impending match. Inside, a muscular man with blonde hair, robed and ready for battle, sat hunched on a bench in quiet contemplation. A spray of foam hissed as a hand was meticulously prepared for wrapping, a final ritual before the fight. A chaotic vision of dark red and black flashed, a premonition of the violence to come. The memory of a robed figure's back and the piercing intensity of an eye underscored the long journey to this night. A blur of past battles, the swift brush of a comb through hair, and the phantom sensation of a fighter soaring through the air filled the moments of waiting. The haunting image of a man lying broken and bloodied on the canvas served as a stark reminder of what was at stake. A close-up on a single, narrowed eye revealed a focus so intense it could cut through steel. The ghost of a manic, grinning face hovered over a defeated opponent, a chilling memory of a past victory's brutality. In a quieter moment from the past, a man with white hair had carefully cut another's dark hair, a moment of preparation and trust. A vision of a fighter in black and red being violently ejected from the ring recalled the overwhelming power they were about to face. The memory of a firm grip on a comb was juxtaposed with two hands clasped in a bond of unwavering faith. A fighter's face, obscured by an oxygen mask, appeared as a symbol of the immense physical toll of the sport. An older man looked on, his voice filled with a sense of finality as he stated that the preparation was complete. The guards spoke the fighters' names into their radios, announcing that Jay and Yu were ready. With the declaration that it was time, the black-haired Jay turned away from the light while the blonde-haired Yu stared directly into it. The camera focused on their feet, clad in identical red boxing shoes, ready to step onto the world stage. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena, declaring the long-awaited middleweight world title match was about to begin. A lone figure with blonde hair stood before the blinding lights of the entrance tunnel, preparing to walk into the arena. This was the boxer, a man shrouded in legend and expectation. The announcer introduced you, the undisputed champion, and Jay, the legend who had returned to the ring just to meet him, as the crowd erupted in a massive cheer. A commentator with a headset asked his colleague, a man with an afro named Bob, for his prediction on the match's outcome, to which Bob admitted Jay's record didn't stand a chance against Yu's. Yet, the air was thick with excitement for a reason that transcended simple statistics. A blonde boxer, watching from the stands, remarked that everyone recognized Jay was not a fighter who could be judged by his record alone. The central question hung in the air: why had Jay returned specifically to face you? The commentator concluded that the only way to find the answer was to watch the match unfold. In the center of the ring, the two fighters finally stood across from one another, the world holding its breath. The young boxer's mind was focused on a single name, Yu. In the audience, a long-haired man turned to his companion, Jean, asking if she truly wanted to witness this match. Stella replied that she didn't really want to watch one of his fights. The long-haired man offered to leave with Stella if she truly didn't want to stay. Elsewhere, a dark-haired boxer reflected inwardly that he wanted to see with his own eyes the outcome of the perfection he once dreamed of. He wondered if only emptiness would remain at the end of that path. A blonde-haired boxer, another observer, countered with his own internal question, asking if salvation might be found there as well. Stella, having considered it, decided she wanted to know what would happen. Her companion smiled, replying that in that case, he wanted to watch it too. The view pulled back to show the entire stadium, a sea of faces focused on the two figures in the illuminated ring. A woman with light blue hair observed that the boxer, Yu, seemed more sad and even scarier than before. A man standing with her in the ring confessed he couldn't believe she had fought someone like him. A man with brown hair agreed, admitting that the first time he ever felt fear in the ring was when he was against Yu. A black-haired man added that the fight taught him that some things simply couldn't be overcome, no matter how hard one tried. A fighter with blue gloves recalled that while the match made him fear his life's work was meaningless, it also helped him realize what was truly precious to him. The woman with light blue hair noted with concern that after each match, you just kept getting progressively darker. A narrative voice explained that while many people admire and praise Yu's strength, others feel something different. A man with dark blue spiky hair declared that he wanted to support him. He passionately expressed his desire to cheer for you, so that the champion might finally find the light. In another part of the arena, a blonde boxer asked his companion if giving up their own match had been the right decision. A man in a maroon suit replied that he thought they wanted to protect Jay from this fight and the mysterious K, but a man with red markings interjected that they weren't strong enough to stop him anyway. The blonde fighter reasoned that the outcome would have been the same no matter who faced you. He resolved to watch and finally understand why Jay so desperately wanted to meet the monster in the ring. A red-haired man recalled the time after his own match with the fighter. He lamented that he had waited for him to come, prompting his mohawked friend to ask why on earth he would have done that. The red-haired man explained that every day, he waited with an awesome mohawk party ready for his arrival. He cursed in frustration that the fighter never came, exclaiming that mohawks are fun, only for his friend to shout that not everyone is an idiot like him. The red-haired man grumbled that, in any case, Yu was making a scary face, an observation with which the mohawked man agreed. The dark-haired fighter, likely the mohawked man, thought to himself that it felt as if the ring already reeked of blood. Miles away, a woman with her hair tied back watched the broadcast intently on her television. She called out to someone named Aaron, telling him the match was about to start. Aaron, a dark-skinned man, admitted that he hated Yu and Kay and had no desire to watch their match. He paused, his expression hardening with resolve. He declared that he would, however, see with his own two eyes the result of the decision his friend had influenced with his life. He was determined to understand the significance of that ultimate choice. The announcer's voice cut through the tension. heralding the match between Yu and Jay as the most hyped fight in boxing history. The commentator described it as a battle between the strongest boxer in history and a returning legend from the past. The question was posed to the world: what kind of fight would unfold, and who would emerge the victor? A man with tribal markings and blonde hair, Fabrizio Santorino, stared with unblinking intensity. The narrator's voice explained that Yu's strength was obviously unbelievable. The power he had displayed during his match against Aaron, in particular, was described as nothing short of superhuman. Though some of that raw power may have diminished since he dropped to middleweight, his physique suggested his strength as a pure boxer was now at its absolute peak. A red-eyed man recalled the feeling he got from Jay back then. A blonde boxer continued the thought, struggling to describe the sensation he felt. He concluded that it, too, was something beyond the human realm. The red-eyed man and a boxer with headphones both wondered what would happen during this clash of titans. A stoic figure stood with arms crossed as the camera zoomed in on Yu's glowing, predatory yellow eyes. The faces of numerous onlookers, all captivated by the impending event, flashed across the screen in a cross-shaped montage. The bell finally rang out, followed by the referee's sharp command to box. The first image of the fight was an extreme close-up of Yu's dark, utterly impassive eye. A confused murmur spread through the crowd as they wondered why the fight hadn't started. Yu, the muscular blonde champion, stood perfectly still in the center of the ring under the spotlights. People in the audience began to question what was happening, as the fight had begun but neither boxer had moved an inch. The referee, his voice trembling slightly, nervously repeated his command to box. The three men remained frozen in the ring, a tableau of suspended violence. The silence was finally broken by Jay, the black-haired boxer, who asked his opponent if he knew the answer. His question echoed in the air, asking why the world is filled with pain and suffering. It continued, questioning why life must meaninglessly expire. The final, profound question was posed: what is the meaning of existence? A brief, haunting vision showed a small child standing alone in a dark room, beginning to ask a question of their own. The child's face was shown in close-up, their hands covering their eyes in fear or sorrow. At that moment, observers all over the world, men with blue eyes, red eyes, tribal markings, and spiky red hair, all sensed the shift, exclaiming in unison that it was starting. A faint sound, like a subtle brush of movement, cut through the silence. The voice of the narrator returned, demanding that you tell him the answer. In response, the blonde boxer Yu finally moved, throwing a devastatingly fast punch. A symbolic vision depicted a figure falling through a grotesque cascade of bones and flesh, illustrating the punch's horrific impact. The man with tribal markings wondered aloud if this was the one, while his companion asked what he was looking at, both stunned by what they had just witnessed. The camera captured an intense blue eye, wide with shock and understanding. Another man's eye was shown, completely blown wide in utter surprise. The red-haired man with facial markings stared, his expression a mixture of awe and horror. Spectators watched from every angle, their faces reflecting the stunned silence of the arena. The only sound was the heavy panting of a fighter pushed to his limit. The bloodied blonde boxer, Jay, braced himself on unsteady legs, his muscles strained with the effort to remain standing. It was only halfway through the first round, yet a brutal silence had filled the entire arena at the horrific sight. Jay, the blonde boxer, looked towards his corner and asked the old man if he remembered what he had told him before. As blood dripped to the canvas, Jay's past words echoed, "Whatever happens, do not throw in the towel." He insisted that his coach had to believe in him until the very end, as his name was faintly chanted by a supporter. A hulking, monstrous shadow, the form of Yu, loomed over the downed and bloodied Jay in the center of the ring. The story would be continued. The crowd watched in stunned silence as a lone boxer lay prone on the blood-spattered canvas. This match was different from any other, cutting through all expectations of the sport. The attacks were not designed to merely knock the opponent down. They were delivered with the sole, vicious purpose of inflicting pain. It was on a different dimension from the Santorino fight. This was pure, unadulterated malice. A blond man watched in disbelief while a scarred man cursed in frustration. A man with white hair wondered just how far this brutality would be taken. The old man watching cried out, asking the monstrous fighter how much further he had to go to be satisfied. The question echoed through haunting images of hospital beds and the blank stares of the young. A woman with braids and the man with white hair began to voice the same agonizing question. The man in red captured the shared sentiment, questioning the necessity of it all. A solemn voice pondered why anyone must choose to walk such a painful path. A profound sadness was felt for a world so steeped in hate and sorrow. It was a sadness for people who must struggle their entire lives just to survive. And for the grim reality that after a lifetime of suffering, one simply ceases to exist. In the ring, the blond boxer was violently hurled to the ground amidst a spray of his own blood. A close-up captured his pained grimace, his face a canvas of blood and agony. Ringside, a man with a headset stared with a distressed expression, a larger, bearded man beside him. Across the arena, various observers watched with equally serious and concerned expressions. With ragged breaths, the blond boxer knelt in the ring, under the piercing gaze of a blue-eyed observer. The spiky-haired observer's profile was sharp and focused, his stare unwavering. The narrator confessed their fear that this cycle of suffering was the only true meaning of life. The entire world seemed to hang suspended and silent in the vast, empty void of space. A thunderous boom of impact echoed through the arena. The champion, Yu, had rushed his opponent with a relentless barrage of blows in a completely one-sided beatdown. The man with black markings cursed, as the fighter with red gloves recognized the sense of danger he'd felt when he had faced Yu himself. He realized with dawning horror that the threat was now immeasurably more terrible. A symbolic, all-seeing eye looked down from above at the defeated boxer below. The man with black markings furiously questioned the old coach, while the man with the headset simply asked why. The crowd wondered why the coach did nothing, screaming that the canvas was already covered in Jay's blood in the very first round. As the two boxers clashed in another violent exchange, the man with the headset could only look on in shock. Coughing blood, the blond fighter Jay expressed his disbelief at the monstrous power he faced. A man with white hair and piercing blue eyes stared forward with cold intensity. The only sounds were the desperate, ragged pants of the fighter on the ropes. The red-eyed character watching from afar cursed the fighter, calling him a damned monster. A towering, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes loomed over the kneeling, battered form of Jay. The question hung in the air, was there truly no one who could stand up against him? A horrifying vision depicted a circular pit filled to the brim with skeletons and skulls. The brutal story of the boxer continued to unfold. The commentator shouted into his microphone that Jay was completely unable to get a single blow in. A low murmur of confusion and disappointment swept through the watching crowd. Spectators began to openly question what was happening, one lamenting that he had been looking forward to a real fight. Another violent blow landed, sending a spray of crimson arcing through the air. The audience wondered aloud if it was a mismatch, concluding that Yu was just ridiculously strong. A bloodstain marred a white and red boxing shoe resting on the canvas. Hecklers began to yell, asking if Jay had returned just to show them a match like this. But the blue-eyed man watched with grim satisfaction, believing this was how it should be. Amidst the resounding boos of the crowd, he coolly thought that this was the treatment Jay deserved. In a different time, two men, one with white hair, had leaned over a similarly bloody surface. The old man with blue eyes was lost in a memory, recalling a time from long ago. The ring bell had echoed his fighter's overwhelming victory as announcers marveled at his debut match. He remembered training Bob Norris for that debut, a fighter who proved his incredible strength. It was a time when a new king had just emerged in the middleweight division. He recalled another man who had just finished his own debut match right before his fighters. That man, a blonde fighter, had suffered a crushing defeat yet still offered words of encouragement. Though it was only his debut, he came down from the ring looking as if he had just fought in a title match. The old man remembered the intense, almost glowing look in the defeated fighter's eye. The image of the young fighter stood in stark contrast to the memory of his own stern profile. The blonde fighter had his eyes closed, a faint, content smile on his heavily bruised face. The young man had wished him luck, a sentiment he despised from those who tried to find meaning in weakness. He remembered how such an attitude made him sick to his stomach. Back in the present, the blonde man Jay seemed to silently urge his coach to watch carefully. The narrator observed that this horrifying display of endurance was Jay's true nature. A symbolic explosion of red erupted above his head, representing immense and catastrophic damage. Another observer, a blonde man, recalled seeing Jay before, remembering the gut feeling he'd had from that first moment. A dark-skinned man had once challenged that observer, asking if he truly thought he could defeat you. The memory of that challenge was reflected in the dark-skinned man's wide, intense eye. He had then demanded proof, telling him to show what he was capable of. His challenge echoed across the world as a tiny figure stood observing the earth from space, demanding, "Show me what you can do." The second round began with no change to the brutal, one-sided dynamic. Jay remained on his feet, blood-splattered, facing down his opponent's relentless advance. The bell soon signaled the start of the punishing third round. Jay was immediately met with another violent, blood-drawing hit. Commentator Bob Norris noted that Jay hadn't put up a fight at all and seemed to be acting strangely. His co-commentator, a man with an afro, wondered if perhaps Jay had a few tricks up his sleeve. He questioned Jay's thinking, speculating aloud if this was some kind of endurance battle. The lead narrator shot this down, pointing out that the Takeda and Fabrizio matches proved such a strategy against you was hopeless. At ringside, two men continued their intense observation of the baffling fight. Another brutal impact landed, completely obscuring Jay's face from view in a spray of red. The old coach's mind screamed his fighter's name in silent, desperate agony. A memory surfaced of Jay standing alone, his back to the viewer, looking out at a domed building under a starry sky. The elderly man's voice from that memory echoed his present thoughts, asking what exactly Jay was planning. He remembered the look of unwavering determination on the young man's face. Instructions from past training sessions flashed through his mind, a voice telling Jay to relax his fist and make his punches short and quick. A fresh splatter of blood across the screen marked the violent return to the present. Far away at the International Hospital, a doctor sat alone at a computer, unaware of the brutal spectacle. A vision appeared of a young boy standing utterly alone in a desolate, dark landscape. A faint trickle of blood ran down, a stark and lonely stream. Elsewhere, a figure in a yellow jacket stood before a large cross inside a silent church. Another trickle of blood dripped heavily onto the already stained canvas. A close-up showed pristine white shoes now saturated and dripping with blood. The ring had become a horrific scene of splattered gore where the boxer's body lay still. The camera zoomed in on the boxer's bloody face, then pulled back to reveal a lone figure standing triumphant atop a mountain of skulls. A small group of onlookers continued to watch the one-sided match unfold to its grim conclusion. The brutal fight was broadcast across the world, playing out on countless television screens. The harrowing story was to be continued. The ring was a chaotic blur of motion, a flurry of silhouettes caught in a violent dance. With a sickening crack, the impact registered on the grim face of a white-haired man watching from the sidelines. Inside the dimly lit arena, the two boxers continued their brutal exchange of blows. The grim-faced man scoffed internally, realizing the last hit had just been a meaningless coincidence. A close-up revealed the fighter's face, a grotesque mask of blood and swelling. The white-haired observer mused that, having come this far, the boxer must now realize this was no longer the sport he once knew, no matter how much he wished to deny it. The truth was simple and absolute: nobody could reach you. Even a champion like Aaron had only managed to graze him. When a fighter stepped into the ring against you, a terrible transformation occurred. It was as if they were suddenly all alone, trapped in a world where only pain existed. This, the observer knew, was Yu's signature style of boxing. It was a reflection of the very world he had come from. Nearby, the man with an afro felt a profound sense of confusion, unable to comprehend the scene. He understood Yu's strength but found him too stiff, leaving him to wonder what in the world Jay was trying to accomplish. Another vicious blow landed, and the blonde boxer's face erupted in a fresh spray of blood. The referee and coach felt a rising panic, thinking the difference in ability was simply too vast. His mind screamed at him to stop the match before Jay's life was put in genuine danger. A quick hop forward preceded another devastating punch from the black-haired boxer, sending his opponent staggering back. The black-haired fighter's expression was one of cold, grim determination, a stark contrast to the coach's deepening worry. Jay's face was a ruin, his features swollen and bloodied, one eye glowing with a defiant, unnatural yellow light. This was the world of the boxer. Far away, inside a quiet church, a small group gathered around a television, their gazes fixed on the brutal spectacle. While Yu appeared merely weary, a blonde-haired woman watched the screen with a look of profound sadness, whispering his name. The elderly woman beside her noticed her distraction, but the blonde woman clarified her thoughts, questioning if Yu even liked boxing. She explained to the curious older woman that a boxer she knew was fighting, revealing she had been the manager of Yu's former gym. The elderly woman leaned in, her eyes wide with interest as she asked if he was strong. The blonde woman's reply was a simple, confident yes. She declared that he was, without a doubt, the strongest boxer she had ever known. With a heavy heart, she recounted how he had defeated every single opponent he had ever faced. The elderly woman gasped, barely able to comprehend such overwhelming strength. The blonde woman affirmed that his current opponent was an incredible boxer in his own right. But, she added with grim finality, the man in the ring was Yu. She stated with absolute certainty that there was no one left in the entire world who could possibly defeat him. The elderly woman murmured that this was indeed a very serious matter. A spiky-haired young man interjected, pointing out that his opponent was also quite formidable. The blonde woman turned, surprised by his comment. The young man then revealed a startling truth: the other boxer, Jay, was originally from this very orphanage. An old man chimed in, his voice filled with conviction as he stated that he still hadn't seen anyone stronger than that child. The memory faded, returning to the present-day stadium, where a vast, shadowy crowd surrounded the brightly lit ring. On the canvas, a boxer's bloody body lay still as two men continued their intense observation. Back in the past, the man in the yellow jacket had questioned Jay's sudden reappearance. He couldn't believe Jay wanted to fight you of all people. The old man had been even more blunt, asking if Jay had lost his mind. The vision of a fallen fighter and a blood-soaked boot underscored the brutal reality of the path Jay had chosen. Jay began to explain his reasoning, recalling a time when he was traveling the world. He spoke of a boy he had met and a promise he had made. The blonde boxer had insisted that he had to meet that kid again. There was something he desperately needed to tell him as soon as possible. Jay confessed that his urgency was because he didn't have much time left. A montage of his comeback fights showed Jay enduring relentless punishment to secure his victories. Another opponent was sent crashing to the mat. One by one, defeated boxers were left in his wake, surrounded by stunned onlookers. A doctor had later commented that before being a fan, his duty was as a medical professional. The man with a bow tie had confessed his wish that he could have stopped Jay's return to the ring. The doctor couldn't help but think it was a miracle Jay had even survived the training regimen. The spiky, white-haired man, Jay's coach, had stood silently, his back turned to the world. His hand trembled as it clutched a crumpled white towel, a symbol of a fight he wished he could stop. Though on the outside Jay looked to be in his prime, his body was internally ravaged and all but dead. In the ring, Yu's powerful back muscles rippled under the lights. The champion stood poised, his face and body splattered with his opponent's blood. His sharp, black hair was silhouetted against the dark arena, a portrait of lethal focus. Jay's coach had been adamant, telling him he couldn't let him return to the ring with a body in such a state. Jay had responded with a question that cut to the core of his desperation, asking his old coach what the point of living even was. The question echoed with the imagined voices of the crowd, offering hollow reasons for merely being born to chasing distant goals. It all spiraled into a deeper philosophical query: was meaning just a human construct in a universe where everything was ultimately meaningless? The young man in the yellow jacket had asked if that was what Jay truly believed. As the sun set, the old man with scars, Jay's coach, had finally broken, letting out a frustrated curse. He had yelled that if Jay wanted to die so badly in the ring, then so be it. He knew that Jay was fully aware of the catastrophic state of his own body. The coach then gave him an ultimatum: finish all of his matches in the first round until the interim title match. He had always known Jay's true, monstrous potential. The announcer's voice boomed over replays of Jay's spectacular comeback, celebrating one first-round knockout victory after another. The coach had specified that the one-round rule applied even to the infamous Fabrizio brothers. His fellow fighters agreed, insisting that even one round was too long and he should finish the match the second it began. The old trainer cursed the name Fabrizio, knowing the danger they posed. Jay, however, had simply looked to the side with a faint, knowing smile. A single bead of sweat traced a path down his temple, a testament to his intense focus. The old trainer had implored him to save as much energy as possible for his final confrontation. In the ring, Jay and the tattooed boxer stared each other down with fierce intensity. But instead of a quick victory, Jay was immediately hit, his head snapping back as blood sprayed. The tattooed boxer taunted him, telling the bold man to stop getting beat up and actually do something. Blood splattered across Jay's arms and torso, painting a grim picture of his passive defense. His opponent then revealed his true intention, urging Jay to endure this so he could pour every last bit of his life force into the final match. Another savage punch connected, whipping Jay's head back in a shower of crimson. A man in the crowd yelled for a down. He callously screamed that Jay could go meet that monster and die for all he cared, while another spectator wondered how many times he'd been knocked down already. Yet through the haze of pain, Jay's singular purpose echoed in his mind: he had to meet that child. His bloodied and broken form collapsed to the canvas. His feet, clad in boxing shoes, were stained a deep, horrifying red. The referee panted, breathless from the repeated 10 counts. In his corner, the dark-haired man, Yu, thought that he needed to meet Jay, so that Jay could finally know the reason for it all. A lone street lamp cast its glow against a vast, starry night sky. This was it, the reason the stars exist. The image of a young child, standing utterly alone in an abyss of darkness, flashed through his mind. Against all odds, the bell for the next round rang, and Jay rose to his feet once more. The concerned man and the man in the suit could only watch in despair, wondering how long this hopeless fight could possibly continue. A sudden realization dawned on the man with the afro as he watched Jay's strange strategy unfold. The bell dinged, signaling the end of the 5th round, and somehow, Jay had survived again. In his corner, the battered fighter looked utterly exhausted, his body a canvas of bruises and blood. The gray-haired man, his coach, suddenly asked if he remembered his debut match. The man with the afro chuckled, calling it a good match, but Jay grimly corrected him. The coach revealed that if he had known Jay's ribs were broken from a car accident the day before, he never would have let him set foot in that ring. The man with the afro's tone shifted, demanding to know what Jay truly wanted from boxing. The gray-haired man added that he was just being clobbered out there. Jay's coach finally snapped, screaming at him that he was dying and asking what he was trying to do. The spotlights of the empty ring seemed to hold the answer. Jay looked up, a strange serenity on his battered face, and asked if boxing wasn't just so amazing. He described it as two people thinking of each other all day, preparing to face one another with the entire weight of their lives. With a faint smile, he asked if the way their two lives meet in the ring to share their stories didn't resemble love. The older, gray-haired man turned away, silently pondering his fighter's profound words. Jay himself announced that they were now entering the 6th round. The commentators noted Jay's excessively defensive posture, with one asking his colleague, Bob, for his thoughts. In the ring, you watched his opponent with an unblinking, intense blue eye. Bob began to explain that what he was about to say was just a guess. He theorized that Jay might not throw a single punch for the remainder of the fight. He would wait until the very end. His co-commentator was baffled, asking what he could possibly mean. Bob clarified his theory. To be precise, Jay might throw just one punch. He would wait until the final few seconds on the clock, concentrating everything he had left into a single moment. All of his remaining life force would be poured into one single punch. Bob admitted it would take a miracle, but that might be the only kind of punch capable of knocking out a monster like you. He concluded that Jay was preparing for that one, singular, life-or-death moment. Under the amber glow of a lonely streetlight, a blond man confronted a battered, black-haired figure huddled in the shadows of an alley. The two men, one blond and composed, the other dark-haired and bruised, faced each other in a silent, tense standoff. A determined fire burned within an unblinking eye, reflecting a will that refused to be extinguished. The black-haired fighter declared his opponent was done for, but the blond fighter choked out that he was not done yet. A powerful blow sent a shockwave of impact through the blond fighter's body. From a balcony above, two men in suits watched the street-level drama unfold between two other observers. A montage of consequences flashed by, silent men in suits, a figure watching over a hospital bed, and a young man with spiky hair looking on. In the starkly lit ring, a boxing match continued, the scuffed shoes a testament to the grueling fight. The old man watching the bout declared it to be utterly boring. In the ring, the blond fighter echoed the sentiment, shouting that the fight bored him to tears. The dark-haired fighter scoffed at his opponent, questioning if he truly planned to win. From the sidelines, the older man instructed someone to watch the unfolding events closely. The bloodied blonde boxer collapsed under a brutal assault, red streaks painting a picture of his defeat. The question hung in the air: what could anyone possibly do in the face of absolute power? As the blonde boxer lay motionless, the intense eyes of a gray-haired man burned with unyielding resolve. A single, unchangeable rule was said to govern the entire world. Life, family, society, and even humanity were all destined to fade. The universe itself would one day vanish, posing the ultimate question of what one could do in the face of death. A red glove slammed into the blonde boxer's face as onlookers gasped in shock and horror. A grimacing gray-haired man watched the brutality, while a blonde woman's eye observed the scene with sharp focus. An elderly woman turned to her companion, Carmen, noting that her boxer friend looked terribly sad. A flash of red violence exploded across the panel, obscuring the fighter in a storm of impact. The narration concluded that he was the loneliest person in the world. A woman in white confessed that she had wanted to pull him from the blood-stained ring but found it impossible to do on her own. A pale woman with dark hair described it as a mad obsession, while a man with blue hair spoke of unimaginable effort. The bloody blonde man admitted that even a desperate strategy to win was not enough. A red-haired man added that even great luck had failed to turn the tide. A man with black spiky hair concluded that all these things were not enough to save him. A woman in black recalled asking the strongest people she knew for help. The woman in white lamented that her efforts only left those helpers with permanent scars of their own. A large, shadowed face confessed his belief that bringing down you, or rather K, would have been the key to saving the boxer. The blonde woman admitted her confusion and heartbreak, while the elderly woman simply felt sad. A man with a mustache observed that some people have fathers to support them. A woman with a bob cut added that others have mothers. A man in a red suit mentioned the support of siblings. A man with a mohawk pointed out that still others have friends. The man with the mustache concluded grimly that the boxer, however, had no one. The elderly woman hummed thoughtfully, questioning if that was really true. In her mind, the elderly woman could see clearly that you had someone by his side in that very moment. As the blonde woman expressed her confusion, the elderly woman asked if she couldn't see him too. The elderly woman's gaze shifted, looking towards something others could not perceive. Her thoughts focused on the one person who had been there. It was the person who had stood by Yu's side since the very start of the match. The image of the bloodied blonde boxer taking another hit filled the screen. The narrator mused that victory is a cold-hearted thing, even as Jay endured the punishment. The blonde boxer confessed that, truthfully, he didn't understand his opponent's philosophy. The ring has always been a battlefield where one either wins or loses. Both the old man and a man with a scarred nose questioned how anyone could possibly call this display love. Yet the narrator acknowledged that this unique perspective was how Jay had always been. A purple-faced man confessed he had often thought about lecturing Jay for not showing his real ability and insulting his opponents. The blonde boxer continued, reflecting that after watching Jay's match, something had changed. The old man admitted that he could never bring himself to deliver that lecture. The old man decided that for just one more time, he would put his faith in him. He declared that just for this match, his belief would hold firm. The old man roared that he would keep believing in Jay and his unique way of boxing. A single, blood-soaked boxing boot stood firm on the canvas. A man with a wild mustache stared, his expression one of pure shock. The old man gave his blessing, urging Jay to go ahead and do what he wanted. A dark figure challenged him to try and save that monster in the ring. The bell rang, signaling the beginning of the 6th round. Two men, one with a prominent mustache, stood together watching from the darkness. As blood streamed down Jay's face and body, a crude drawing of a family flickered on a nearby television. The sound of dripping blood echoed in the tense silence of the arena. A profound question lingered: for what cause did he shed so much blood? And for what purpose did he continue to fall, only to rise again? Jay's face, obscured by shadows and blood, was a mask of intense focus. A stern-faced older man with gray hair watched the proceedings with a critical eye. A bald, dark-skinned man in a bow tie looked on, his expression fraught with agitation. The camera panned over the blood-splattered legs and gloves of the fallen fighter. Portraits of a long-haired individual and a man with spiky blue and black hair flashed by, their gazes fixed. The faces of a man with red eyes and facial markings and a red-haired man with wide eyes appeared, showing their own reactions. A woman with braided dark skin and an angry, scowling man were also among the countless observers. The question was asked again, echoing through the silent arena: for what did he rise again? A man with short, spiky hair stared forward, his arms crossed in grim contemplation. Blood flowed freely, splattering across a hand resting on the canvas. Flesh was torn and battered, yet no one, not even the referee, could bring themselves to stop the match. As the fight dragged on, the initial jeers from the crowd eventually died down. The blazing madness of the early rounds had burned out, leaving only the ashes of grim fascination. Nevertheless, the brutal, silent match continued onward. The 9th round bled into the 10th, each a testament to inhuman endurance. The audience began to feel that they were no longer watching a simple boxing match. By the 11th round, it was clear they were witnessing something else entirely. A heavy stillness settled over the arena, the kind of quiet that comes just before history is written. A commentator with headphones voiced the question on everyone's mind, asking if this could truly be called boxing. Bloody footprints marked the path of the fighter in red and white as he walked forward. The narrator wondered aloud what exactly they were all watching unfold. The seemingly eternal 11th round finally concluded, bringing the fighters to the precipice of the final round. In his corner, a fighter's face was tense, his eyes lost in deep, dark shadows. A man with white hair and crossed arms looked down, his expression cold and demanding. Yu's intense blue eyes stared out from the corner, his brow furrowed with focus. The man with white hair declared that playtime was over. He gave the final, chilling order to go and finish him off. Across the ring, Jay's breath came in ragged, exhausted pants. An elderly man in the crowd noted how noticeably thin the fighter had become. The blond man's mind raced, realizing his opponent's body was now consuming its own muscle proteins for fuel. An angry, determined eye glared from across the ring. The blond man, Jay, panted, asking the old man in his corner what he was doing here again. The older man demanded he answer his own question as Jay struggled to remember his purpose. The narration questioned if Jay's will had truly been weakened to this extent. An image of a smiling young boy with boxing gloves flashed, contrasted with a stern, determined jawline. A memory of a smiling, confident blond man appeared, also set against that same unyielding jaw. The older man reminded his fighter of his own word, love, stating that Jay had said he was here for love. The bloodied blonde boxer in the corner desperately reminded Jay that he had to meet you. In the opposite corner, the heavily muscled champion sat, his face obscured by shadow. His cornerman yelled that Jay had something he needed to tell him. From Yu's corner, the man in the white shirt simply said to go. He repeated the command, telling his fighter to go and end it. The fight had become a battle between darkness and light. It was a clash between death and life. It was the ultimate conflict between meaninglessness and meaning. One fighter's eye was a dark, unfeeling void. The other's was a glowing golden orb, splattered with blood but burning with purpose. The bloodied blonde boxer stood ready in his corner, his red gloves held high. The camera focused on a single red boxing glove, anticipating the final bell. The story of their epic confrontation was to be continued. The story began with a question, a voice reaching out to those lost in pain and suffering. It spoke to the exhausted souls who felt denied by the world, collapsing under unending hardship. The voice promised a piece of good news for those who were struggling. It acknowledged the world's fundamental elements, pain, failure, and tears. It continued, listing despair, loss, and the eternal conflict of good and evil. It spoke of death, as a bloodied blonde boxer remained hunched over in his corner. And finally, it spoke of love, while crimson drops dripped from his battered form. A close-up revealed a face nearly unrecognizable, covered in blood. This was to be the final story. A memory surfaced of a young boy watching a story on television about the God who created the world. The boy recalled the strange part of the story, where God was said to have died for humanity out of immense love. The child sat alone, curled into himself, lost in thought. He pondered that if there truly was a God, and if that God truly loved him, he had some questions he needed to ask. He wondered why he had been born into a living hell. The small boy stood, his back turned to a world that seemed to offer no answers. He desperately questioned why God hadn't saved him. He needed to know why these terrible things had happened to him. He demanded to know why a loving God would stand by and let such pain and suffering take place. The boy's silent questions echoed, why was the world surrounded by death, and why did all lives inevitably wither away? In the quiet of a room, a black cat curled up, oblivious to the existential crisis. An unknown voice seemed to break the silence, demanding an answer. A painful cough racked a hidden figure. The black scribbled figure, a manifestation of his pain, begged to be told the answers. The ultimate questions hung in the air, why do I live, and why do I die? The man's face, drenched in sweat, twisted in distress as these questions haunted him. A desperate, internal scream demanded to be told. In the present, the bloodied blonde man stared forward, his yellow eyes burning with a lifetime of those same questions. The world, as he knew it, was full of sadness and suffering. Perhaps humanity, with its strength alone, could never truly overcome such profound sorrow and pain. The narrative mused that people seemed to only love themselves and hate one another, as two fighters clashed violently. The blood-soaked blonde man threw his head back and screamed, a raw cry against the cruelty of it all. The world was rife with evil deeds, a place where people worshipped only money and pleasure. Two figures sparred viciously in a ring, their blood painting the canvas with each brutal exchange. Gratitude had vanished, replaced by an anger that reigned over everyone. His bloodied head and battered leg were a testament to the world's harsh realities. The narration reflected on the struggle with loneliness and the ever-present anxiety about the future. It spoke of those caught in terrible accidents. It remembered those who suffered from violence. A close-up on the battered fighter's face showed the brutal result of that violence. The voice acknowledged those who suffer from debilitating illnesses. A single, blood-splattered sneaker on the floor symbolized the inevitable outcome. For everyone, the end was always failure. The author noted that for both the creator of the story and its reader, one day, they would all face the same end. The white-haired man's voice cut through, telling him to see it clearly with his own eyes. The blonde fighter seemed to agree, his thoughts confirming that this was the truth of the world. His ragged breaths filled the air, a desperate fight for oxygen. Flashes of a distressed face and a lone airplane in the sky painted a picture of isolation. A man with orange hair screamed in rage, while another impassively checked his phone. Images of a bloody torso, a monstrous face, and a determined young boy's clenched fists flickered through his mind. A blonde character screamed in agony, a dark shadow creeping over their eye. A muscular bald man, 3 children walking away, and a lone figure in the dark all represented moments of struggle. Silhouettes, a glowing eye, a red-eyed shadow, and a serene blonde woman flashed by in a chaotic montage. A praying figure, an elderly man's profile, and a single, staring eye conveyed a sense of desperation and watchfulness. Images of a bloody face, a vicious bite, a desperate yell, and a grinning, red-eyed man showed the world's brutality. A collage of faces, a bearded man, a smiling woman, a white-haired elder, a child, and people in distress, represented the spectrum of life. This, the voice concluded, was how everything ends. The taunting thought returned, from the very beginning, there was nothing he could have done. His bloodied red glove hung limply at his side, a symbol of his apparent defeat. An elderly woman's voice echoed in his memory, addressing someone named Carmen about the proximity of death. She had confessed to feeling a loneliness so terrifying it made her tremble. The memory continued, explaining that while one builds many relationships, in the face of death, one is completely alone. As his bloodied shoe stood stark against the dark floor, the elderly woman's voice offered a single word of hope, however. She had wondered, what if, just if? What if a God really existed, and what if that God truly loved them? The bloodied blonde boxer struggled, his body battered but his mind latching onto this single thought. The bloody boxer's thoughts latched onto the idea of a God who loved them so much he would sacrifice his own life. His fist tightened, a surge of new resolve flowing through him. From the opposing corner, the man with blue eyes demanded to know what his fighter was doing, declaring the fun should be over. A spectator screamed in frustration, questioning why the champion wasn't finishing him off. The man with the stern gaze in Yu's corner clicked his tongue in annoyance as another blow landed. The bloody boxer realized his opponent's state was not merely a do-or-die resolution. He understood with chilling clarity that his opponent had already accepted death. The man with blue eyes repeated his command, insisting that the fun was over. He yelled for his fighter to end it now, while the dark-haired coach warned him not to get caught in a clinch. The champion moved in, poised to deliver a final, decisive blow. A deafening boom echoed as the punch connected with brutal force. An eye flew wide with shock as blood splattered across a once pristine white garment. Red and black gloves were frozen in a tableau of violence over the seemingly unconscious body of the blonde-haired fighter. The gray-haired man thought Jay's name in alarm, while another man with white hair demanded to know what was happening. The blonde-haired fighter, still somehow on his feet, questioned why. The black-haired fighter stared in disbelief, wondering why his opponent wasn't collapsing. The champion panicked, realizing his masterpiece was about to be destroyed, as the man with white hair saw the fight was going sideways. He screamed that his work would be ruined, while the white-haired man furiously yelled at the referee to stop the match. The white-haired official's face was a mask of rage, while another man in a white shirt looked on with deep concern. The white-haired man stared intently at the ring, his authority clear as officials stood by in the background. His grim expression showed he knew this had gone far beyond a normal boxing match. The narrator's voice questioned the idea that Jay had simply accepted death. No, the truth was he never cared about something like that to begin with. Jay's blood-soaked eye was fixed on something far beyond his opponent, prompting the old man in his corner to question him. The old man screamed, demanding to know what the hell his fighter was looking at. Jay's blood-splattered boot remained planted firmly on the canvas. A memory flashed of a young boy standing over a downed blonde fighter in a blood-soaked ring. Another image surfaced, a blonde man with a backpack facing a small, solitary boy. Back in the present, the battered blonde boxer faced the dark-haired champion, a new clarity in his gaze. Jay wobbled, leaning down, his boots scraping the floor. The young man, warned him not to move. As you lunged, the blonde fighter roared, "Don't come any closer," and threw a punch that smashed into his opponent. The ringside clock showed 12 seconds remaining in the final round. The blonde woman in the crowd watched with a wide-eyed, deeply concerned expression. The countdown continued, with only 10 seconds left. A distressed spectator stared upward, as if praying for a miracle. The man with long black hair watched in stoic silence. Two framed photographs on a distant shelf stood as a quiet reminder of what was at stake. Someone's eye widened in the crowd, reflecting the impossible scene. A woman and two children stood in a doorway, their lives connected to the unfolding drama. A blond man with a tattoo and a brown-haired man stared ahead, their fates intertwined with the bloodied white shoe on the floor. An image of a red-haired man, a burning truck, and a bloody hand flashed, a memory of past tragedy. The red-haired man's shocked eyes and a bloody cleaver on the floor hinted at a violent history. A woman and child held hands, looking at a man lying motionless in a hospital bed. The bloodied blonde man stood tall, while a dark-skinned woman with braided hair watched with a serious, knowing look. A black shoe stepped forward as the black-haired boxer sat exhausted in his corner. Flashes of the boxer's worried eye, the ongoing fight, the earth from space, and a crying boy showed the universal weight of this single moment. A lone utility pole stood against a vast, cloudy sky, a symbol of hope as sunlight broke through. Jay's red glove struck you, whose expression twisted in shock at the sudden, impossible turn of events. The red boxing glove hung in the air, a blur of motion against the darkened arena. The camera focused on the glove, a crimson specter in the dim light. It was poised for an impact that would defy all logic. The red glove, an extension of Jay's arm, tensed for the final, gentle touch. The glove made contact with a soft tap, touching the black-haired boxer's head as his eye widened in utter disbelief. Jay leaned on the ropes, his body spent, as his glove gently pushed against his opponent's face. At that moment, as Jay's final punch landed, sending the champion reeling backward. The battered challenger delivered one last, impossible blow to the champion in the center of the ring. Time lost its meaning, and a sense of eternity seemed to embrace the entire arena as the massive crowd watched in stunned silence. Not a single person dared to say a word as they witnessed the unbelievable, their faces a mixture of shock and awe. No one even dared to blink, their gazes locked on the ring, from the elderly man to the dark-skinned woman. It was the first time in any of their lives. The entire crowd watched, completely mesmerized by the sight before them. A single tear welled in the eye of a spectator, capturing the overwhelming emotion of the moment. The bloody boxer, Jay, offered a quiet reassurance to his fallen opponent, whispering, "It's okay." The entire stadium, filled to capacity, bore silent witness to the end of the war. The clock on the screen hit 0 as the referee, his expression shifting from stern authority to pure astonishment, looked on. The final, piercing sound of the bell rang out, signaling the end of the 12th and final round. Long before the final bell, the story of Jay's journey began on a blood-soaked canvas. The harsh buzz of electric clippers echoed a grim tradition for the defeated. In the ring, a powerful punch was thrown, changing the course of a match. A single foot in a white sneaker stepped callously over the sheared locks of a fallen opponent. In a moment of triumph, the referee raised the victor's arm high. Jay's debut was a dramatic, come-from-behind victory against a veteran, concluding in just 2 rounds. With his spiky blonde hair still intact, the young man who would become a legend offered a faint, knowing smile. And so, it was time for his second match. As Jay prepared, he felt a strange and unfamiliar sensation coursing through him. A bald boxer laughed mockingly, telling Jay not to get big-headed just because he won his first fight. A tattooed man added that Jay's previous opponent was the weakest of the 4 great kings of the Bald-Headed Boxers Association. The bald boxer warned Jay to prepare himself for a true beating. An angry bald man let out a booming, maniacal laugh. The bald fighter continued to cackle, filling the room with his derisive cheer. The young blonde fighter, Jay, wondered aloud what was wrong with his bizarre opponent. The tattooed opponent sneered, asking if the kid was scared. He taunted Jay for keeping his hair, warning him that a loss meant joining their bald-headed association, much to Jay's confusion. A sharp smack cut through the air as the man in the blue jacket ordered them to stop their nonsense. The bald fighter watched from the ring, wondering what on earth his associates were doing. The referee's sharp command of "seconds out" cut through the tension. As he waited for the bell, Jay realized he wasn't nearly as nervous as he had been during his debut. Yet, he couldn't shake the unfamiliar feeling that was building within him. His heart began to thump with a strange and powerful rhythm. The heavy thumping in his chest grew louder and more insistent. The man in green shorts signaled the start of the match, as Jay's coach yelled at him to always maintain a crouching position. The bald fighter glared with raw intensity, his fist already extended in a menacing pose. The man in green shorts warned Jay not to assume the next opponent would be weaker just because he had faced strong ones before. The bald fighter shouted that Jay was mistaken if he thought this would be easy. He roared that nothing in this world ever comes that easily. He declared that his opponent was also a formidable fighter who had put in an extraordinary amount of effort. The coach cheered him on, instructing him to weave in from the left and right instead of moving in a straight line. However, the bald fighter felt something was different this time. The bald fighter clicked his tongue in frustration as he struggled to land a hit. As the blonde-haired boxer dodged another blow, the yellow-haired boxer exclaimed that this guy was unbelievably fast. The blue-clad boxer simply urged him to get shorter, more compact. The blonde-haired boxer, Jay, felt the thumping intensify, wondering what was happening to him. An immense pressure built within him, coiling like a spring. A voice commanded him to be faster. His heart pounded like a drum against his ribs, a frantic and powerful beat. With a final, explosive surge, Jay felt like he was about to detonate. The referee began the count over another fallen boxer as Jay watched, victorious once more. Breathing heavily, Jay tried to catch his breath after the intense bout. A man in a track jacket watched from the sidelines, knowingly remarking that it had finally begun. For those who accumulate the experience of overcoming their limits, a certain moment of growth will inevitably arrive. It is a moment of explosive evolution, a feeling of becoming a different person overnight. A victorious Jay raised his gloved hand, another win under his belt. It was the moment his hard work, suffering, and courage were finally being rewarded. The positive feedback loop of victory had officially begun. The sense of achievement from his growth and the sweetness of victory began to make the grueling work enjoyable. The blonde boxer, now consumed by his passion, found himself thinking only of boxing, even telling his running partner to slow down. He didn't know what to do with himself because boxing had become just so much fun. Even as he lay in bed, the thumping rhythm of the ring echoed in his heart. Because of this, his ability improved more and more with each passing day. He found himself on a path where he continued to win. Jay had been performing consistently well ever since his remarkable debut match. He delivered a staggering blow to another opponent, adding one more victory to his name. The question on everyone's mind was simple: how long could his winning streak possibly last? He was caught in a powerful cycle of victory, growth, and fun. It was the virtuous circle that every fighter dreams of. The thoughtful coach watched him, silently praying he could keep this incredible momentum going. But even the most virtuous cycles are bound to be put to the test. A string of successive victories can often lead to pride, or worse, a paralyzing fear of failure. And sometimes, even if the mind's virtuous circle continues, the body may be unable to withstand its will. In the middle of a match, the blonde boxer suddenly halted, a look of confusion on his face. The narration of fate decreed that unless you are one of the chosen few, you will experience defeat someday. The man with black hair observed from afar, thinking that it seemed Jay's body could no longer keep up. The referee raised the other fighter's arm, sealing Jay's first official loss. The blonde boxer stood in the center of the ring, his expression completely stunned. After the match, the coach told him he did good work today. The coach then instructed him to rest at home for a while, reminding him that resting is also a part of training. Jay could only nod and thank him, his voice barely a whisper. Just as he was about to leave, the tattooed man stepped forward to stop him. He coldly reminded Jay of the rule: losers get their hair shaven off. As the bald-headed boxer mockingly welcomed Jay to the association, the young man with spiky hair landed a solid punch, telling him to shut up. His spiky-haired friend told Jay to go on and rest, insisting he would take care of the bullies himself. For the higher a person climbs on momentum alone, the harder the eventual fall will hit them. Jay now stood at a crossroads, a pivotal moment in his career. The question remained: would this loss bring him down, or would it be the start of his true growth? A solitary figure, Jay walked alone into the cold, dark night. Back at the gym, the man with tattoos on his head noted that it was the day Jay was scheduled to return. The man in the blue jacket and the bald-headed boxer wondered aloud how Jay would act after his first loss, speculating the shock must have been severe. A moment of silent contemplation hung in the air as they all considered the possibilities. The man with tattoos on his head cynically bet that Jay had sniveled and blubbered at home like a wuss. The man with the tattoo on his face had a different theory: that Jay was dejected but would force himself to look okay to hide his pain. In a brief memory, the bald man was shown accusing the man in the tracksuit of crying after a loss, a claim he vehemently denied. Suddenly, the heavy, rhythmic wham of fists hitting a punching bag echoed through the gym. The powerful impacts boomed, each one filled with startling force. The relentless bashing continued, drawing the attention of everyone present. The blonde boxer appeared in the doorway, a cheerful expression on his face as if nothing had happened. "Hey, coach!" Jay called out, his voice bright and full of energy. The bald man with the tattoo could only stammer a startled "oh, hey," in response. The man in the tracksuit watched, realizing that every single punch showed how much Jay had been itching to get back to boxing. It was obvious to him that Jay had wanted to box so badly he couldn't wait another moment to be back in the gym. The man with dark hair watched with a knowing smile, declaring that Jay's virtuous circle had not ended after all. He mused that Jay was like a tree, one that continues to regenerate and grow even after being damaged and broken. He may grow at a slower pace than the geniuses of the sport, but he possessed the rare and terrifying potential for endless growth. The sound of a bell ringing signaled the start of another monumental fight. In the ring, a young, bruised boxer with bleached hair smiled widely as the referee raised his arm in victory. The man with short, dark hair advised someone to keep an eye on him, identifying him as the latest up-and-coming boxer. The victorious young boxer declared that a new challenger would be coming for him soon. The stage was set, the future uncertain, and the story was just beginning. The dark-haired coach delivered stunning news, announcing that the young boxer's title match had been officially decided. The young blonde boxer stared back in response, his green eyes wide with utter shock. He stammered, questioning if the match was truly for him, and the coach in the blue jacket confirmed it with a simple, yes. Still reeling, the boxer exclaimed his disbelief at getting a title match, but his coach ordered him to pull himself together, to which the boy quickly agreed. The coach urged him to think about all the formidable opponents he had faced to reach this very moment. Each one of those fighters had poured their blood, sweat, and tears into trying to defeat him, and the young boxer acknowledged that they were all strong. He reflected on how he had fought them all, getting to where he was now through a difficult journey of wins and losses. His coach passionately insisted that the young fighter was much stronger than he believed himself to be. He was told to be confident in his abilities, for he was finally ready to challenge the reigning champion. Brimming with newfound resolve, the young boxer promised his coach that he would do his absolute best. The coach then led him in a powerful chant, reinforcing the belief that he was strong enough to become the new champion. Elsewhere, Jay's blonde teammate sarcastically boasted that the champion must be shaking in his boots, a sentiment the dark-haired fighter mockingly repeated. The scarred man, however, bluntly stated that he doubted that very much. The blonde fighter admitted he might have taken the joke too far considering the opponent, but the dark-haired fighter gave a grim prediction: he believed Jay would be slaughtered in the first round. Across the city, a sharp smack echoed as the blue-haired champion, Siha Lee, was hit by his coach for being late. Siha casually apologized, explaining he stayed up late reading comics, but his muscular coach impatiently told him to hurry and get ready to spar. The coach mentioned that he had brought in a very skilled fighter from overseas just for this sparring session. Despite his coaches noting the sparring partners by-the-book style, Siha dismissed such fighters as boring and waved off their warnings to stay focused. The muscular coach thanked the foreign boxer for coming all this way, asking him to fight as if it were an actual match. The sparring partner noted their difference in weight classes and questioned why the champion wasn't required to wear headgear as well. With a dismissive yawn, Siha's dark-haired coach told the man not to worry and to simply fight as if it were a real bout. The hooded sparring partner grimly warned them not to blame him for whatever happened next. A heavy thud immediately followed as the sparring partner's body hit the canvas. Siha stood over his fallen opponent, declaring with a sigh that the fight was, as he expected, boring. His thoughts drifted away from the gym, and he found himself wishing he could meet a certain other fighter again. Back at the other gym, the coach in blue revealed the champion's name was Siha Lee, noting that he and the young challenger were the same age. The dark-haired coach added that Siha is a genius who has already defended his title 9 times, and that he's so good he could be boxing on the world stage. The young blonde boxer stammered, asking if Siha was truly that strong, and his coach confirmed that based on ability alone, he was the best boxer in the nation. The coach in blue told him to watch the screen closely, revealing that Siha's opponent in the video was The Rock, the very man the boy had faced in his own debut. The dark-haired coach pointed out that in this match, The Rock was far more nimble and youthful than when the young challenger had fought him. The fight on the television screen erupted into action. The Rock lunged forward without hesitation, while Siha Lee calmly moved to counter the aggressive opening. The video's announcer shouted that The Rock was moving in on the champion fearlessly. A booming impact resounded as The Rock's punch landed, knocking the champion backward into the corner ropes. The announcer praised the incredible straight that had driven Siha into the corner by punching right through his guard. The young boxer watched, stunned by The Rock's consecutive straights and incredible speed, which felt just as fast as when they had fought. Siha Lee was forced into a defensive posture as his opponent continued the relentless assault. The young blonde boxer watched in surprise as the champion suddenly and gracefully slipped out of the corner. But the on-screen announcer roared that The Rock, with his beastly reflexes, was already hot on his heels. The Rock's overwhelming strength kept the champion on the defensive for the entire round. A sharp dinging of the bell signaled the first round's conclusion. The dark-haired coach watched the screen and remarked on how truly incredible The Rock's performance was. When the young boxer agreed that The Rock had overwhelmed the champion, the coach cryptically asked if that was how it truly looked to him. He then simply instructed the boy to look closely at The Rock's expression in his corner. On the screen, The Rock sat on his stool and cursed, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated frustration. The young blonde boxer's mind reeled in confusion. He couldn't understand the reaction since The Rock had clearly dominated the round. He stared at the defeated look on the fighter's face, realizing with a growing sense of dread that The Rock looked as if he had already lost the match entirely. The image of the dejected boxer in his corner sat in stark contrast to the dominant performance he had just displayed. The camera then closed in on the perfectly calm and analytical eyes of the blue-haired champion, Siha Lee. The dark-haired coach leaned in, telling the young boxer to watch the second round very closely. The two sat on the couch, their gazes fixed intently on the boxing match playing out on the television. Moments into the next round, the bell rang frantically as the referee waved off the fight, tending to the downed form of The Rock. The young blonde boxer, now seen wearing a green jacket, stared in disbelief, unable to process the sudden conclusion. A narrator's voice from the video, accompanied by Siha's own bored yawn, explained that the champion becomes an entirely different person in the second round. The coach in the blue jacket began to explain Siha's terrifying strategy. He spends the entire first round gathering data on his opponent. The dark-haired coach elaborated that in a single round, Siha memorizes and processes everything: patterns, rhythm, timing, and even subconscious habits. The coach in blue then asked the boy if he now understood why the second round had panned out the way it did after all that data was collected. The result was nothing short of a brutal, one-sided frenzy of perfect counterpunches. The coach in blue then added a chilling detail: it wasn't just The Rock. He revealed that not a single top-ranking boxer who had ever faced Siha Lee. A memory of another defeated opponent flashed across the screen, his face twisted in the shock of his sudden loss. The young challenger stared forward, his eyes wide with horror as the full weight of the situation began to crush him. Had ever been able to finish the champion in the first round. Instead, every single one of them had suffered the same fate, a crushing and total defeat. The dark-haired coach spelled out the terrifying, unspoken rule of fighting the prodigy: if you can't finish him in the first round. The young blonde boxer finished the thought himself, his voice filled with dawning terror: you're guaranteed to lose. The dark-haired coach announced it was time to begin their strategy session, to which the young blonde boxer readily agreed. The coach began to outline the supposed strategy for defeating the processing genius, Siha Lee. The young man with blonde hair, Yuto Takeda, turned his head, his expression filled with grim determination. Dramatically, the coach built up the reveal of their master plan. He then bluntly admitted that he did not know what the strategy was. Yuto could only ask for clarification, taken completely by surprise. The coach confessed that even after racking his brain, he had come up with nothing. The young blonde boxer's face was a mask of pure shock. The coach then broke down the first and most obvious scenario, trying to end the match in the first round. He conceded that while a powerhouse like Steel might be able to pull it off, Yuto simply lacked that kind of destructive power. It was noted that Siha didn't even blink when faced with The Rock's powerful straight, proving his mastery at weathering first-round assaults. The coach concluded that with Yuto's current punching power, this strategy was impossible, leaving only the option of a prolonged fight. However, as they had seen, Siha Lee's boxing style was a nightmare for traditional, by-the-book fighters. Techniques honed through countless hours of practice inevitably fossilize into predictable habits. A man with a scar explained that Siha is nothing short of a wizard at reading these ingrained patterns. He elaborated on all the data Siha collects: steps, breathing, range, timing, and even psychological manipulation, noting there's a limit to how much one can change. The man with the scar stated that the effort repeated tens of thousands of times would not easily permit such a change. The boy with the green eyes stammered in disbelief as the man confirmed Siha's style is a death sentence for such boxers. A white-haired young man grimly added that against Siha, the very hard work that once protected a fighter becomes the weapon of their own betrayal. The man in the suit, Yuto's coach, apologized, admitting he honestly had no answer. He instructed Yuto to just stick to his basic routine for the day while he promised to do more research and think on it. Yuto, though shaken, dutifully acknowledged his coach's instructions. Later, Yuto trained alone on a boardwalk, a solitary figure against the vastness of the outdoors. His foot stomped firmly on the wooden planks, grounding him in his routine. He shouted to himself, vowing to change up his timing. A powerful punch sliced through the air with a sharp swoosh. The blonde fighter continued his shadowboxing, a lonely silhouette against the distant figures on the path. Internally, Yuto's confidence wavered. He admitted to himself that he didn't know what to do. He mentally ran through his core techniques: jab, straight, hook, and uppercut, moves he had practiced countless times. Despite his dedication, a crushing doubt surfaced. He couldn't tell if it would ever be enough. He questioned learning new techniques but quickly decided that any half-baked attempt would only put him at a greater disadvantage. Yuto felt a sense of despair, unable to believe his life's work of blood, sweat, and tears could come to betray him. A curious grunt from nearby broke his concentration. A large bald man, The Rock, looked over his shoulder towards Yuto. Yuto greeted the former champion, noting it had been a while. The Rock, explaining he was returning from a visit to Steel, asked if this was Yuto's usual roadwork spot. Yuto offered a light-hearted reply, confirming it was, and deflected a question about his business. Despite Yuto's attempt at normalcy, The Rock observed that he looked unusually grim. The Rock correctly guessed that Yuto's mood was because of the champion, Siha Lee. He mentioned hearing that Yuto had a title match scheduled against him, which Yuto quietly confirmed. Yuto tried to downplay his fear, claiming he was used to fighting stronger opponents and that the match itself didn't scare him. Though Yuto admitted to being nervous, The Rock astutely identified his true fear, that all his hard work would betray him. The Rock articulated that Yuto felt lost because his entire credo as a boxer was being rejected. He began to reminisce about his own title match against Siha, admitting that even in retirement, he still harbored regrets. The retired boxer's mind drifted back, consumed by thoughts of that one-sided fight. He agonized over the memory, questioning why he didn't believe in his own hard work. He recalled being so afraid that the match would invalidate his efforts that he desperately poured everything into the first round. As Yuto already knew, the result of that desperate gamble was a crushing defeat. The Rock reflected that because he was scared, he failed to give his all, resulting in a disgraceful loss. He posited a new perspective: maybe it wasn't his hard work that betrayed him. He came to the painful conclusion that he was the one who had betrayed his own hard work. The Rock mused that if he had believed in himself and fought head-on, he might still have lost, but at least he would have been left with no regrets. Tapping Yuto's shoulder, he fondly recalled their own match, calling it a great bout where he could give his all without regret. Yuto, flustered, stammered that it was an honor to have been in the ring with him, prompting a hearty laugh from the veteran. The Rock then brought up the final move from their match. He praised Yuto for dodging his special move, the consecutive hooks, with a brilliant weave. The retired champion declared that it was a near-perfect defensive maneuver. The Rock, cast in shadow, suggested that such a move must have been the result of extraordinary training to defeat an opponent in Yuto's head, one he himself couldn't face. Yuto confirmed it, admitting his body moved on pure instinct before he even realized what was happening. The Rock then posed a simple question: did Yuto think that was merely luck? He stated his own belief that luck has nothing to do with the outcome of a match. The Rock reminded Yuto of their fight. He assured the young boxer that in that moment, his hard work had not betrayed him. The veteran urged Yuto not to have regrets like he did, encouraging him to give it his best shot, win or lose. The memory of a bloodied, terrified opponent flashed through Yuto's mind. Yuto had a sudden realization: he had forgotten how he started. The young man's wide, green eyes reflected a newfound clarity against the twilight sky. The answer, he now understood, was as simple as that. The Rock, his part in the conversation finished, offered a simple "thank you" as he departed. With a renewed sense of purpose, Yuto sprinted back towards the gym, shouting for his coach. Huffing for breath, he burst in and triumphantly announced that he had found the solution. The middle-aged coach, energized by his fighter's spirit, declared that they would start special training the following week. Yuto eagerly agreed to the new regimen. The creak of the gym door announced an unexpected visitor. A young man with dark hair bounced in, enthusiastically introducing himself as Jay from Korea. Yuto's coach nonchalantly noted that their guests had arrived. A man in a suit remarked that Yuto was the hardest worker in the world, making him the perfect person for Jay to learn from. Another man, his eyes gleaming with dollar signs, chanted about the money-making potential of this partnership. Yuto Takeda politely returned the greeting with a bow, insisting the pleasure was all his as Jay did the same. An observation was made that the two young boxers, Yuto and Jay, bore a striking resemblance to each other. A tired yawn echoed through the interior of a moving car. The driver asked the tired man if he had stayed up late reading comics again, and the man confirmed a new batch had just been released. When the driver questioned if he even found them fun, the man admitted that he didn't, really. Baffled, the driver then asked why he bothered reading them at all. The dark-haired man offered a simple, enigmatic reply, "I just do." Changing the subject, the driver reminded him to at least get some proper sleep the night before his match. The dark-haired man scoffed, arrogantly stating he didn't need any sleep to defeat an eager, easy-to-read fighter like Jay. His driver sighed, warning that such profound arrogance would catch up with him one day. The dark-haired man stared out the window, watching the world pass by in a blur. He quietly replied that he wished it would. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired man let out an exhausted sigh of relief. He cheerfully told his coach how great it felt to finally be back home. In his mind, he recalled the past 2 months of hellish special training, acknowledging that world boxing was on an entirely different level. Despite the brutal regimen, he felt an overwhelming urge to hurry up. Clenching his fist, he burned with the desire to test himself out. The young man with blonde hair heard a sob and turned to his coach in confusion. It was his coach, a grown man, who was wailing loudly about how much he missed someone named Misaki. Sometime later, at the official weigh-in, the announcer confirmed that the champion had successfully made weight. A man in a track jacket could only mutter that it was incredible. A muscular observer noted that while the champion always looked bored, his lean physique proved his title wasn't earned by talent alone. An official in a white shirt then called for the next challenger, Jay. A door slid open to reveal the awaited fighter. Jay stepped onto the scale, which creaked under his solid frame. A murmur of awe rippled through the spectators as a stern-faced man stared, fixated on Jay's transformed body. The champion watched from the side, his sharp blue eyes taking in the sight. Jay stood on the platform, his incredibly defined muscles a clear testament to his intense training. One of the blonde onlookers remarked in disbelief that he could see every single fiber of muscle. The muscular man from before thought it looked as if rubber bands were twisted to their breaking point just beneath Jay's skin. Stepping off the scale, Jay sighed that he had barely made the weight, but his coach praised him and told him to hydrate. As Jay walked past, the champion's gaze followed him intently. The dark-haired man approached his opponent, stating he looked forward to a fun match. Siha extended his hand with a coolly confident expression. The steady thump of a heartbeat filled the tense silence. Jay met his gaze, his own determination unwavering. The blonde boxer, Jay, shook his hand and agreed that they should have a good match. The night of the fight arrived, and the announcer declared the beginning of the highly anticipated junior welterweight title match. A woman in a blue jacket leaned forward in her seat, exclaiming that it was starting. Spectators marveled at Jay's physique, commenting that he looked like he had truly sharpened his sword for this bout. In the crowd, an older man shouted words of encouragement to his son. From his corner, the champion let out a long, deliberate yawn. His coach, a man with dark hair, sternly warned him not to let his guard down. The coach reminded him that Jay had always relied on endurance and speed, not power. But his new body was a clear sign he had something different planned, so he urged Siha to be careful in the opening round. Siha simply told his coach not to worry, claiming the fight had already begun when they shook hands the previous day. The man in the hoodie paused, questioning what his fighter meant. A silent understanding passed between the champion and his coach. In the opposite corner, Jay mentally recited a rhythm to himself, tick, tock, tick, tock. Siha's coach made a proposal, telling Siha that if he won this match, they would finally compete in the World Championships. He repeated his long-held belief that Siha had the talent necessary to box on the world stage. Siha countered, stating that he wanted his coach to be the one to go out and experience the big wide world. Casually agreeing to the proposal, Siha caught his coach by surprise, adding that he might meet more fun opponents out there anyway. The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers, hyping the match between the undefeated champion and the rising star, Jay. He electrified the crowd, posing the question of what kind of fight was about to unfold. A heart pounded in sync with the sound of a ticking clock. Siha internally apologized to his coach, convinced that this challenger would fall just like all the others. The blue-haired champion knew with certainty that everything had always gone exactly as he predicted. He accepted that becoming world champion was, at his current level, a definite possibility. However, he was also brutally honest with himself, knowing he'd lose to a monster and be stripped of his belt by someone like Takeda. The blue-haired man found nothing more boring than knowing his own exact level and the precise ceiling of his potential. But his thoughts drifted back to a single fight that had actually been fun. He recalled the one and only opponent whose movements he had ever failed to predict. Shaking off the memory, the blue-haired man squared up, ready for the match to begin. Across the ring, the blonde man, Jay, stared back, wondering what his opponent would show him. As his heart pounded, Jay's coach felt a familiar rush of anticipation he hadn't experienced in a long time. When the referee signaled for them to box, the blonde boxer realized this feeling was entirely different from anything before. An explosive sound of impact rocked the entire ring. The man in the gray hoodie, Siha's coach, glared intensely from the corner. A wave of concern washed over the faces of the spectators watching from their seats. Jay's coach, a man with sharp eyebrows, watched with a stern and focused expression. An immense power surged through Jay's body as he roared that he felt like he was about to explode. The referee's count echoed through the arena as the dark-haired boxer methodically marked the fallen champion's time on the canvas. The announcer's voice boomed with disbelief, declaring an unforeseen turn of events as the champion had been knocked down only 4 seconds into the match. From the corner, the man in the gray hoodie could only stare in shock, demanding to know what had just happened. A spectator thought to himself that the challenger was a completely different person from the fighter they had all watched in previous videos. Another fighter in the audience realized aloud that the challenger's impressive muscles were built for this very kind of explosive power. A sharp exhale of air cut through the stunned silence of the crowd. The announcer quickly pointed out that the champion had shaken it off, speculating that the damage might not have been as critical as it first appeared. With a sudden swoosh, Siha was back on his feet and resetting his fighting stance. The boxer with dark hair, Siha, admitted to himself that while the challenger had surprised him, the attack itself was still within the realm of predictability. The familiar sound of a ticking clock returned as the referee signaled for the fight to resume. A fist connected with brutal precision, the impact rippling through the screen. Deep within, a surge of red blood cells depicted the immense physiological strain of the bout. Siha calculated with cold precision that his opponent was 1 beat faster at this specific timing. A muscle bulged on Jay's body as he coiled his power for the next exchange. The scene flashed back to the first week of a brutal training camp, where a woman with short dark hair commanded 8 all-contact practice sessions for the last 10 seconds of every round. The man with green eyes, Jay, initially found the drills more ordinary than expected, but upon seeing the true mountain ahead, he yelled for his own roadwork to begin. Panting heavily, Jay realized that his mentor performed this world-class routine as if it were nothing, revealing a far bigger mountain for him to climb. Jay steeled his resolve, declaring that he got it and would follow his trainer as far as he could possibly go. The exertion was so extreme that he began to vomit, prompting a concerned man with black hair to rush over and ask if he was okay. By the second week, Jay understood the first had been a mere adjustment period, and he began pushing himself harder, screaming for more speed and intensity. The woman with short dark hair escalated the drill, now demanding consecutive punches for the final 20 seconds. The man with green eyes clenched his fists, his determination hardening with every grueling session. This immensely intense training became a torturous ritual that took place every single day. As the third week began, Jay reflected that this brutal regimen was considered light work for his trainer, while the man with black hair simply called the trainer's standard incredible. Now depicted as a white-haired boxer, Jay felt that even as he grew accustomed to the pain, there was still no sign of him catching up. The drill was intensified again, the timer now set to the last 30 seconds as a relentless barrage of impacts echoed through the gym. He reasoned that his struggle was only natural, knowing he couldn't expect to easily keep up with one of the world's greatest boxers. Jay began to realize that it wasn't just the incredible amount of hard work but also his mentor's unwavering level of concentration that set him apart. He watched in awe, seeing that no matter how tired his trainer became, not a single one of his movements ever grew sloppy. A black-haired boxer observing the session noted that every one of the retired champion's movements was earnest, a constant striving for growth. Jay was stunned that his trainer seemed even more desperate than he was, despite Jay being the one with an upcoming title match. The timer was extended yet again, now to the last 40 seconds of the round. His body screamed in protest, his lungs feeling like they would burst as he could no longer remember where he once thought his limit had been. Time began to blur by the 8th or 9th week, the beeping timer the only thing cutting through his exhausted haze. In his mind, he was just a small man, desperately wondering for just how long he needed to keep this up. By the 12th week, he was convinced his trainers were out of their minds, that what they demanded was simply impossible. Time had lost all meaning, and as his mental image shifted to a muscular man, he began to question if he was even the one moving his own body. Lost in a dreamlike state, he wondered if his body was moving on its own, and a detached part of his mind could only answer that he didn't know. His consciousness regressed further into that of a young boy, completely lost and asking what he was doing right now. The young man faintly overheard his coaches arguing, the man in the suit insisted this approach wouldn't work, while the woman with short hair feared they were going to destroy him. From within his delirium, the man with green eyes wondered why his coaches were fighting when they had seemed so close lately. The man in the suit passionately argued that if a limit could be overcome with half-hearted determination, then it was never a limit in the first place. Jay, now seeing himself as a muscular man, tuned out the argument, his entire world shrinking to the punching bag in front of him. As a blonde-haired boy in his own mind, he suddenly remembered his simple, original desire: he had wanted to box. A surge of life rushed through him, visualized as red blood cells coursing with renewed purpose and fire. The young boy within him recalled a deeper motivation: he had wanted to become as strong as his dad. As a battered fighter, he finally grasped his core desire, admitting he wanted to become proud of himself. A thunderous boom accompanied his final realization, and he shouted that this was why he became a boxer. The concerned man, one of his coaches, explained that this was how far a fighter must be pushed to break through to the next level. The final trial began, 3 full minutes of non-stop consecutive punches, each booming impact a testament to his breakthrough. Back in the present, a dark-haired man watching the fight could only stammer in confusion, asking what was going on. A symbolic image of a heroic fighter adorned with a red cape and a green boxing glove flashed across the screen. Breathing heavily, the muscular fighter Jay had become declared that this was what it meant to overcome your own limits. The champion Siha was thrown into confusion, questioning his own flawless predictive ability. It wasn't just one beat. The correction came from Jay's corner, a declaration that their fighter was not just 1 beat faster, but 1.5, maybe even 2. A man in Siha's corner confidently stated that it should be about time for the challenger to cool down. At ringside, a bald man in a bow tie looked on with an expression of deep concern. The word "soon" hung in the air, promising a definitive conclusion. The two boxers met in the center of the ring, trading blows in a furious, high-speed exchange that blurred into a frenzy of motion. The same man from Siha's corner watched in disbelief, screaming and wondering how long the challenger could possibly keep this up. A sickening cough sprayed from the champion's lips. A tremendous boom rocked the entire ring as a devastating punch landed square. The announcer screamed that Siha was down again, calling it unbelievable that the champion had allowed 2 downs in the first round for the first time in his career. He frantically explained the stakes: 1 more knockdown in the first round, and Jay would score a TKO win due to the 3 knockdown rule. The screen faded to black, the outcome hanging in the balance, to be continued. In the past, a young boy lay still on the floor while 2 men stood near a piano. The memory ticked forward like a clock. The boy watched as men in suits surrounded a kneeling figure, offering a final, somber embrace. The clock ticked on, marking the passage of a joyless youth. The scene focused on Siha Lee at just 9 years old. An adult figure, his father, walked away from him into the consuming darkness. The sound of time continued its relentless march. Even the explosive fantasy of a comic book failed to capture his interest. He had learned at far too early an age that life was simply boring. The story of the boxer continued. Back in the ring, the referee's count echoed, reaching 7, then 8, for the down champion. In Siha's corner, the man in the gray hoodie admitted to himself that they had taken the challenger far too lightly. Across the ring, Jay stood poised and powerful, a blonde specter of defiance. A close-up revealed the intense, focused eye of the champion, Siha. Jay's mind raced with a single, undeniable thought: there was no mistaking how strong his opponent was. A man in a suit marveled at how effective the training had been, to which the woman with the bobbed hair agreed it was due to their persistence. The woman clarified, however, that it was impossible to change so drastically from short-term training alone. She explained that all their coaches had done was teach them how to open the door to their potential. The woman concluded that all the hard work the fighters had invested had finally begun to bear fruit. The truth was that hard work didn't only mean growth. It also meant you had to whittle away at something precious. A powerful impact shook the ring. The sacrifices were immense, whittling away the joy of eating, the pleasures of fun, the comfort of sleep, and the warmth of relationships. A fighter had to whittle away at anything and everything they could from their own life. All of that sacrificed energy then became concentrated, focused on a single, burning point. And with a thunderous boom, this focus could sometimes produce astonishing achievements. A spectator yelled out in shock, believing Jay actually had a chance of winning. The crowd roared in unison, another fan screaming for just 1 more knockdown. 2 figures stood side by side, their expressions a study in grim determination. The camera lingered on Jay's determined face, his green eyes burning with intensity. A supporter's voice cut through the noise, shouting, "Go Jay!" Siha, the champion, stood with his arms crossed, observing his opponent. Jay was hitting him with a ruthless succession of blows, threatening to overcome the seemingly invincible champion. Siha's brow furrowed in concentration, his mind working furiously. A commentator screamed into his microphone that Jay only needed 1 more down to win. The image of Siha on the canvas replayed, the champion in a state of crisis. No one could have predicted this situation, a huge crisis for the champion who seemed on the brink of defeat. But within Siha's mind, a quiet tick sounded. A talk followed, steady and calm. The dark-haired boxer blocked a blow, realizing that this was the scary thing about those with talent. A light tap of a glove punctuated his thought. The rhythm continued, a mental metronome of tick, tock, tick, tock. Siha deflected another punch with a simple tap. The relentless ticking filled Siha's mind, a perfect and unending count of his opponent's movements. What the hard worker had whittled away their life to achieve, the talented one was already born with. Jay's furious assault blurred into an abstract flurry of motion. And for that very reason, it was explained, they are called geniuses. The bell finally rang, and the referee's voice cut through the arena, declaring the first round was over. The light-haired boxer panted for breath, realizing his opponent had read all his moves and that the real fight was only just beginning. The announcer recapped the round, highlighting Jay's incredible striking power and the 2 knockdowns he had scored. He concluded, however, that it wasn't enough to put the champion away. In his corner, Jay's coach called the consecutive attack fierce, but Jay simply replied that it was all right. Jay elaborated that, at the very least, it wasn't boring. From the opposite corner, the champion coolly stated that it wasn't very fun either. Panting, Jay admitted to his corner that, as expected, he had failed to beat Siha in the first round. He acknowledged that even though he threw as many punches as he could, Siha read his moves perfectly in the end. Jay's coach conceded that the champion was truly an incredible boxer. Still, he praised Jay, telling him that the results of his training were on full display and that he did great. A man in a suit remarked to his companion that what happened now was what's important, wondering how the match would turn out. In Jay's corner, his coach delivered an ultimatum to the boxer in green. Siha, meanwhile, observed his opponent, certain that after building such a body, Jay must have another card left to play. Jay's coach repeated his warning, stating that if he couldn't end the fight in the next round, he wouldn't hesitate to throw in the towel. The boxer in green affirmed his understanding, shouting back, "Yes, coach." The bell dinged loudly as the announcer roared for the boxers to fight, signaling the start of the second round. The dark-haired boxer, Siha, stood ready in the center of the ring. Siha analyzed his opponent's movements, recognizing from his footwork that Jay was trying to corner him. Across from him, the boxer in green focused, seeing the subtle movement of Siha's shoulders. Jay locked onto his opponent's gaze, trying to predict his next move. The sound of a glove meeting its mark echoed as the 2 fighters began to exchange blows again. The dark-haired boxer reflected that while Jay's consecutive punches were threatening, all he had to do was stop them before they could even start. Siha felt a sense of satisfaction, noting that his last counter was executed pretty well. The green-gloved boxer, however, knew his opponent was an in-fighter through and through. Siha correctly predicted that at this pace, his opponent would have no choice but to keep moving forward. With a sharp intake of breath, he thought to himself, "See." A clean punch landed squarely on Jay's face, a spray of blood erupting from the impact. Jay's hand, covered by its green glove, clenched tightly in pain and frustration. The referee's arm shot downwards as his voice boomed across the stadium, declaring a down. Jay's coach watched from the sideline with a grim expression, a towel clutched in his hand. The champion was showing a completely different side of himself, overwhelming Jay as if the first round never happened, leading Siha to a sudden, chilling realization. The dark-haired boxer's eye narrowed with intense focus. A dull throb echoed the beat of his own heart. The referee's count reached 7 as the blonde boxer let out a pained groan. Jay struggled for breath on the canvas, his body battered. The dark-haired boxer wondered if his opponent was planning something desperate. The blonde boxer grimly confirmed the theory in his own mind, was he supposed to take the blows just for a chance to hit back? A symbolic vision of an armored, sword-wielding hero flashed across the screen. The outcome of this brutal clash remained to be continued. Jay, the blonde boxer, mused that at this pace, his opponent would have no choice but to keep moving forward. With a sharp clench, Jay's gloved hand tightened in raw determination. A brutal punch connected, and the announcer's voice cut through the arena, declaring a down. The count reached 7 as the narration noted that Jay had incredibly forced a punch even while being hit by a counter. The referee yelled for the match to resume, and the 2 fighters engaged once more. A man in brown watching from the sidelines realized Jay was planning to take the blows just for a chance to hit Siha. He grimly concluded that in that case, Siha would just have to crush him first. The heavy thud of fists meeting flesh boomed through the stadium. A man in a suit clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that Jay certainly wasn't the first person to attempt such a reckless strategy. Jay winced as blood dripped from his nose, his body absorbing yet another punishing blow. However, the narrator's voice clarified that while many had tried, Jay was the first to ever successfully execute it. The fight's hidden mechanics were revealed. After taking a punch, the body is left temporarily defenseless, a principle best seen in the 1-2 combo. A jab is first used to distract the opponent, leaving their vision and guard unprotected for a critical moment. It is precisely in that opening that one launches a powerful straight. Even a simple jab could be that effective, but a counterpunch was an entirely different story. It was thought to be virtually impossible to throw a punch while absorbing the enormous shock transmitted through the body from a powerful attack. A blonde boxer in the audience shouted in astonishment, pointing out that the fighter was actually doing it. He questioned if that was the real reason Jay had bulked up so much for this fight. Ringside, a coach in a gray and blue jacket gripped a towel, his expression tense as he watched the battle unfold. The most terrifying punch, after all, is the one that you don't expect, the one that can make you lose consciousness in an instant. Jay's bloodied face twisted in a mask of pain as he gritted his teeth against the onslaught. Through the booming impacts, Jay roared that if you can see the punches coming, you can endure them one way or another. Siha let out an irritated sound, growing frustrated with his opponent's sheer tenacity. Blood continued to stream from Jay's battered nose, a testament to the punishment he was withstanding. To endure an impact of this magnitude, a flashback revealed the brutal training Jay had undergone. In the past, his blue-haired coach had yelled at him to tuck his chin in more. As the coach demanded he tighten his abs, Jay had gasped out that he still had 7 more sets to go. He had pushed himself so hard his vision blurred and his hearing clogged up from the sheer exertion. Jay knew it was a foolhardy method, but hard work and courage were his greatest assets. It was the best weapon an ordinary person could possibly have against a prodigy. Jay's intense green eye burned with the fire of his unwavering conviction. A man with a spear declared that this was the very weapon a common man wields to face off against a genius. The man in the suit, however, recognized the fatal flaw in this desperate strategy. A silver-haired man continued the thought, reflecting that no matter how much one trained, there was a limit to damage reduction. A screaming muscular man in the crowd bellowed that there is always a limit to the amount of damage a human body can withstand. The man in the suit analyzed that it was also difficult for Jay to deal significant damage, as it's hard to concentrate power while taking blows. He predicted that as time passed, the difference in damage taken would become devastatingly pronounced. A dark-haired spectator observed with a grudging respect how incredibly persistent Jay was. The blond man next to him noted that his opponent's neck muscles weren't just firm. The man in the suit perceived their true strength, they were flexible, absorbing and rolling with the punches to mitigate the impact. But then, Siha found a critical opening. A sickening boom echoed as a perfectly aimed body shot landed. The narration explained that a blow to the liver bypasses all muscle, transmitting tremendous, debilitating pain directly to the organ. No matter how good Jay was at taking hits, it should have been impossible to ride out a strike like that. A man with a short haircut gasped, unable to believe what he was seeing. Instead of collapsing, Jay's abdominal muscles bulged, miraculously absorbing the force of the liver shot. The dark-haired man watching cried out that there was no way that was possible. A blue-haired fighter in the audience pointed out the impossibly perfect timing of Jay's response. A blonde fighter realized with a jolt of shock that Jay was throwing a counterpunch. The two boxers exchanged blows almost simultaneously, both staggering back as they grunted from the immense damage inflicted. Unlike his previous wild swings, the timing for Jay's counterpunch was fatally accurate. A spectator shouted in disbelief, realizing Jay must have left his side open on purpose to bait Siha into throwing a liver shot. Another fan agreed, reasoning that Siha would have never dreamed he'd be hit by a counter. He added that it was especially shocking coming from Jay, as the counterpunch is known as a weapon exclusive to the gifted. Someone else passionately argued that even someone without a gift can throw a counter through courage, as long as they know exactly what punch is coming. On the canvas, Jay himself scoffed, dismissing the idea of it being a true counterpunch to a counterpunch. From the sidelines, a supporter yelled, questioning what kind of counter it was when Jay himself nearly collapsed from throwing it. The crowd roared, urging Jay to press his advantage, screaming that this was his chance. Siha's eye widened in sheer, utter disbelief at his opponent's resilience. A fan cursed, amazed that the muscle monster had recovered so quickly as Siha immediately unleashed a dangerously swift flurry of attacks. Jay inwardly cursed, realizing he hadn't been able to put any real power into his last attack. A man with angry eyebrows screamed at his fighter from the corner, demanding he end the match right now. Seizing the momentary opening, Jay landed a powerful, staggering blow on Siha. He then ducked under a wild swing, masterfully dodging the attack while throwing another punch. The faces of the crowd twisted in a mix of shock, hope, and grave concern. With blood still streaming from his nose, Jay stared forward, his eyes locked on his opponent with burning intensity. A thunderous impact sent the dark-haired boxer staggering backward from the force of the blow. But the announcer's voice immediately declared another down, explaining that just as the challenger regained momentum, the champion's counterattack took him down again. Jay, the blonde boxer, lay defeated on the cold canvas, his desperate gamble having failed. The champion, Siha, stood victorious in the spotlight, his back turned to his fallen challenger. The outcome of the brutal war of attrition was to be continued. In the chaotic aftermath of the knockdown, the crowd watched as the two figures remained locked on the canvas. The relentless ticking of an unseen clock marked the seconds slipping away. The bruised man on the ground silently wondered what kind of monster he was truly facing. The world seemed to slow as each tick and tock echoed through the tense arena. From the background, a man shouted in disbelief that he couldn't read the fighter's intentions at all. In a fleeting memory, a white-haired man recalled a moment he had been truly awed. He remembered seeing a sinister, bruised smile on the face of a man with messy dark hair. That tall man with spiky white hair had smiled down at him, an image burned into his mind. Back in the ring, the gloved hand of the referee counted over the fallen challenger. The shirtless champion, Siha, taunted his opponent, demanding that he get up and come at him. Lying on the mat, the bruised man, Jay, thought to himself that a hero wouldn't have collapsed from that. A worried man in the crowd anxiously questioned what was happening. The narrator's voice explained that the move Jay had just used, while not as perfect as the original, was undeniably the exact same technique. The worried man cried out Jay's name as the referee's count continued to climb. With the match restarted, the announcer declared the challenger was in a completely different, more desperate situation. He reminded the audience that just one more knockdown would mean an automatic loss for the contender. The announcer observed that Jay seemed to be completely frozen in place. He questioned if Jay had recovered from the impact of the second down as the champion's one-sided assault raged on. The worried man cursed under his breath, realizing Jay had simply accumulated too much damage. From across the ring, the champion's corner boasted that their trump card had been played. The spiky-haired boxer was knocked to the mat again, forcing a supporter to look away in resignation. A man with black hair stated grimly that there was nothing more anyone could do now. Jay's mind reeled in confusion as the champion taunted him, asking if he was all out of cards to play. Siha mockingly questioned what had happened to the results of his hard work, demanding a dramatic recovery. Jay could only cough and gasp for air as he struggled on the canvas. The champion viciously urged him to prove that the world wasn't boring. The announcer remarked that the champion was demonstrating his overwhelming strength, even though the contender had put up a great fight. He continued that since the middle of the second round, Jay was being completely overpowered. Jay wobbled precariously on his feet, his balance failing. His body swayed from side to side, struggling to remain upright. The dark-haired boxer, Siha, sighed, figuring that this was it. He coolly decided that he might as well end the match right then. Suddenly, the sharp ding of the bell cut through the air, and the referee stepped in to signal the end of the second round. Siha yawned at Jay's corner, telling them to stop wasting his time and throw in the towel. In his corner, Jay panted heavily, fighting just to get air into his lungs. The man in the blue jacket desperately shouted for a chair. It was clear to everyone that in just one round, his face had been completely busted up. A blonde boxer watching ringside remarked that it was a miracle Jay even withstood those counterpunches. Jay's coach tried to reason with him, stating he had done everything he could. The coach insisted he had done well enough and that they would end the match, but the battered boxer refused. Jay argued that there was still one more thing he could do. His coach's stern face was cast in shadow as he looked down, contemplating his fighter's plea. A man in the crowd questioned why the coach wasn't throwing in the towel. Another spectator asked if the man didn't realize it was already over. A third man simply felt sorry for the boxer as the bell rang to begin the third round. The two fighters immediately re-engaged in a punishing, close-range exchange of blows. A brutal punch landed squarely on Jay's face, the visual impact reverberating through the arena. A spectator noted that Jay had slowed down noticeably, unable to trade blows like he did in the second round. A woman in the crowd cried out Jay's name in despair. In a flashback to the break, the man in the tracksuit, Siha, had questioned if Jay truly had one more thing left in him. He pointed out that Jay couldn't even walk properly, asking what he could possibly still have left. The blonde boxer had simply replied, taking punches. Siha had stared back, utterly bewildered by the strange declaration. Jay explained that ever since he was in school, more than anything else, he was really good at taking punches. The memory faded, leaving the two boxers standing under the stark lights of the ring. A man in a suit watching from the sidelines wondered aloud if Jay had taken too many blows to the head. The flashback continued with Jay pleading with his coach. He had begged him for just one more round. Jay insisted again that he still had something he could do. Back in the present, Jay clicked his tongue in frustration. His thoughts turned dark as he bitterly conceded that the world is predictable and boring. He recalled the cynical words of a man with a ponytail, who believed dramatic resolutions only happened in cartoons. This man had mused that no hero ever appears from nowhere to defeat the villain, and that broken families don't magically find happiness again. In a moment of absolute despair, Jay's mind screamed that no matter how hard you try, miracles will never happen. Jay's supporter, the man in the blue tracksuit, called out his name with deep concern. The blond man with worried green eyes could only watch as his fighter suffered. A single tooth, knocked loose from a devastating impact, fell and clattered onto the canvas. But despite the pain, the blond boxer found his voice, admitting through a split lip that it may be true. He thought to himself that reality might indeed be predictable and boring. The narrator acknowledged that there may be things you can't do, no matter how hard you try. It was stated that most humans may have no choice but to live according to the abilities they are born with. And they are limited by the environment they are given. However, a fire reignited in Jay's eyes. However, that was not the end of the story. A serious man in a hoodie watched in utter confusion, wondering why Siha kept allowing punches that posed no threat. He questioned why Siha wasn't using his superior footwork to simply outbox the compromised Jay. The dark-haired boxer, Siha, internally cursed his opponent, calling him an annoying bastard. Suddenly, Jay fired back, landing a solid punch directly on Siha's face. He immediately followed up with another clean shot that snapped Siha's head back. A man in a red shirt uttered a disbelieving "no." An injured boxer in the audience wondered aloud if the damage had finally accumulated on the champion. A grim grinding sound filled the air as Siha clenched his jaw against the unexpected pain. Jay landed another heavy blow with a sickening bash. The coach's voice from the past echoed, speaking of the unique strength required to endure pain. The narrator explained that while the difference in damage was clear and the champion held the upper hand, it was most likely the first time both fighters had ever accumulated this much damage in a single fight. And in that shared, brutal experience, a crucial difference was about to be revealed. Jay had clawed his way to this stage through sheer effort, raising himself up by overcoming countless hurdles. An injured boxer in the crowd had a revelation, Jay possessed the true strength to endure pain. The bruised champion, Siha, cursed his opponent, calling him a damn muscle monster. From the corner, a man in green shorts screamed Siha's name in a panic. Siha gritted his teeth, desperately screaming at Jay to just stay down already. The announcer declared that with both boxers heavily damaged, the champion was squeezing out consecutive punches with every last bit of power he had left. The man in green shorts exclaimed how desperate the match had become, wondering aloud who could possibly be the winner. A man with blonde hair screamed his support, shouting for Jay to go for it. Another punch landed with crushing force as a pair of determined eyes stared forward through the haze of battle. One boxer threw a final, desperate punch just as the other began to fall to the mat. A thunderous boom rocked the entire stadium. Jay's bloodied face was a mask of pure, unyielding determination. Siha's eyes went wide with utter shock, fresh cuts marking his cheek. The entire crowd, including a man in a superhero costume, was rendered completely speechless by the turn of events. A second explosive impact followed the first in quick succession. The dark-haired boxer, Siha, stumbled backward as his body finally gave out. At the exact same moment, the blonde-haired boxer, Jay, was knocked down, his head bowed. Two heavy thuds echoed through the arena as both fighters hit the canvas. The announcer screamed in shock, declaring a double knockdown as both boxers collapsed simultaneously. He frantically questioned who would be the first to rise as the referee began the crucial 10 count. Voices from the crowd and corners joined the referee, their shouts rising with each number. The count climbed higher and higher, rapidly approaching the final, decisive numbers. In a strange, symbolic image, a man in a suit and glasses stood as if ready for his own fight. But in the ring, Jay's bloody and bruised face was still fixed with an unbreakable, determined gaze. A final whoosh of sound cut through the noise as the bell rang repeatedly, the announcer's voice crying out the final count of 10. As the final bell of the round echoed relentlessly, the announcer's voice cut through the noise, crying out the final count of 10. In a vision of what could have been, a victorious boxer with a torn muscle triumphantly raised his arm. The memory of a determined green eye, set in a scarred but focused face, flashed through the champion's mind. A man and a woman were seen watching a match, their expressions a mixture of amusement and intrigue. Another image surfaced, that of a man with menacing facial tattoos grinning as he held an opponent down. In a moment of pure joy, a victorious boxer was embraced by his team in the corner of the ring. The vision concluded with the warm, reassuring smile of a middle-aged man with kind green eyes. Back in reality, the announcer's voice thundered through the stadium, declaring that the match was over and a new champion had finally been born. The stadium erupted as the new champion, Jay, was hoisted onto the shoulders of his cornermen in a scene of pure triumph. In the opposite corner, the defeated Siha looked at his coach and admitted that he had lost. The blue-haired boxer confessed that this was his first time ever losing a match inside the professional ring. Siha's mind reeled, he had always expected to lose, but to someone with more natural talent than himself. Admitting his prediction was wrong, Siha listened as his coach acknowledged that Jay had been a truly strong opponent. Siha's face was a mask of complex emotions, processing the unfamiliar sting of defeat. The narrator's voice explained that Jay would have undoubtedly lost if Siha had managed to rise to his feet again. But as Siha reflected, he realized that one of them had boxed purely out of awe for an idol. Jay's own thoughts mirrored this, knowing that while one fought in admiration, he had fought to overcome that very ideal. Jay understood that Siha had idolized a style of boxing only to see it crumble before him. In contrast, Jay knew that he had simply worked tirelessly to surpass that style. The bruised boxer then posed a rhetorical question, with such different motivations, the winner was obvious, wasn't it? In the center of the ring, the referee officially presented Jay with the glittering championship belt. The entire stadium roared with approval as the new champion and his team celebrated their hard-won victory. Looking at his coach with disbelief, the bruised and swollen Jay asked if he had truly won the match. The coach beamed with pride, confirming Jay's victory and declaring that from that day forward, he was the champion. Despite the celebration, Jay looked down, the immense physical toll of the fight etched onto his battered face. He stared into the middle distance, his expression one of complete and utter exhaustion. Finally, a faint, weary smile touched Jay's lips as he looked off to the side, absorbing his new reality. The official results were announced. At 1 minute and 32 seconds into the third round, Jay had won by KO, securing the championship title of Korea. In a starkly different setting, a prison guard informed prisoner 1003 that he was now discharged. Waiting outside, a man in a black suit bowed respectfully, informing the newly released man that they had been waiting for him, boss. A white-haired man, the notorious Ryu Baek-san, looked upon his released tofu and coldly remarked that it was tasteless. From the back seat of a luxury car, Ryu stared out at the ocean, his face unreadable. He watched a young couple strolling along the promenade with their small child. His gaze followed another happy family walking hand in hand by the water, a world away from his own. A close-up revealed the cold intensity in Ryu's face, highlighted by one striking red eye. One of his subordinates nervously made small talk, asking if he was now with someone named Sumi. Another man in a suit chimed in, remarking on how much the world had changed while their boss had been away. The older man explained that the gang run by a young upstart had been crushed a long time ago. Just then, a rival appeared, and Ryu sarcastically echoed the taunting greeting, "Hey, long time no see Baeksan Ryu. Did you have a good rest?" Ryu sighed, stating he was tired of the thug life and asked if they couldn't just let him leave without trouble. The rival boss chuckled, insisting that they had to settle things for old time's sake. With a weary sigh, Ryu resigned himself to the confrontation, deciding to just get it over with quickly. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, blurring his vision. Ryu's eyes widened in realization as he snarled that the bastards had drugged the tofu. The rival boss smirked, announcing that the drug must be starting to take effect. The sound of a heavy blow echoed, but Ryu was far from finished. Enraged, the white-haired man swore that he would slaughter every single one of them. Unfazed by the drug, Ryu stood over the first few men he had already taken down. As the fight began in earnest, Ryu's mind drifted, wondering where it all went wrong. He moved like a storm through the armed men, their knives and bats proving useless against his fury. The question echoed in his mind as he fought, at what point did his life go so terribly wrong? His fist connected with a thug's face in a brutal, bone-shattering impact. A man in a suit screamed in agony as he was struck down by the white-haired demon. Ryu stood confidently amidst the chaos, a whirlwind of violence surrounded by his falling enemies. In a matter of moments, the ground was littered with the bloody and broken bodies of the suited thugs. The man in the red suit, their leader, screamed in terror, desperately begging Ryu not to come any closer. The bald man's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated fear, his nose ring glinting as he shrieked. A final, decisive bash silenced the man's terrified cries. Ryu stood panting, the only sound the heaving of his own chest. He spat at the fallen men, roaring at the goddamn vermin for thinking he would be an easy target. He screamed that garbage like them needed to know their place and how they dared to challenge him. In a fit of pure rage, Ryu bellowed that he would kill anyone who came at him, vowing to eliminate every last one of them. The rattle of his breath was the only sound as he struggled to control his violent outburst. As the sun finally set, its last rays cast long shadows over the scene of brutal chaos. His rage subsiding into a cold emptiness, Ryu once again wondered when his life had started to go wrong. He questioned if the turning point was the first time he ever learned what it was to be truly humiliated. An image of an American flag waving against a clear sky flashed in his memory. He remembered himself as a younger man, his mouth slightly agape with a mix of shock and defiance. The phantom sound of a pathetic, limping retreat echoed in his ears. The man with white hair then considered if it was the time he first learned the bitter taste of loss. In a vivid flashback, a young Ryu defiantly stood his ground, telling someone, "Hey, this is my spot." The memory was punctuated by an extreme close-up of a single eye, glowing with a menacing, dark red light. Clearing his throat, Ryu was pulled back to a different time, a different dark room. He recalled a moment when he sat huddled in the shadows, illuminated by only a sliver of light from a doorway. The door creaked open, and a man with orange hair appeared, cautiously asking if something belonged to him. Ryu remembered looking up, his intense red-eyed gaze partially obscured by his own spiky white hair. A simple, dismissive flick of his finger was his only response. The scene abruptly cut, leaving the story of Ryu Baeksan's past hanging in the balance. An orange-haired man glanced over his shoulder, a lollipop stick hanging casually from his lips. Across from him, a disheveled white-haired man with scratches on his face looked down, utterly defeated. The white-haired man's voice was a dry whisper as he admitted he was hungry. He weakly stammered out a desperate plea for food. A small plate was placed gently on the table before him. A moment of quiet anticipation hung in the air. This was a new chapter in the life of the boxer, a story penned by J.H. The famished man immediately stuffed his cheek full of the offered meal. The orange-haired man laughed, asking if the food was good. The waiter explained that it was their restaurant's signature dish, a special omelette developed by his own uncle. Nodding gratefully, the white-haired man was simply told to make sure he chewed. The orange-haired waiter observed that based on his appearance, the stranger didn't seem to be a tourist. Noting they looked about the same age, he suggested the man stop being a vagabond and find work there. He mentioned that they just so happened to be looking for a helper in the kitchen. After thanking him for the food, the white-haired man bluntly stated that he didn't do that kind of thing. The orange-haired waiter was left confused, questioning what he meant. The stranger elaborated that all occupations are equally important. He then declared that the amazing thing was simply the act of working, regardless of the job. His eyes then fell upon a framed photo of a young, smiling boxer proudly holding a trophy. The white-haired man asked if he used to box, prompting the orange-haired man to acknowledge the photograph. He casually dismissed it, saying he only boxed for a short while back in school. His uncle interjected with immense pride, revealing his nephew had won a gold medal at the World Youth Championship. The white-haired man's demeanor shifted, and he asked the former champion if he was any good. He pressed further, wanting to know just how good Josh would be on a world level right now. Josh admitted that while he might handle local matches, the world level was no joke, especially since he'd quit long ago. Without warning, the white-haired man challenged him to a boxing match. When Josh reacted with surprise, the man revealed that he also used to box a little. Josh tried to warn him that even though it had been a while, the stranger could still get seriously hurt. The sound of a chair crashing to the floor interrupted his protest. The bright orange-haired man stared back, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. The white-haired man simply stared back, insisting they do it. The cook sighed in resignation, wondering if this was how you repay someone for their kindness. Defeated, the orange-haired man grimly told the stranger to come with him. They stepped outside under a bright blue sky filled with fluffy clouds. Josh repeated his warning not to blame him if he got hurt, but the white-haired man just told him to show what he's got. Seeing his opponent's unguarded stance, Josh was told he talks too much, while the challenger privately decided to go easy on him. A sudden swish of movement caught Josh by surprise as he realized his opponent was incredibly fast. The white-haired man internally acknowledged that this former champion was not just some vagrant. The two exchanged a swift series of dodges and weaves, testing each other's speed. Meanwhile, a man with a mustache and vest named Peter arrived at the restaurant, calling for Jonathan. Finding the main room nearly empty, Peter asked the barmaid where Jonathan and Josh were. A red-haired man looked over, his expression laced with concern. He explained to Peter that a random guy had picked a fight with Josh, as Peter noted the stranger was holding his own surprisingly well. The white-haired fighter observed that while his opponent's guard was down, his movements were still familiar with boxing. Peter, watching from the sidelines, marveled that the stranger's timing was nothing short of outstanding. The white-haired fighter also conceded that his reaction speed was a gift. Yet, Peter noticed something seemed awkward and fundamentally wrong with the challenger's form. As the white-haired fighter grew frustrated, Josh wondered what strange maneuver his opponent kept trying to pull off. Josh dodged another awkward, sweeping blow. With his eyes glowing red, Josh clenched his fist, having seen an opening. A flash of insight struck the former champion. The white-haired man cried out in pain as a punch connected. A sudden, sharp memory cut through his mind, a younger version of himself ordering his men to find someone who couldn't have gotten far. He remembered the sound of his own ragged breaths as he ran for his life. An intense, throbbing pain pulsed through his body. He cried out again, the memory of agony feeling all too real. The sound of a heavy impact echoed as he collapsed. He was left panting on the ground, overwhelmed by the phantom pain. Back in the present, Josh stood over him and recalled the question about the world level, explaining it was full of monsters more powerful than even he was. In a flashback, a red-haired boxer reacted with disbelief to his coach's words. The coach told the young fighter that on a short trip, he'd already met 2 kids with far more talent. The boxer repeated the crushing words, 2 geniuses existed in that country who were more powerful than him without ever learning to box. The orange-haired man demanded to know if he was understood, adding a stern warning to never look down on restaurant work. In another memory, the broken white-haired man lay on the ground before a stern, mustached man. The mustached man, Peter, leaned down and asked him if he wished to become famous. Peter continued his interrogation, asking if he wished to receive acclaim from the world. From the ground, the man could only choke out a single defiant word. Peter then offered him strength, so that no one could ever look down on him again. The broken man on the ground simply told him to fuck off. Unfazed, the man with the mustache posed his final question, asking if he truly wished to become a boxer. The white-haired man finally erupted, screaming at him to get lost. Peter stood, leaving a final, life-changing offer hanging in the air, come find him if he ever wished to become a professional boxer. A lone figure stood in a vast, desolate landscape. An intense close-up revealed his piercing, blue-tinted eyes. The sky blazed with a dramatic sunset of pink and purple, streaked with dark clouds. Amidst a crackling sound, the man in the suit's desperate cry for his daddy echoed across the dusky city. A blonde woman's voice cut through the noise, posing the question, "Will you marry me?" The sounds of ravenous munching were suddenly interrupted by a piercing scream. From off-panel, a voice joined a man on a bench, shouting encouragement to keep pushing. The camera zoomed in on the intense, narrowed eye of the white-haired man. The story of the boxer began, created by the artist J.H. Ryu stood with his back to the viewer, gazing out at the sprawling city skyline at night. A chorus of disembodied voices taunted him, accusing him of always running away since that day. The memory of a champion boxer smugly declared that he had already achieved his dream. The champion's voice continued its assault, dismissing Ryu as nothing more than a boring loser. Ryu trembled, weakly telling the phantoms of his past to shut up. A sudden, inexplicable chill sent an involuntary shiver through an unseen body. He forced himself to look forward, trying to regain his composure. An unidentified speaker's voice from a memory whispered that this was true talent. The blue-haired man's words echoed in his mind, revealing that 2 other geniuses existed in his country besides him. As he gasped for breath, the memory of an older man's voice called him a worthless piece of trash. In a dark room, he recalled 3 figures standing in judgment over him. Overwhelmed by the flood of painful memories, Ryu could only stammer, unable to form a coherent thought. The scene focused on a man's intense, glaring eyes, burning with an unreadable emotion. Elsewhere, the tall man with long hair noted Peter's good mood, to which the mustached man replied he'd met an interesting guy. The long-haired man questioned what made this person so interesting. Peter explained it was as if the man had wings and was desperate to fly. His companion jokingly asked if he was just a drunkard, and Peter laughed, admitting he certainly looked the part. Peter then revealed he had told the man to come to their gym if he wanted to go pro. Ryu's stern expression was a mask for the turmoil brewing deep within him. He stood alone in a hallway, lost in thought as another white-haired man seemed to approach from the foreground. A tense gaze was captured in the reflection of an eye, hinting at the fire being rekindled. A stylized image depicted a young Ryu looking up into a beam of light, a symbol of his last hope. Peter, the man with the mustache, confessed his desire to teach this desperate man how to truly run. When a blond man asked if he thought Ryu would come, Peter answered with absolute certainty that he would. The narrator's voice confirmed his prediction, stating he would arrive without fail. A fleeting image of a bloodied, defeated boxer in a ring flashed through the air. In a high-tech room filled with monitors, a young man stood watching a central screen with rapt attention. The scene settled on the New York City skyline at night, the Empire State Building standing tall. As the gym door whirred open, Peter greeted Ryu and immediately asked if he truly wished to become a boxer. Ryu nodded, then quietly confirmed that he did. Peter leaned in, pretending he couldn't hear the mumbled reply. When pressed on what he wanted, Ryu was forced to speak louder about his desire. Ryu finally exploded, shouting at the geezer that he wanted to become a pro boxer. Peter simply smirked and said, "All right." He then held out his hand and made his first demand, the money. Ryu could only stare back, utterly bewildered by the request. Peter calmly explained it was the enrollment fee, scoffing at the notion that he should train him for free. He asserted his status as one of the world's best coaches, a man who commands a considerable chunk of change. Ryu erupted in fury, yelling at the goddamn geezer for making him come all this way just to ask for money. Josh, the red-haired man, suggested that he could afford it if he worked as a kitchen helper at a cocktail bar. Josh bluntly told him that if he didn't have any money, he needed to go out and earn some. Ryu's face contorted in a silent scream of anger and utter disbelief. The scene cut to a bright, peaceful blue sky, a stark contrast to his inner storm. A bell jingled as the view entered a bar, focusing on Josh and an older chef. Josh recognized Ryu instantly, sarcastically asking if he was there for settlement money, but Ryu stated he wanted to work in the kitchen. After Josh's confused reply, Ryu sighed in exasperation, wondering why everyone was making him repeat himself. He clearly restated that he came to help out in the kitchen. Josh fell silent for a moment before demanding an apology, a command that made Ryu look away stoically. The red-haired bartender made his terms clear: if Ryu wanted the job, he had to apologize for his actions the previous day. Ryu's mind recoiled at the mere thought of having to apologize. The idea of himself, apologizing, was almost too much for his pride to bear. He questioned whether he could bring himself to apologize to the likes of this man. Ryu looked down at the floor, his expression unreadable as he battled with his own ego. He remained standing in tense silence, his gaze still averted. He struggled to form the words, beginning with a hesitant, "I'm." Swallowing his pride, Ryu finally forced out an apology for his behavior the day before. Josh's intense red eye stared forward, taking in the humbling moment. The narrator observed that Ryu felt a peculiar sensation he had never experienced in his life. A vision of his younger self, with wide and startled eyes, flashed in his mind. The man in the vest accepted the apology, cheerfully telling him he could start immediately. The soft clinking of dishes being washed marked the beginning of his new, humbling occupation. A smiling, orange-haired man stood in the foreground as Ryu toiled away in the background of the kitchen. As he worked, the white-haired boy silently vowed that they should just wait and see. Elsewhere, a purple-haired man muttered about getting his revenge once he regained his form. A muscular man's thoughts turned to what was truly important. The bald man with tattoos aggressively told someone to come here. He shouted that the loser must pay the price for their failure. A boy in green cried out for his coach to save him from a bald muscle man who was chasing him, wanting to shave his head. A powerfully built man with white hair and burning red eyes stared forward with fearsome intensity. In a grimy underground ring, two boxers battled fiercely as spectators waved cash, betting on the brutal outcome. A disapproving click of the tongue cut through the noise. The coach with the mustache roared with approval, shouting that his fighter was doing everything right. He yelled encouragement, insisting that was all the boxer needed to do to win. A brutal punch landed with a sickening thud. A buzzing sound filled the air, signaling a moment of dazed impact. A man in a simple tank top glanced over his shoulder, another figure standing just out of sight. Nearby, a man with long black hair and a blue jacket observed the scene with his arms crossed, a cool detachment in his posture. The long-haired man wondered if the fighter in the ring was the one Peter had mentioned. In a memory, a younger Ryu with short white hair and piercing blue eyes stared forward with unshakable confidence. A close-up highlighted his unique eye, the pupil glowing a faint red. Ryu stood in the foreground, his gaze fixed on a man and woman standing together inside a boxing ring. His mind confirmed the identity of the man in the ring, it was him. In another time, a referee stood between two shirtless boxers, signaling the start of a new chapter. A confident blond man declared himself one of the best coaches in the world, questioning Ryu's intentions. Ryu presented a wad of cash, cutting straight to the point and demanding the coach get him a pro license. The man with the mustache considered the offer for a moment before agreeing and telling Ryu to follow him. The coach demonstrated on a punching bag, the impacts echoing through the gym. Ryu dismissed the basic training, demanding to spar with someone strong, claiming he already knew the fundamentals. The silver-haired man asserted that he was the type to learn best in the heat of an actual fight. Annoyed, the man in the vest simply ordered him to move. The sounds of sparring echoed as two fighters began their exchange. The man in the vest critically asked if that was really how it was supposed to be done. The silver-haired man, Ryu, fired back, pointing out that his opponent's center of gravity was wobbling as he landed his own punches. He relentlessly pushed his partner, yelling for more precision and more speed. Ryu effortlessly dodged an incoming strike. The man in the vest observed Ryu's odd movements, correctly guessing that his toned muscles and arrogance meant people used to call him a genius. Ryu shot back, lecturing that the foundation of boxing is in the legs, a crucial element for his opponent's particular style. The man in the vest countered that while Ryu's talent may have allowed for free-form boxing in the past, his current state made it impossible. A man with a shaved head chimed in, remarking that Ryu probably already knew that. The man with the shaved head declared he just needed a few sparring sessions to get back on a roll, while a black-haired man scoffed, asking if he was considered incompetent. A man with a towel draped over his neck called out to someone he mockingly referred to as Seaweed Head. The shaved-headed man challenged the so-called Seaweed Head, remarking on his past prime and offering to spar. He boasted that he would go for the title immediately after crushing him. The man with the towel made a counteroffer: if he was that serious, he should first fight a boxer who was preparing to go pro. The man with the shaved head dismissed his previous loss as a fluke, swaying to prove he had regained his strength. The focus shifted to his single leg, hinting at a past injury that still lingered. He insisted that it was just one leg and that he could easily get the hang of it again. He believed all he needed to do was sway to his own rhythm, even if one leg was compromised. The protagonist boxer was confident that he could simply adjust his weight and flow to compensate. He then threw a devastatingly powerful punch. The audience, including the observant long-haired man, watched the fight with rapt attention. A blond man in sunglasses noted the fighter's flashy style, impressed by his ability to adapt despite the limited movement in one leg. The white-haired observer, Ryu, acknowledged that the man's talent was far from ordinary. He mused that the fighter could have become incredible if not for his injury and a lack of proper coaching. However, the opponent taunted him, contemptuously asking if that was all he had. In response, a powerful punch landed squarely on the opponent's face. The opponent's expression twisted in surprise from the force of the blow. He cursed under his breath, stunned by the barrage of consecutive punches. A man in a suit suddenly intervened, calling for an end to the fight. The boxer in white vehemently protested the stoppage, furious that it hadn't even been one full round. He argued that he just needed more time to adapt to escape the combo. The man in the suit calmly asked if he truly believed that. The boxer in white shot back, defiantly asking if they thought he would lose to a fighter like that. In his mind, he couldn't fathom the possibility of losing to someone who wasn't even a pro. He shouted that he could win even with only one leg, against that guy or seaweed head. Desperately, he proclaimed that even the legendary K had acknowledged him as a genius. A flush of red spread across his face, a mixture of anger and humiliation. The man with the mustache watched the boxer's tantrum with a knowing, unimpressed look. The crowd murmured with concern, witnessing the fighter's complete breakdown. In a starkly different setting, a dark-haired man offered to spar, his expression calm and steady. The blond man with a mustache agreed, knowing a clear demonstration was the only way to make his student understand. The dark-haired man asked if they could start immediately, and Ryu arrogantly accepted, saying he wanted a piece of him anyway. As Ryu taped up only one hand, the dark-haired man questioned his preparation, but Ryu insisted it was enough to handle him. The dark-haired man, Jean, set the terms. If Ryu could last 30 seconds, he would win, prompting an enraged Ryu to lunge forward as the match began. A single, devastating punch landed before Ryu could even complete his threat. With that one blow, the winner and loser of the match had already been determined. Instinctively, Ryu knew that Jean had deliberately held back from knocking him out. The act was a calculated lesson, meant only to show the woefully vast difference in their abilities. Punches rained down with terrifying speed, the assault measured in fractions of a second. The clock ticked up as the relentless barrage continued, each impact a testament to an impossible gap in power. Trapped in the storm of blows, Ryu could only wonder how he was supposed to endure 30 seconds of this torment. A single word escaped his thoughts, describing the man before him, a monster. The scene faded, and the voice of the blond man with the mustache called out Ryu's name. As Ryu regained consciousness, his coach leaned over him and asked if he finally understood the lesson. The coach delivered the crushing truth: "You're no longer a genius." The world faded from black to white, a memory concluding. The phantom sound of a heavy blow echoed the boxer's recent defeat. His coach's voice cut through the haze, declaring that was enough for now. An enraged spectator screamed at the defeated fighter, furious that he had lost the money he'd bet on Peter's guy. The boxer could only grit his teeth and curse his own failure. His coach's words replayed in his mind, a constant reminder to bear in mind that he was no longer a genius. He recalled the stark advice to forget his old way of boxing and start completely over if he ever wanted to run again, let alone fly. A final punch landed, punctuating the boxer's desperate cry denying the possibility of losing. The bell rang out 3 times, officially ending the humiliating match. The victorious bald boxer let out a triumphant roar, his chest heaving with exertion. The defeated fighter's legs were shown, a symbol of the flawed foundation that led to his fall. The man with the blonde hair and mustache stood with his arms crossed, the brutal lesson finally delivered. In the past, an instructor's voice boomed across the track, yelling at the flagging students that they still had 5 laps left. A blond boy, panting for breath, told his friend he had just realized something tragic. He posited that the adult adage about all life being precious was a lie, pointing to their miserable reality as proof. The blond boy reminisced about how they were praised for simply standing up and walking as babies. Now, he complained, no matter how hard they ran, they received no praise, only the frustration of falling behind in competition. The green-haired boy, utterly exhausted, told his friend to shut up, as he was too tired for such philosophical debates. The blond boy, however, directed his friend's attention to Ryu, whose unstoppable momentum left even the track and field athletes in the dust. He noted that Ryu achieved perfect scores in both track and his overall PE grade, marking him as an exceptional talent. The blond boy then posed a sobering question: could they ever hope to catch up to someone like him, even with their best effort? He resignedly labeled himself a grade C and his friend a grade D, much to the green-haired boy's annoyance. With a bit of dark humor, he told his friend not to lose heart, as there was a grade F lagging far behind them. The boys gasped, their attention drawn to another runner. The black-haired boy wondered aloud about the mysterious other student. The blonde boy admitted that it was really hard to tell where that particular student stood. He explained that sometimes the student seemed to be between a grade D and an F, his performance wavering. But the black-haired boy countered that sometimes, he was incredible, possessing a skill that was different from just being normally good. He described the goosebumps he got watching him, comparing Ryu's precise free throws to this other boy's, where it felt like the hoop itself was sucking the ball in. The blonde boy sarcastically asked if grade D understood, earning another exasperated plea to just shut up. The black-haired boy continued, explaining it felt as if the shot had already gone in even before the ball left the boy's hands. He concluded that the strange runner was a special case entirely. The blonde boy, however, brought the conversation back to his original point, declaring that the world sucked and they were just extras. The two friends lamented their ordinary fates, wishing they could either go back to being praised for walking or be born special like Ryu. The memory faded as the sound of clinking glasses filled the air, with an unknown voice musing about the fame, riches, and popularity that came with talent. A bald man with an apron interrupted the thoughts, placing more dishes on a table. On a nearby television, an announcer shouted that the boxer Larry was driving his opponent into a corner. The boxer's journey of reinvention had been relentless, his eyes burning with focus. He remembered a man in a tuxedo demanding his full attention. That man had ordered him to cast aside his old self and make a completely fresh start. He was instructed to forget all his old fancy moves, focusing only on simple and solid techniques from now on. Another mentor, a man with a goatee, had drilled into him that a strong stamina was his only hope for survival. In a pool, a coach forced him through grueling workouts to compensate for his inability to run long distances. In the gym, the mantra was always the same: focus on the basics, left jab, left jab. The face of his current coach, a man with blonde hair and a mustache, filled his memory. A brutal impact echoed the painful lessons he had to endure. The blonde man's voice cut through, criticizing his reliance on old, discarded moves. A heavy silence hung in the air, thick with unspoken frustration. The blonde man, now seen in a vest, questioned how long he thought he could keep fighting like that and still win. The coach with the mustache pressed further, asking if he truly believed such an imperfect technique would work in the World Championships, while another mentor with white hair warned his career would be cut short. The boxer, his own hair now white, retorted with exhaustion, asking if simply winning wasn't enough and telling them to quit nagging. His scarred and weathered body was a testament to the battles he had fought, both in and out of the ring. The sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. With a towel draped over his shoulder, the boxer stood alone, contemplating the day's end. The bald man quietly admitted to himself that he already knew the truth in their words. The blond man with the mustache looked down, his expression softening slightly. He apologized, stating that it was his job to nag him. An off-panel voice praised his good work during the match and offered to buy him dinner. The bald man gratefully accepted the meal before his companion departed for the night. He walked alone down a city street, the glowing lights of the buildings blurring around him. In his mind, the bald man reflected that he finally felt like he was leading a normal life. He thought about the simple act of working hard. A memory of the man in the apron flashed by, representing the ideal of making an honest living. He recalled a man with orange hair speaking about the importance of forming good relationships. The white-haired version of himself from the past mused on how meaningless and immature his old life now seemed. He conceded to himself that a normal life wasn't so bad after all. With a tinge of melancholy, he accepted that he could never become the best in the world with his injured leg. He remembered the overwhelming feeling of inferiority, knowing he couldn't beat a truly talented opponent. The thought echoed that he would now never reach that higher level he once strived for. His future, he believed, was to be a simple boxer who only fought in minor bouts. He resigned himself to this fate, concluding that this must be what it means to be average. A lone bird soared freely across the vibrant twilight sky. The man stood by a railing, watching as the last light of day faded into night. His mind, however, was filled with the image of a fierce exchange of blows inside the ring. A moment of quiet contemplation settled over him. He envisioned a white-haired figure, a specter of his past genius, dashing forward with explosive speed. The bald man's expression was grim, his brow furrowed in thought. His coach's voice broke the silence, reminding him that while it wasn't a world title, he was already ranked number 1 domestically. The bald boxer stood ready, his gloves raised in anticipation. He suggested to his coach that it should be alright to start trying for the world level now. The man with the mustache revealed he had already taken the initiative and found an opponent for his pre-qualification match. He added that, coincidentally, this opponent was also searching for a preliminary match. Elsewhere, a piercing red eye stared out with cold indifference. A quiet yawn escaped the lips of its owner. A white-haired student named Jay looked down with a bored expression as a muscular man encouraged another trainee to finish their last set. The muscular man offered words of encouragement as the trainee struggled, his panting filling the gym. Watching the display of effort, Jay muttered a single, dismissive word, idiot. An unseen speaker informed Jay that his next opponent was the boxing champion of Korea. The red-eyed man, now visible, warned Jay that he had better prepare himself. He finished by stating that this next challenger would be a great deal stronger than any of the boxers Jay had fought thus far. A man with striking red eyes abruptly demanded practice from a confused, white-haired man. The white-haired man questioned the sudden request, but the red-eyed man simply insisted he come along. The red-eyed man wondered if this was some long-delayed, petty attempt at revenge. Nearby, a different red-haired man named Josh, lamenting his lack of recent workouts, irritably asked what was wanted. The person with red eyes hesitated, struggling to begin his apology. With spiky red hair framing his face, he stared forward with a conflicted, neutral expression. He could only manage to stammer out the beginning of the word, sorry. In a strange training session, a man in a suit practiced his apology on a kneeling subordinate as others watched on. The man sighed at the absurdity of the rehearsal, while a bystander in a hoodie questioned the bizarre scene. He internally pondered how someone would feel if a hated figure suddenly reappeared after a decade to apologize. A close-up on his red eye revealed the deep-seated resentment and history between them. The practice was for a real confrontation, where an older man finally told Josh he was sorry for hurting his feelings. Josh, however, internally decided he'd rather beat the man to a pulp for old time's sake. An orange-haired man warned that the opponent they were discussing was not just some average lunatic. Thus began a new chapter in the story of the boxer. At the official weigh-in, an announcer cleared a fighter at 161 pounds and called for the next 2 boxers. The bald man, Ryu Baek-san, felt a wave of doubt begin to wash over him. He stared forward with a buzz cut, his expression a mask hiding a brewing storm. Ryu silently cursed himself, wondering why he was getting nervous like an amateur. A man with blonde hair approached, greeting Ryu warmly and asking how he'd been. Ryu's stoic profile offered no hint of the turmoil churning within him. The bald man managed only a clipped, one-word greeting in return. The blonde man noted with private interest that Ryu was now affiliated with his old gym. In a flash of memory, a different blonde man greeted him, remarking how long it had been. Ryu recalled that his original intention for this reunion had been to apologize. He saw in his rival's eyes the same direct, unwavering gaze he remembered from the past. A man with a mustache commented with condescending surprise that Ryu had grown bold enough to speak first. The blonde man then formally wished for a good match, the tension palpable between them. A flood of dormant emotions, shame, anger, jealousy, and regret, were suddenly reawakened. A young man with scars began a fierce, internal declaration of his resolve. He swore to himself that no matter what happened, he refused to lose to him. The fighters and their seconds stood before the officials for the final pre-match procedures. The day of the fateful match had finally dawned. A man in a waistcoat asked the boxer in the black robe if he was ready, receiving a firm nod in response. The sharp swish of phantom punches cut through the air as a fighter warmed up in the corridor. The boxer in the white robe, Jay, coolly announced to his team that it was time to go. His opponent, Ryu, now in green trim, echoed the sentiment with fiery resolve. Two shadowy figures began their walkout, striding towards the brilliant light of the arena. Ryu, now with spiky blonde hair, walked with purpose toward the roaring crowd. An explosive roar from the audience washed over the fighters as they emerged. Ryu's coach, a man with a handlebar mustache, watched with his arms crossed and a stern expression. The tall, lace-up boots of a fighter methodically descended the stairs toward the ring. Jay's coach stood with his arms crossed, his gaze locked on the unfolding spectacle. Ryu's boot, accented with green trim, took the final step up into the squared circle. The sharp crack of gloves striking pads echoed from the corners during the last moments of preparation. A close-up on Ryu's green eye revealed his intense and unwavering focus. Jay's piercing red eye stared back, burning with a cold, predatory light. The muscular blonde fighter, Ryu, looked on with grim determination etched on his face. The white-haired fighter, Jay, mirrored his intensity with a look of chilling calm. The two rivals finally faced off in the center of the ring, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Jay's manager noted the large crowd and Ryu's popularity, but Jay simply scoffed in dismissal. A close-up of Jay's red pupil showed his complete disdain for his opponent's fame. Watching from the stands, a suited man with blonde hair and glasses stood with his fists clenched tightly. In Ryu's corner, his coach described Jay as a relentless, orthodox infighter who would charge non-stop. The coach warned that Jay's resilience would make him hard to defeat, advising Ryu to aim for a decision victory. Ryu affirmed that he knew, acknowledging that a fighter like Jay would get up no matter how many times he was hit. His coach remarked that Ryu seemed to know his opponents, and Ryu simply confirmed it. Ryu cryptically explained their history as an old, ill-fated relationship. The bell rang out, and the announcer declared the start of the match, marking Jay's first step toward the world stage. In a sudden flash of memory, a man in a brown jacket casually greeted him, remarking that it had been a long time. A man with glasses proposed that they test something. A white-haired man finished the sentence, challenging him to show how much he had grown. Back in the present, a thunderous boom suddenly echoed through the arena. The announcer's voice cracked with shock as Jay scored the first knockdown mere seconds into the fight. From the corner, Ryu's mustached coach screamed, demanding to know what he was doing. The man in the blue jacket reminded Ryu that he had only heard stories of his past, uncertain of his true preparation. In contrast, Jay had been relentlessly and single-mindedly preparing to overcome the shadow of his legendary rival. A man with a furrowed brow watched from the side, his thoughts filled with grave concern for Ryu. Ryu lay flat on his back, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared up at the blinding stadium lights. As he lay on the canvas, the blonde boxer's own voice of despair told him that it was impossible to win this match. Ryu's consciousness swam in confusion, his mind struggling to process what had just happened and whether he was hit by an uppercut. His eye, wide with shock and framed by fresh scratches, reflected the harsh reality of the canvas. From the stands, a spectator bellowed that a storm of consecutive punches was about to be unleashed. Another fighter in the audience felt his own strength failing, wondering aloud how many seconds were left in the brutal round. Observing the carnage, a man in a tracksuit remarked that Ryu had finally acknowledged his own weakness and found a way to overcome it. However, a man with dark hair countered that while commendable, Ryu shouldn't flatter himself just yet. This was the fundamental style of boxing that ordinary fighters learn from the very beginning of their careers. A second fighter added that the sheer volume of their accumulated experiences and efforts was on a completely different level. In the ring, Jay shoved his torso forward, expertly creating space just before he could be trapped in a clinch. The man with dark hair watched in disbelief, noting Jay's toughness was akin to a fighter 2 weight classes heavier, stunned by the immense gap in their abilities. The referee stepped forward, beginning to make a declaration about the match. But his words were cut off by the bell, signaling the abrupt end of the third round. In his corner, Ryu could only draw ragged, desperate breaths. His coach, a man with a mustache and bow tie, looked on with concern as Ryu's bruised eye stared into nothingness. As the fourth round began, Ryu's thoughts drifted, questioning the very purpose of his journey. He wondered what he had truly wanted to achieve once he became a boxer. The question echoed in his mind, a haunting refrain asking what it was all for. The fifth round passed in a blur of pain and exhaustion. In a fleeting memory, he saw his younger self, a boy with blonde hair and clear green eyes. The boy in the hoodie from his past asked the same question that haunted him now: what had he wanted to do? The announcer's voice cut through his reverie, declaring the end of the sixth round and noting it had been another torturous one for Ryu. Gasping for air, Ryu stared across the ring, wondering just how much longer his opponent could possibly last. Ryu's bald coach was frank, and Fabrizio, the man in the suit, agreed that unless a miracle occurred, they were going to lose the match. Ryu repeated their grim assessment, acknowledging that he was just a punching bag and that giving up was the sensible way to reduce damage. His coach, the blonde man, tried to console him, explaining that running away isn't weakness but an act of courage. Ryu's silver-haired coach left the final choice to him, stating that the decision was ultimately his to make. Ryu's mind began to form a response, starting with a single, defiant thought. His green eyes, though surrounded by bruises, stared forward with a renewed, burning intensity. Ryu reminded his corner of their own words, that they had told him to lose with pride only after showing his opponent everything he had. With his head bowed in exhaustion, Ryu made it clear to his coach that he was not finished yet. He declared firmly, "I've still got something left." The bell for the seventh round rang, signaling the beginning of the end. The two warriors met in the center of the ring, clashing with an energy that seemed to shake the canvas itself. As he fought, Jay confessed that he honestly envied Ryu. He envied the life Ryu had led, one that allowed him to run on a straight and narrow path. Jay admitted that Ryu had put in so much effort and lived with a sincerity he could only dream of. He could feel the weight of that sincere life clearly in each and every one of Ryu's punches. It was a stark contrast to his own erratic, wandering punches born from a chaotic past. In a flashback, Jay's mustached coach relentlessly drilled him, questioning why his core was so unsteady. Jay recalled the answer: it was because he took the fundamental act of maneuvering his center of gravity completely for granted. His coach had warned him that most people spend their lives eaten alive by the very things they take for granted. But the coach had also told Jay that things were different for him now. He had ordered Jay to constantly learn and think, even as punches rained down. The lesson was to always know where his center of balance was, no matter the situation. Back in that time, a younger, blonde Jay could only agree, later admitting he was just an idiot kid back then. The announcer's voice boomed, bringing the focus back to the present as he declared the eighth and final round was about to begin. Jay panted heavily in his corner, gathering his breath for one final, crucial thought. He remembered his past as a long-haired boxer, training relentlessly while his coach watched from the side. Now, bald and hardened by countless battles, his eyes burned with an unmatched intensity. Even in memory, he could feel the exhaustion from that training, letting out a weary sigh. Jay finished his thought, beginning with the word, however. With a surge of power, he drove a vicious uppercut into Ryu's body. They exchanged a furious volley of blows, and a close-up revealed the grimace of pure agony on Ryu's face. Jay roared that he had also struggled and fought his way here. A single footstep marked a shift in the fight's momentum. The scene briefly cut to a solitary figure walking across a bridge, traversing a lonely path under the city lights. A thunderous boom echoed as a decisive punch found its mark. Jay screamed in triumph, realizing he had done it. Fabrizio smiled from the sidelines, a stark contrast to the image of a badly bruised and swollen eye. Despite the blood on his lips, Ryu gritted his teeth, his expression one of unbreakable determination. A sickening crunch echoed as another heavy blow landed. Ryu's eyes were now rimmed in red, fueled by nothing but sheer willpower. He threw his head back and let out a defiant, desperate roar. The commentators declared that Ryu was being completely overpowered, and while he'd held on, his chances now looked bleak. Across the ring, Jay gave his rival a nod of respect, admitting, "You've done well, Ryu." Ryu could barely believe it, his mind reeling at how Jay still had enough energy for consecutive punches after such a grueling fight. In that moment, he accepted that he was losing, just as he had expected. But as the final moments played out, Ryu realized that for the first time, he wasn't that upset about it. Bruised and battered, Ryu hunched over, protecting himself from the inevitable. And then, just as the end seemed certain, an accident occurred with a sickening splatter. Battered and broken, Ryu stood alone in the center of the ring. This was the story of the boxer, a masterpiece of art and struggle written by the author known as J.H. Ryu's mind reeled with the devastating thought that he couldn't possibly beat him. As the referee's count climbed to 4, a boxer in the crowd denied what he was seeing, believing it to be impossible. A young man watched in frozen horror, silently pleading for it not to end this way. A man with intense purple eyes screamed, "No," repeatedly, his denial a raw and desperate cry. An image of a victorious champion, hoisting a belt high above his head, flashed through Ryu's memory. On the canvas, a knee bent as a fighter prepared to rise once more. The referee announced in astonishment that Ryu was getting up again, though the commentators noted he was now noticeably lagging behind Jay. This was the story of the boxer, a masterpiece of art and struggle written by the author J.H. With a ceremonial tap of their gloves, the brutal fight resumed. The man with purple eyes continued to roar his denial, his voice cracking with desperation. Ryu's battered body creaked with every strained movement he made. As Ryu rushed Jay with another desperate onslaught, the voice of the mustached man echoed in his mind, asking when he would finally let go of his regrets. A lone bird soared across a somber, purple-hued sky, a silent mirror to his solitary battle. In a flash of memory from a past fight, a green glove smashed squarely into the face of a man with a white buzz cut. A fighter's arm, protected by a sleeve and bracer, bent under the immense force of the impact. The dazed man looked upward, his eyes wide and unfocused from the crushing blow. From the sidelines of that old memory, a bald man declared that it was over. Back in the present, another powerful punch was thrown with blinding speed and vicious intent. The announcer cried out that Ryu had been knocked down again, his voice ringing through the arena. The commentary team noted that Jay was demonstrating his overwhelming strength ahead of his debut on the world stage. Ryu's senses blurred, the white of his hair stark against the encroaching darkness as figures ran in opposite directions in his mind's eye. His consciousness threatened to slip away into a silent gradient of white and black. A memory surfaced of a bald man with light brown skin, admitting with resignation that for him, it had been over a long time ago. The voice of the blond mustached man from his past then began to berate him, demanding to know what he was afraid of and ordering him to get up. The injured boxer on the ground had wondered what his coach was talking about, thinking that even without his leg injury, the result might have been the same. The mustached man's voice relentlessly questioned why he had even returned to the gym. He cruelly asked if it was all just to become famous. He then questioned if it was merely for the sake of acclaim. The coach pressed further, asking if it was to become strong so that no one could ever look down on him again. Finally, he roared the ultimate question, was it simply because he truly wanted to become a boxer? He commanded the young fighter to get up, insisting that he had not yet suffered a proper defeat. The blond mustachioed man yelled that if he was going to lose, he must lose with pride after showing his opponent everything he had. As the referee's count reached 7, a fist clenched with newfound resolve, and Ryu wobbled unsteadily back to his feet. The count of 8 echoed through the stadium just as he managed to stand. The announcer confirmed Ryu was up again, but it was painfully clear he had taken far too much damage. Baeksun Ryu resolved not to let his guard down, steeling himself to fight to the very finish with his own boxing style. He immediately pushed forward, throwing a punch toward Jae's defensive guard. With only 30 seconds left, the question hung in the air: could Ryu possibly survive the round? The memory of his old coach's voice urged him onward, telling him to persevere and come back from the brink. These final 30 seconds became a penalty imposed upon Baeksun Ryu for the life he had led. With 23 seconds remaining, he endured the crushing weight of his remorse and pain. At 15 seconds, he was forced to confront his deep-seated and suffocating regret. With only 7 seconds left on the clock, he faced the bitter punishment for his arrogance. And in those final, agonizing moments, he bore the full consequence of his many mistakes and evil deeds. Through the haze of pain, a vision of a bright, clear sky offered a fleeting sliver of peace. The sharp ding of the bell finally sounded, and the referee yelled for the fighters to stop. Ryu gasped for air, his body trembling with uncontrollable exhaustion as he stumbled back. His coach met him with praise, telling him he did a good job just making it through the round. The coach acknowledged Jae's incredible strength but firmly reminded Ryu that the match was not yet over. Just as he affirmed the fight would continue, the bell rang, signaling the start of the third round to a spectator's utter surprise. Ryu stood ready in the center of the ring, his posture completely transformed from before. The man in the blue jacket watched in shock, never imagining he would see the day Ryu assumed a standard boxing stance. Jae immediately went on the offensive, landing a sharp punch on the reset Ryu. He followed up with a barrage of strikes, relentlessly testing his opponent's new and unfamiliar defense. Jae noted internally that Ryu's guard had become much stronger, wondering if he now planned to focus solely on defense. Resolved to shatter that defense, Jae decided he would drive Ryu into a corner. But as Jae closed in, Ryu shocked him by initiating a clinch, wrapping him up to stop his momentum. Jae was caught completely off guard by the tactic, and even the man in the blue jacket was stunned as the referee moved to break them apart. Ryu's mind flashed to his coach's strategy: his opponent depended heavily on a flow state, and clinches were the key to disrupting it. Jae, in turn, recalled his own coach's instructions to use only low-risk moves and not try to forcibly break through Ryu's armor-like defense. The young champion knew he needed to regain the upper hand immediately. Ryu threw a calculated punch at Jae, who reflexively raised his arms to cover his head. Before Jae could counter, Ryu grabbed him again, locking him in another clinch. Breaking free for a moment, Ryu landed a solid blow, causing the blonde boxer to recoil from the unexpected impact. His old coach's voice resurfaced once more in his thoughts, reminding him that boxing isn't a fight or a war. It was a sport where points mattered above all else. A dark-haired coach in the audience watched in utter disbelief, unable to process the strategy unfolding before him. He realized that Ryu had completely cast aside his pride and was now aiming for a simple win by decision. The coach was floored that the one employing such a humble tactic was none other than the infamous Baeksun Ryu. A mustached official's words from the past echoed in Ryu's memory, reminding him that he was the clear underdog in this match. The official had told him that because he had finally acknowledged and accepted this hard fact. He now had a chance. The two fighters grappled once again, caught in a desperate struggle for control and position. A heavy blow landed with a sickening bash, echoing the sheer force of the impact. From the corner, a man with blonde hair shouted out a confident warning to the ring. He declared that Ryu couldn't possibly hope to win against Jae with just that strategy alone. A young, blonde-haired boy with determined green eyes stared off to the side. Across from him, a spiky white-haired boy with intense red eyes returned the gaze. The two rivals faced each other, a silent challenge hanging in the air between them. Blood dripped from a fresh cut above the blonde boy's eye, a testament to the battle's ferocity. The man with dark hair shouted in alarm from the sidelines, recognizing the fighter's perilous position. From the corner, two of Jae's seconds stood frozen, staring into the ring with disbelief. The muscular corner man stammered in shock, realizing his fighter had made a critical mistake. The boxer in green shorts had slipped, leaving him momentarily defenseless. The mustached man in his corner furiously demanded to know why he was just standing there. The muscular man yelled that this was his one chance to turn things around. The boxer in green shorts knew that panicking would mean his immediate defeat, reminding himself he had overcome situations like this before. He decided he had to corner his opponent before his vision was completely lost. The bald boxer, Ryu, let out a war cry as he narrowly dodged a desperate attack. Jay was stunned, realizing that Ryu had somehow become even faster than before. The man with the mustache commented on the incredibly swift bombardment of punches. However, a blonde fighter watching from the crowd observed that Jay was being too hasty. At a table, two men watched the fight unfold, one clenching his fists in anticipation. The man with the mustache began to see a path to victory forming. The two fighters engaged in a brutal exchange of blows at close range. The mustached man wondered aloud if the goddess of victory had finally turned her head their way. The blonde fighter, Jay, was confused by the sudden shift in the fight's dynamic. He noticed that even though Ryu's punches were coming at him faster, his focus remained sharp, his eye wide with concentration. He could suddenly see a clear opening for a counterpunch. A sickening bash echoed as a powerful blow landed. The referee's voice cut through the arena, officially calling the knockdown. The announcer confirmed the shocking development as Jay was unexpectedly sent to the canvas. While on one knee, the boxer in green wondered if he should just try to stick it out and aim for a win by decision. He immediately rejected the idea, remembering a previous fight that ended in a doctor's stoppage from playing it too safe. He resolved to get back up and attack as if nothing had happened. More than anything, he absolutely refused to back down in this particular match. Jay shouted to the referee that he could continue as the bell signaled the fight's resumption. The two boxers immediately clashed again, trading a flurry of punches in the center of the ring. Jay reminded himself not to be hasty, focusing on boxing calmly just as he had practiced. Ryu, the boxer in white, noticed that the opening for a counterpunch had disappeared. Yet, the bald boxer couldn't shake the feeling that something about his opponent was fundamentally different. In the ring, Ryu threw a probing jab, but Jay's defense held firm. A horrifying realization began to dawn on the bald boxer. The blonde boxer was now fighting blind, his other eye having finally given out. Jay struggled as his vision failed, forcing himself to predict where Ryu would go just to follow him. As the two fighters stood in the ring, a thought surfaced about how unreasonable and unfair the world could be. The bald boxer, Ryu, stood in a defensive stance, his mind reeling from the revelation. He shook his head in denial. Ryu refused to accept that this was how their fated match would be compromised. The blonde boxer, Jay, reflected on how hard Ryu had trained, becoming so strong that Jay was no longer a match for him. He screamed in frustration that this wasn't the way it was supposed to go. Jay lamented that their epic battle was being ruined by a simple, tragic accident. From the corner, the man with the mustache roared, asking if Jay was planning to lose on purpose. He yelled, questioning if that was what Jay thought his rival truly wanted. Jay remembered his coach's creed, if an opponent gives his all, you are obligated to give your all in return. With renewed fire, the blonde boxer landed a solid punch on the bald boxer. The announcers noted that Jay was suddenly taking clean hits, questioning if his eye injury was more serious than it appeared. The blonde boxer's head snapped back from the force of a direct hit to his face. A memory of a child's voice echoed in his mind, acknowledging that the world is an unreasonable place. The voice of a smiling woman from his past added that the very things you don't want to happen are the things that will. A close-up of a stern-faced man from his memories flashed before his eyes. Back in the present, the two boxers continued their relentless exchange. The blonde boxer grunted as he recoiled from another staggering blow. Jay shouted that he already knew the cruel realities of life. The gray-haired announcer begged him to give up, but Jay defiantly yelled that it was just an accident. A blonde-haired man in the crowd observed that this situation wasn't normal. The white-haired boxer, Ryu, watched in astonishment as Jay swore he couldn't lose to him. A booming impact sent the blonde fighter stumbling backward. Huffing for air, the blonde boxer finally admitted to himself that he couldn't see anything anymore. Despite his complete blindness, he confidently stated that he knew his opponent. He declared that he knew Ryu's every breath, step, rhythm, and habit, because he had practiced over and over again just to surpass him. A boxing boot planted itself firmly on the canvas. Having predicted his rival's position, Jay shouted, "Over here." The white-haired boxer, his eyes blazing and lip split, clenched his fists for the final exchange. A single tear of blood ran from Jay's swollen, bloodshot eye. In his other eye, a small red dot in the pupil signaled the extent of his injury. A memory of the blonde boy as a child surfaced, recalling how he was once okay with being alone. As the fighters traded blows, a vision of his younger, more determined face flashed through his mind. In a flashback, a guard's voice called out that prisoner 3167's parents were there to see him. The young Jinwoo thought to himself that he didn't really need something like a family. The distant voices of his mother and father calling for him to come home echoed in his memory. He also believed that he didn't need anything like friends. He had once been the kind of person no one could look down on or walk all over. Because of that pride, he felt he didn't need any family or friends. The blonde boxer confessed that was truly how he had once felt, but something had changed. He recalled a man with glasses saying that ever since that day, the two young boys had been bound by fate. The blonde boxer screamed that their rivalry was a goddamn ill-fated relationship. A heavy thud echoed as Jay knew he had no more chances left. He roared that this would be his very last punch. The white-haired boxer accepted the challenge, yelling for him to bring it on. The blonde boxer threw his final attack, shouting that he had a counter waiting. Two gloved fists rocketed toward each other for the final, decisive impact. A blur of motion showed the blonde boxer's punch landing squarely on its target. In the same instant, the white-haired fighter's blow also found its mark. The two opponents exchanged powerful, simultaneous punches in a stunning mid-air collision. The man with dark hair could only look on, his expression one of pure shock. The man with the blonde hair and mustache stared intently, his face a mask of concentration. The broadcast confirmed that both boxers had landed their blows at the exact same time. The injured boxer felt his consciousness begin to fade, feeling like he was about to keel over. He desperately willed himself to hang on, knowing that if he collapsed this time, he wouldn't get up again. He fought to endure, pushing beyond his physical limits with sheer willpower. A memory of his younger self with a bag surfaced, determined to show his rival how much he had grown. With his last ounce of strength, the blonde boxer thought of his one and only friend. The sharp, definitive sound of the bell rang 3 times, signaling the end of the round. The announcer declared that due to severe blood loss from Jay's eye, the match was over by doctor's stoppage, resulting in a dramatic comeback victory for Ryu. In the immediate aftermath, the white-haired boxer, Ryu, could only stare forward, his mind a maelstrom of exhaustion and adrenaline. The sharp, definitive sound of the bell rang 3 times, bringing the brutal contest to an official close. In a stunning display, the referee raised the hands of both battered fighters into the air. Jay's mind reeled in absolute disbelief as he questioned whether he had actually won. His bloodied profile told the story of the fight's devastating cost. Mirroring his rival's confusion, Ryu's own thoughts echoed the same uncertain question. The man with the mustache frantically called out to Ryu, desperately asking if he was all right. Barely conscious, Ryu struggled to process the chaotic scene unfolding around him. The man with the mustache realized with a jolt that the champion was not fully aware of his surroundings. Even as the ring doctor attended to Jay, Ryu's instincts kept his guard rigidly in place. An unwavering determination not to fall was the only thing that kept him from staggering to the canvas. He remained standing on a badly injured leg, a testament to his sheer force of will. The man in the ring tried to ground him in reality, confirming that he had done well and secured the victory. But Ryu could only stammer, feeling as though the win was not truly his. Across the ring, Jay silently reflected that his victory was just the result of being born with more talent than others. Jay voiced this sentiment aloud, dismissing his incredible performance as nothing more than luck. Ryu gently took his rival's gloved fist in a gesture of mutual respect. Repeating Jay's own words back to him, the referee seemed to underscore the weight of the moment. The camera lingers on a white and green boxing boot, a silent witness to the grueling battle. The exhaustion and accumulated damage of the match were etched into Ryu's scarred profile. With an intense gaze, Ryu stared past the chaos, his focus absolute. Jay, the boxer with a green eye, quietly acknowledged that his rival was as strong as he had always been. Ryu struggled for words, trying to confess that to Jay, he never felt like the strong one. At last, Ryu choked out a tearful and sincere apology for everything. Jay, his own eye now bandaged, listened with a somber and understanding expression. Tears of relief and sorrow streamed down Ryu's bruised face as he clenched his teeth against the overwhelming emotion. The camera closed in on Jay's bandaged eye, a permanent mark of their legendary duel. The spiky-haired fighter, Jay, gently told his crying rival that the winner shouldn't be the one in tears. From ringside, their cornermen watched the poignant exchange with solemn gravity. In a profound display of sportsmanship, Jay raised Ryu's bandaged hand into the air, declaring him the true victor. The crowd erupted into a deafening roar as Jay commended his opponent on a good match. Jay then added that he was already looking forward to their next great battle. The camera settled on Ryu's broad, muscular back, a symbol of the burdens he carried. The official record was set. At 2 minutes and 18 seconds into the 8th round, Ryu had won by TKO. And so, a monumental chapter in the story of the boxer, written by J.H., drew to a close. Years later, the now bald Ryu called out to an old friend he was meeting. The blond man, Jay, greeted him warmly, playfully asking how his ribs were healing. After that fated match, the two had met again on the world stage, and their official record against each other remains tied at 1-1. Their rivalry became legendary, leading to several more classic fights, a memory that made Jay feign pain from a friendly tap. As they waited for a third person, Jay wondered what they should talk about, while Ryu admitted it had been a long time since they had all met. Ryu quietly wondered to himself if he should start their reunion with an apology. He then reconsidered, wryly recalling that he was the one who almost died and was rushed to the hospital after their first encounter. In fact, Ryu mused that he hadn't even hit their friend all that much back in the day. Jay suddenly broke the silence with a mischievous grin, declaring that 2 against 1 were good odds. Ryu stared back in complete bewilderment at his friend's absurd suggestion. The red-shirt man, Josh, joined in on the joke, telling Ryu to take the first hits while he aimed for the back of the head. Jay piled on, insisting that as professional boxers, they could surely win. Watching his friends, Jay wondered if they were actually being serious about ganging up on him. Just then, a man with black hair approached, his face breaking into a serene smile. The two former rivals, Ryu and Jay, stood side by side, their playful scheming forgotten in the presence of their old friend. The three men talked for hours, easily dispelling Ryu's earlier concerns as they caught up on their long, separate lives. Ryu spoke of their different paths after graduating from high school. They shared stories of the partners they had met and the various matches they had fought over the years. Each man recounted the unique life he had carved out for himself. But time passes for everyone, and eventually, every fighter's match must come to an end. Baeksan Ryu dedicated his life to helping at-risk youth, finally stepping down from his ring at the age of 71. Jay opened a successful boxing gym, coaching many aspiring boxers before hanging up his own gloves at 83. Josh built a profitable liquor brand, stepping down from his own ring at 79 years old. John Taker ran a restaurant that provided free meals to those in need, ending his final round at 61. Qasim gave up his powerful position to become a travel writer, laughing his way across the world until he stepped down from his ring at 93. Jean-Pierre fully embraced his passion for painting, becoming a master of his craft and finding peace before his final day at 85. Yuto Takeda lived a quiet and diligent life running a fruit shop, stepping down from his ring at the age of 88. Marco and Fabrizio Santorino reformed the boxing world and gave back through charity, retiring from their rings at 72 and 73. Viktor Grigorievich became a beloved actor, bringing joy to many before taking his final bow at just 55 years old. After his rehabilitation, Aaron Tide became a doctor, spending the rest of his life healing others until he retired at 85. A sudden, sharp gasp for air cuts through the montage of memories. The woman with glasses looked upon a frail figure, whispering that so much had happened in their lives together. The dying man, agreed, reflecting on a life filled with sadness, anger, laughter, worry, and overwhelming happiness. Their hands clasped together, a final, intimate connection between two souls. And so, having lived a full and human life, stepped down from his ring at 84 years old. The woman with glasses whispered to him that she was truly happy to have been with him. A soft, brilliant light bloomed in the darkness, signifying a peaceful and gentle end. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, the final bell rang, signaling the end of the count. The victorious boxer, Jay, stood firm, his body bruised but his spirit unbroken. A fire of pure determination burned in his eye, a testament to the brutal battle he had just endured. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena, confirming what a man in a suit observed: a new champion had finally been born. Watching from the crowd, a woman with black hair noted how tired he looked, while a man beside her agreed he had clearly fought hard. Elsewhere, a bald man with tattoos scoffed at the display of toughness. Jay's team swarmed him, with a man in a suit and another in a cap shouting their congratulations. The new champion's face was a mask of exhaustion and relief. Once more, the announcer declared the match over, cementing the birth of a new champion for all to hear. His friends hoisted the new champion onto their shoulders in a wave of celebration. In the opposite corner, the injured boxer, Siha, acknowledged his loss with a simple, "I lost," to which his trainer grimly agreed. Siha confessed that this was his first time ever losing inside the ring. He had always expected to fall to someone with more natural talent than himself. As Jay looked on from across the ring, Siha admitted to himself that his prediction had been wrong. His coach commended Jay, acknowledging that he had been a strong opponent. A wry smirk crossed Siha's face, a complex mix of respect and the pain of defeat. One of the onlookers, a man with tattoos, correctly stated that Jay had already reached his physical limit. The narrator confirmed that if Siha had managed to get up again, Jay would have undoubtedly lost. However, there was a crucial difference. In his mind, Siha understood that he had boxed out of pure awe for his opponent's style. Jay, on the other hand, knew he had been boxing to overcome it. One athlete had idolized a style of boxing, only to see its foundation crumble before his eyes. The other athlete had simply worked tirelessly to overcome that very style. With his eyes closed in defeat, the outcome was clear. The question of who would win became rhetorical. Battered and dazed, Jay held the championship belt high above his head. The crowd erupted in a final, deafening roar of approval. Stunned, the blonde boxer turned to his coach and asked if he had truly won. The coach beamed with pride, assuring him that he did great and that from this day forward, he was the champion. A close-up revealed the extent of the damage to Jay's face, a canvas of bruises and cuts. Beneath the swelling and blood, a subtle and complex emotion flickered in Jay's expression. The young champion looked down, a faint smile touching his lips despite the pain etched across his features. At 1 minute and 32 seconds into the third round, Jay had won by KO, securing the championship title in Korea. On that same day, an official document marked the discharge of prisoner 1003. A man in a dark suit held a tray of tofu, informing his boss that they had been waiting for him. But the boxer, now revealed to be Jay, looked upon his own victory and found it utterly tasteless. Jay sat in the back of a car, staring blankly out at the distant ocean. His gaze fell upon a family walking hand in hand along the boardwalk. They were a picture of simple happiness, a man, a woman, and their child, smiling together by the sea. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, an unseen speaker announced that the big boss was waiting. Jay's face remained stern, his thoughts hidden from the world. A man with spiky white hair, Baeksun Ryu, was questioned by an old associate about his connection to someone named Sumi. A muscular subordinate chuckled, remarking to his boss, Ryu, that the world had changed a lot while he was away. A man with a scar on his face added that the gang led by some hot-headed youngster had been crushed a long time ago. A man in a red suit approached with a smug grin, sarcastically asking Baeksun Ryu if he'd had a good rest. Ryu sighed, expressing his weariness with the thug life and asking to be allowed to leave without any trouble. The man in red insisted that for old time's sake, they couldn't just let him go. His eyes widened with menace as he declared they had to settle up before Ryu could leave. Resigned, Baeksun Ryu agreed to get it over with quickly. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. Ryu's eyes shot open in realization, cursing the bastard for having drugged the tofu he'd been given. The grinning man confirmed his suspicions, gloating that the drug must be starting to take effect. An attacker launched a kick, but Ryu managed to raise his arm just in time to block it. Ryu taunted the pests, suggesting they had forgotten who he was, and told them not to waste his time, daring them to come at him all at once. With cold fury, the white-haired man promised to slaughter every single one of them. A swarm of men in suits, some brandishing knives, rushed toward the lone figure of Baeksun Ryu. In the heat of the battle, a stray thought crossed Ryu's mind as he wondered about his life. He moved like a whirlwind, fighting off the numerous assailants and sending them crashing to the ground. His face was a mask of pained determination as he fought through the drug's effects. He found himself questioning where it all went wrong. A brutal punch landed squarely on an opponent's face. The struggle devolved into a bloody, violent brawl. Against a crimson background, Baeksun Ryu stood as a solitary figure, surrounded by the silhouettes of his enemies. The floor soon became littered with the still bodies of the men in suits, pools of blood spreading around them. One of the last men standing, the man in red, screamed in terror for Ryu to stay back. The man with a nose ring let out a furious roar, his face marred with cuts. A powerful hand struck its target with immense, crushing force. Ryu spat out a spray of blood, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The man in red, still standing, furiously screamed that he was not so easily defeated. He spat that garbage like Ryu needed to know their place and how they dared to challenge him. The man continued his tirade, vowing to kill anybody who came at him, every single one of them. The only reply was the sound of rattling breaths and a heavy, pained silence. In the end, the young, white-haired man was the only one left standing amidst the carnage. The spiky-haired man's mind spun as he wondered when his life had started to go so wrong. The memory faded, replaced by the image of an American flag waving against a clear blue sky. The camera focused on the lower half of the white-haired man's face, his expression unreadable. He limped away from the scene, the sounds of his steps echoing his defeat. He then wondered if perhaps the turning point was the first time he truly learned how it felt to lose. The memory shifted to an alleyway, where a man with a beanie aggressively told him that he was in his spot. An intense, furious anger had flashed in Ryu's eye. A kneeling figure in a blue hoodie coughed, breaking the tension. The memory dissolved, leaving the silver-haired man sitting dejectedly on the cold ground of a dimly lit alley. The creak of a nearby door drew his attention, revealing an orange-haired man peering out at him. Ryu's intense, bloodshot eye reflected a history of pain and violence. A sharp flick of a lighter broke the silence as the orange-haired man lit a cigarette. With the cigarette held in his mouth, the stranger glanced over his shoulder, his arrival signaling that this story was far from over. The orange-haired man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, glanced back over his shoulder. A close-up on the white-haired man's profile revealed the deep weariness etched into his features. From his vantage point in the dimly lit alley, the exhausted man looked down at the stranger in the doorway below. With a dry, cracking voice, the white-haired man managed to utter a single, desperate word. His plea concluded with a rasped request for food, his energy completely spent. The scene shifts, showing a man in a suit smoking nonchalantly beside a doorway, an unconscious figure lying on the ground nearby. A heavy, unsettling silence hung in the air. The story of The Boxer, a tale of pain and struggle, was only just beginning. The camera focused on a man's jaw as he ate with ravenous intensity. A laugh escaped the white-haired man as he devoured his meal, loudly declaring how good it tasted. The orange-haired man, now revealed as Josh, explained that the meal was his uncle's signature omelet. While lost in his food, the white-haired man silently reminded himself to chew, giving a slight nod of acknowledgement. Josh observed the stranger, noting that his haggard appearance suggested he was no mere tourist. Seeing they were of a similar age, Josh made an offer, suggesting the man could stop being a vagabond and work there. He elaborated that they were conveniently looking for a new helper in the kitchen. After thanking him for the meal, the white-haired man cryptically refused, stating he didn't do that kind of thing. The bartender, Josh, was left confused, asking what he meant by his strange refusal. The white-haired man then philosophized that all occupations were equally important. He praised Josh, saying that the most amazing thing was simply having a job, no matter what it was. His gaze then fell upon a framed photograph on a shelf, showing a younger, orange-haired boxer with a trophy. The white-haired man immediately asked Josh if he used to box. Josh brushed it off, claiming he only participated for a short while during his school days. Suddenly, Josh's uncle, the chef, interjected, boasting that his nephew had won a gold medal at the World Youth Championship. The white-haired man's demeanor shifted instantly as he bluntly asked if Josh was any good. Josh was taken aback by the sudden intensity of the question. The silver-haired man pressed further, demanding to know how Josh would fare on a world level right now. A tense silence stretched between the two men. Josh admitted that while he could handle local matches, the world stage was another beast entirely, especially since he'd quit long ago. The silver-haired man's response was a simple, direct challenge: let's box. A stunned Josh could only listen as the man added that he also used to box a little. The unspoken challenge hung thick in the air. Josh tried to dissuade him, warning that even with his long absence from the ring, the stranger could still get seriously hurt. A sudden, sharp crash echoed through the restaurant, a clear display of intent. Josh stared with wide, disbelieving eyes at the man's bold action. The silver-haired man remained resolute, once again insisting that they fight. With a heavy sigh, Josh questioned if this aggressive challenge was how the man intended to repay his kindness. Finally relenting, Josh told the determined stranger to follow him. The scene shifted to an open rooftop under a vast, clear blue sky. Josh issued one last warning, but the silver-haired man dismissed it, telling him to stop talking and start fighting. Noticing his opponent's guard was completely down, Josh questioned his stance, only to be told he talked too much. Josh internally resolved to go easy on the seemingly inexperienced fighter and send him on his way. But as Josh threw a punch, the man swayed back with incredible speed, forcing Josh to realize his opponent was fast. Josh grunted, conceding that this mysterious man was certainly not just some random vagrant. The two continued their dance, a flurry of swift dodges and missed punches. Meanwhile, a man with a mustache arrived on the rooftop, calling out for someone named Jonathan. A woman in a uniform approached a blond man, asking where Jonathan and Josh had gone. Nearby, a red-haired man named Peter watched the unfolding brawl with a look of deep concern. Peter explained the situation to the others as a blond man observed that the stranger was holding his own surprisingly well against Josh. An older, white-haired man analyzing the fight noted that while his guard was down, the stranger's movements showed a familiarity with boxing. The man with the mustache chimed in, remarking on the fighter's outstanding timing. The older observer added that his reaction speed was nothing short of gifted. Yet, as the fight wore on, the man with the mustache couldn't shake the feeling that something about the stranger's form was awkward. On the rooftop, the white-haired fighter let out a frustrated curse under his breath. Josh's mind raced as he struggled to comprehend what his opponent was repeatedly trying to accomplish with his strange movements. Another punch whistled through the air, narrowly missing its mark. A sudden realization hit Josh, his eyes sharpening with focus as he clenched his fist. In that instant, everything became clear. The memory of his last defeat flashed in the white-haired man's mind, his nose bandaged, his fist clenched in rage. A voice from his past screamed an order to find an enemy who couldn't have gone far. The sound of his own ragged, desperate gasps for air echoed in his memory. A throbbing pain from a past injury pulsed through his consciousness. He remembered the agonized cry that had escaped his lips in defeat. Back in the present, that moment of distraction was all Josh needed to land a decisive blow, sending the man to the ground. Josh stood over his fallen opponent, panting heavily from the bout. He then addressed the man's earlier question, explaining that even in his youth, the world was filled with fighters his age more powerful than he ever was. The scene flashed back to a younger Josh being confronted by his coach. In the memory, his coach revealed that on a short trip to Korea, he had already found 2 kids with far more raw talent than Josh. Josh relayed this story, telling the man that 2 untrained geniuses from his own country already surpassed his own peak. He asked if the man understood now, finishing with a stern warning not to look down on restaurant work. The scene changed entirely, now showing a dapper, mustached man standing over the defeated gray-haired fighter. The man began his proposal, asking the young man if he wished to become famous. He continued his line of questioning, asking if he desired to receive the world's acclaim. The gray-haired man could only muster a weak command for him to go away. The dapper man pressed on, asking if he wished to become so strong that no one could ever look down on him again. With more force this time, the fighter told him to fuck off. The stern-faced man ignored the profanity and asked the ultimate question, did he wish to become a boxer? The angry young man finally exploded, screaming at the man to leave him alone. The man simply left him with a final offer, telling the bruised fighter to find him if he ever decided he wanted to become a professional. A lone figure stood silhouetted against a desolate and barren landscape. The sky above was a canvas of vibrant sunset clouds, a stark contrast to the emptiness below. From a fleeting memory, a happy man's voice called out for his father. The sharp, crackling sound of a fire echoed through the air. An elderly woman knitted peacefully by a warm fireplace as her dog slumbered at her feet. A man's voice echoed a heartfelt marriage proposal through the montage of memories. An excited woman let out a shriek of absolute joy, punctuating the sound of someone eating. An unseen instructor's voice shouted words of encouragement, demanding more effort. A man's eyes shot wide open, filled with a sudden, overwhelming intensity. This was the story of the one known only as the boxer. A solitary figure walked away, heading toward the glittering towers of a sprawling cityscape at night. A taunting voice from his past questioned what he was doing with his life at his age. The voice continued to mock him, reminding him of his failed attempts at leadership. It accused him of having done nothing but run away ever since that fateful day. The champion's voice then cut through his thoughts, declaring that he himself had already achieved his dream. The champion cruelly dismissed him as nothing more than a boring loser. A desperate, unidentified voice stammered for the torment to stop. A cold shiver of despair coursed through his body. In his memory, the white-haired man simply told him to look. He gestured towards an unseen fighter, presenting him as the embodiment of true talent. A blue-haired man added to his humiliation, revealing that there were 2 other geniuses in his own country. The white-haired man could only let out a guttural scream of anguish. He was forced to watch as 2 silhouetted figures stood in the light, their backs turned on him. The white-haired man stammered, struggling to form a coherent thought in his defeat. He could only repeat the word "I," completely lost in his own powerlessness. His face became a mask of pure torment, his eyes bloodshot and blazing with desperation. Meanwhile, a man in a hoodie noted Peter's cheerful demeanor, and the man with the vest admitted he had met an interesting guy at the bar. A man with long black hair grew curious, asking about this so-called interesting guy. The blond man, Peter, described the fighter poetically, saying it was like he had wings and was desperate to fly. Peter wondered aloud if the man was just a drunkard, to which his companion laughed, agreeing he certainly had the look. The blond man then revealed he told the fighter to come to their gym if he wanted to go pro, earning a thoughtful hum in response. At that moment, the spiky white-haired man stared forward, his expression locked in grim determination. He pictured the man who had made the offer, standing distant and confident. The image of an intense, unblinking eye filled his mind's vision. The spiky white-haired young man looked upward, his features bathed in a soft, hopeful light. The blond man's words echoed in his memory, stating his desire to teach him how to run. Another voice had asked if the fighter would really show up, but the blond man was certain he would. The blond-haired boxer had stated with unwavering conviction that he would come, without fail. A violent flash of a heavily bloodied boxer in distress served as a dark omen of the world he was choosing to enter. A young boy stood transfixed before a wall of screens, one of which prominently displayed a brutal boxing match. The vast, silent cityscape at night now seemed to represent a new, uncertain future. The mustached man greeted his arrival and asked if he wished to become a boxer, and after a moment's hesitation, the young boy quietly confirmed that he did. Feigning deafness, the mustached man demanded that he speak up. The young boy finally exploded, shouting at the geezer that he wanted to become a pro boxer. The mustached man simply acknowledged his declaration with a calm, "All right." The boy was stunned into silence by the anticlimactic response. The man then brought up the gym's enrollment fee, prompting the boy to ask why he wasn't being offered free training. The blonde coach stated plainly that as one of the world's best, his services demanded a considerable fee. The spiky white-haired young man cursed at the coach, reminding the goddamn geezer that he was the one who had invited him in the first place. The coach coolly suggested he could afford it by getting a job as a kitchen helper at a cocktail bar. He told the young man that if he didn't have any money, he should go out and earn it. The spiky white-haired young man could only glare back, his face a perfect picture of impotent rage. As if a sign from above, a hopeful rainbow arched across a clear blue sky. The soft jingle of a door's bell announced his reluctant arrival. The chef recognized him instantly while the red-haired bartender accused him of being there for money, but the young man clarified he wanted to help in the kitchen. The red-haired bartender reacted with disbelief, causing the spiky white-haired young man to sigh, frustrated at having to repeat himself yet again. He stated once more, his voice laced with annoyance, that he was there to help in the kitchen. The red-haired man's response was simple and direct, he told him to apologize. The man with spiky white hair stood stiffly, turning his head away in defiance. The red-haired man then laid out his one condition for employment, an apology for his behavior the previous day. The white-haired man's mind reeled at the humiliating demand. He scoffed at the idea, questioning if he was really expected to apologize. His pride flared as he wondered why he should ever have to bow his head to the likes of them. His face was an unreadable mask, his intense inner conflict hidden from view. Finally, the white-haired man's shoulders slumped, his posture conveying utter resignation. He struggled to form the words, his voice barely a whisper. With great effort, he forced out the apology for his actions the day before. The camera focused on the red-haired man's eye, its crimson iris watching the scene unfold. It was then that the white-haired man felt a peculiar sensation he had never experienced in his life. The spiky white-haired young man looked up, his expression one of pure, unadulterated shock. The chef cheerfully accepted his apology, announcing that he could start working immediately. The sharp clinking of dishes being washed soon filled the air. In the background, the new kitchen helper worked as the smiling red-haired man stood proudly in his vest and tie. The white-haired person quietly made a vow to himself. He swore that once he regained his former strength, he would exact his revenge. The scene then shifted to the gym, where a muscular man began to explain an important rule. A bald man with tattoos suddenly yelled for someone to come over to him. He loudly declared that the loser of a spar must always pay the price. The person being chased screamed for the coach to save him from a bald muscle man, who insisted that a clean shave was necessary for him to be born again. The bald, muscular man stared forward with a comically intense expression, dead set on his bizarre mission. A young man with spiky white hair stood alone in a desolate landscape. A close-up revealed his intense, piercing blue eyes. The scene shifted to a vibrant sunset sky, a canvas of scattered clouds. Inside a cozy home, the crackle of a fireplace accompanied an elderly woman as she knitted. The woman smiled serenely at her work while her dog slept peacefully nearby. In a memory of profound love, a man on one knee asked for his partner's hand in marriage. A woman's scream of delight was heard amidst the sounds of joyful eating. A montage of happy moments flashed by, a lavish meal, a scenic drive, and smiling faces. The focus sharpened on a single eye, belonging to the young man with spiky white hair. His story was titled, The Boxer. The lone figure stood on a dark street, overlooking the glittering expanse of the city at night. From the blur of his memory, a man's voice questioned his life choices, mocking him for falling from his position as a leader. The white-haired man walked, his own voice narrating how his counterpart had done nothing but run away since that fateful day. The muscular man from his past declared that he had already achieved his dream. He cruelly labeled the white-haired man a boring loser, asking if he didn't understand his own failure. The white-haired man stammered, telling him to shut up. A shiver ran through him as the memories continued to haunt him. He desperately tried to make his point, commanding the specter of his past to look. This, he insisted, was what true talent looked like. His thoughts drifted to a man with red eyes who had once told him there were two others in his country just like him. A scream of anguish echoed in his mind. A scarred man's voice belittled him, calling him a worthless piece of trash. The ghostly silhouettes of three figures stood in a dark, empty space, their shadows looming long. The white-haired man stuttered, unable to form a coherent response to the overwhelming memories. His internal monologue trailed off, a silent scream of "I." A grim-faced man appeared, his expression heavy with unspoken thoughts. Elsewhere, a tall, dark-haired man remarked on Peter's good mood, and the bartender confessed he had met an interesting guy. The black-haired man echoed the bartender's words, intrigued by the mention of an interesting guy. The blonde bartender, Peter, explained it was like the man had wings and was desperate to fly. Peter laughed, wondering if the man was just a drunkard, admitting he certainly looked the part. He revealed that he told the man to come to their gym if he wanted to go pro, earning a thoughtful hum from the black-haired man. In his mind's eye, the adult white-haired man stared forward with intense focus. He watched a younger version of himself walking along a tiled path, a ghost observing his own past. A microscopic view showed a strange red dot shimmering within his younger self's pupil. The white-haired boy looked up, his face bathed in a brilliant beam of light. The blond man, Peter, expressed his desire to teach this boy how to run. As the adult version stood before his younger self, a bearded man asked if he thought the boy would come, to which Peter replied with absolute certainty. The camera zoomed in on the white-haired man's eyes, now glowing with red pupils and fierce determination. He knew, without fail, that the boy would come. A brutal boxing match flashed on screen, contrasting with the small, distant figure of the white-haired man. He stood with his back turned, watching a fight unfold on a massive screen. The scene settled on a tranquil city skyline at night, its buildings lit under a canopy of stars. In the present, the blond man with a mustache greeted the newcomer, and after a moment of silence, asked if he wished to become a boxer, receiving a silent nod. The coach stated he needed a verbal confirmation, prompting the white-haired character to quietly affirm his desire. The coach feigned deafness, leaning in and saying he couldn't hear him. The white-haired character gritted his teeth, his jaw tightening with resolve as he was asked again what he wanted to do. He finally exploded, yelling at the geezer that he wanted to become a pro boxer. The coach simply responded with a calm, "All right." The spiky-haired man was taken aback, blurting out a confused, "What?" The coach calmly stated the enrollment fee for the gym, to which the young man protested, assuming he'd be trained for free. The coach corrected this assumption, declaring himself one of the best coaches in the world who gets paid a considerable amount. Enraged, the spiky-haired man yelled at the "goddamn geezer," reminding him that he was the one who had invited him. The coach casually suggested he could afford it by working as a kitchen helper at a cocktail bar. He coolly advised him that if he had no money, he should go earn some. The spiky-haired man's face contorted with pure, unadulterated rage and frustration. The scene transitioned to a beautiful rainbow stretching across a bright blue sky. Back at the bar, a jingle of the door announced a new arrival, and the orange-haired bartender looked up to see the white-haired man standing there. The red-haired bartender questioned his return, asking if he was there for settlement money, but the white-haired man stated he wanted to help in the kitchen. Confused, the bartender asked him to repeat himself, causing the white-haired man to sigh in frustration at everyone making him say things twice. He reiterated firmly that he came to help out in their kitchen. A tense silence filled the bar before the red-haired bartender gave him a simple command: "Apologize." The white-haired man stood in stoic profile, his expression unreadable. The bartender elaborated, stating that if he wanted to work there, he had to apologize for his actions the previous day. The white-haired man's mind reeled at the humiliating demand, the word "apologize" echoing in his thoughts. He couldn't believe it, questioning if he, of all people, was being told to apologize. His pride flared as he inwardly scoffed at the idea of apologizing to the likes of them. His jaw clenched tightly, a clear sign of the intense internal battle he was fighting. His shoulders slumped in resignation, his head bowed in defeat. He struggled to form the words, his mind simply stating, "I'm." With great effort, he finally forced out the apology for his actions the day before. The camera focused on the red-haired bartender's crimson eye, watching the scene unfold. It was then that the white-haired man felt a peculiar sensation he had never experienced in his life. The spiky white-haired young man looked up, his expression one of pure, unadulterated shock. The orange-haired man cheerfully accepted his apology, announcing that he could start working immediately. The sharp, rhythmic clinking of dishes being washed soon filled the air. In the background, the new kitchen helper worked diligently as the smiling orange-haired man stood proudly in his vest and tie. The white-haired man quietly made a vow to himself, telling his new employers to just wait. The angry man swore that once he regained his form, he would get his revenge. Meanwhile, back at the gym, the white-haired man explained that the important thing is. His speech was cut off by a bald man suddenly yelling for someone to come over to him. The bald man loudly declared that the loser must pay the price. The young man being chased screamed for the coach to save him from a bald muscle man, who insisted a clean shave was needed for him to be born again. A close-up showed a muscular, white-haired man staring forward with a comically intense expression, dead set on his own bizarre mission. In the center of a roaring arena, two boxers exchanged heavy blows as spectators watched with bated breath. A sharp click of a tongue from the sidelines cut through the noise, a clear sign of disapproval. The man with the mustache shouted encouragement, confirming that was the right move. A pained grunt followed the sound of a well-placed body shot. The angry man yelled that this simple execution was all that was needed to win. The solid impact of glove on flesh reverberated through the gymnasium. A loud buzz signaled the end of the round, a brief respite from the action. In another part of the gym, three men stood, one facing away as he observed the training floor. The man with long hair quietly wondered if the newcomer was the guy Peter had mentioned. Ryu, dressed in a simple gray hoodie, clutched his bag strap as he took in the scene. An observer's eye was shown in close-up, a glint of red light reflecting off its surface. While a man and woman chatted near the ring, Ryu's intense gaze remained fixed on the long-haired man. He confirmed his suspicion in his thoughts, recognizing the man from before. A referee gave final instructions to two shirtless men, their expressions taut with intensity. The coach with the mustache boldly stated his credentials, claiming to be one of the best coaches in the world. Ryu held out a stack of cash, announcing he had the money and now it was time to get his pro license. After a moment's thought, the coach with the mustache grunted his assent and told Ryu to follow him. With two powerful thuds, the coach demonstrated on the heavy bag while Ryu watched from behind. Ryu impatiently told him to quit joking, insisting he already knew the basics and wanted to spar against someone strong. He arrogantly proclaimed that he was the type who learned best in the heat of an actual fight. The coach flatly told Ryu that he didn't know how to fight and challenged him to prove his confidence. Standing with his arms crossed, the coach ordered Ryu to move and show him what he was made of. Two lightning-fast punches slammed into the heavy bag. The coach sarcastically asked if that was really how it's done, as Ryu's eye widened with surprise at the critique. As more punches landed, a nearby bald man pointed out that Ryu's center of gravity was wobbling. The bald man yelled for more precision and greater speed in his movements. With a grim expression, the bald man continued to watch Ryu's flawed technique on the punching bag. The man with the mustache noted that while Ryu's movements were odd, his reflexes suggested he was once called a genius. He explained that the foundation of boxing is in the legs, and while Ryu's talent once allowed for free-form fighting, his current state made it impossible. The bald man added that Ryu probably already knew this truth deep down. An infuriated Ryu shot back that all he needed were a few sparring sessions, questioning if they truly thought he was that incompetent. From across the gym, a man with a towel shouted for the attention of the boxer known as Seaweed Head. The bald man, sizing up Ryu, remarked that he seemed good in his prime and then challenged him to a spar. He boasted that he would crush Ryu on his way to his own title match. The imposing man who had been watching quietly warned that fools rush in where angels fear to tread. The man with black hair intervened, deciding that Ryu would first fight a boxer who was preparing to go pro. The white-haired boxer, Ryu, swayed confidently, claiming that he had regained enough of his strength. His fighting stance was adjusted, subtly compensating for his injured leg. Ryu reassured himself that it was just one leg and that he could get the hang of it again. With his hand raised and the bell sounding, the match against the prospect officially began. Ryu focused on swaying to his own rhythm, convinced he could manage the problem with his leg. His plan was simple: adjust his weight and let his natural flow guide him through the fight. A powerful punch cut through the air, signaling the start of a fierce exchange. Gene and his associates watched the match with sharp, analytical eyes. A man with blonde hair called Ryu's style flashy, as an observer noted his rapid adaptation to minimize the movement of his bad leg. The observer's internal monologue confirmed that Ryu's talent was certainly not ordinary. He mused that with a good coach and without the injury, Ryu could have grown into an incredible boxer. However, as Gene looked on, Ryu's opponent taunted him, asking if that was all he had. A devastating punch landed with a sickening bash. Ryu's head snapped back, his eyes wide with the shock of the impact. He cursed inwardly, caught off guard by a relentless storm of consecutive punches. The man with blonde hair, wearing a suit, stepped forward and forcefully stopped the fight. Ryu angrily protested, questioning why the match was stopped when it hadn't even been a full round. He insisted he just needed a little more time to adapt and break out of the simple combination. The man with the mustache calmly asked Ryu if he really believed that. Nearby, the bald fighter scoffed loudly, mocking the idea that he himself would ever lose to a fighter like that. He couldn't fathom the possibility of losing to someone who wasn't even a professional. He boldly declared he could win with just one leg against either Ryu or the so-called Seaweed Head. The bald fighter then boasted that even the legendary K had once acknowledged him as a genius. A faint blush crossed his cheeks at the memory of such high praise. The coach with the mustache simply watched the arrogant display without a word, his face unreadable. From the stands, other gym members watched the escalating drama with curiosity. The long-haired man, Gene, decided it was time for a demonstration and asked if he could spar. The coach agreed, believing it was the only way to make the bald fighter see the harsh reality. Gene asked if the bald man was ready to start immediately, receiving an eager reply that he wanted a piece of him anyway. When Gene stood casually with his hands down, the bald man scoffed that such a stance should be enough to handle a guy like him. Gene then set the terms: if the bald fighter could last just 30 seconds, it would be his win, a condition that deeply insulted him. Enraged, the bald fighter lunged forward, shouting that he would kill him. As he settled into his stance, a single, sharp sound cracked through the air, but the blow had already been thrown. In that one explosive instant, the winner and loser of the bout were already determined. An instinctive understanding dawned on Ryu: Gene hadn't intentionally knocked the man out. It was merely a consequence of the woefully vast difference in their abilities, a gap now on full display. The first punch landed in 0.2 seconds, followed immediately by another at the half-second mark. The assault was a blur of motion, a relentless barrage of impacts landing every few tenths of a second. Watching the overwhelming display, Ryu wondered how anyone could possibly be expected to endure 30 seconds of that punishment. The long-haired man, Gene, was described with a single, awestruck word: monster. With a final, heavy thud, the bald fighter's body collapsed unconscious onto the ring's canvas. The coach with the mustache then turned his sharp gaze directly toward Ryu. A man standing nearby observed that Ryu was finally awake to the truth of his situation. The coach leaned in and asked Ryu if he finally understood the lesson. The blond man drove the point home, stating coldly that Ryu was no longer a genius. The sound of a heavy punch brought the scene back to Ryu's own humiliating spar from moments before. The coach's voice cut through the memory, declaring that it was enough for now. An angry spectator yelled in frustration, complaining that he had bet all his money on him because he was Peter's guy. The defeated bald fighter could only curse himself, crumpled on the mat. The blond man's words echoed, reminding Ryu to bear in mind that his days as a genius were over. He warned that if Ryu kept trying to fly, he would lose the ability to even run, and that he must forget his old style and start over. Lying on the gym floor, the humbled bald fighter muttered that he was sick and tired. The sound of straining metal and grunting effort filled the gym. Of losing. The relentless ding of a round timer echoed, marking the passage of his intense training. With ragged breaths, the bald fighter pushed himself past his limits, a desperate fire now lit within him. A quiet click of the tongue broke the ensuing silence. Two pairs of legs stood opposite each other in the center of the ring, a new confrontation about to begin. A heavy, anticipatory silence hung in the air between the two fighters. An orange-haired man abruptly demanded that a man in a suit help him practice, who in turn questioned the strange request. The suited man argued there were better partners at the gym, but the fiery young man simply told him to come on. The orange-haired man privately wondered if this was some petty attempt at revenge after all this time. Cursing his lack of recent training, his thoughts were interrupted when the suited man finally asked what he wanted. The man in the suit began to form an apology. The spiky orange-haired young man, Josh, could only look on with a somber expression. The man in the suit struggled to get the word "sorry" out. In the aftermath, one man lay defeated on the ground while the other stood over him, a silent witness looking on. The man in the suit let out a sigh, wondering why he was even practicing something like this, while the orange-haired man demanded to know what this was all about. The red-haired man, Josh, then posed a chilling question about how one would feel if a hated rival suddenly appeared after a decade to apologize. A close-up on his intense red eye betrayed the storm of emotions raging within him. In a painful memory, an older man apologized to Josh, admitting that he had hurt his feelings. Josh confessed the very thought gave him goosebumps, before letting out a scream of pure frustration. He decided to just beat the man to a pulp for old time's sake. He knew in his gut that this person was no average nutcase. The story of the boxer was about to unfold another chapter. At the official weigh-in, a voice announced a fighter had passed at 161 pounds and called for the next two boxers to prepare. Standing nearby, the bald man began to question his own reaction. His stern profile concealed a growing sense of unease. Ryu wondered to himself why he was getting so nervous like a coward. A man in a black suit approached, confirming he recognized Ryu from the past. The man greeted his old acquaintance warmly, asking how he had been doing. Ryu stood stiffly in profile, his gaze fixed straight ahead. He offered only a clipped "hello" in response. Ryu processed the new information, realizing the man was from his old gym. Just then, a blond, spiky-haired man stepped forward with a familiar greeting, acknowledging it had been a long time. Ryu's mind flashed back to his original intention, which had been to apologize. But something in his rival's expression gave him pause. He recognized that the man's gaze was just as direct and challenging as it had been all those years ago. The man with the mustache mockingly remarked on Ryu's newfound boldness. From the opposing camp, a black-haired man promised that he was going to crush him. The blond man, Jay, wished for a good match, his voice dripping with competitive spirit. The man in the suit observed the tense exchange, noting internally that Jay was as rude as ever. A tidal wave of shame, anger, jealousy, and countless other emotions about the past came rushing back to the surface. The blond man, Jay, hardened his resolve. His black-haired companion finished the thought, vowing that no matter what, he refused to lose to Ryu. The rival teams walked past an official, their faces grim and determined. A heavy silence hung in the air as they moved toward their destiny. The day of the match had finally arrived. The mustached coach looked down at his kneeling fighter, asking if he was ready for what was to come. The sharp sound of a body hitting the mat punctuated the pre-fight warm-ups. A man with headphones announced that it was time for Ryu and Jay. The blond fighter, Jay, began his determined walk toward the ring. He repeated the words to himself, psyching himself up for the battle ahead. Two figures stood as dark silhouettes against the blinding light of the arena entrance. A lone fighter in a white robe stood poised, facing the roaring crowd and the brilliant lights. The sound of thousands of spectators washed over the vast, brightly lit stadium. Ryu's mustached coach watched the proceedings with a stern, unblinking focus. Jay's knee-high boxing boots stepped onto the canvas. A dark-haired man from Jay's entourage stood with his arms crossed, his face a mask of stern concentration. Ryu's white boots, accented with green, ascended the stairs into the squared circle. An intense green eye, belonging to Jay, stared forward with unwavering determination. Ryu's own eye, marked by a subtle red fleck, held a quiet, burning intensity. The muscular, spiky-haired blonde, Jay, looked across the ring with sharp focus. Ryu, his head now shaved white, met his gaze, his expression a carefully guarded secret. The two rivals finally stood face to face, the air between them crackling with years of history and animosity. The man with the mustache noted Jay's popularity, and Ryu scoffed, dryly observing the large crowd. A close-up on an eye conveyed the immense pressure of the moment. A young, blond-haired man in a suit clenched his fists, his body tense with anticipation. In Jay's corner, his coach explained that Ryu's orthodox, infighting style would be easier to handle than an evasive boxer. The coach continued his advice, warning Jay not to overdo it by seeking a knockout but to aim for a decision victory instead. Wearing a red bandana, Jay affirmed that he understood, knowing a fighter like Ryu would get back up no matter how many times he was knocked down. A blond man in Ryu's corner observed that he seemed to know his opponents, and Ryu grimly confirmed that he did. Ryu quietly described his connection to Jay as an old, ill-fated relationship. The opening bell rang out as the announcer declared that Jay was taking his first step toward the world stage. Jay immediately slid across the ring, taunting Ryu that it had been a long time. He closed the distance in an instant. Jay, his eyes sharp behind his glasses, began to suggest a little test. The bald boxer, Ryu, grimly finished the unspoken challenge, questioning how much his rival had truly grown. A thunderous boom echoed through the stadium as the first punch landed with shocking force. The announcer cried out in disbelief as Jay scored a knockdown the very instant the match began. Ryu's coach screamed from the corner, demanding to know what he was doing. The boxer could only turn his back, facing the unfolding disaster in the ring. Ryu lay on the canvas, his eyes closed and a fresh bruise already forming on his face. The man in the suit told Ryu that he had only heard rumors of his decline and had no idea how much he'd actually prepared. In stark contrast, Jay had been single-mindedly and silently working towards this moment, treating Ryu's shadow as a final hurdle to be overcome through sheer, persistent effort. The coach's thoughts focused on a single, desperate word for his fighter, Ryu. On the mat, Ryu's eyes fluttered open, his gaze staring blankly up at the bright lights above. A boxer with blonde hair delivered the crushing assessment, declaring that it was impossible for Ryu to win this match. On the canvas, Ryu's consciousness flickered as the referee's count of 1 echoed in the distance. A single, disbelieving thought pierced through his daze: he had actually been hit. As the referee's count reached 2, Ryu questioned why this was happening to him. His mind reeled in denial, struggling to accept that his rival was the one who had punched him. Disbelief curdled into pure rage as Ryu internally cursed the man standing over him. From the floor, Ryu seethed, wondering how Jay dared to look down on him. The story of the boxer was being written in brutal, unexpected strokes. The announcers confirmed the shocking knockdown, speculating on how much damage Ryu had truly sustained. After Ryu tapped the mat to rise, the referee signaled for the fight to resume. The moment the match restarted, Jay immediately took charge, rushing in to press his advantage against Ryu. As a sharp click of the tongue echoed, the blonde man with the mustache and bowtie marveled internally at the incredible bombardment of punches. The announcer noted that Jay's ferocious style confirmed the rumors that he had trained with the formidable Takeda. Taking the barrage of blows, Ryu cursed Jay as a brute, wondering how long he could possibly maintain such an assault. The relentless pressure felt like an all-out assault from a team of enforcers. The announcer began to suggest that Jay had better cool down, but his sentence was cut short. A sudden shift in the ring's dynamic caught everyone by surprise. A heavy bash echoed as a punch landed, but not as expected. Ryu expressed his confusion, certain that his own fist had just connected cleanly. Jay, wearing red gloves, cursed in frustration. He roared that he had had enough of this stalemate. The two rivals clashed in the center of the ring, trading powerful blows in a furious exchange. Ryu realized with dawning horror that while his punches were landing, Jay just kept coming forward as if he were out of his mind. He stared in disbelief, wondering what kind of training Jay had undergone to make his muscles so resilient. As they exchanged blows, Ryu's fear grew, the fear that the person he'd underestimated his entire life had finally surpassed him, leaving him a loser. The referee stepped in as the bell rang, signaling the end of the first round. The announcer declared that Jay had completely dominated, showing a gap in ability far greater than anyone predicted. In his corner, the man in the suit praised Jay, confirming he had gained the upper hand. Despite his dominance, Jay felt something was different, suspecting Ryu might be hiding his true ability. The man in the suit agreed, observing that Ryu's movements were indeed different from before. Jay's coach warned him not to let his guard down, and Jay affirmed he would show his opponent how he truly boxed. In the opposite corner, Ryu's manager commended him for hanging in there against such amazing, constant pressure. The manager theorized that if Jay fought so hard from the start, his stamina would inevitably give out. Ryu rejected this path to victory, stating he'd feel terrible if he won simply by waiting for Jay to get tired. He mentioned that he had been recovering from his injury for a long time. With grim determination, Ryu declared that in the next round, he was going to finish it. The announcer called for the seconds to leave the ring, heralding the start of round 2. His manager sighed and told him to do as he pleased, to which Ryu replied he was going to anyway. As his manager called him a fool, Ryu's mind focused on his singular goal for the next round. With the referee's call to box, Ryu resolved that for this round only, he would turn back the clock. Jay shivered, caught off guard by the sheer speed with which his opponent now approached. A thunderous boom resounded as Ryu's first punch of the round landed with explosive force. Jay's eyes widened in recognition of the signature move. From the corner, Jay's coach realized that Ryu was now going all in. Jay was immediately struck by a devastating blow from the rejuvenated Ryu. The two fighters became a blur of motion, locked in a brutal exchange. Jay was rocked by another powerful punch, driven back by the force of the assault. The announcer cried out at Ryu's incredible speed, as Ryu himself screamed at Jay to give up. The sound of groaning leather filled the air as Jay desperately blocked the onslaught. Ryu pressed his attack, roaring at Jay to give up already. A man in a blue tracksuit yelled from the crowd, urging Jay to show how hard work pays off. The announcers noted that Jay was now completely on the defensive, struggling to endure Ryu's fierce attacks. Jay coughed, the wind knocked out of him from the relentless body shots. Ryu cursed, furious that his opponent was still standing. A green-gloved fist snapped out, connecting solidly with Ryu's bruised face. Through the pain and exhaustion, Jay's mind began to form a question. In that same instant, Ryu's own thoughts mirrored his, screaming at Jay for his refusal to give up. Despite the cuts and bruises, Jay's eye burned with an unyielding determination. The canvas seemed to creak under the immense strain of their struggle. Ryu suddenly noticed a subtle change, a thought flashing in his mind: Jay was slowing down. Seizing the momentary lull, Jay drove a hard punch into Ryu's body. Ryu gritted his teeth against the searing pain, a fresh cut opening on his cheek. From a low angle, Jay's face was a mask of strain, his eyes wide as he pushed beyond his limits. A leg buckled slightly, the creak of a boxing boot betraying a fighter's wavering stance. Jay gathered his last reserves of strength and lunged forward with his green gloves leading the charge. Ryu's face contorted in shock as he saw Jay's desperate counterattack coming. The fight devolved into a frantic flurry of movement, a chaotic dance of leather and desperation. A fleeting image of a younger, apprehensive Jay sitting in a chair flashed through his mind. The present fight merged with a past memory, a bloody nose and a gasp of shock echoing through time. The fear of the young boy with glasses collided with the boxer's defiant cry of "No." A montage of his entire journey, the training, the running, the endless boxing, powered his final surge. Ryu fell backward, his face a mask of pained surprise as the blow connected. A close-up showed Jay's green glove striking Ryu's jaw with stunning force. In the center of the ring, Jay threw the punch that would decide the exchange. Ryu could only manage a frustrated click of his tongue as he was hit. A hand gripped the ropes for dear life as the fight's momentum shifted irrevocably. The punch was a perfect echo of one thrown countless times in the solitude of the training room. Ryu was thrown violently back by the impact, his head snapping up in a silent scream. A heavy thud silenced the roaring crowd as a body hit the canvas. The announcer screamed that Ryu was down, knocked to the mat for a second time. Lying on the floor, Ryu dazedly questioned what was happening. A terrifying thought began to surface in the fog of his mind. He was forced to confront the possibility that he could no longer beat Jay. On the canvas, Ryu's mind reeled as a terrifying thought took root: he couldn't beat him. As the referee's count echoed, his mind screamed its denial, refusing to accept the impossible reality. Watching from above, even Jay was stunned, his mind whispering a disbelieving "no." Ryu's voice broke through the haze as he roared his defiance from the mat. A fleeting image of his former glory, a championship belt held high, flashed through his memory. The camera focused on a boxer's leg, a subtle hint at a weakness that had long haunted him. The announcer declared that Ryu was up again, noting how Jay had stolen the show and left the champion lagging far behind. The story of the boxer continued, fraught with desperation and pain. A voice from his past, an old instructor, commanded him simply to box. He remembered the frantic shouts of a red-haired man, a phantom of his past screaming in frustration. The creak of his boxing shoes on the canvas was the sound of a man forcing his broken body to move. Though Ryu rushed forward in a desperate onslaught, he was haunted by a mustached man's voice asking when he would let go of his regrets. Jay's green glove met its mark, snapping Ryu's head back with brutal force. The blur of a bent elbow signified the perfect execution of a devastating punch. Ryu's eyes rolled upwards in a silent scream of agony. With a weak gasp, Ryu admitted to himself that it was over. Another lightning-fast punch cut through the air, aimed to finish the fight. The announcer's voice thundered through the arena as Ryu was knocked down once more. In his mind's eye, Ryu saw a memory of his younger self running endlessly in a blue tracksuit. The commentary team praised Jay, who was demonstrating his overwhelming strength before his world stage debut. The image of Jay running, a portrait of unwavering focus, contrasted sharply with Ryu's collapse. The world faded to black as Ryu's consciousness began to slip away. In that darkness, the man with the buzz cut finally admitted to himself that it had been over for him a long time ago. The voice of a blond man with a mustache echoed in his memory, furiously demanding to know if he would quit without showing his hard work. The defeated boxer, lying on the canvas, wondered what the voice meant, feeling he had already given his all. Doubt crept in as he wondered if he would have lost this fight even if his leg had been perfectly fine. The blond man with the mustache continued his spectral interrogation, demanding to know why he had returned to the gym. He sneered, asking if it was just for fame. An unknown voice then chimed in, asking if it had been for acclaim. Another questioned if he fought to become strong so that no one could look down on him. Finally, a red-haired boxer's voice cut through the noise, asking if it was simply because he wanted to be a boxer. A stern man then commanded him to get up, roaring that he had not yet suffered a proper defeat. The voice insisted that if he was going to lose, he must lose with pride after showing his opponent everything he had. As the referee's count reached 7, Ryu's hand clenched into a fist, his body beginning to stir. The count reached a critical 8. The announcer yelled in shock as Ryu got up again, pointing out that he looked to have taken far too much damage. From the sidelines, the stern man nodded in approval, while a dark-haired man simply watched with a critical eye. Across the ring, the blonde boxer reminded himself not to get cocky and to finish the fight with his own style. A trace of blood on Jay's lip showed that Ryu's desperate struggle was not entirely without effect. A rapid-fire barrage of blows hammered against Ryu's defenses. The announcer shouted that with only 30 seconds left, it was uncertain if Ryu could survive the round. From his corner, the man with the mustache desperately screamed for him to persevere and come back. A brutal punch landed square on Ryu's face, staggering him once more. These final 30 seconds became a cruel penalty, a punishment imposed upon Baeksan Ryu for his past. Each tick of the clock was a moment of agonizing remorse and pain. The countdown continued, each second filled with the crushing weight of his regret. As the timer neared 0, he was forced to confront the reflection of his own arrogance. This beating was a penance he had to pay for a lifetime of mistakes and evil deeds. The sun shone brightly in a sky filled with clouds, signaling a brief moment of peace. Ryu gasped for air, his chest heaving as he stumbled back to his corner. A man in a suit in his corner gave him a nod, telling him he did a good job just to survive. The man with the mustache acknowledged Jay's incredible strength but insisted that the match was not over yet. A white-haired man, his senior, quietly affirmed that of course it wasn't. As the bell for the third round rang, a dark-haired spectator let out a gasp of surprise. Ryu stood ready for the new round, but his entire posture had transformed into a classic boxing stance. The man in the suit from Ryu's corner couldn't believe he was finally seeing the day when his fighter would assume a standard form. The two boxers met in the center of the ring, immediately exchanging a flurry of punches. Their fierce battle resumed, a whirlwind of leather and sweat. Ryu, the bald boxer, analyzed his opponent, noting Jay's guard had become much stronger and wondering if he was now focusing only on defense. Jay, the blonde boxer, refused to let Ryu set the pace and resolved to drive him into a corner. The fighters came together in a tangle of limbs as they grappled for position. As the referee yelled for a break, Jay expressed his shock that Ryu had initiated a clinch. A memory surfaced of the man with the mustache advising him to use clinches to disrupt a flow-state fighter. His coach's voices echoed in his mind, telling him to avoid big risks and attack intelligently instead of trying to break through Jay's guard by force. The bald boxer gave himself an internal command to seize the upper hand. They clashed once more, trading heavy, thudding blows that reverberated through the arena. Ryu immediately grabbed his opponent, locking him in place. Brutal body shots were exchanged while locked in the clinch. A blonde observer in the crowd mused that boxing isn't a fight or a war. He elaborated that it was a sport where points are what truly matter. A bald commentator noted with astonishment that it seemed Ryu had forgotten his pride and was now aiming for a win by decision. An unseen commentator added to the shock, emphasizing that this dramatic shift was coming from Baeksan Ryu himself. The mustached commentator's past advice echoed, reminding Ryu that he had entered this match as the clear underdog. He had explained that because Ryu had finally acknowledged and accepted this truth. He had, for the first time, a genuine chance to win. In the ring, Ryu, the bald boxer, expertly clinched with Jay, putting his new, humbling strategy into practice. A crushing blow landed with a sickening bash. A dark-haired man watched intently, remarking to himself that Ryu couldn't win against Jay with this tactic alone. The camera closed in on a fighter's face, etched with unbreakable determination. The fallen boxer's voice echoed in a final, defiant declaration, it would take much more than just that to truly win. The fallen boxer reeled in confusion, trying to recall what had just happened and wondering if it was an uppercut that had sent him down. A close-up on his opponent's eye revealed a chilling, unwavering determination, even as bruises began to form. The blonde boxer, Jay, bellowed a war cry, announcing the coming storm of consecutive punches. His opponent, Ryu, desperately questioned how many seconds were left in the round, feeling himself on the verge of blacking out. From the sidelines, the man in the tracksuit observed that Ryu had finally acknowledged his own weakness and was now finding a way to overcome it. The stern man beside him agreed that it was commendable, but cynically added that Ryu shouldn't flatter himself. The narrator's voice explained that this was the very type of gritty fight that ordinary boxers learn from the beginning of their careers. Jay, however, roared that their accumulated experiences and efforts were on entirely different levels. Ryu expertly shoved his torso in to create space just before being ensnared in another clinch. Such toughness was typically seen 2 weight classes higher, a stark reminder of the immense gap in their abilities. This match was proving to be a brutal lesson. The bell finally rang, signaling the end of the 3rd round. In their respective corners, the 2 fighters could only gasp for air, their bodies pushed to the limit. As his mustached coach looked on, Ryu stared into the void of his corner, admitting to himself that he didn't know anything anymore. The ring girl presented the sign for round 4, but Ryu was lost in his own mind, questioning what he had ever wanted to achieve. He desperately tried to recall his original dream from the day he first decided to become a boxer. The question of what he truly wanted to do echoed relentlessly through his exhausted mind. Another round passed in a blur of pain and endurance as the sign for round 5 was hoisted. Across the ring, Jay's sharp green eyes seemed to pierce through the chaos, fixed on an unseen point. In a surprising parallel, Jay found himself silently asking the very same question, what had he wanted to do? The 6th round mercifully came to a close, marking yet another punishing chapter for Ryu. Breathing heavily, Ryu stared at his opponent and wondered how much longer the seemingly invincible man could possibly last. Ryu's coach cut through his hopes with brutal honesty, stating that without a miracle, they were going to lose the match. He told Ryu that he was nothing more than a punching bag and that the only sensible thing to do was to give up and minimize the damage. The coach added that running away wasn't shameful and that, in fact, it took a unique kind of courage. Ultimately, the coach placed the heavy burden of the decision on Ryu's shoulders. Ryu's mind faltered, the single word, "I," hanging unfinished in his thoughts. Jay's expression, though battered and bruised, remained a mask of sheer, unyielding determination. In his own corner, Jay's thoughts mirrored his opponent's, a single, hesitant, "I," echoing in his mind. He then spoke to his corner, reminding them that they had told him to lose with pride only after showing his opponent everything he had. Jay defiantly declared that he still had something left to give. The bell for round 7 shattered the brief respite, announcing that the end of the match was drawing near. The two warriors met in the center of the ring, their fists a blur of motion as they exchanged heavy blows. A quiet thought from Jay cut through the noise of the fight, admitting a strange sense of envy. He found himself envying Ryu's life, a path he saw as straight, narrow, and purely dedicated. Jay vocalized this respect, telling Ryu that he could feel the immense effort and sincerity in his struggle. He felt it clearly, he explained, in each and every one of Ryu's determined punches. Jay contrasted this with his own style, which he perceived as erratic and wandering. A memory from his past flashed, his trainer's voice questioning why his core was so unsteady. The trainer had explained that it was because he took the fundamental skill of maneuvering his center of gravity for granted. The memory bled into a deeper reflection, with Jay realizing that most people are eaten alive by the very things they take for granted. But his trainer's voice insisted that things were different for him now. A sharp impact in his memory underscored the lesson that he must now consciously learn and think. He had been commanded to understand where his center lies depending on every possible situation. Back in the ring, Jay silently acknowledged the truth, admitting to himself that he had just been an idiot kid back then. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena, heralding the 8th and final round where the winner would finally be decided. Across the ring, the red-faced and battered Ryu wheezed out a single, defiant word, however. A fleeting image of a boxer training relentlessly under a watchful eye filled his mind. Back in the present, Ryu leaned against the ropes, his intense gaze fixed forward, a new fire in his eyes. He let out a long, slow breath, steadying his battered body and mind. The camera zoomed in on his blue-tipped glove, clenched tight with renewed purpose. However, Ryu's internal monologue began, brimming with unspoken resolve. An abstract vision of a young, spiky-haired Jay stood starkly against a white void, representing a past self. The action snapped back to the ring, where the fighters clashed and a powerful punch was thrown. A rapid montage flashed, the solitary work on a punching bag, the brutal exchange of blows, and the raw pain etched on a fighter's face. Ryu roared his defiance, screaming that he too had put everything into this as he threw another punch. A strange, peaceful memory of a celebration around a birthday cake momentarily pierced through the violence. He took another determined step forward, grounding himself back in the brutal reality of the ring. For a brief moment, the scene pulled back to an image of city lights twinkling peacefully under a vast night sky. A sudden, booming impact shattered the serene image. The triumphant cry of an injured boxer echoed, proclaiming, "I did it." A dark-haired observer looked down in disbelief as a close-up captured an eye widening in pure shock. The blonde boxer, Jay, let out a guttural scream of pure agony. A sickening bash landed with crushing, unexpected force. Jay could only growl, his body racked with pain. Through the haze, a thought of grudging respect formed in his mind, "You're really strong." Jay was violently thrown backward from the force of the blow, a shout torn from his lips. The announcer's voice, however, noted that Ryu was still being overpowered and that his situation looked bleak. In a moment of quiet reflection, the voice of the defeated boxer conceded that it had been a great match. The victorious boxer's voice followed, commending Ryu for having done well. Ryu's mind reeled, incredulous that Jay still had the energy for consecutive punches after such a long fight. He resigned himself to the outcome, stating aloud that he was losing, just as he'd expected. The victorious boxer mused to himself that, for some reason, he wasn't as upset this time. But as it so often happens in the world and with fate, a sudden slip changed everything. In the blink of an eye, Ryu's eyes widened in utter shock as an unforeseen punch landed squarely. A terrible accident had occurred, confirmed by the sickening splatter of blood. A single boxer remained standing in a ready stance, his face now bearing the fresh marks of a shocking injury. As a single drop of blood trickled down, the epic story of the boxer was clearly far from over. A young boy with determined blonde hair and green eyes looked intently into the distance. Across from him, a young man with stark white hair and piercing red eyes returned the gaze. The two fighters, once boys, now stood facing each other in the center of the ring. Blood trickled down from a gruesome cut above a heavily swollen eye, a testament to the brutal accident. The dark-haired man in the corner recognized the devastating positioning with a shout of alarm. Beside him, an older man with glasses watched the unfolding disaster with grim understanding. The white-haired man, Ryu, realized with dawning horror how his opponent had been struck. The blonde-haired boxer, Jay, confirmed the terrible truth aloud, admitting that he had slipped. From his corner, Jay's older, blonde-haired coach screamed at Ryu, questioning why he was just standing there staring. Ryu's own coach echoed the sentiment, yelling that this was his one chance to seize victory. Ryu steeled himself, thinking that panicking would mean the end for him, reminding himself he had been in tight spots before. He resolved to corner Jay, while the blonde fighter desperately tried to focus before his vision was completely obscured. As Jay glared through his rapidly failing sight, Ryu lunged forward with renewed ferocity. Jay was stunned, realizing that his opponent had somehow become even faster. A man in a suit observed from the stands, remarking on the incredibly fast bombardment of punches. But Jay saw a flaw in the onslaught, thinking to himself that Ryu was being too hasty. The man in the suit continued to watch the fight with intense focus, his companion beside him. A flicker of understanding crossed the suited man's face as he murmured, "I see." In the ring, the violent clash of leather on flesh continued as the two boxers traded blows. The announcer's voice boomed, wondering if the goddess of victory had finally chosen a side. Jay, the boxer with blonde hair, questioned the strange turn of events in his mind. He registered with growing alarm that Ryu's punches were now coming at him faster than before. A close-up revealed his eye, wide with a dawning, visceral fear. A sickening bash landed squarely on Jay, the sound echoing his shock. The referee moved in swiftly, his arm swinging down as he shouted the command to go down. The commentator confirmed the shocking development, announcing that Jay had been unexpectedly knocked down. On the canvas, Jay's mind raced, debating whether he should try to stick it out and aim for a win by decision. He immediately dismissed the thought, remembering a previous fight that had ended in a doctor's stoppage because of that same strategy. He knew he had to keep attacking as if nothing had happened, but another thought pushed to the forefront. More than anything, he felt an absolute refusal to back down in this particular match. Jay staggered to his feet, insisting he could get right back into it and pleading with the referee to restart the match. The fight resumed, and Ryu immediately launched another aggressive punch toward his injured opponent. Jay, however, forced himself to remain composed, determined to box calmly as he had practiced. Ryu observed that the opening for a counterpunch, which he had been exploiting, was now gone. Yet, a strange feeling crept over Ryu as he wondered why something about Jay seemed different now. The two combatants were locked in a fierce exchange, with one leaping to land a high-impact blow. A terrible thought began to dawn on Ryu, one he couldn't believe was possible. Jay, too, had a moment of clarity, realizing that perhaps his opponent's other eye had already been compromised. A punch swished through the air, narrowly missing its target as the fighters circled each other. Jay's internal struggle intensified as he kept losing sight of Ryu, forcing himself to predict his opponent's movements. Another punch swished past his head, but a brutal bash immediately followed, connecting hard. The narrator's voice overlaid the scene, stating that the world is often unreasonable and unfair. A close-up captured the bald boxer's face, his expression one of pained determination. Ryu shook his head, muttering that this was not how it should be. He firmly declared that this was not the right way for the fight to end. The boxer with green eyes, Jay, thought about how incredibly hard Ryu had trained, becoming so strong that he was no match. A voice of pure anguish, seemingly from Jay's injured eye itself, cried out that this wasn't how it was supposed to go. It lamented that a simple, freak accident was about to ruin everything. A man with a mustache, likely Jay's coach, screamed at Ryu, demanding to know if he was going to lose on purpose. The coach's voice cracked as he asked if Ryu truly believed that was what Jay would want. A memory of the blonde boxer's own words echoed, "If your opponent gives his all, then you must give your all in return, no matter what." As if spurred by this memory, the two boxers met in the center of the ring with a powerful, simultaneous blow. The commentary team noted that Jay was suddenly allowing Ryu's punches to land, questioning if his eye injury was truly serious. The blonde boxer's philosophy repeated in his mind, "If your opponent gives his all." A memory surfaced of a child's voice, whose thoughts revealed that he already knew the world was an unreasonable place. The narrator's voice continued this somber reflection, stating that the things you don't want to happen inevitably will. A man's stern, weathered face filled the frame, a silent witness to this harsh reality. Back in the ring, a boxer delivered a devastating punch squarely to his opponent's jaw. A pained grunt was torn from the recipient as he recoiled from the brutal impact. The blonde boxer, Jay, grit his teeth and shouted that he already knew the world was unfair. The two fighters continued their desperate exchange, trading blows with what little strength they had left. Jay pleaded with Ryu to give up, insisting that the critical injury was just an accident. He argued that even though this was a fight to the finish, this situation was far from normal or fair. But the bald boxer, Ryu, refused, stating that against Jay, of all people, he could never give up. Another booming impact punctuated his resolve. The camera focused tightly on the intense, unwavering eyes of both fighters. With ragged breaths, the blonde boxer admitted to himself that he could no longer see anything, just before another powerful blow sent him reeling. But even blinded, Jay spoke with certainty, declaring that he knew his opponent. The man in the green shorts, Jay, finished his thought, stating he knew Ryu's breathing, rhythm, and habits because he'd practiced endlessly just to overtake him. A boxing boot scraped against the canvas, pivoting for one last desperate move. The man in green shorts shouted, predicting his opponent's next position, "Over here." A close-up on a fighter's face showed the immense strain, his lips split and bleeding. Blood splattered across an extreme close-up of an eye, obscuring the world. The other eye, red and bloodshot, stared back, a mirror of pain and exhaustion. A memory surfaced of a young boy thinking he was perfectly fine being alone. The scene of the two boxers trading blows became a backdrop for this sudden recollection. A guard's voice from the past called out to prisoner 3167, announcing that his parents were here. A uniformed man replied with a simple, "Okay." Jinwa's thoughts from long ago echoed, revealing he believed he didn't need anything like a family. A mother's voice called out for Jin and Zhong to come home for dinner. Jinwa's younger self replied with an enthusiastic, "Okay." But his older self reflected that he truly believed he didn't need friends either. He remembered his old philosophy, he was the kind of guy no one could look down on or walk all over. Because of this strength, he had concluded that he didn't need anyone. The memory faded, leaving only a dark void and the side of a listening ear. Jinwa's past self concluded that he didn't need any family or friends. The boxer in the ring reflected on that past certainty, admitting that's how he had truly felt, but something had changed. The blonde boxer, Jay, grit his teeth through the pain, his bruised and bleeding eye a mask of agony. The narrator confirmed that ever since a certain day, everything had been different. Images of two young boys, one blonde and one with white hair, stood in profile, their fated connection established long ago. The image of the young blonde boy was juxtaposed with the battered form of the current-day Jay. Likewise, the spiky white-haired boy stood beside the bruised and determined form of the boxer Ryu. The white-haired boxer, Ryu, let out a frustrated cry, calling their connection a goddamn ill-fated relationship. With a thud of his foot, the blonde boxer with the green eye, Jay, realized he had no more chances left. He gathered all his remaining strength, declaring that this was his last punch. The white-haired boxer, Ryu, stood his ground and roared for him to bring it on. With a vicious grin, Ryu announced that he had a counter waiting just for him. A gray boxing glove and a green boxing glove were shown in stark opposition, both fists clenched for the final impact. The blonde boxer's head snapped back as he was struck by a powerful punch from the gray-gloved hand. The white-haired boxer simultaneously threw a devastating punch with his own green-gloved hand. Both fighters exchanged brutal, simultaneous punches in a final, desperate clash. The dark-haired man in the suit watched from the sidelines, his face a mask of utter shock. Nearby, the blonde-haired man with a goatee stared with a grim, stern expression. The announcer confirmed that both boxers had exchanged blows at the exact same moment. The blonde boxer, Jay, felt his body about to give out, thinking he was going to keel over. He desperately told himself to hang in there, knowing that if he collapsed this time, he wouldn't be able to get up again. He had to endure, he had to push through the overwhelming pain. More than that, he felt a desperate need to show Ryu that he, too, had grown stronger from their rivalry. The young man's voice broke with emotion as he thought of Ryu as his one and only friend. 3 sharp, decisive rings from the bell cut through the tension of the arena. The announcer's voice declared that the blood loss from Jay's eye was too severe, forcing the match to end in a doctor's stoppage and awarding a dramatic comeback victory to Ryu. Ryu stared blankly ahead, his face a mask of shock and utter exhaustion. The decisive sound of the bell rang out 3 times, signaling the end of the match. A single, disbelieving thought echoed in Ryu's mind: he had somehow won. Blood trickled down from a gash above his eye, a testament to the brutal exchange. The question repeated itself in his dazed consciousness: had he truly won? The man with the mustache yelled out in concern, asking if Ryu was all right. Ryu's thoughts remained a jumbled mess, unable to process what had just happened. Watching from the side, the blonde observer noted with certainty that the champion wasn't fully conscious. Even as the doctor rushed to check on Jay, Ryu instinctively kept his guard up. Only a raw determination not to fall was keeping the victorious fighter on his feet. The blonde observer watched as the injured Jay staggered, held upright by his coach and another man. Despite the grievous injury to his leg, the young man simply refused to collapse. With what little strength he had left, Jay acknowledged his rival's victory, telling him he did well. As Jay trailed off, his words choked with emotion, his coach clenched his fists in helpless frustration. The white-haired winner could only think that he was merely lucky to be born with a little more talent than others. In his mind, that was all that separated them. A memory surfaced of a gloved hand shaking a bare one in a past encounter. The referee's voice from that day echoed, acknowledging there was more to it than just raw talent. The camera lingered on a green and white-laced boot, a symbol of the long path traveled. A close-up profile revealed a boxer's face, marked by exhaustion and a bloodied eye. Another boxer's face appeared in a flashback, his expression a mix of surprise and simmering anger. The blonde boxer, Jay, had admitted to his opponent's consistent strength. But the bald boxer, Ryu, denied being the strong one, his mind fumbling for the right words to say to Jay. Overcome with emotion, Ryu finally offered a heartfelt apology for everything that had happened. Jay listened in silence, his eye now covered by a clean white bandage. Ryu gritted his teeth, tears of sorrow and regret finally streaming down his face. Jay gently told him that the winner shouldn't be the one who was crying. In another time, 2 men stood in a boxing ring, one in a tracksuit and the other in formal wear. A close-up showed hands tightly wrapped in white bandages, ready for the next fight. Amidst the roar of the crowd, Ryu declared that it had been a good match. The spiky-haired man agreed, saying he was looking forward to another good match with him. The back of a solitary figure was shown, their hair highlighted in white against the darkness. The official record stated that 2 minutes and 18 seconds into the 8th round, Ryu won by TKO. And so, this chapter in the life of the boxer came to a close. Some time later, Ryu called out a simple greeting. The spiky-haired man greeted him back, casually asking how his ribs were healing. After their first bout, the two met again on the world stage, their friendly rivalry leaving them with a record of 1-1. Their well-known story forged a legendary rivalry, and despite the lingering pain, the two fought several more memorable matches. Years later, a now bald man and a blonde man sat together, with the bald one wondering what they should talk about. The bald man mulled over whether he should start their long-awaited reunion with an apology. The blonde man, however, dryly recalled that he was the one who almost died and got rushed to the hospital. The bald man defensively claimed that he hadn't even hit him that much during their encounter. A distant memory surfaced of a man in a red shirt confidently stating that 2-on-1 were good odds. The bald man's younger self could only react with stunned disbelief. A red-faced man had instructed him to absorb the blows first, while he aimed for the back of their opponent's head. A third man had foolishly shouted that their status as pro boxers would guarantee their victory. The blond man had privately wondered if his companions were being serious. A clack broke the silence as a man with a white shaved head arrived, greeting them after a long time. A third man, with dark hair and a warm smile, completed the gathering of old friends. The man with the shaved head and the spiky blonde-haired man both turned to welcome their companion. Contrary to Ryu's concerns, the three friends had plenty to talk about, with years of stories to catch up on. They spoke of what they did after high school, their lives diverging after their shared beginnings. They recounted the partners they met and the many different matches they had fought along the way. Each man shared the story of the life he was now leading. For time continues to pass for everyone, and every match, even life itself, must someday come to an end. Baeksun Ryu spent his life helping at-risk youth, finally stepping down from his ring at the age of 71. Jae opened a boxing gym and coached countless boxers, ending his time in the ring at 83. Josh entered the liquor business and made a fortune, stepping down from his ring at 79. John Taker ran a restaurant and gave free meals to the needy, stepping down from his ring at 61. Qasim resigned his chairmanship to become a travel writer, his booming laughter echoing as he stepped down from his ring at 93. Jean-Pierre became a master painter, pursuing his passion until he stepped down from his ring at 85. Yuto Takeda lived a diligent life running a fruit shop with his friend, stepping down from his ring at 88. Marco and Fabrizio Santorino dedicated their lives to reform and charity, stepping down at 72 and 73, respectively. Viktor Grigorievich became an actor and brought joy to many before stepping down from his ring at the age of 55. After a long rehabilitation, Aaron Tide became a doctor late in life, treating others until he stepped down from his own ring at 85. A faint gasp for air was heard as two figures lay side by side, one still and one watching over. The woman with glasses softly observed that a lot had happened, her words punctuated by ragged breaths. An elderly man recounted the journey of a life filled with sorrow, anger, laughter, worry, and profound happiness. A younger man, his voice filled with love, affirmed that every single moment was precious. A weathered hand gently caressed the face of the person lying peacefully in the bed. Having lived a full human life, you stepped down from his ring at 84, whispering, "I was happy to be with you." A solitary figure was seen walking up a dark staircase, moving toward the unknown. At the same time, another figure walked down a different set of shadowed stairs, their journey finally complete.